Chapter 251. Roland covers a vast area, especially near the Francia Palace, where there are extensive gardens and open lawns adorned with fountains. And now, a large number of people have unknowingly gathered here, and the perimeter is surrounded by elite soldiers in full armor. His Highness the First Prince Pablo, His Highness the Second Prince Senek, and the Third Princess Lana are all present. Such a commotion has attracted the attention of the entire royal city. However, the elite soldiers surrounding the perimeter block the way, and given the status of the two princes and princess, even some high-ranking nobles cannot approach without permission. But the cause of the incident, in this leaky royal city, is not difficult to investigate. According to information circulating among the maids serving the princess, the two adventurer teams invited by Princess Lana, Blue Rose and Free Will, have a dispute and intend to resolve it the adventurer's way. On the open, green lawn. Everyone stood at the edge, their gaze fixed on the two figures in the center of the lawn. The development had completely exceeded everyone's expectations. Princess Lana clasped her hands together, her blue eyes gazing out at the field with worry. Deep within her gaze remained calm, though a hint of something strange lingered. This was not part of her plan. Even the appearance of her two brothers hadn't surprised her so much. In the center of the lawn, Evil Eye and Tang Zheng stood opposite each other, gazing calmly at each other. Of course, because of the mask covering Evil Eye's face, Tang Zheng couldn't see her expression. Things are getting a little more interesting. Tang Zheng's eyes flickered slightly, his mind rapidly pondering the trajectory of the entire situation in the slightly chaotic situation just now. This nation annihilation move was definitely not due to the assassin's magic equipment. First, Tang Zheng already knew Princess Lana's true purpose, the slavery department of 8 Fingers. This wasn't difficult to guess. The proposal to abolish slavery had already been passed when the story began. Now it's simply been brought forward. At the original time point, Tang Zheng could have guessed some of Lana's purpose for abolishing slavery, but now it's even easier to guess. The army that Renas was currently building. Even though Renas had already formed it, control of the entire army actually had nothing to do with Princess Lana, as it was the second prince who was providing support. No money, no resources, and even less people. Under such circumstances, Lana was bound to take action. The fundamental purpose of inviting Tang Zheng was to demonstrate her knowledge of the connection between Renas and Tang Zheng, thereby gaining his support. 8 Fingers was a huge piece of lucrative meat. The Blue Rose was nothing more than a bargaining chip, but also an invisible check and balance. This was something the Blue Rose members likely didn't realize. Locus and Lana were too close. However, Gagran and the others were different. The arrival of the two princes couldn't be hidden from the experts present. Gagran suddenly asked Locus to discuss business, precisely because he didn't want him to violate the Adventurers Guild's rules, or even get embroiled in politics. This was to avoid any potential reaction to the arrival of the two princes. But, Evil Eye's words, determining the ownership of the spoils the way adventurers do, immediately exposed the entire situation. This caught everyone off guard. The advantage of this approach was that, no matter what the two princes intended to do, the discussion would be halted. There must be another reason. Tang Zheng's priestly robes, flowing naturally, swayed in the breeze. He lifted his feet, loosening the green grass beneath his feet, revealing the leaves again. The ninja's passive ability, Hide Aura, can evade even magical detection methods. But facing a higher level, vampire-like nation, perhaps you'd be able to intuitively sense something unusual, so you want to experiment with it yourself? The entire process was clear. Tang Zheng's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Evil Eye watched Tang Zheng's movements through her mask. A deep, emphatically voice rang out from behind. What are you doing? I just think a lot of these flowers and plants will die in the battle soon. Tang Zheng glanced at the beautiful grassy area and spoke with a hint of regret. Oh, so you want to reject me now, just like you refused twice in the hall just now? Evil Eye said calmly, without any emotion. Tang Zheng shook his head and raised his gaze to the short figure wrapped in a red robe across from him. According to Lana's plan, Blue Rose would definitely assist in dealing with 8 Fingers. By then, Tang Zheng would have many benefits. It would allow Emina to take over more departments of 8 Fingers, and he could also use this opportunity to learn some new magic and techniques from Miedgua and others. But he didn't care about these trivial matters. Now, the destruction of the country was imminent. And Tang Zheng's eyes grew dull. He wasn't here to cooperate with this golden princess. To attempt to influence 2 teams of adventurers with words and wisdom alone was a gross underestimation of the powerful. Having always been confined to the palace, he had no idea of the power of the top experts, much less that they couldn't be easily swayed. Cooperation? That was based on equality between both parties. Princess Lana wasn't worthy of that. The simplest and most brutal way to prove this was to demonstrate power. What needed to be proven from the beginning wasn't free will, but Lana, as a princess, had to prove she could serve free will. Words are sometimes pale and powerless. Tang Zheng gazed at Miegua and spoke softly. The most direct way for adventurers to communicate with each other has never been through words. Miegua's sudden proposal for battle, while unexpected, struck Tang Zheng as impeccable timing. Evil Eye raised her head, seemingly sizing Tang Zheng up intently, and suddenly said, "Compared to before, I actually admire you a little more now." It's my pleasure." Tang Zheng smiled broadly. As the two fell silent again, an invisible wave of magical energy emanated from them, forming a subtle pressure that spread in all directions. The people standing on the periphery had varying emotions. The loose flesh on Second Prince Sinek's face trembled, and his eyes shifted to the side, revealing Princess Lana with a worried look on her face. "What on earth is going on? Brother, this is my fault." Princess Lana frantically lowered her raised hands from her chest, and bowed to the second and first princes. Her golden hair fell. Princess Lana's deep blue eyes fixed on the ground, a terrifying desire flickering in them. The brief exchange in the hall brought her the satisfaction that Clem could never give her. If Clem's presence comforted Princess Lana, then Tang Zheng, who understood her words, and knew what she was about to do, was like being alone in the desert, and suddenly someone stood before her and offered her a glass of water. However, the situation before her. Princess Lana realized that Locus could not fully influence Evil Eye, just as she could not influence Lord Tang. She could not, like Clem, keep him by her side. This feeling drove her a little crazy. Princess Lana stood up, her face once again filled with worry. Her slender fingers clenched tightly, their tips turning pale from the pressure. Seeing the princess apologize for this matter, Clem felt a surge of emotion, wanting to speak up on Princess Lana's behalf. But he knew he couldn't speak now. The situation had already completely tarnished the princess's reputation. He couldn't add to the chaos. If possible, Clem would have hoped that Miss Evil Eye of the Blue Rose would give the free will leader a good lesson. Clem quickly suppressed his inner thoughts, and glanced nervously at the two men on the lawn. He still hoped there wouldn't be a fight. This place is close to the Francia Palace, where nobles and foreign guests often pass through. The royal family has always valued elegance, splendor, and aristocratic demeanor. A fight between the two would cause damage that would further impact the princess. Changing the training ground would also be an option. Clem felt his mind a bit confused, and he felt weak and powerless. Is that so? Second Prince Sinek stared at Princess Lana, a half-smile playing on his lips. Suddenly, he turned his head to look at the tall and burly First Prince Pablo beside him. "Brother, who do you think will win?" First Prince Pablo narrowed his eyes, and spoke solemnly. "They are both adventurers of the kingdom. Regardless of who wins or loses, we must do our utmost to avoid any damage. Any damage is a loss for the kingdom." With these words, First Prince Pablo glanced at the Blue Rose and free will groups on either side. TSK. Second Prince Sinek sneered inwardly. As expected, even the most foolish elder brother can be wise at crucial moments. The reason they had gone to Lana's palace was naturally to secure the free will adventurer team. As for the Blue Rose, their leader, Locus, had the best relationship with Lana, and his special status made it virtually impossible to win them over. Compared to the Blue Rose, the free will was clearly more valuable in the eyes of the two princes. Ahem. First Prince Pablo coughed softly and spoke righteously. "Linus, Gazef, the two of you, if anything unexpected happens, rescue them immediately." "Yes," Gazef nodded solemnly. With such a major incident occurring in the palace, Gazef, as the warrior captain, naturally rushed over immediately, also to protect the princes. The corners of Renasa's mouth twitched, and she said calmly, "I understand." She didn't think she could stop her master, and she had never seen him use his full strength. Unlike the Empire, the people of the kingdom didn't worship magic at all, and therefore didn't understand the terror of truly powerful magic. First Prince Pablo put his hands behind his back, a satisfied nod on his serious face. Gazef was their father's man, and Renas was Princess Lana's man, but they probably had the support of their good brother, Sinek. He held the highest position in the room, and since he issued such an order, neither of them could object. Even if something did go wrong, it wouldn't be his fault. Chapter 252. The Blue Rose group, Gagran, Tina, and Tia, periodically glanced at their demonic leader, whose expression was somewhat grim. "Why didn't you stop them?" Locus lowered his voice, looking at the three. "Don't be ridiculous, leader. I can't keep an eye on the little one. Gagran shrugged. I'd rather have another fight with that demi-human magic caster. Tina folded her arms over her chest, glancing at the green leaf witch on the other side. Based on the results of the last battle, even if we fight again, your chances of losing are still very high, Tia said bluntly. If we work together, we can definitely kill him. Pa! Kegran's large hand slapped Tia's shoulder. Don't be so threatening. According to Little One, none of us are confident of defeating the opposing leader. Since Little One said that, I'm curious about the strength of that guy named Tang. This is a good opportunity to observe him. But Little One won't lose. Locuse overheard the whispers among her teammates, her emerald eyes flickering with helplessness. She raised a hand to her forehead. She felt she had ruined Lana's carefully crafted invitation. If Lord Tang lost, she would have to apologize. I hope Evil Eye doesn't use too much force. The situation on the free will side was much simpler. The emerald leaf witch stared intently ahead, afraid to miss any details of the upcoming battle. Enri remained dazed, her face thick with worry, her hands clasped together in a prayerful gesture. On the lawn, Tang Zheng and Evil Eye stared at each other in silence, neither taking the initiative, as if waiting for the other to use magic first. Just as the atmosphere was beginning to freeze, should we call that evil hound to assist you? That monster should be helping you use magic better, right? Evil Eye suddenly spoke, causing the tense atmosphere to pause. Tang Xing raised his eyelids. Indeed, it's not necessary right now. After all, this isn't a life or death fight, just a sparring match. Just don't regret it, Evil Eye said calmly, without further persuasion. Since that's the case, I strike first. Tang Zheng saw that Evil Eye still had no intention of attacking immediately, and knew she wasn't aiming for a quick victory, but rather to test his strength. This unexpected battle was indeed a bit difficult. Evil Eye likely wouldn't use her full strength, and Tang Zheng intended only to use faith-based magic. A few thoughts flashed through his mind. His arm moved slightly beneath his loose sleeves, and bang! Bang! A dazzling white light burst forth before Tang Zheng, condensing in midair into the form of two flaming archangels. Bright yellow wings covered in silver armor flapped gently, creating a powerful gust of wind that bent the grass below. Two third-tier angels? Evil Eye's eyes beneath her mask flashed with surprise. Her superior perception allowed her to detect the immense strength of these two third-tier angels. Not that guy's limit. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two fire archangels flapped their wings and charged forward at breakneck speed, simultaneously separating in midair and attacking from both sides. Fireball! Evil Eye raised her palm and aimed it at one of the fire archangels. A fireball the size of a human head gathered at her fingertips and swiftly launched. Against such a fast-moving target, a fireball, whose magic power can be adjusted and moves with the target, is the best attack. Boom! The fireball quickly collided with a flame archangel, exploding with incredible force, blasting the archangel into a point of light and disintegrating. Another archangel rushed in front of Evil Eye, raising its flaming sword and slashing down with all its might. Facing the close-range attack, Evil Eye dodged the archangel's blow with a sideways motion. Then, raising her arm, she pointed a finger at the archangel's head, lightning strike. Bang! Azure lightning transformed into a straight, penetrating current, powerfully piercing the archangel's head, streaking a streak of blue light through the air. Boom! It landed about half a meter to Tang Zheng's left, creating a charred hole in the ground. The exploding dirt flew everywhere. Tang Zheng's pristine white priest robes were stained with tiny specks of dirt. Swish! The flame archangel whose head had been pierced by the lightning strike also vanished into scattered points of light, revealing a small, red-robed figure. Until this moment, the people on the periphery finally realized that the brief offensive and defensive battle was over. So powerful. Climb's eyes widened, his rugged brows trembling, and he couldn't help but open his mouth. The mere aura of the summoned flame archangel made him tremble, especially at its swift speed. Climb's throat twitched a few times. He was no match for them. And yet, two such powerful angels, two of them, were annihilated by Miss Evil Eye in the blink of an eye. Both sides were so strong. They were completely beyond his reach. Gazef's rough, broad hands gripped the hilt of the sword at his waist, his eyes growing more serious. Inside the arena, I almost got hit. Tang Zheng, looking at the crater nearby, spoke as he grasped his priest's robe with one hand and shook it a few times, shaking off the dirt. The scene just now was as expected. Miegwa's evasive movements were agile, completely unlike the physique of a magic caster. Miegwa, at around level 51, could use up to 5th tier magic, with a tier every 7 levels, meaning his magic build was only level 29 to 35. Discarding racial level, Miegwa's class build should also include warrior classes, similar to most Otherworlders, with a somewhat chaotic class build. There was no other way around it. Otherworlders didn't have the same requirements as players, and many classes wouldn't be taken unless they wanted to. Seriously? His current class build also has some issues. The only class he has that can be considered a system is the Valkyrie Warrior class. Hopefully, once he completes the 4 magic classes, there will be a surprise. Are you done warming up? Evil Eye observed Tang Jing's calm demeanor and said calmly, I'm not one of those ordinary characters you've encountered before. Next time, it won't be so easy. Who knows, I might die. Okay. Tang Jing also expressed a serious expression. Then let me see Miss Evil Eye's power. Buzz. A white light, even more dazzling than before, burst forth before Tang Jing, and an even more terrifying pressure surged. A divine energy radiance rippled and expanded through the air like flowing water, then contracted, transforming into 2 powerful condensations of energy. Everyone subconsciously averted their gaze, unable to watch. The air vibrated. The dazzling divine light vanished, and 2 massive angels, over 3 meters tall, appeared before everyone. Angel of Surveillance, LV, 28. Angel of Tranquility, LV, 28. Tang Jing stood beneath the 2 angels, his white priest robes rustling in the turbulent air created by the angels' appearance. There was no need to summon them one by one. If you wanted to demonstrate your strength, then show it. This finally piqued my interest. A hint of surprise crossed Evil Eye's face behind her mask. Summoning 2 third-tier angels wasn't nearly as difficult as summoning 2 fourth-tier angels. Do it. Tang Jing raised his gaze and spoke coldly. Boom! The Angel of Tranquility flashed, appearing in midair. Looking down at Evil Eye below, he swung his scepter and spear upward. Holy light! A gentle, non-bright light was released, brightening the sky by several degrees. This was a ranged magic that dealt damage to evil foes. It also had a certain visual impact. It had to be said. The power displayed by Tang Jing was extremely incompatible with Evil Eye, a vampire undead. Disgusting ability, but still weaker than mine. Evil Eye flung his red robe and soared into the air. Fly! As the holy light was released, Evil Eye soared into the sky, reaching a higher altitude than the Angel of Tranquility. Crystal Night Lance. In the sunlight, the Night Lance, reflecting a crystal-like light, was created by Evil Eye's swing of her arm. Whoosh! The Crystal Night Lance fired, striking the Tranquility Angels back hard. The seemingly fragile crystal suddenly unleashed a terrifyingly heavy force. Bang! A roar like 2 heavy pieces of metal colliding, exploding in midair. The Tranquility Angel stumbled and was knocked down from the air, slamming heavily to the ground with a roar. Crystal Shotgun. This sized crystals condensed around Evil Eye again, transforming into bullets that rained down from the air like a torrential rain, raining down on Tang Jing. Holy Shield. The 2 pairs of wings on the Tranquility Angel's back flapped, and it moved above Tang Jing's head. The circular shield engraved with the sun pattern shook. The pure white light transformed into a circular holy shield, enveloping Tang Jing. This sized crystal bullets bombarded the shield condensed with holy energy, creating ripples that vibrated continuously. Bang! The grass on the lawn trembled. The Angel of Tranquility rose from the ground. Although there was a noticeable dent on its back, it didn't seem to be seriously damaged. A strike against evil. The Angel of Tranquility, its slender body covered in silver armor, slammed into the ground and soared into the sky, its spear and staff flashing with light. Get down! A heavy voice rang out from behind Evil Eye's mask. Gravity reversal. The Angel of Tranquility paused in its ascent. The heavy force stiffened its wings, and it plummeted uncontrollably from the sky again. Boom! Another massive crater was smashed into the ground. This attack clearly restricts the movement of the Angel of Tranquility. Destroying the country certainly knows a thing or two about angelic monsters. Tang Jing's eyes flickered at this sight. Some of the offensive skills used by the Angel of Tranquility inflict even greater damage against undead beings with evil attributes. Whoosh! After Evil Eye had recaptured the Angel of Tranquility, she flashed through the air and charged towards Tang Jing, the summoner, casting another spell as she flew. Crystal Dagger. The Crystal Dagger, even faster, struck the magic shield again, causing the energy structure to vibrate violently once more. Earth-attributed crystal specialization, huh? Tang Jing, while manipulating the Angel of Surveillance to reinforce the shield, extended his hand and cast a spell, Sunlight. This was a spell he had recently acquired. Holy Light and Sunlight performed similarly, with one focusing on attack, the other on blinding vision. Boom! Boom! On the grass, the fierce roars and tremors grew increasingly rapid, leaving the crowd outside stunned. Not to mention the ordinary people like Princess Lana, Gazef's forehead was already covered in sweat. The might of the battle between the two men on the other side surpassed the realm he could currently reach. The legendary hero's domain? Gazef's grip on the hilt of his sword was numb. Blue rose here. Locuse's emerald eyes widened, and she held the hem of her dress with both hands to prevent the blast from the collision of magic from damaging her formal attire. Hey, you're kidding. Tina stared intently at the scene, obsessively watching every change. I thought Evil Eye was exaggerating earlier. Turns out she's no match for him, Tia muttered to herself. The power displayed by those two fourth-tier angels was enough to demand their full strength, and yet the opponent could summon two angels of this level at once. To be able to fight a little one like this, that leader of the Free Will team must be a team of adamantite-grade adventurers all by himself. German's lips twitched a few times, and she couldn't help but lick the corners of her mouth. She finally understood why the opponent had remained so calm against them, the Blue Roses, even having an ordinary person in their team. Chapter 253. Boom! The roar of magic released by two figures in the center of the lawn clashed, creating a continuous wave of air that spread in all directions. The aftermath of Evil Eye's magic, combined with the massive 3-meter-tall angel, fell from the sky, creating craters of varying sizes. The entire beautiful lawn was ravaged. The armored soldiers stationed at the perimeter, meant to prevent others from approaching, were already stunned, some even feeling weak at the knees. Each of them was only around level 6 or 7, facing a force as high as level 28, nearing the realm of heroes. From the depths of their hearts rose an indescribable feeling of powerlessness, a sense of shock from the might of the powerful. If those present were not all elite, they would have collapsed to the ground in fear. Boss, Gagran whispered, looking at Locuse, a hint of worry in his eyes. It wasn't so much worry about Evil Eye as it was concern about her losing control. Of all those present, the only one who could forcibly stop the fight was Locuse. First Prince Pablo and Second Prince Senek had long since lost their composure, their faces turning pale. They weren't ignorant. Precisely because of this, they understood the strength of the two men on the lawn. If we simply consider the number of troops, even 100, no, 1,000, wouldn't be able to defeat any of them. Gazef, if you were there, would you have a solution? First Prince Pablo calmed himself. Gazef took a breath, not boasting or exaggerating. With just one of those angels, I have some confidence, but with two, I lose. And Miss Evil Eye can use flight magic, so I'm powerless. If there's a chance to get close, there's a chance of victory. Linus? Second Prince Senek asked, stepping aside, head lowered like a frightened Princess Lana. Same, Linus replied briefly. These two answers brightened the two princes' expressions. For they both knew that Gazef had the right to use the national treasure, and they had heard Gazef say that wearing it could easily kill their former selves. In the field. Crystal Knight Lance. Holy Hammer. In the sunlight, a dazzling crystal spear pierced the air and struck, like a streak of translucent lightning. The Angel of Power, watching over Tang Zheng from above, grasped the silver hammer, emitting a pale white glow, and swung it forward with all his might. Bang! A sharp explosion erupted. The crystal spear shattered into sharp, fine crystal fragments, scattering through the air, while the silver hammer was sent flying. But the silver short hammer that flew from the Angel of Surveillance's hand automatically dissipated into a point of light after traveling a distance, only to reappear in the Angel of Surveillance's hand. Heal severe injury. Tang Zheng followed suit, casting a spell that enveloped the Angel of Tranquility, which was not far away. A soft glow transformed into a point of light, and merged into the Angel's body. The pitted and cracked silver armor on the Angel of Tranquility was quickly repaired. Healing magic can be used not only on living creatures, but also on angelic monsters, and the effect is even greater. TSK. Evil Eye, suspended in midair, observed the scene inside. A fully summoning specialized ability? Throughout the battle, she noticed that Tang Zheng had barely used offensive faith magic, though given the opponent's performance, there was no need for it. Simultaneously summoning two angels, one for defense and the other for attack, also allowed for magical healing, allowing for prolonged combat. Defeating against a force of equal rank was nearly impossible. He's going to engage in a war of attrition. Or rather, excel at it. He also possesses magical alchemy techniques. It seems he's truly entered the realm of heroism, as expected. He might have a backup plan, but there's no need to test it any further. It's almost over. This thought flashed through Evil Eye's mind. She hadn't intended to use her full strength in the first place, but she had a feeling the opponent was a bit more formidable, so she wanted to test him. The result was indeed stronger than she expected. Unbelievably, She had never heard of him before. Judging by his age, he should be around Lokyu's. Was he another genius? Below, on the severely damaged lawn, Tang Jing quickly noticed that the rate of the nation-destroying magic attacks was slowing down. Especially since the beginning, all the magic released by Miegwa has been of the 3rd and 4th tiers, indicating that the enemy has no intention of truly engaging in combat. Is this the end? How could this be possible? His goal has not been achieved. The power he has displayed so far, while formidable, is not enough to suppress Princess Lana's subtle intentions. Also, since Renas has remained by his side, he needs to demonstrate even greater strength than he did in the Empire. With the Knight's Oath in place, it's not that he suspects Renas of betrayal, but rather that he's worried that Renas might misjudge his strength and fall prey to Princess Lana's subtle schemes. Besides that, Tang Jing currently lacked any skills he truly desired from Miegwa. For example, Miegwa's own insect extermination magic. The great underground tomb of Nazareth contained numerous Zerg members, including the 5th-tier Guardian Cositus, the Bug Girl, the Terror Prince of the 5 Evils, the Hungry Lonely Bug, and other Zerg monsters and mercenaries. Insect extermination magic was unique to this world, not found in the Great Underground Tomb's intelligence, though it was only at the 5th tier. However, within the magic enhancement skill, it possessed the ability called Magic Level Upgrade, which could directly raise low-tier spells to the 10th tier. The damage this inflicted on those Zerg Guardians would be absolutely devastating, instantly killing them. Unfortunately, Miegwa wouldn't be able to use this magic against him. He also possessed 2 magic enhancement methods, Magic Resistance Breakthrough and Magic Maximum Enhancement. Especially Magic Maximum Enhancement, without it, one couldn't call themselves a magic caster. Whoosh! Evil Eye retreated backward, putting distance between herself and Tang Jing again, and her magical attack ceased. Here, from behind her white mask, Evil Eye's voice rang out, a distinct tone that defied age. Before she finished, Tang Jing spoke first. You are truly remarkable, Miss Evil Eye. You are the most powerful magic caster I have ever encountered. I underestimated Blue Rose. A loud compliment echoed from the lawn. Evil Eye paused in the air, ready to call for a halt to the battle. A smile spread across her face behind her mask. Being praised is always a joy. The other party was also a powerful magic caster, and because of her, even the Blue Rose seemed to be valued more by her. This made Evil Eye even more concerned and happy. As Tang Jing spoke, he raised his arm and waved it. The Angel of Tranquility, wielding a spear and staff, transformed into a white speck of light and dissipated. Seeing this scene, everyone watching from afar thought the battle was over, especially the Blue Rose, whose faces lightened with smiles. Lokyu's previously serious expression relaxed, and a slow breath left his cherry-pink lips. But the next moment, I can sense that Miss Evil Eye has entered that realm. Tang Jing's previously gentle face shifted to a solemn expression, and his voice rose even higher. As a token of respect, please allow me to use my full strength, even if it's just a trick. I also hope that Miss Evil Eye will use her full strength and let me witness the power of the heroic realm, a realm untouchable to ordinary people, even so-called geniuses. Tang Jing raised his head, his expression becoming even more solemn and serious, and chanted softly, Magic Rising. Buzz! Powerful magic energy unleashed from Tang Jing's body, forming an invisible air current that caused the white priest to swell. 5th-tier Angel Summoning, Purifying Archangel. Clang! Instantly, a sacred, soft, and vast white light materialized above Tang Jing's head, and a reassuring, yet powerful, aura permeated the air. Faintly, above the condensed light, a faint magic circle emerged, casting an even more dazzling light. The light shone down on the gradually gathering angelic form below, making it appear even brighter and more majestic. The area surrounding Tang Jing was similarly enveloped by a holy light, making Tang Jing, already clad in a white priest's robe, appear mysterious and sacred. Whoa! 2 pairs of wings first emerged from the light and unfolded, dispersing the rich holy light. The figure of the purifying archangel gradually materialized before everyone. A coat of inherited silver armor. Its body grew to a massive height of approximately 3.5 meters, its details becoming more refined. The bright silver armor no longer had the heaviness of a 4th-tier angel. The most striking feature was the wings on its back. Though 4th-tier angels also had 2 pairs of wings, one was of normal size, the other more like a miniature ornament than a wing. The 2 pairs of wings on the purifying archangel's back were now the same size, and even the metallic feel had diminished considerably, with faint feather-like grooves and patterns. With a snap, the purifying angel's wings flapped, and a feathered energy phantom emerged in midair, its arms reaching forward. A flash of light condensed. A banner, over 2 meters long, with a silver pole as its main body and a red sun pattern, appeared in the purifying angel's hand. This was the opponent's weapon. The Holy Banner. Purifying Angel, 32 LV Holy Flame, Rain of Fire, Holy Light Falcon, Light Feather Strike, Radiant Blessing, under the Divine Banner. As the 5th level angel fully manifested, the entire air suddenly became completely silent. Huh? Tang Jing took a deep breath, causing the magic power within his body to vibrate, his breath fluctuating, as if his magic power was excessively depleted. The Purifying Archangel wasn't summoned using a scroll. Tang Jing summoned it with his own magic power, as he didn't have a summoning scroll for a 5th-tier angel. And using a scroll to summon an angel meant he couldn't control its level. He summoned a level 32 Purifying Archangel, levels 29 to 35. Since it was a show, he had to go all out. With so many people present, information was bound to leak out. An angel summoned with magical enhancements couldn't possibly reach the highest level. If others didn't understand such details, that was their business. Tang Jing wouldn't leave such obvious doubts. Currently, the stacking level of faith magic had reached the highest level, the 10th. However, due to his own level, Tang Jing could only summon a 6th-tier angel, which he didn't need at the moment. Crack, crack, crack. The armor of the elite soldiers on the outermost perimeter rubbed and rubbed against each other as their bodies shook, making crisp sounds. Some soldiers even dropped their spears to the ground with clanging sounds. It wasn't just the powerful aura. The sacred, pure vibrations made many soldiers who believed in the 6 gods want to kneel in prayer. Until this moment, Lok Yu's expression changed completely. He was about to shout, trying to stop the fighting. Miss Evil Eye, are you ready? Tang Jing's voice rose again, raising his arm and swishing it to his side. His loose white sleeve swished softly. Dark murmur. Evil Eye let out a distinctive hum, completely piqued by Tang Jing's words and the power he displayed. Your name is Tang, right? Besides the captain, you're the only one who piques my interest. Go all out, black-haired. Then I won't hold back. Tang Jing's eyes fixed. Attack! Boom! Purifying as Xia swung her banner weapon. The red sun pattern on the silver-dominated banner suddenly radiated a fiery crimson glow. Holy flame! Instantly, a massive ball of flame erupted from Evil Eye's body, her entire body ablaze with bright yellow flames. Ah! Evil Eye's body suddenly curled up, and she screamed. For the first time, panic flashed in her eyes behind her mask. It wasn't a cry of pain, but rather a startle. She had almost forgotten that Purifying Xia had this ability. 200 years ago, among the heroes, there were also faith-based chanters, who could summon 5th-tier angels. However, she had forgotten Purifying Xia's signature ability so long ago. Holy Flame is a special spell that Purifying Xia can only use once per summon. Boom! The combined energies of holiness and fire exerted a powerful restraining effect on the undead, forcing Evil Eye to lose her magic and fall from the sky with a roar. Tang Jing was stunned by this sight. He hadn't expected such a potent effect. Destroying the country hadn't even bothered to dodge. Tang Jing glanced at the holy banner in the hands of the Purifying Archangel. The white light it had originally emanated had completely dimmed. Outside. Tia, bring my equipment here, quickly. Lok Yu's expression changed drastically, and he turned sharply to address Tia behind him. Okay. Tia moved, vanishing into a shadow. Chapter 254. Fire Resistance. A chant tinged with rage echoed from the flame-scorched pit. The blazing, high-temperature sacred flames dimmed, then were dispersed by a wave of blue energy. Evil Eye rose from the pit again, her red hooded robe, known as the First King's long coat, gleaming with a faint, dark red glow. From her appearance alone, wrapped up tightly, Evil Eye, aside from a bit of dust on her body, could not discern the extent of her injuries. Her aura has weakened, but it doesn't seem to have much of an impact. Tang Jing stared in Evil Eye's direction, waved his arm, and directed the Purifying Archangel in front of him back, thinking to himself, as an undead, she's indeed built dual resistance measures against both fire and holy attributes. That red coat should also have some magical defense capabilities. He wasn't worried that Evil Eye would reveal her undead identity. She possessed a magic ring specifically designed to conceal her identity. You pissed me off, black-haired. Evil Eye's cold shout, unrecognizable from behind the mask, was thick with anger. However, the youthful face behind the mask was remarkably calm, and even a hint of admiration lingered in his gaze toward Tang Jing. The black-haired boy before him, like Lok Yu's, was a genius worthy of attention. Women always hated being talked about in terms of their age. Evil Eye felt the same way, But after all, she had lived for over 200 years, so she wouldn't be provoked by such things. Maintaining composure in battle was a crucial quality. She planned to strike harder later. To be able to withstand even that intensity of attack is truly remarkable. You are the strongest of the Blue Rose. Tang Jing's hearty, solemn laughter echoed across the lawn. His white priest robe shone brightly under the radiance of the two angels. Then come, Miss Evil Eye. You are a worthy opponent, worthy of my full effort. He had previously cancelled the summoning of the fourth-tier Angel of Tranquility, but the Angel of Surveillance remained. Cry! A cry like an eagle's cry ripped through the air, resounding through the sky. Holy light pierced the sky, and a half-meter-tall falcon, radiant white, and composed entirely of holy energy, swooped towards Evil Eye at an incredible speed. Holy Light Hawk! Evil Eye leaped out of the pit with a single leap. The hawk was too fast, so she could only quickly raise her arms and cast a defensive spell, Crystal Barrier. The crystal defense coalesced before her, colliding with the Holy Light Hawk. Crack! Fragments of tiny crystal shattered, and the force of the dive punched a fist-sized hole in the solid crystal, leaving a dense web of cracks all over the crystal. The attack was blocked, but the resulting impact sent Evil Eye reeling uncontrollably. Both the holy flames and this impact have taken their toll. Evil Eye sensed her condition. She possessed a skill called Damage Transfer, which allowed her to convert physical damage into mana loss. However, as a magic caster, expending additional mana in battle was not a good option. Moreover, the damage to his body wasn't serious. My turn. Dehydration. Evil Eye stared at Tang Zheng and chanted softly. This was fourth-tier magic, capable of inflicting immense and devastating damage to creatures with water in their bodies, particularly water elemental species. As long as they could reach Tang Zheng with a magic caster's physical strength, a single strike would be enough to end the battle. This was the limit of humanity. As undead, they were completely unaffected by this type of magic. Buzz! Tang Zheng, already on guard, immediately deployed a surveillance angel hovering above him to block his path. The magic attack failed, causing no ripples. Angel-like summoned monsters were also immune to this type of special attack magic. Unexpectedly cautious, but the magic just now was only intended to create an opportunity. Evil Eye watched the surveillance angel block Tang Jing's path, a bright smile spreading across her mask. You're still too inexperienced, black-haired? Dimensional shift. In an instant, Evil Eye's figure vanished, and in a flash, she appeared behind Tang Zheng. If the defensive Archangel of Surveillance had remained above Tang Jing's head, she would have immediately taken defensive action. But now, the Archangel of Surveillance and the Archangel of Purification were both in front of Tang Zheng, leaving his entire back completely exposed. Looking at Tang Jing's defenseless back. Head-to-head combat is still too weak. Evil Eye's lips curled slightly. When? She had always considered magic casters who relied solely on offensive magic to be second-rate. With over 100 spells at her disposal, she could easily handle most situations. But in an instant, sunlight! A dazzling, blazing white light burst forth. As an undead, they possessed the ability of night vision, which enhanced their vision to a certain degree, but they couldn't avoid the temporary blindness caused by sunlight. This caused Evil Eye to become momentarily unresponsive. Holy Hammer. Magic Shield. Bang! A massive crash echoed throughout the surroundings, waves of air surged, and the blinding light dissipated. Tang Zheng turned and retreated, putting distance between them and Evil Eye. The massive shadow of the Angel of Surveillance had already reached her. On the other side, the Angel of Purification waved its sacred banner, Rain of Fire. It was almost over. It had caught him off guard. Fortunately, Tang Zheng wasn't a true magic caster, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to react. It's not a matter of strength, it's a difference in combat experience. Tang Zheng quickly realized this. Previous opponents had always been crushing, and the so-called difference in combat experience hadn't been apparent at all. A fiery crimson light quickly materialized in midair, transforming into raindrops of flame that poured down upon Evil Eye. What a quick reaction. No, was this something she anticipated? Evil Eye's eyes were filled with surprise, but without hesitation, she raised her hands forward, Magic Shield. The reason she didn't use the more defensive Crystal Barrier was not only to conserve mana, but also because Rain of Fire was an area of effect attack spell, not particularly powerful. Are you trying to force me back? Evil Eye's smile widened. I'm not so easily dismissed. Dimensional Shift is a spell used by the caster to create distance or escape from an opponent, but she was no ordinary magic caster. Resist weakness? Evil Eye growled. A dim white light suddenly appeared on the purifying Archangel, causing its movement to noticeably slow. Whoosh! The Surveillance Archangel rushed over, raising its silver short hammer once again. To deal with a summoning magic caster, we should definitely limit these troublesome summons. Evil Eye was forced to leap back, creating distance between herself and the Surveillance Archangel. A powerful surge of magical power surged from her, 5th tier magic, sand field all. Boom! A massive magic circle appeared on the lawn, and from it, a large amount of yellow sand gushed out, transforming into streams of quicksand that rapidly swept towards Tang Zheng and his group. This is binding magic. Tang Zheng's eyes were serious. He pointed a hand at the Purifying Archangel and shouted, "Surveillance Archangel." Bang! The moment the quicksand was about to bind it, Tang Zheng cancelled the summons, and it vanished into thin air, a speck of light. Under Tang Zheng's control, the Surveillance Archangel leaned back, its 3-meter-tall form falling backward as it extended its thick arms. Grabbing Tang Zheng, it thrust its wrist upwards. Tang Zheng was flung into the air. Then, the Surveillance Archangel was pinned to the ground by the sweeping quicksand, motionless. You can even dodge this? Are you kidding? Evil Eye's eyes widened in disbelief and confusion. Sand Domain, all was a 5th tier spell she had created, arguably her most powerful trump card. This was a large-scale, group-casting spell, capable of completely restraining the opponent's movements with sand, creating a powerful movement-impeding effect. If that were all, it wouldn't be considered the strongest spell. This spell also had the power to blind, silence, and distract. The sand even contained negative energy attacks, greedily devouring the opponent's life force. A single strike could determine victory. Tang Zheng, flung into the air, looked down at the bound Angel of Surveillance below. A thought struck him, and the Angel of Surveillance remained motionless. As expected, even canceling the summon was impossible. As a summoner, if the summon monster still existed, a new one could not be summoned. If Miegwa had bound both angels at once, he would have clearly lost. It's certainly difficult to fight when you're tied up. However, you've actually forced Miegwa to reveal his trump card, which shows he's getting a bit anxious. Tang Zheng began to fall from the air, immediately casting another spell, Magic Ascension 5th level Angel Summon Purifying Angel. Bang! A dazzling light appeared. Tang Zheng's figure descended, stepping firmly on the Purifying Archangel. Leveraging his ninja's passive ability, he weakened his aura. The sacred banner waved. Holy flame! Evil Eye's body erupted once again with a fiery, bright yellow flame. Despite her foresight, she still screamed. Undead creatures lacked a sense of pain, but they could sense the ebbing of their false life force. After all, disguised as humans, struck by magic, it was impossible for them to remain unresponsive. Black hair. Evil Eye growled, unknowingly simmering with anger. She activated the effects of her magic items to dispel the sacred flames. Crystal shot. A fist-sized crystal condensed, transforming into heavy bullets that pierced the air with rapid speed, blasting towards Tang Zheng in the sky. Lightwing strike. The 2 pairs of wings on the back of the Purifying Angel flapped, and a pair of wings formed from holy energy emerged from behind its body, then shattered into a vast array of feathers gleaming with holy light. Like meteors, each feather streaked through the air at incredible speed. Despite being incredibly light, they were able to precisely strike the incoming crystal bullets. Boom! 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 A dense explosion echoed in the sky, the roar now audible throughout the capital. Fly! Evil Eye's magic power flashed, and her body soared into the air, level with Tang Zheng, who was standing on the Purifying Angel. Magic resistance breakthrough, Dragon Thunder. Evil Eye. Boom! Blue lightning condensed between her arms, transforming into a dragon-shaped lightning bolt that rushed towards her. Holy Light Hawk. Holy Light pierced the air, and the white energy hawk, gleaming with dazzling light, swooped down, colliding with the Dragon Thunder. Boom! A thunderous roar resonated in the sky, sending a violent shockwave surging in all directions. A stray bolt of lightning struck, but the shadow of the Dragon Thunder had already neutralized most of it, causing little damage to the already tough and sturdy Purifying Angel. This guy. Seeing Tang Zheng once again block his attack, Evil Eye's eyes flashed crimson behind her mask. Light Feather Strike. A vast array of feathers, gleaming with holy light, emerged from behind the Purifying Angel once again, striking like a violent storm. Faced with this attack, Evil Eye didn't use magic to block or defend herself. Instead, she manipulated her flight magic to quickly retreat, creating distance. At the same time, Evil Eye fixed her gaze on Tang Zheng, her magical power gathering once again. See how you can block this time. Most powerful magic, Dragon Thunder. Boom! Dragon-shaped lightning, twice as violent and thick as the dragon thunder just released, erupted from Evil Eye's hands, sending tiny bursts of blue lightning blazing across the sky. The terrifying energy oppressed everyone on the ground. The next moment, a stunning dragon thunder spell shattered the air, transforming into a straight bolt of electricity that thundered down the purifying angel. Glorious blessing. This time, the purifying angel didn't unleash a magical attack for offensive defense, but instead activated a powerful spell, radiating a dazzling holy light from its entire body. Boom! The dazzling blue lightning erupted in midair, causing everyone to subconsciously squint or avert their gaze. When everyone looked up again, the two men in the sky remained, with no clear winner. Evil Eye's eyes widened again as she stared at the purifying angel, a look of astonishment crossing her youthful face behind her mask. Although the opponent's bright silver armor was extensively damaged, and even one of its wings was missing, it still stood. How was this possible? Even with its enhanced defenses, purifying Ashia should be unable to withstand the dragon thunder, which was magically enhanced. Wait! What was that? Evil Eye then noticed that a large number of white light points were dissipating in front of purifying Ashia. Seeing this scene, Evil Eye quickly lowered her head and looked down at the surveillance angel, which had been previously blocked by the quicksand. There was nothing there. The light-wing strike just now wasn't attacking me, but the surveillance angel. After destroying it, I summoned it to block purifying Ashia's powerful dragon thunder, and that's how I was able to resist the magically enhanced dragon thunder. A look of realization crossed Evil Eye's eyes, and she glanced across at the slightly flustered Tang Zheng. This guy, what a meticulous mind. Tang Zheng and Evil Eye's eyes briefly met, and as they prepared to attack again, they both turned their heads. Dark Blade Super Crossbow level shockwave. A fierce black energy blasted from the ground. Lockuse, wielding a black, man-sized long sword, shouted in a cold, clear voice, "That's it, both of you." Chapter 255. A pitch-black slashing blast swept in. Before it even reached Tang Zheng and Evil Eye's position, a cross-shaped star-shaped light flashed, followed by a massive explosion and impact. This explosive slash was clearly not intended to attack anyone, but to interrupt the battle between the two. Tang Zheng and Evil Eye simultaneously ceased their attacks and retreated in unison, using their own methods to resist the aftermath of the explosion. As the flames of the explosion dissipated in midair, Tang Zheng looked down at the heroic figure, with golden curly hair, and raised an eyebrow slightly. The expression on Locuse's face had long since lost the gentle ladylike grace of the past. Instead, his eyes were hardened, imbued with the sharp edge of an adventurer. The other person was still wearing a formal long dress, but in his hand, he held a black sword with a shimmering starlight and a huge blue-black gem on the hilt. It was clearly a piece of extraordinary magical equipment. Magic sword? The thought flashed through Tang Zheng's mind. 13 legendary heroes, suspected of possessing the Cursed Knight class, possess one of the 4 great magic swords wielded by the hero known as the Dark Knight. Lockuse wields the magic sword, Geliniram, which unleashes dark energy. Additionally, there's the corrupted sword, Krukadabar, which inflicts irreparable wounds. The death sword, Sphiz, which inflicts instant death. And the evil sword, Zyhumalis, whose specific abilities are unknown, but Tang Zheng suspects it possesses cursed damage. The abilities of these 4 magic swords are incredibly similar to those of the Cursed Knight class. This reminded Tang Zheng of the corpse he encountered, suspected to be that of a Dark Knight, deep in the canyons of the wetlands of the Bahar's Empire. Obtaining classes in the other world is different from in-game. Every class's appearance leaves traces. Tang Zheng had previously suspected that the Dark Knight, one of the 13 heroes, had acquired the Cursed Knight class. There were 2 likely possibilities. One was an accidental product of the curse's erosion, and the other was related to the 4 great demonic swords. Speaking of which, the 4 great demonic swords still existed in the Holy Kingdom. Tang Zheng briefly glanced at the demonic sword in Locuse's hand before retracting his gaze. He was clearly uninterested. Equipment of this level would be considered top tier in the eyes of ordinary people in the other world, but Tang Zheng considered it just SOSO, probably only top level, 41 to 50, and not legacy level, 51 to 60. Otherwise, Bone King would definitely be interested in collecting it, because the 7th tier magic, superior item creation, creates equipment of the highest level top level. Excluding some details, Bone King could indeed easily craft equipment of this level. You too, have you forgotten where you are? Locue saw Tang Zheng and Evil Eye finally come to a stop, took a deep breath, and thrust his massive demonic sword back in front of him. Tang Zheng, holding on to the purifying archangel, looked around. That's quite a commotion indeed. The vast lawn where the palace stood was already surrounded by a large number of soldiers, but this was to be expected. To force Evil Eye's magic and abilities, one must use all one's might. We've gone too far. I hope the king won't be stingy. Evil Eye, suspended in midair, muttered to herself, then looked up at Tang Zheng across from her. With a flicker of her fingers, she flew downward. Seeing this, Tang Zheng realized there was no point in continuing the fight. With a flash of his gaze, he controlled the purifying angel to descend toward the ground below. When Tang Zheng and Evil Eye returned to the ground, everyone looked at them with a strange look. Wow! The purifying angel lifted Tang Zheng down with its massive palm, then dissipated into a brilliant white light. Tang Zheng landed firmly on the ground, his cheeks paler than before, a sign of excessive mana depletion. Sir. Enri clasped her hands nervously to her chest. Seeing that Tang Zheng was unharmed, her shoulders relaxed. Tang Zheng tilted his head and nodded to Enri, giving her a reassuring look. Then, looking at Evil Eye, he said solemnly and apologetically, "Your strength far exceeds my expectations, Miss Evil Eye. This battle has also opened my eyes to a higher realm and level, benefiting me greatly. Your injury. You're so fussy." An emotionless voice came from behind Evil Eye's mask, interrupting Tang Zheng. "Being injured in battle is perfectly normal, otherwise, it would be meaningless. Do you think an attack of that magnitude would have any effect on me?" Though the voice was devoid of emotion, a hint of arrogance could be heard in it. "Thank you for your advice." Tang Zheng raised his eyelids and extended his hand, gesturing for a handshake. "I'm not in the habit of shaking hands." Evil Eye snorted softly, turned, and headed back toward the blue rose. She had taken 2 steps when she suddenly remembered something and paused. "Have you ever seen or known about the magic of Sand Realm before?" Tang Zheng's face flickered with confusion, then, suddenly realizing, he shook his head. "Today is the first time I've seen such powerful magic. That unhesitating dodging doesn't seem like the first time." Evil Eye's eyes fixed on Tang Zheng from behind her mask. "As a summoning magic caster, you strive to avoid any harm yourself, especially when facing large-scale magic like that. Dodging is paramount," Tang Zheng pondered. "This battle strategy is not wrong." Evil Eye thought to herself. Honestly, as her own original magic, she didn't believe Tang Zheng had ever seen or even knew about it. Thinking carefully, besides her cautious strategy, the opponent also possessed excellent combat awareness. "Black-haired, you're quite good," Evil Eye said softly, lifting her mask and walking back to the blue rose. Lockhughes looked at the seemingly calm Evil Eye, stabbing his magic sword into the ground, his emerald green eyes glaring. "Evil Eye." This side. Tang Zheng also returned to the location of free will, silently sighing with regret. His offer of a handshake wasn't simply a pretense of politeness. He wanted to see if direct contact with Evil Eye could trigger something. Evil Eye's innate ability contained the primordial magic of soul-sucking, a power that indirectly sustained her life. Theoretically, it was a permanent type. Tang Zheng glanced at the attribute panel in front of him, quickly scrolling through the information, but found no mention of primordial magic. The player ability displayed all the skills and magic moves he would see through the attribute panel. There were no clues. First, there were the peculiarities of primordial magic. Second, there were the peculiarities of innate abilities. Third, the true triggering conditions had not been met. That was why Tang Zheng planned to make direct contact through a handshake. The 2 princes' expressions were quite interesting at this moment. They were trying their best to maintain their composure and royal dignity, but the stiffness in their cheeks was still noticeable. Clatter. Clatter. At this moment, the sound of armor rubbing and shaking rang out in unison. The large number of elite soldiers surrounding the perimeter knelt on one knee and bowed their heads in respect. "Trouble," Lockhughes muttered. The 2 princes and Princess Lana also showed signs of nervousness. Among the kneeling soldiers, several figures were approaching the group. 8 magic casters stood in front and behind. Judging by their robes, they were clearly 4 magic casters of the magic power system, and 4 magic casters of the faith system. At the center of the 8 spellcasters stood a figure draped in a red velvet cape, his hair graying, and an aged look. His fingers, like withered branches, clutched a scepter. On his head rested a crown that only one man in the entire kingdom could wear. This elder's identity was self-evident, the king of the entire Riestai's kingdom. Rambusa III. As this figure approached the crowd, the 2 princes, Princess Lana, Climb, Gazef, and Rena simultaneously knelt on one knee in greeting. In the entire arena, only the Blue Rose and Free Will factions remained standing. Such an act would be considered more than just disrespectful in the eyes of most. It would be serious enough to warrant imprisonment or, unfortunately, death for disrespect. Even if they're just adventurers. Thinking adventurer status grants them no worries is foolishness. The Adventurers Guild president should have saluted even when meeting the king and nobles. The only reason the two adventurer teams dared to do this was because of their strength. Only then, combined with the adventurer card, could it have a certain effect. Lockhughes glanced at the team member standing upright behind her, and sighed again. She had subconsciously wanted to salute, but she held back. Because she knew these team members wouldn't obey her. Thinking of this, Lockhughes' beautiful eyes turned to Tang Zheng and the others, a flicker of surprise in them. Rambusa III didn't look at the two princes or Princess Lana, but directly at the two adventurer teams, a kind smile on his wrinkled face. You little brats have caused quite a stir in my palace. To those who didn't know, they might have thought the capital was under attack. Rambusa III said with a genial smile. Lockhughes felt a little embarrassed. Your father told me about you a while ago. You've been giving him quite a headache. Rambusa III addressed Lockhughes with an elder's tone. Father is always like that, Lockhughes whispered. Rambusa III shook his head slightly, then looked back at Tang Zheng and the others, his gaze resting on Tang Zheng. Adventurer Free Will, a very memorable adventurer name. You are all outstanding talents of our country. Any disputes should be resolved peacefully. Throughout the entire process, Rambusa III showed no sign of anger at the brawl between the two adventurer teams in the capital, or even at the disrespectful behavior. Instead, his words hinted at his deep regard for the two adventurer teams. It's an honor for your majesty to remember our names, Tang Zheng said softly. Seeing young people like you always makes us feel energetic. The dinner is almost here, so let's join you, Rambusa III said kindly. Well, your majesty, we have matters to attend to, so we be leaving now. Lockhughes quickly addressed Rambusa III, bowed deeply, and then fled as if escaping. Tang Zheng naturally had no intention of staying. We also take our leave, your majesty. Rambusa III watched the two adventurer teams hurried away. Gubo's calm eyes made it impossible to guess what he was thinking. From beginning to end, he never glanced at the men kneeling on the ground. After leaving the capital together, Lockhughes and Tang Zheng went their separate ways, each returning to their own bases. As they separated, the initial awkwardness between the two groups faded. The battle had clearly brought the two teams closer. Or perhaps it could be that a powerful adventurer team, like the Blue Rose, could only be respected and cared for by those of their own caliber. Strength has always been the best proof and calling card. Inside the inn, the green leaf which respectfully exited the room. Inley was dazed the entire way, still unable to fully process what had happened today. In a short period of time, she had not only met the princess and the prince, but also the king, without even a greeting. This single event was enough to shatter Inley's worldview. As the two left, Tang Zheng immediately called up his attribute panel and consumed skill points. Magic, Sandfield All, Level 5, Cost, 25 MP. Description: Summons a large area of quicksand, binding and hindering a group of targets. It also has secondary effects such as blinding, silencing, and distracting. It can infuse negative energy, increasing the negative effects of life drain. Magic, Magic Resistance Breakthrough. Cost, 30 MP. Description: A special skill that strengthens magic. It consumes an additional 30 MP points to increase the magic breaking effect. Magic, Maximum Magic Enhancement. Cost, varies. Description: A special skill that strengthens magic. It consumes an additional amount of magic of the same level, increasing the power of the spell by 100%. Magic, Gravity Reversal, Level 4, Cost, 20 HP. Description: Allows you to selectively control the positive and negative effects of an object's weight. Skill points, 61 to 57. Looking at his four newly mastered skills, Tang Zheng finally smiled. It's not a huge gain, but at least it wasn't in vain. Chapter 256. For magic skills, two of which are magic enhancements, need no further explanation. Tang Zheng had always felt that skills, like magic enhancement and Yggdrasil, were somewhat similar to the super magic expertise techniques in other games. They were tools that could be used, but not without. Of the remaining two spells, one was a large-scale control spell, which was the group control magic Tang Zheng currently lacked the most. The other, Gravity Reversal, although only at the 4th level, felt quite practical, so Tang Zheng also mastered it. As for the Earth Attribute Crystal Specialization spell used to destroy a nation, Tang Zheng did not learn it. He had no shortage of offensive magic. Furthermore, he did not possess the Crystal Specialization Elemental Mage class. Even if he used skill points to learn it, it would simply be a normal magic spell in his hands, without any enhancements. Yedwa held back. Obtaining these 4 spells in a battle of that magnitude is quite impressive. Tang Jun walked to the window, gazing at the distant royal city gradually shrouded in dusk. A deep look flashed in his eyes, and he shook his head gently. Niegua's truly powerful weapon lies in techniques like negative energy rampage. As an undead being, he possesses no shortage of dark attribute attack magic. This type of magic is extremely effective against angels, but Niegua has never used it, presumably to conceal his identity. He also hasn't revealed other techniques like accelerated mana recovery. Meanwhile, Blue Rose Base. While Tang Jun lamented his limited gains, Lehos and the others were also discussing Tang Jun. To be more precise, they were discussing this sudden and astonishing battle. Gagran's muscular body leaned against the sofa, his arms folded at his sides, his fists clenched, his thick muscles flexing powerfully. It's really getting me fired up. Such a powerful and exciting fight, I can't wait to get involved. You muscle girl, you just get sent flying right away, Evil Eye said flatly, sitting on a single brown sofa not far away. What muscle girl? I'm a delicate female warrior. Gagran pouted and retorted loudly. But the muscular body and the powerful veins in his neck proved that Gagran was anything but delicate. However, your intuition is truly sharp. You saw so early on that we were no match. Gagran said this, but there was no trace of fear in his eyes. Instead, he seemed eager to fight. This is the first time I've seen a 5th-tier angel. They're truly a force in the heroic realm. But if it were just 2 4th-tier angels, I could probably hold them off for a while. Gagran retracted his left arm, spread his fingers, and rubbed his chin vigorously. Recalling the battle in the royal capital, he spoke softly. Angels and monsters have relatively simple methods. They need to cooperate with each other. Using martial arts to block isn't a problem, but I still lose because I can't get close enough and will simply be worn down. Humph. Tia snorted flatly. Frothon combat has never been an assassin's strong suit. That monster beside the opponent is probably a precaution against assassinations and sneak attacks. Tina shook her head, thinking seriously. Monsters have a far superior sense of smell, hearing, and perception than humans. That demon dog is no ordinary demon dog, so it must be even stronger in this regard. I'm sorry, Tina, we didn't bring back the assassination equipment, Evil Eye suddenly said, a hint of embarrassment in her tone. It's okay. It doesn't matter now. The enemy is so powerful, it's not shameful for the assassination equipment to fall into their hands. Tia and Tina, on the other hand, didn't care, taking it lightly. Given their strength. Evil Eye said this, looking at the silent Locus. Besides me, the captain is the only one of us who can fight them independently. Ah. Locus raised his head, a wry smile in his beautiful emerald eyes. I'm embarrassed to say that. In fact, I'm probably no match for that Mr. Tang. Evil Eye shook her head. No. The black-haired man hasn't yet reached the realm of hero. Well, that's a bit inaccurate. In terms of the abilities of a faith-based spellcaster alone, the black-haired man hasn't reached that level. Evil Eye pondered for a moment, then spoke seriously. The 4th tier corresponds to levels 22 to 28. While people from another world can't accurately determine levels, like players, they can roughly estimate them. Evil Eye couldn't determine Tang Zhang's level of alchemy, and therefore wasn't sure if he truly reached the heroic realm. At this remark, Locus and the others expressed obvious confusion and surprise. I know what you're thinking. Black Hair can summon 5th tier angels. He uses a special magic called Magic Ascension to enhance his abilities. Evil Eye, facing their gazes, spoke softly and calmly. This is a method of forcibly increasing one's spellcasting level by 1 tier, similar to the Magic Max enhancement technique. It's a very rare ability. That's why I'm certain the black-haired girl's faith level hasn't reached the heroic realm. Gagran and the others looked surprised. As a woman serving God, how can she easily give up? Locus muttered faintly, a flicker of fire in her emerald eyes. Suddenly, she raised her arms to encourage herself. I won't give up easily. In a year, I reached the heroic realm. As a true genius, Locus had never felt such pressure as today, especially since Tang Jun looked about her age. Always. Although she had never been complacent about her talent, she possessed the pride of a genius and a strong person, or perhaps, deep down, she was slacking off, even unbeknownst to herself. Perhaps Senior Ligulite had placed Evil Eye in the blue rose she had formed to remind her not to slack off. But Locus had never felt true pressure like today. I won't give up. Mr. Tang. Faced with Locus's sudden excitement, Gagarin and the others exchanged bewilderment. Though they were unsure of Locus's sudden enthusiasm, they were happy for their captain. They believed that with Locus's talent, he could indeed do it. A hint of a smile appeared on Evil Eye's childish face behind her mask. Wait a moment. Tia stared at Evil Eye. According to what you said, if that guy raised his faith spellcasting ability to the heroic realm, could he forcibly summon a 6th-tier angel? I mean, do 6th-tier angels really exist? Of course, there are 10 levels of magic. Evil Eye nodded naturally. But don't worry, Magic Rise consumes a tremendous amount of magic power. The higher the level of magic, the greater the consumption. It's a must-have trump card. He hadn't finished his words about destroying a country. Wait! Stop! Wait! Voices rang out simultaneously. Evil Eye looked at the people staring at her in confusion. What's the problem? You were talking about the 10th level? Tina had already stood up from the sofa. In normal thinking, being able to use 4th level magic is already a remarkable achievement, and 5th level magic is a realm that even a genius would need to strive with all their might to reach. Yes, I've only heard of it. It's probably a power only wielded by the legendary 6 great gods, or the 8 Desire Kings. Evil Eye opened her mouth. Haven't I heard of it before? Everyone shook their heads. Night fell on the palace corridors of the royal capital. Princess Lana lowered her head and headed back toward the castle, the maids on either side bowing along the way. Uncommon. Princess Lana didn't respond with her usual gentle and kind voice, but all the maids knew that Her Highness was in a bad mood. Word of the day's events had spread throughout the palace. Although the Blue Rose and Free Will adventurers had caused this incident, Princess Lana, as the one who invited them, inevitably received a reprimand from the king. Linus and Climb followed closely behind Princess Lana. Climb glanced at the figure ahead from time to time, his eyes filled with worry. The astonishing and terrifying battle he had witnessed today had completely shattered his understanding of power. He wanted to protect the princess with all his might, but he also knew that level was beyond his reach, no matter how hard he tried. That was why he had to train even harder. Climb steeled his resolve. The three of them approached the magnificent door. You two, please return first. Princess Lana paused, turning to look at Renas and the others behind her, saying gently, Yes, Princess. Climb immediately bowed respectfully. Rest well. Seeing Climb turn and leave, while Renas remained standing, Princess Lana asked curiously, Renas, is there something wrong? Come in. Renas nodded, then raised her arm and pushed the door open. Princess Lana stepped into the hall, but the next moment her shoulders paused, a strange look in her sapphire eyes, only to return to normal in an instant. On the sofa, in the hall, sat a figure who had already left, someone who should not have been there at this hour. Tang Zheng sat on the plush sofa, flipping through a thick book resembling a notebook, his eyes occasionally flashing with magical glints. Deciphering magic. Princess Lana's arrival didn't even make Tang Zheng raise his head, a stark contrast to the politeness he had shown before. It was as if the true owner of this place, not Princess Lana, but him, faced with a situation that was enough to call for the guards. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe it as an assassination attempt. Princess Lana showed no sign of panic. Instead, a faint smile played across her lips. She walked to the center of the hall, her skirt swaying, and sat down across from Tang Zheng without hesitation. Seeing Tang Zheng still poring over the notebook, Princess Lana didn't interrupt him. Instead, she took the magic thermos from the tea table, unscrewed it, and poured out the still steaming black tea. She pushed it toward Tang Zheng, then slowly poured herself a cup. This magic item, which could maintain the temperature and quality of the drink within for a long period of time, was one of Princess Lana's favorites. It was especially useful when entertaining distinguished guests. It was rarely used on other days. Linus also stepped forward from behind, this time standing behind Tang Zheng instead of Princess Lana. From an outsider's perspective, if this weren't the royal palace, one might have mistaken Tang Zheng as the true owner. The notebook didn't contain much information. It didn't take Tang Zheng long to flip through the entire notebook. It contained information on adventurers, primarily orichalcum rank adventurers, not just from the kingdom itself, but also from other nations. The most detailed record was of Blue Rose. Free Will, where he resided, also had a record, though not much. Is that okay? Tang Zheng closed the notebook and placed it on the table to read. Princess Lana reached out her green fingers, tucking her golden hair behind her ear. She softly whispered, These are Clem's notes. He likes to collect heroic tales, adventurers' tales, and other little-known heroic stories. This was a little hobby Clem considered himself obscure. The notebook before him was merely a copy of Clem's notes. Of course, Princess Lana didn't mention this, but Tang Zheng was aware of it, and some of the records within piqued his interest. Princess Lana's beautiful eyes stared at Tang Zheng unconcealedly, giving no sign of his weakened state from recent battle and excessive mana depletion. She couldn't hide this. Linus will fully assist you. I can also provide you with financial support. Several orphanages have already received some funds. Tang Zheng, without further ado, took a sip from his steaming cup of tea and said lightly that he certainly had no shortage of money. The treasure within the ancient fire dragon's cave alone, if converted into gold coins, would amount to a staggering sum, more than enough to sustain a war. I'm not interested in the throne. I know. Okay. Princess Lana smiled brightly. Tap. Tang Zheng placed his teacup on the table, gazed at Princess Lana, and suddenly asked, "How much do you know about the Holy Kingdom?" This meeting with Princess Lana was the result of Tang Zheng's careful consideration. He was indeed somewhat wary of Princess Lana, but before the arrival of the great underground tomb of Nazarick, he was confident he could control Lana. For the next 3 years or so, he would need to draw on Lana's wisdom to more quickly achieve certain goals. Otherwise, Princess Lana would be of no value to him. As the tea in Tang Zheng's cup dried, the cryptic conversation between the two parties came to a complete end. "Wish you a sweet dream tonight, Your Highness." Buzz. Under Princess Lana's gaze, Tang Zheng vanished into thin air. If it weren't for the empty teacup before him, it would have seemed as if he had never existed. "It's time for me to take my leave, Your Highness." Renas bowed slightly to Princess Lana and turned to leave as well. Click. The door closed again. Mysterious Lord Tang. Princess Lana's lips curled upwards, her gaze fixed on the sofa across from her. She picked up her magic thermos and filled Tang Zheng's empty teacup. Then, Princess Lana brought it over, her delicate lips touching the rim of the cup as she took a sip. She stretched out her white swan neck, her rosy tongue darting out to lick the corner of her mouth. "It's delicious." Chapter 257. Using teleportation magic, it was already late at night when he returned to the inn. The perpetual light on the ceiling had long since been turned off. In the pitch-black room, the evil hound wagged its tail at Tang Zheng, who had appeared out of nowhere. Seeing its master didn't greet it, it half-closed its eyes and lay back on its forelimbs. The dim vision didn't have much of an impact. In the bright moonlight, Tang Zheng picked up the water cup on the table and took a sip from the windowsill. Looking out at the silent street, Tang Zheng's eyes were deep in the darkness. "You are truly worthy of me, Princess Lana." His questioning of Princess Lana about the Holy Kingdom in the palace wasn't a casual question. It was that Princess Lana had given him quite a surprise. Even though she had never left the palace, and even though the Holy Kingdom and the Kingdom of Riestage hadn't had much trade or exchange, Lana had been able to glean a lot of useful information from the rumors she had heard. Tang Zheng's next target was the Apollon Hills and the Holy Kingdom. Although he had several plans and ideas in mind, he hadn't yet found a suitable entry point. The intelligence and ideas Princess Lana had analyzed had given Tang Zheng several promising entry points. However, Tang Zheng chuckled softly. He suddenly remembered a subtle, speculative, and suspicious element in the original storyline. If memory serves correctly, the great underground tomb of Nazarick would arrive in the middle of the first lunar year, as the wheat harvest in Karn village hadn't yet begun. That aside, in a very short period of time, in early September, Demiurge, the great underground tomb's guardian, had secretly infiltrated the royal capital for a period of time. Although the anime doesn't mention it, several scenes flash by, suggesting Demiurge and Princess Lana secretly conversed and reached some kind of agreement. In other words, Princess Lana joined the Great Tomb early on, and even the entire kingdom's destruction was orchestrated and driven by Princess Lana. The reason I came to this conclusion was that after Tang Zheng inquired about the Holy Kingdom, Princess Lana, without knowing why Tang Zheng was asking, analyzed and approached the matter from every angle. This allowed Tang Zheng to see Princess Lana's ruthless side. She's doing her best to demonstrate her wisdom. It seems Her Highness understands that this is her only leverage. Tang Zheng placed his water glass on the windowsill, thinking calmly. His situation was different from Clem's. Princess Lana needed to display her pure and righteous side in front of Clem. But she didn't have that concern in front of Tang Zheng. This was one of the benefits of Tang Zheng's display of strength. Those entry points need to be readjusted. Even if we follow Lana's approach completely, it will take several years. Tang Zheng's face was thoughtful, and he shook his head slightly. I don't have that much time. As an ordinary person, without experience, we can't truly understand the true power. This may not be Lana's hidden purpose of testing her. 2 simple meetings. Princess Lana should have realized that Tang Zheng knew her very well, while, conversely, Princess Lana knew very little about Tang Zheng beyond the information on the surface. Even tonight's second meeting would make Princess Lana realize Tang Jing's mystery. It would be abnormal if there were no probing at all. I had originally considered using King of War Go Jin to indirectly intervene in the Ablian Hills. Tang Jing turned away from the windowsill, a glint in his eyes. Now it seems my current identity isn't suitable for such a quick engagement. Perhaps I could make a debut as a magic caster who manipulates the undead. The next moment, Tang Jing manipulated the magic within him, oscillating it briefly. A moment later, a gentle knock on the door was heard. Whoosh! The bone chains on the evil hound suddenly shot out, swiftly latching onto the doorknob and pulling it open. The room was pitch black. This had no effect on the green leaf witch, who possessed night vision. She immediately determined Tang Jing's location and respectfully entered. Master. White mist, Tang Jing said calmly. A gossamer white mist emerged from the crisp night witch's body, transforming into a slender figure shrouded in white mist in midair. Master, the white mist witch said respectfully. Tang Jing walked up to the white mist witch and placed a hand on her. A surge of magical energy enveloped them both, and then the air suddenly collapsed and vanished. Yule. Near the hilly area, a town on the border between the kingdom and the Holy Kingdom. Tang Jing used teleportation magic to bring the white mist witch directly here, then, taking advantage of the night, flew through the air and landed above the outskirts of the hilly area. The Ablian Hills were enormous, almost as large as the entire northern region of the Holy Kingdom. When he had guided King Wu Gujin away from the Empire, his original intention was to facilitate his later entry into the Ablian Hills. Of course, the prerequisite was to find Go Jin first. Tang Jing naturally wouldn't waste time searching for him himself, but instead dispatched the White Mist Witch, who had never appeared before outsiders. Given her strength and her special ability to merge into other objects and organisms, as long as she didn't directly confront a tough opponent like the 10 subhumans in the hilly area, not to mention being able to walk around with ease, at least it would be difficult for her to be discovered. He needed the White Mist Witch to quickly locate Marshal King Go Jin to facilitate his next plans and actions. I hope the operation goes smoothly. Tang Jing watched the White Mist Witch's figure melt into the darkness, disappearing into the hilly area below. With a wave of his shoulder, he vanished as well. The next day, early in the morning, numerous invitations to a banquet for noble servants appeared at the inn's door. The battle with the Blue Rose yesterday in the royal capital, after a night of fermentation, had spread thoroughly among the upper echelons of the nobility. Henry and the Green Leaf which were left to deal with these troubles and rejections. As for Tang Jing, he hasn't appeared yet. He's not at the inn at the moment, but at the manor where Emina was last seen. Other ranks. Monster Summoner 2nd tier monster summoning, level 2, summons a 2nd tier monster between levels 8 and 14. Tattoo Master lower tier tattoo creation, level 3, creates unique magical tattoos based on different materials. When activated, it transforms into the corresponding monster and attacks. Bard Spell Song, class skill, uses singing, musical instruments, or magical instruments to produce sounds with psychological implications, similar to a charm effect. Paladin Holy Strike, class skill, infuses weapons with divine power, dealing increased damage. Tunnel Doctor Rock Reinforcement, level 2, enhances the hardness of earth-attributed objects, such as rock. Skill points, 57 to 52. After days of hard work, Emina has once again found a group of magic casters mastering special magic. After eliminating classes that were mixed in with magic power and faith classes, as well as duplicate classes, Tang Jing has finally completed the other class stack. Theoretically, any class that isn't a spellcaster from another system falls under other, but even in this case, it still took some effort. Among them, the one that he found most rewarding was the Tattoo Master. This is a very unique class, so unique that Tang Jing even suspects it's unique to another world. Speaking of which, this Tattoo Master has a close relationship with Hilma, the head of the drug trafficking department at 8 Fingers. Hilma possesses a unique venomous snake tattoo, a magical item of exceptionally hidden nature. From the outside, it appears to be no different from a normal stimuli. But once activated, it instantly transforms into a true venomous snake and attacks. This is the masterpiece of this Tattoo Master. The remaining classes. The most prominent is the Paladin. Indeed, this class falls under the other category of spellcasters, as paladins can use various types of protective magic. According to the magic system classification, it is indeed classified as other in Yggdrasil. The final item, the Tunnel Doctor, was obtained by Tang Jing from a dwarven runesmith during a visit. Chapter 258. After satisfying his other requirements, Tang Jing also acquired several psychic-type magic caster classes. It truly is the center of the kingdom. Additionally, With the celebrations, there are indeed psychic-type magic casters among the participants from all over the kingdom and other countries. Imina has put in a lot of effort lately. After all, many magic spells that appear magical or strange are mostly classified as magic-type classes. Psychic-type, Monk Detection Interference. Level 2 casts an invisible barrier that evades detection. Buddha Follower Buddha Light Wave. Level 2 releases a pale golden Buddha Light Shockwave, dealing massive special attack-like damage to undead. Fortune Teller Direction Detection. Level 1 allows you to determine your location. Skill points. 52 becomes 49. Lucky. Tang Jing suddenly acquired 2 psychic-type magic caster classes, Monk and Buddha Follower, from a person dressed as a monk. This attire, so different from the usual alien world, made Tang Jing nostalgic. He remembered that the monk class was very rare. The only mention of it in the paperback novel was of an adventurer named Yuan Qin from the Empire's Fine Steel class adventurer team, Silver Bird, who possessed this class. In the alien world, the concept of Buddha did not exist. This was clearly something brought in by the players. According to the monk, the so-called Buddha god was a deity worshipped only in extremely remote areas, a little-known deity, a subordinate deity of the 6 great gods. Tang Jing wouldn't be fooled by such information. Neither the 6 great gods nor the 8 Desire Kings mentioned such a magic caster. An NPC like Shaltir, the class guardian? Or perhaps something brought in by other players over the past 600 years? If so, the concept of Buddha god shouldn't be unknown. It's also possible that it could be a cautious old scoundrel like Bone King. In fact, Bone King has caused quite a stir. This world hides so many secrets. Tang Jing's mind flickered as he averted his gaze from the numerous magic casters and turned to leave the castle's spacious courtyard. The secret invitations to magic casters have ceased. Yes. Imina, following closely behind Tang Jing, nodded immediately, her amber eyes fixed on his gentle cheek. As long as you've gained something. Even now, Imina had no idea what Tang Jing was planning to do, or who he was looking for, after all the effort he put into finding these magic casters. Imina was puzzled, but she had no intention of probing. You're leaving, aren't you? Imina suddenly asked, her slender arms folded tighter. She had known Tang Jing for quite some time, but she knew she never truly understood him. But one thing was clear, Tang Jing didn't like staying in one place for long periods of time. He stayed in the capital for so long, probably not only for this guy's covert arrangements, but also to wait for her affairs to conclude. The warehouses in the areas of several of the kingdom's major nobles have all been purchased. All that remains is to wait for the rotten grain and other food to fill up the warehouses. Tang Jing nodded and spoke softly. The 3 tasks assigned to Imina have been largely completed. Now, there are magic casters in each system: magic, apothecary, alchemist, magician, necromancer, warlock, illusionist, court magician. Faith, priestess, priest, forest priest, priestess, priestess, cleric, beast whisperer. Spirit, wizard, witch, monk, Buddhist worshipper, diviner. Other, shaman, summoner, monster summoner, tattooist, bard, paladin, tunnel doctor. The combined levels of the basic classes in the 3 systems of magic, faith, and other have fully met the requirements for 10th tier magic. Only the spiritual system has 5 classes, which, according to the 10th tier level requirement of 64 to 70 levels, still leaves 2 classes short. Wait! Tang Jing's eyes flashed. If he were to meet the requirements for casting 10th tier magic, he still need a basic psychic class. Mad Mage's passive ability includes spellcasting system selection, allowing him to freely switch between 4 systems. Gaining another basic psychic class, combined with the Mad Mage's passive, would bring the combined level to 65, fully satisfying the 10th tier magic requirements. One more basic class. Tang Jing felt a surge of excitement. Just one more basic class would reveal whether he could unlock a new high-level class. But where could he find that class? The Celian Theocracy, the Empire? Tang Jing knew of only 2 places where psychic spellcasters existed, but neither country had any trace of his magic. The Celian Theocracy didn't want to make contact yet, and the Empire had no magical mark, so using teleportation magic to get there would inevitably require several stops. Oh right. There's another place with it, and that was his next destination. The Ablian Hills. Do you still have that wine from last time? Imina's clear voice echoed from beside him. Tang Jing came to his senses, and realized that the wine Imina was referring to was the dwarven-made wine he given her on the celebration day. A few bottles left. Tang Jing remembered that he still had a few bottles in his item box. Imina's spirits trembled, her eyes flickering a few times. She feigned calmness and whispered, "Would you like to have a drink together?" Okay. Tang Jing pondered, then chuckled and nodded. Then let's go to Linus's. Ah? Emina's bright eyes froze. Before she could speak again, Tang Zheng had already placed a hand on Emina's shoulder, and the two of them vanished in an instant. As dusk approached, the eastern sky gradually gave way to darkness. The noble courtyard where Renas lived. The room was thick with the scent of alcohol, filling the air. Dwarves have an innate love for alcohol, and therefore prioritize strength over taste. Renas and Emina lay slumped over the dining table, looking already tipsy. Tang Zheng shook his head helplessly, his face showing no sign of drunkenness. Perhaps due to his increased level, the alcohol alone had no effect on him. Odorless. Tang Zheng raised his arm, and waved it towards the air. A flash of magical light flashed, and the smell of alcohol and food in the air instantly dissipated. This was a first-year magic. Aside from the occasional use when I first entered the top forest, I hadn't used it in a long time. You have to clean up your room, Renas. After dispelling the smell, Tang Zheng opened the window, letting in fresh air, and addressed the intoxicated Renas. A gentle breeze blew in. Renas's golden hair sprawled on the table, and Emina's purple hair danced in the air. Tang Zheng stood up and walked over to Emina. He reached out and grasped her shoulders, exerting a gentle pressure, easily lifting her onto his shoulders. A faint, delicate fragrance, not overpowering, a bit like that of amaranth flowers, filled his nose, and Emina's slender waist trembled imperceptibly. I remember you were supposed to master the priest class. Since you can master the faith-based spellcaster class, spend time focusing on mastering the priest class. This will greatly benefit your strength. Tang Zheng warned Renas, who lay motionless on the table. His figure flashed and disappeared again, until Tang Zheng was completely gone. Renas, who had been lying on the table pretending to be drunk, finally raised her head. Priest class? You've been caught pretending to be drunk. Emina, guessing she'd be taken back by the master herself, pretended to be drunk. I'm afraid she's been looking for this kind of intimate contact for a long time. Renas' eyes still tinged with the intoxication of alcohol. She rubbed her temples and spoke through gritted teeth. Elsewhere, after Tang Zheng brought Emina back to the castle where she lived, he teleported away. 3 years before the new calendar, the month of Shangshui, January 8th. Tang Zheng and his companions entered the capital on December 20th. After the prayer day celebrations, they traveled to the Great Wetlands to study magical rituals for 5 days. Then came Princess Lana's invitation and other matters. It was barely dawn. The small vendors on the streets of the capital hadn't even begun hawking their wares yet. A large, though not luxurious, carriage, though remarkably sturdy, drove down the street, attracting the attention of many passers-by in the early morning hours. This carriage could easily accommodate 5 or 6 people, and at the rear, a special, independent bucket was piled high with goods. The carriage's unique construction clearly required skilled craftsmen to build and reinforce it. Precisely because of its design, ordinary horses simply couldn't pull it. At least 4 sturdy warhorses were required. Of course, using monsters to pull the carriage was a different matter. The evil hound used the sturdy chains wrapped around its body to pull the large carriage behind it. With light, brisk steps, it steadily moved toward the city gate. The carriage's interior was spacious, with a partition in the middle, decorated with soft animal hides, which also provided some sound insulation. Tang Zheng sat in the partition at the back, separated from Inri and the green leaf witch. The ordinary carriage had already been somewhat damaged by the bumpy ride. He simply paid for a specialized craftsman to build one. The distance from the capital to the border city of Yiyiwer is about the same as to Yilanter. At the speed of the evil hound, it would take 7 or 8 days, with inevitable stops and delays, so it would take at least 10 days. Free will doesn't need to approach too quickly, it can move more slowly. A clear route can conceal its movements when it's unclear whether anyone is watching. Tang Zheng thought to himself, of course, he wasn't planning on going with the carriage. Bone rumble, the heavy carriage wheels pressed against the road, making a low, muffled humming sound. The demonic hound led the way. There were no obstacles along the way. When they reached the city gate, soldiers in the distance voluntarily let them pass without any inspection. The adventurer Team Free Will was now even more famous in the capital than Blue Rose, so naturally, no soldiers would be so blind as to stop them, or even inspect them. After leaving the capital, the speed of the carriage, pulled by the hound, gradually slowed. Inli gazed happily through the wooden window at the scene outside the carriage. The experiences she had had during this period were richer and more exciting than all her previous ones combined. We're about to set off again. I wonder where you're going next, sir? Inli felt as if she had become a character in one of those heroic or adventure stories. Perhaps my story will be told in the future. Inli propped her chin up with one hand, daydreaming. Gradually, a feeling of drowsiness washed over her. Inli felt her eyelids drooping, and after a moment's effort, she fell completely asleep. Crack! The green leaf which glanced at Inli, her eyes calmly opening the soundproof partition of the carriage. Master! Get ready. Tang Zheng nodded. The green leaf which abruptly rose, gliding lightly out the window. She reached the piled-up cargo bin at the back of the carriage, pulled an unconscious man from the bottom, and brought him back inside. He's about the same size as me, Tang Zheng chuckled, gazing at the unconscious man. The man was a black market thief who had set his sights on Inli. The green leaf which had captured him alive, and was about to kill him, but Tang Zheng stopped her. He gave the green leaf which a look. Snap! The green leaf which slapped the unconscious man without mercy. A sudden pain. The man woke up, and with a dazed look, he glanced around. When he saw the green leaf which in Tang Zheng clearly, a look of horror crossed his face, and he opened his mouth to beg for mercy. Human race enchantment. The green leaf which unleashed her enchantment magic. Chapter 259. Aborian Hills. This is the only special area in the northwestern continent, primarily inhabited by humans, home to a large number of demi-humans and even alien races. The northern half of the Holy Kingdom, the Aborian Hills, and the Celian theocracy lie perfectly aligned. It is precisely because of this hilly region that the Holy Kingdom and the Celian theocracy are completely separated. The northern mountain ranges of the hilly region form a natural barrier with the Kingdom of Riestais, while the eastern mountain ranges form a natural barrier with the Celian theocracy. Simply speaking, the demi-human races living in the hilly region find it easier to invade the Holy Kingdom due to the flat terrain of both regions. Because of this terrain, the Holy Kingdom built a vast fortress wall at the border with the hilly region, creating an artificial barrier. Beep, chirp. From time to time, a bird of prey flew across the sky, emitting a loud, menacing cry. The uneven earth-brown ground, layer upon layer of unevenness, with yellow sand and oddly shaped rocks piling up, formed a unique landscape that came into view. A conspicuous red figure walked between two sunken hillsides. A blood-red magic robe enveloped his entire body, and a loose hat covered his head, revealing only half of his face. Even then, the remaining face was covered by a mask that barely covered his nose, leaving only a pair of eyes visible. At first glance, just from his attire, he didn't look like a good person. Tang Zheng raised his arm, tightly wrapped in black bandages, and tugged at the black mask on his face. He had just put it on, and was still a little uncomfortable. Indeed, this outfit was exactly what Tang Zheng had deliberately chosen. The terrain here is truly complex and varied, Tang Zheng sighed softly, glancing around. The Abelian Hills boasts a variety of terrain types. Besides the typical hills, mountains, and jungles, there are also river valleys, grasslands, plains, canyons, and so on. It is precisely because of this variety that a large number of subhumans with specific environmental requirements can live here. 2 days ago, he had already entered the Abelian Hills. The Free Will Adventurer team, represented by the Green Leaf Witch, Enri, and the Devil Dog, was heading towards the border city of Yule. For this purpose, Tang Zheng had deliberately disguised the thief, who was about his own size, into his appearance using a magical item that could change his appearance. He then had the Green Leaf Witch use the human race charm spell to control him, occasionally surfacing as he passed through villages and towns. Proof that he had always been with the adventurer group. In the past, such details were unnecessary, but now, with the growing fame of free will, they could no longer be ignored. According to the demi-human's instructions, we should be almost there. Tang Zheng's red magic robe swayed with his footsteps, spreading fine dust beneath his feet. At the front of the sunken hillside path, there was an oval rock that had fallen to the ground, half buried in the soil. At this moment, behind the rock, 2 creatures of a size that could be described as bizarre were hiding. This was a unique race, their upper bodies resembling eels with arms, their lower bodies like blue maggots, appearing slippery. Its pale white abdomen, adorned with circles of fat-like lines and a greasy sheen, was incredibly bizarre from a human perspective, likely giving even the most ordinary person goosebumps. This was none other than the blue maggot, one of the most powerful races in the Aborian Hills. What is that? Another subhuman species from the area? A completely unfamiliar type. I don't know. From its appearance, it looks more like a human. Only humans would cover themselves in thick clothing. Human? We're deep in the hills. The 2 blue maggots spoke rapidly, their voices low, clearly filled with surprise at the sudden intrusion of the red figure into their territory. Although some confusion and misunderstandings were already present, the two blue maggots quickly resolved to capture the red figure alive. Dedicating this strange intruder to the king would surely earn them a reward. The red figure drew ever closer to the rock where the two men were standing. One of the blue maggots, using its unique senses, determined Tang Jing's approach. Its abdomen rapidly squirmed, demonstrating remarkable agility as it darted out from behind the rock. An arm, covered in warts of varying sizes, grasped a spear and fiercely launched it toward Tang Jing. The sneak attack was a perfect strike. The spear pierced the air and stabbed fiercely into the red figure's chest. Faced with this swift blow, magic arrow, Tang Jing raised his eyelids and chanted softly. He was currently assuming the identity of a magic caster, capable of wielding mana-based magic. 3 attributeless arrows were fired in front of Tang Jing. One magic arrow collided with the spear, knocking it down. Meanwhile, 2 magic arrows swiftly shot towards the blue maggot. The blue maggot's abdomen trembled, and it comically rolled to the side, attempting to dodge the 2 magic arrows. However, the arrows, like tracking, followed its path, turning in midair. Puff! Puff! Blood, shimmering with a blue sheen, splattered from the blue maggot's chest. It hurts! The blue maggot screamed in agony. The tearing and pain from the arrows piercing air made it clearly feel its internal organs pierced. Skin, tough and slippery enough to withstand weapons, was powerless to even block them. Another blue maggot also scurried out from behind a rock, shocked and enraged at its companion's death. Though it didn't see the words coming out, it uttered a hoarse, middle-aged woman's voice. "Overlord, I'm going to kill you." "The whole race is enchanted," Tang Jing said calmly. The blue maggot, screaming for harm, stopped its movements, dropping its spear to the ground, and stood stiffly before Tang Jing. Looking at the creature, half a head taller than him, Tang Jing's eyelids twitched a few times, and he instinctively took a step back. Even though he had been mentally prepared, the sight of the creature still gave him a surge of dread. Not to mention dwarves and elves, creatures like goblins, lizardmen, frogmen, and the twin witches, though somewhat terrifying to ordinary people, bear some resemblance to humans. But the blue maggot before him bore no resemblance to humans. It was a completely alien species. "How far is this from your territory?" Tang Jing looked at the blue maggot. "About a kilometer through the underground cave," the blue maggot's hoarse, female voice sluggishly echoed. Blue maggots are a relatively unique species. Males are extremely rare, and they are designated as royal at birth, so the entire tribe is essentially female. "I almost forgot, blue maggots live underground." Tang Jing frowned. He had no intention of going underground. "I need to find a spellcaster in your tribe who possesses a spiritual profession," Tang Jing spoke again. "Captain, our captain can use unique magic," the blue maggot continued dully. Tang Jing's eyes lit up. This was going much more smoothly than he had expected. The 2 blue maggots, acting as the outermost guard, needed to rotate out at regular intervals. When the next 2 blue maggots were to rotate out, Tang Jing unleashed magic, killing the 2 blue maggots. The unusual rotation immediately alerted the blue maggot captain. Not long after, a small group of blue maggots, led by the captain, emerged from another underground cave exit. Blue maggots appeared from all directions, surrounding Tang Jing. Looking at the corpses of their companions on the ground, each blue maggot roared in anger, and the air was filled with an invisible murderous intent. Tang Jing glanced indifferently at the blue maggots surrounding him. He couldn't discern any emotion from their eel-like faces. He could only judge by their voices. Human? A human! A human can actually appear deep in the Abelian Hills. What the hell is going on? He killed Overlord and the others. I will kill him! A cacophony of angry voices echoed from all directions. Tang Jing raised his head. Stop making so much noise. Where's your captain? They all look the same. It's impossible to tell them apart. A cold, mocking voice rang out. The air suddenly fell silent, and all the blue maggots stared intently at Tang Jing. This human had not only killed their companions, but even surrounded, he dared to act so arrogantly. Since that's the case, then all of you die. Tang Jing displayed a wicked, arrogant attitude. He was now disguised as an evil magic caster. Thunderball. Thunderclaw. Boom. A ball of lightning the size of a basketball shot out, colliding with a claw-shaped current, creating a violent explosion. Seeing this scene, Tang Jing smiled beneath his mask, and looked at one of the blue maggots. A psychic class indicator had already appeared on the attribute panel. The last basic class had been acquired. In less than a minute. On the entire field, only Tang Jing and the blue maggot captain remained standing, and this was the result of Tang Jing's deliberate restraint. What are you going to do, human? Captain Blue Maggot trembled, his fish-shaped eyes flickering with fear. "Tell your king I be back here in 3 days. Either defeat me or submit." Tang Zheng laughed arrogantly, waving his red magic robe. In a flash, he disappeared. Station. Left behind was the terrified Captain Blue Maggot. Feeling weak from having his magic drained, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Lava Zone. Scorching heat scorched the surroundings. As soon as Tang Zheng appeared, he quickly glanced at his stat panel, a thought forming within him. Skill points 49 to 48. 5 elements. Master Golden Arrow. Level 2 creates a golden arrow with physical damage. Spiritual, Wizard, Witch, Monk, Buddhist, Diviner, 5 elements. Master. The number of basic spiritual spellcasting classes has reached 6. Success or failure depends on this one. Tang Zheng's face lit up with anticipation as he activated the passive ability of Crazy Mage, transforming it into a spiritual class. With this condition successfully transformed. Boom boom boom. The roar of magma colliding and impacting in the nearby magma sea gradually faded from Tang Zheng's ears. At this moment, Tang Zheng felt as if his entire mind had entered a strange state. He seemed to be able to sense the flow of all the elements in the air. The blazing fire element in the magma. The wind element flowing through the air. The stable earth element in the mountains. Even under such blazing heat, the water element still lurked deep in every corner. In a trance, Tang Zheng could even sense the fusion of various elements, the derived elemental energy bursting forth in his perception. It seemed like an eternity, yet it also seemed like only a moment. Tang Zheng suddenly woke up, his vision clear again. 4 colored phantoms flashed by him. This strange and unique state of mind quickly reminded Tang Zheng of a similar situation when he first acquired the Valkyrie class. I actually guessed it right. The moment this thought occurred to Tang Zheng, buzz. The attribute panel vibrated. Special class acquisition conditions triggered. Magic system meets the 10th tier casting requirements. Faith system meets the 10th tier casting requirements. Spirit system meets the 10th tier casting requirements. Other systems meet the 10th tier casting requirements. All classes are satisfied. With the prerequisite class Crazy Mage, the class build is complete. Triggered special class structure. Magic Transcendent. Do you choose to take up the position? Take up the position. Tang Zheng's voice trembled slightly. Success? Boom. Tang Zheng's eyes blurred. The 4 colored energy elements that had just flashed through his vision suddenly became clearer. Before he could react, a flood of information appeared on the attribute panel. Class, Magic Transcendent. Level, Special Class. Passive, Magic Master. Your understanding of magic has reached an extremely high level, allowing you to effortlessly master various complex and advanced magical techniques. Super Magic Master. You have mastered the 4 major magical systems, possessing extraordinary magical talents and possessing spellcasting abilities unlike those of ordinary magic casters. All variable effects in magic are increased to their maximum values. Mana's Blessing. You receive the blessing of magic power, allowing you to regenerate magic power faster when not in combat. Elemental Blessing. Using elemental magic will cause greater damage and effects. Mana Cost Reduction. Each level this class gains reduces mana cost by 3 points. PS. Keep at least 1 mana cost to cast spells. Power of Magical Transcendence. Increases MP, magic attack, and magic defense by 10% of their maximum value. Class Skills. Level 1. Transcendence Technique. By spending level X 50,000 experience points, you can cast regular level spells without mana cost. No cooldown. Level 3. Word of Elemental Collapse. Choose one of the 4 basic elements: fire, wind, earth, or water. This damage type ignores the opponent's resistance to that element. Requires a level spell to activate. Cooldown, 100 hours. Level 5. Sigh of the Goddess Kali, Day of Elemental Annihilation. From this moment on, all elemental and derivative elemental spells, skills, creatures, and other items centered around the user will become unusable and cease to exist. This also affects the user. Cooldown, 10 days. PS. Goddess Kali created the 4 elements with 4 magical syllables. The prayer is, you are water, you are fire, you are wind, you are earth, you are nothingness. At the end of the world, everything will return to chaos, until you create again. All basic attributes increase by 20 points per level. Introduction. As a mortal, I set foot in a realm untouchable. Is this a blessing of knowledge? Chapter 260. With the successful inauguration of the Magic Transcendent, the air around Tang Zheng seemed stirred by an invisible force, forming a visible vortex, emitting a faint blue glow. The lava field, once shrouded in red light by the crimson sea of magma, now seemed to absorb the red light centered on Tang Jing's position. A pale blue zone with a 5-meter radius formed. Tang Jing clearly felt a surge of magical power flowing into his body, like a tide, intensifying the pale blue glow emanating from his body. In just 3 breaths, the pale blue magical halo and the astonishing aura fluctuations around him suddenly shrank and subsided. Comprehensive level, 42 to 43. Tang Jing opened his eyes, and a flash of blue magical light flashed in his black pupils. Second special class. Surprise! Excitement! Tang Jing glanced at the class information on the attribute panel, a rare expression of excitement crossing his face. He had inferred this special class entirely based on the crazy mage's requirements. Being able to actually trigger it also gave him a clearer understanding of the requirements for obtaining a special class. Magic Transcendent. This class's name does seem somewhat fitting for a class from another world. Tang Jing pondered for a moment, thinking of the Dragon Transcendent class, unique to the Dragon Clan. 6 passives? Impressive. Tang Ning's eyes widened. He remembered the Valkyrie class only having 5 passives. After reading the description of the first passive, Magic Master, Tang Jing frowned slightly. There were no specific abilities, and the description was very vague. It wasn't that Tang Jing thought this passive was bad. Various classes had vague passive descriptions too. It was one of those passives he needed to explore on his own. Hard to rate. The next 5 passive abilities became clearer, especially the last one, Magic Transcendence. It made Tang Jing's breathing quicken considerably. No wonder he felt a surprising surge of magical power emerging from nowhere. Aside from Magic Transcendence, none of the passive abilities seemed particularly impressive at first glance. However, if one carefully examined them, they revealed a simple, numerical beauty. Super Magic Master increases the variable amount in magic to its maximum value. Tang Jing sat on the edge of the magma sea, his legs dangling in the air. He gazed at the boiling, surging lava below, raised his hand, and chanted, Magic Arrow. Whoosh! 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 A normal spell could only condense 3 magic arrows, but 10 suddenly appeared, soaring out and exploding into the lava below. Heat up. Tang Jing raised a finger and pointed it at the air in front of him. A crimson light burst from his fingertip. Boom! The air at his fingertip, instantly heated, expanded rapidly, and then exploded with a roar like an explosion, transforming into a scorching heat wave. The shockwave shattered Tang Jing's red magic robes. The shattered strips of cloth, before they could even fly into the air, were reduced to ash by the intense heat. The scorching heat flowed down Tang Jing's body like a breeze, having no effect. The 4th level heating effect can instantly raise the temperature to 300 degrees, then gradually climb to 1,200 degrees within a minute. The effect just displayed clearly increased the temperature to 1,200 degrees. Is this the maximum variable quantity? Tang Jing's eyes flashed, and he raised his hand to tear off a piece of cloth hanging from his neck, and casually threw it into the sea of magma below. It was just an ordinary robe. There were dozens more in the item box. The 2 spells, Magic Arrow and Heating, had already given Tang Jing a clear understanding of the Super Magic Master's passive abilities. Speaking of which, the tiered magic in Yggdrasil has quite a few with wide ranges of value variation. Tang Jing recalled them in his mind. For example, the 7th-tier area spell, Sunburst, deals increased damage to creatures with lower justice points. The 10th-tier spell, Divine Flame, is more powerful when cast by a creature with higher justice points. Speaking of which, the spell Warm doesn't directly heat the object it touches. Instead, it warms the small area where your fingertips touch, transferring the temperature through heat conduction. Tang Jing felt that this spell might need a rank upgrade. The doubling of the temperature value was quite frightening. There should be an upper limit. Mana's Blessing speeds up mana recovery, but the effects won't be seen until a while. Elemental Blessing? Specializing in 4 elemental attacks? It could certainly work well with the passive of Crazy Mage. Reduced mana consumption. Oh wow, I knew it! Tang Jing took a deep breath. He had calculated that even if his mana was maxed out, he wouldn't have enough for the kind of frantic spellcasting that Bone King used against Shaltir. Tang Jing had long suspected that since there were no mana-restoring potions in Yggdrasil, there must be skills, passives, paid items, and equipment that reduced mana consumption. Upgrading a class to the maximum level reduces mana consumption by 15 points. Spells below level 4 now cost only a small amount of mana, significantly increasing endurance. A disguise boost in combat power. As expected, this is a special class constructed after all 4 major spellcasting systems meet their requirements. Tang Jing looked expectantly at the class skills listed below. Transcendence Technique? Tang Jing paused, then continued to read the remaining 2 skills. For a moment, there was a pause. He suddenly understood why the passive ability of Magic Transcendence didn't include any resistance-related passives. Word of Elemental Collapse. Elemental resistance is ineffective. Sigh of the Goddess Kali. Elemental Nirvana. Forbidden magic elements. Once this final, ultimate skill is unleashed, elemental resistance becomes irrelevant. In his eyes, elemental spellcasters are like lambs to the slaughter, defenseless. What a powerful special class. It feels even stronger than the Valkyrie. Tang Zheng clenched his fists, a bright smile on his face. You need to level up to fully unleash this class's abilities. Well, that's what the stored experience points were originally intended for. Tang Zheng needed to experience these 2 special skills to further determine their power, effect, range, and so on. Also, looking at the skill Transcendent technique, Tang Zheng had a bold idea. Experience slots. 267135/260000. Level up. Tang Zheng. Experience slots. 241135/310000. Magic Transcendent. Level 2 skill points. 48 to 51. Experience slots. 133135/460000. Magic Transcendent. Level 5 skill points. 57 to 60. Overall level. 43 to 47. 4 levels in a row. Tang Zheng's entire body began to radiate a scalding white steam, a constant radiance from the life force field created by his high level. The air around him seemed to distort. However, Tang Zheng showed no sign of stopping. He stared intently at the attribute panel, consuming more experience points. Experience gauge. 871356/510000. Ninja. Level 2 skill points. 60 to 63. Overall level. 47 to 48. Experience gauge. 361356/560000. Ninja. Level 3 skill points. 63 to 66. Overall level. 48 to 49. In the blink of an eye, nearly 3 million experience points were reduced to around 300,000 or 60,000, and the level completely stopped at level 49. Tang Zheng instinctively raised his arms, bracing himself against the edge of the rock beside him. Crack! The sudden surge of powerful force, unable to be controlled, shattered the rock, hardened by the erosion of magma and the burning of flames. Extensive cracks spread in all directions. Boom! The edge of the rock where Tang Zheng sat rapidly collapsed and crumbled, falling towards the sea of magma below. Seeing this scene, Tang Zheng quickly retracted his uncontrolled arm and lightly leaped, landing a short distance away as if under a magical spell of flight. Bang! The lava sea erupted into a wave of flames tens of meters high, and the thick smell of sulfur filled the air, causing Tang Zheng to wrinkle his nose. I've suddenly increased my strength by 6 levels. I can barely control my power. Tang Zheng waved his arms a few times, adjusting to the surge of power, before checking his stats panel. I have 360,000 experience points remaining. Using the Transcendence Technique skill, I can consume 350,000 experience points to cast a 7th tier spell. If I forcefully consume experience points to cast a spell, what happens if I don't have enough experience? Tang Zheng opened his mouth and licked his upper lip. Transcendence Technique. 4th tier Silver Knight Spear. The 200,000 experience points in the experience bar were instantly depleted. A 2-meter-long silver spear quickly gathered in front of Tang Zheng and slammed into the lava sea. Transcendence Technique. 4th level Silver Knight Spear. He unleashed his magic again. Magic above the 7th level was too noisy, so Tang Zheng planned to use 2 lower-level spells from the 4th level. A flash of silver light appeared again. But the next moment, the condensed silver spear paused, as if the magic had stalled. Buzz! The attribute panel vibrated. The experience points are insufficient. Should I stop casting the skill Transcendence Technique? No! Tang Ning's eyes flashed. In an instant, the information on the attribute panel changed rapidly. Genius. Level 10, Sword Saint. Level 10, Magic Transcendence. Level 5, Ninja. Level 3. All the classes quickly appeared on the panel, seemingly asking Tang Zheng to make a choice. Ninja, Tang Zheng muttered to himself. Experience gauge. 1/510,000. Ninja. Level 3 becomes level 2. Skill points. 66 becomes 66. Overall level. 49 becomes 48. Boom! The Silver Knight Spear completely coalesced in midair, piercing the air and exploding into the magma sea below. A massive wave of magma rose tens of meters into the sky. This caused the surface of the magma sea to tremble, and a rolling wave of magma surged up. Tang Jing ignored the commotion and instead stared at the information on the attribute panel, noting that he had lost a level. Skill points remain unchanged. This skill, Transcendent Technique, is so interesting. Tang Jing felt as if he had discovered something remarkable. Chapter 261. Tang Jing's pupils reflected the crimson glow of the lava sea. He understood all too well the significance of the class skill Transcendence Technique. Isn't this just another way to reset your class? In the game Yggdrasil, many skills and spells require experience points to use. Once the player runs out of stored experience, these skills and spells become unusable. Tang Jing remembered that if a player wanted to reset their class, they normally had to do so by downgrading upon death. This had a drawback. The level drop would be deducted from higher level classes, or the last class the player upgraded to. This made it extremely difficult to reset a class acquired earlier through death. Otherwise, how could they sell the paid items? Tang Jing, however, could actively choose to downgrade his class. I had originally thought the Transcendence Technique skill simply offered an alternative way to increase endurance and backup plans, but I hadn't expected it to be so extraordinary. However, looking at the experience in experience slot 1/510000, after the level drop, the value actually dropped to 1. He had thought it would just deduct the spin experience, but he didn't expect it to be reset to 0. To be exact, only 1 experience point remained. So, is this also a kind of skill penalty for using skills that drop levels? Tang Jing pondered. It was indeed a special class with a higher difficulty level than the Valkyrie class. Does Ninja have 2 more levels? Attribute table. Tang Jing was lost in thought, a thought stirring within him. Even without looking at the increased stats, he could still feel the surge of mana and power within him. Just one special class alone had seen a comprehensive improvement and strengthening. Magic Transcendence increased MP, Magic Attack, and Magic Defense by an additional 130 points. According to current information, after the level drop, skill points remain unchanged, while the stats increased by the ninja class have been lost. Tang Jing noticed that the 4 basic stats on the dashboard had each dropped by 15 points. There's still a few things we can't confirm. If the class completely drops and disappears, will it affect skills or passive abilities? Tang Jing was most concerned about these 2 issues. He had initially chosen to deplete the ninja class's level, rather than the mid-level swordmaster or shaman classes, precisely because of these considerations. The swordmaster's level was too high. Using him for experiments would be a waste of experience points. The shaman is only level 1, but it's related to the totem possession skill. Tang Jing can ignore the other abilities, but the flesh armor ability has consumed a great deal of his energy. If the shaman is lost, the skill will disappear with it, and there's no place to cry. The ninja is low level, so the experience cost of experiments is also low. Even if it's lost, it can be obtained from Tia and Tina. And the Fighting Ghost Zero's grave is probably overgrown by now, with only a skeleton left. Even a 7th level resurrection spell might not be enough to revive him. Fortunately, my level is not high now, so I can experiment a little. Tang Jing thought, still feeling a pang of pain in his heart. Swish. Tang Jing reached out into the air and grabbed. A half-human height crimson fish scale emerged from his item box. It was the scale of a sun anglerfish. As the sun anglerfish possessed fire resistance, it was the perfect tool for testing the next skill. Word of Elemental Collapse. Tang Jing flicked his wrist, launching the massive fish scale into the air. Then, using his Mad Mage passive ability, he transformed the 3rd level lightning ball into a fireball. Fireball. Boom. Instantly, a giant dragon-like figure, about 3 meters in size, appeared before Tang Jing, its entire body ablaze with flames. It resembled a miniature fire dragon, a shadowy figure. Magic power surged. A dazzling crimson fireball coalesced within the miniature fire dragon's mouth and erupted. A stream of red light streaked across the sky. It landed precisely on the tossed fish scale. Boom! Flames exploded, and the fish scales, previously resistant to or even negating fire, were instantly reduced to ash by the fireball's flames. The entire process seemed slow, but in reality, it was completed in the blink of an eye, not much different from a normal spellcasting speed. Is this a fire dragon? Tang Jing regained his composure, and stared at the already dissipating fire dragon phantom in surprise. No, this more lizard-like image is Salamander, the fire lizard? This was no ordinary phantom, but an elemental spirit representing one of the 4 elements. Water elemental spirit, Undine. Fire elemental spirit, Salamander. Wind Elemental Spirit, Sylph. Earth Elemental Spirit, Gnome. Using a spirit representing the element to ignore the resistance of its own system is quite fitting. Unfortunately, the cooldown is 100 hours, so it can't be used as a regular skill. He calmed his surprise. The effect is powerful. If caught off guard, it can easily injure or even kill the opponent. Tang Zheng continued to focus on the Magic Transcendence trump card skill. From the information alone, he could tell how terrifying this skill was. Kali Woman. Tang Zheng muttered softly, preparing to unleash his magic, but after a few words, he suddenly paused, his eyes slightly furrowed, and he remained silent for a moment. Who are you? A phantom of water gathered from Tang Zheng's left, transforming into a female figure with flowing, wavy hair, a graceful upper body, and rippling water in the lower half. You are fire. The fire lizard, which had just vanished, reappeared, materializing before him, its flaming wings gently flapping. You are wind. A translucent whirlwind phantom materialized like a storm to the right, gradually consolidating into the form of a humanoid elf with 2 pairs of wind-attributed wings. You are earth. A giant shadow, like a brown rock, appeared behind Tang Zheng, transforming into a giant with crimson eyes. 4 shadows of varying sizes surrounded Tang Zheng. Though all of them were illusions, a palpitating, suffocating pressure permeated and spread. Even the raging sea of magma below seemed affected and subsided. You are nothingness. The 4 shadows rose with a roar, colliding above Tang Zheng's head. A brilliant light emerged, merging together. At the end of the world, everything will return to chaos, until you create again. Tang Zheng uttered his final prayer. 4 phantoms representing elemental spirits completely merged together, shrouded in a hazy aura, neither black nor white, a deep shadow shimmering with starlight. Hands folded across their chests. Ahem. A faint sigh echoed in Tang Zheng's ears. The next moment. Half an hour later. Tang Zheng sat expressionlessly on the edge of a crimson cliff, staring down at the dozens of meters of lava vanishing into thin air, silent. This skill is a bit terrifying. Tang Zheng breathed in the heat. The skill's effects were the same as described. All elemental magic was unusable and ceased to exist, regardless of the normal 4 attributes or the extended thunder, sand, and other attributes. Even composite elemental summons were completely ineffective. Unaffected were powers, like divine, and negative attributes, which didn't belong to the 4 elements. Things like the attributeless magic arrow weren't affected, but they could no longer be transformed into other elements through the Mad Mage's passive ability. However, items like hot springs and silver night lance, which are related to water and derive from the earth element, are completely ineffective. Interestingly, the golden arrow's skill in the 5-element master class is unaffected by this. The 5-element master class system is based on the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. The gold attribute here appears to be an independent attribute, not a derivative of the earth element. Tang Zheng pondered. The complexity of the class structure in Yggdrasil is truly beyond imagination. Think about it carefully. Even the Cthulhu system has such detailed abilities, so it's no surprise that they have such detailed abilities. In short, Calm Breath is definitely a decisive trump card, but it also requires analyzing the opponent's power system. Otherwise, it's not as effective as Word of Elemental Collapse. Against Bone King, Calm Breath is very limited in its effectiveness. This is somewhat similar to Deathclock. While powerful, its effectiveness is limited if the opponent isn't an elemental caster. Next, Tang Zheng spent another day familiarizing himself with the newly added powers and various passive abilities. With the exception of the Magic Master passive, which he had no idea about, he had completely figured out the other passives. The speed at which Mana's Blessing restored mana far exceeded Tang Zheng's expectations. Previously, his mana recovery rate was 1 point every 10 minutes. Now, when not in combat, it had been reduced to 1 point per minute. Tang Zheng was shocked. Currently, his MP was 523, and it took less than 9 hours to fully recover. Compared to his previous recovery rate, it was a quantum leap. Of course, it couldn't compare to the Bone King, whose mana was over 1900. It would only take 6 hours to fully recover, but for Tang Zheng, it was already a significant leap. After all, excluding the invalid classes transformed by Genius, he only had 2 spellcasting classes. There's still 3 years left, so there's still a fight. Tang Zheng stood on the edge of the lava cliff, straightened his back, stretched his arms, and gazed into the distance with a fiery glint. He currently possessed 2 special class builds, Cursed Knight Valkyrie. Crazy Mage Magic Transcendent. There wasn't much to go on, but experience was still the primary issue. Shangshuiyu. January 12th. 5 days had passed since leaving the capital on the 8th. 2 days had been spent searching for the blue maggots in the Ablian Hills, and another day spent in the lava fields familiarizing himself with his growing strength. Tang Zheng first returned to the Free Will team to confirm the adventurer's location and the distance to Yule. Then he used teleportation magic to return to the Ablian Hills. This time, he didn't head directly to the underground caves and pits where the blue maggots lived. With 2 days remaining before the 3 days mentioned, there was no rush. The strongest of the blue maggots was the so-called king. There were no blue maggots among the 10 great demihumans, and the king's strength was probably at the level of 4th-tier magic. In the dense, lush forest, the chirping of birds and the hum of insects echoed throughout the forest. Although it was still winter, the temperatures in the Holy Kingdom of the Ablian Hills were much more moderate due to their proximity to the sea and the mountains to the north. The entire hilly region was unaffected by the cold winter temperatures, making it an extremely suitable place to live. It was precisely because of this that it was able to sustain numerous subhumans and xenomorphs. As trolls with thick skin and flesh, Gore King was highly adaptable to the climate, but he did not particularly enjoy the Empire's winter. The extreme cold would have a certain impact on the warriors' movements. Several large trees had collapsed to the ground, leaving a mess of broken branches and leaves everywhere. The air was thick with the smell of blood. This place had clearly just experienced a major battle. Despite the smell of blood, no beast or monster in the forest dared approach. Gore Jin sat on a broken tree trunk, his rough hands rubbing a sharpened branch vigorously. Using the ancient method of drilling wood to make fire, he lit a bonfire. A thick, heavy mace, the enchanted metal rod, lay beside him, leaning against the tree trunk. It was stained with a little blood. A closer look revealed that many of the spikes attached to the front of the mace had become chipped or even worn flat. This was the damage left by prolonged battles, without the ability to maintain them. Gore Jin stared at the large elk roasting over the fire. His rough hands tore off a piece of venison and began to devour it. A trickle of blood splattered between his teeth. In reality, eating it raw would be easier, but Gore Jin was no unsophisticated troll. His long and luxurious life in the Empire had long since shed his troll habits of consuming raw meat and drinking blood. A faint white mist drifted through the distant dense forest, causing only a few leaves to tremble slightly. Gore King chewed his barbecue and continued to stare at the elk on the campfire, but his eyes grew colder. "You've been following me for 2 days now. Better get out before I get angry." A cold voice echoed through the forest. The air grew quiet, with only the crackling sound of flames burning through the branches. Chapter 262. Gore Jin's jagged fangs opened and closed as he continued to chew the tender roasted elk. The meat shreds broke between his teeth and were swallowed down in huge mouthfuls. Without the precious seasonings, the roasting technique could only be described as a mess. It didn't taste good. Gore Jin couldn't help but think of his extravagant life in the imperial capital, but he only recalled it briefly before putting it out of his mind. As long as he could fill his stomach, the taste of the food wasn't worth worrying about. He had originally joined the imperial capital's arena to cultivate in pursuit of greater power, and now, in the Ablian Hills, the same was true. Gore Jin's mind flashed back to the strange alchemist, who could summon angels. He didn't particularly like the human brat. However, the other party was right. The arena could no longer make him stronger, and there were indeed powerful, even formidable, opponents here. The 10 great demihumans were formidable foes worthy of a full-scale battle, but the mighty here were not so easily challenged. A crackling sound echoed. Gore Jin tossed the leg bones in his hand into his mouth, chewed them, and swallowed them. Bang! The ground shook. Gore Jin, a 3-meter-tall, muscular figure, stood up, raised his mace, and turned his head to look to a spot in front of him on the left. "I gave you a chance just now." Gore Jin wiped the red liquid from the corner of his mouth, pressed his sturdy feet against the ground, and charged forward at a speed unbelievable for his size. His right arm lifted, and the mace, heavy and metallic in texture, swung upward, ripping the air in front of him with a sharp whiz sound. Bang! A half-meter-thick tree in front of him was snapped in half by the powerful blow of the mace, sending shattered wood chips flying in all directions like bullets. Boom! The massive tree collapsed to the ground, another roar echoing. A strange, white, misty figure swiftly retreated from behind the tree, then vanished into the jungle again. Another strange race. Gore King's cold, white eyes flickered with annoyance, their gaze shifting constantly, as if they could somehow lock onto the elusive figure. Since arriving in the Ablian Hills, he had seen countless races beyond his imagination, even possessing bizarre abilities. This wasn't the Imperial Arena. There were no restrictive rules or distances. Faced with demi-humans possessing strange abilities, Gore King was sometimes helpless. "I've never seen this kind of movement before," Gore King observed, thinking to himself, "This shouldn't be the same kind of demi-human we encountered before. I've actually been discovered. I thought it was just a bluff." Ethereal voices echoed from all directions. "Illusion! That was dangerous. I almost hurt someone." The melodious sound of laughter, like bells, emanated from the dense forest, making it impossible to accurately determine the opponent's location. "Magic?" Gore King's pure white eyes flashed, and he heaved the heavy mace he had raised onto his shoulder, glancing coldly at a distant location. The opponent's concealment skills were very advanced, and relying on a warrior's intuition, he could barely determine their general location. If that were all, it would be fine. The most troublesome thing was the other party's bizarre movement, which seemed perfectly suited to navigating the jungle. Next, he was about to battle a powerful figure in the hilly region, second only to the 10 great demi-humans, and he wouldn't waste his energy in such a place. Gore Jin had already determined that the demi-human following him was far weaker than he was, otherwise he wouldn't have been hiding from him. Since he liked to follow, then so be it. Gore Jin withdrew his gaze, raised his hand to push aside the tall brush, and headed deeper into the jungle. A thick tree trunk stood in the distance. A faint white mist seeped from the bark, transforming into the form of the white mist witch. Just leaving like that? The white mist witch was surprised to see that Gore Jin ignored her. She had expected a fight. The master should have received the message. "We can't lose him." The mist around the white mist witch trembled, and she began to move again, clinging tightly to Gore Jin's trail. She used her own magic to trigger the magical mark left on her by her master, which the caster could sense. The deeper they advanced into the jungle, the fewer large beasts they encountered, the fainter the sound of a flowing stream could be heard. Gore Jin knew they had entered enemy territory, and a hint of excitement and passion crossed his cold, dark green face. "Humph, still following? Whatever you intend to do, it's best not to appear before me and interrupt the warriors." Gore Jin glanced back, snorted coldly, and continued on his way. Swish! The lush trees suddenly began to thin out, and a stream appeared before Gore Jin's sight. The trees on either side of the river were even taller, their roots tangled, and their leaves intertwined in the air, forming a green dome over the stream. Vines drooped down their branches, landing on the surface of the stream. The surrounding ground was covered extensively with thick, muddy green moss, and an indescribable stench filled the air. Gore Jin's nose twitched, and his eyes immediately turned to the damp, grassy nests beneath the canopy of the tallest tree beside the stream. Roar! Roar! With Gore Jin's arrival, the ogres who inhabited the area gathered around him. The ogres displayed strong hostility, but upon seeing Gore Jin's appearance, hesitation crossed their faces, and they exchanged glances. "This is our territory. Leave." An ogre's mouth emanated a foul smell, and he spoke in a halting tone, uncommon for communication. "Call your leader out?" Gore Jin glanced at the ordinary ogres, who were more than a head shorter than him, and spoke impatiently. "It's the enemy, invading our territory." The ogre who had spoken earlier, his eyes suddenly fierce, and he charged forward with his massive arms outstretched. Bang! The heavy mace swung, and with a wailing sound and a muffled thud, the charging ogre was sent flying, his flesh and blood splattering everywhere. Faced with such a shocking scene, the rest of the ogres' faces showed fear, and they retreated one after another. If Gore Jin were any other race, with their low intelligence, they would be afraid but not terrified. However, due to their racial nature, when faced with stronger, close relatives or superior species, ordinary ogres are more likely to obey, and even with weaker goblins, they can establish a certain symbiotic relationship. Are there intruders? Just then, a roar echoed from the direction near the stream. Boom! Accompanied by the ground shaking. An ogre, roughly the same height as Go Jin, but slightly thinner, his muscles taut, emerged. He was completely different from ordinary ogres. Not only was his size different, but his skin wasn't the brown of a typical ogre, but a pale green. Especially noticeable was the prominent, thick horn on his forehead, giving him a devilish impression. He exuded the same tyrannical aura as a typical ogre, yet his face appeared more rational and intelligent. An overwater elemental mage. Rather than an ogre, he could be described as a distinct race. He was extremely famous in the Ablion Hills, a rare and powerful figure there, said to be second only to the 10 great demi-humans. As he appeared, King clearly smelled the thickening moisture in the air and couldn't help but grin. A flash of divine skill. Bang! A dent was etched in the ground. King's massive figure transformed into a cannonball, charging fiercely at the overwater elementalist, his heavy mace slamming down hard on his head. Introducing yourself? No, this is their race's way of greeting. The overwater elementalist, observing this, shared a ferocious and excited expression. He raised his nail hammer and swung it vigorously. Bang! A collision of pure power exploded in midair, a ferocious recoil radiating from the weapon. Gee! King landed from the air, his feet stomping heavily on the ground, while the overwater elementalist took 3 steps back before regaining his balance. Roar, oh powerful force! I know you, one of you who's been challenging people in the hills lately. The overwater elementalist, after taking in Go Jin's features, swung his arms, staring fearlessly at him with a broad grin. They gave you the title Great Troll. I prefer to be called Martial King. Go Jin's eyelids twitched, and he spoke coldly. Martial King? That's a title only bestowed upon those 10 subhumans. You're not worthy, fellow race. The overwater elementalist scoffed, then grinned. Now you need to think, submit to me, or be turned into meat. The overwater elementalist suddenly raised his palm, and pointed it at Go Jin, flying water spray. The water currents in the air condensed into water bullets, almost impossible to dodge at such close range. However, Go Jin displayed extraordinary reflexes, raising his mace, colliding with the water bullet and blocking it. Then, he swung his mace again. Go Jin struck the overwater elemental's raised arm. The moment the weapon made contact, the arm disintegrated into a mist of water. The weapon passed right through, missing the target. The unbelievable scene left Go Jin with a look of astonishment. The overwater elemental grinned sinisterly, swung his nail hammer, and struck Go Jin's head. Bang! Go Jin stomped his feet onto the ground and quickly retreated, creating distance. What was that? Your attack has no effect on me. The overwater elemental saw his attack miss, his expression slightly displeased, but a glint of cunning flashed in his eyes. Go Jin frowned slightly. He knew the other party was an ogre with magical abilities. Although this was the first time he had heard of and seen such a thing, he was prepared. But the ability to ignore attacks just now was unheard of, even among humans. The air was still. Crack! Roar! The soft sound of snapping branches, and the roars of other ogres came from the left and front of them. Preparing for battle, Go Jin and the other man paused and simultaneously looked up at the source of the sound. And behold! On a large tree not far from them, a slender figure, shrouded in a white mist, sat on a thick branch, legs dangling and swaying in midair. Even through the white mist, it was clear that the figure was resting his chin on one hand, pretending to be watching the show. Is it with you? The overwater elemental mage said coldly. No, Go Jin said calmly. Then, huh? Who? Go Jin and the ogre elementalist simultaneously stared at a spot beside the white mist which, the spot, previously empty, suddenly appeared out of nowhere. A mysterious figure, shrouded in a red magic cloak, its face covered only by a black mask. Master, the white mist which said respectfully upon seeing Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng nodded imperceptibly and looked down, gazing indifferently at Go Jin and another ogre with a striking appearance. Such a figure? Is it an ogre water elementalist? Tang Zheng recalled the information in his mind, and quickly remembered the other person's race name. Yes, the other person's race name was ogre water elementalist. It's a relatively rare, superior ogre. He glanced sideways. Looking at the wary Go Jin, Tang Zheng's lips curled slightly beneath his mask, a smile forming. The last time they met was in the imperial capital. More than 4 months had passed since then, and back then, he hadn't been confident of victory against Go Jin. But now, the difference in strength between the two was astronomical. This time, he appeared before Go Jin, not as the genius alchemist he knew. Oh, sorry to interrupt your fight. Tang Zheng stood on a thick branch, his arms folded across his chest. He opened his mouth and uttered a hoarse, sinister voice, please continue. This voice was altered using magic items. To disguise his identity, Tang Zheng had specially prepared these items, mostly unrelated to combat and much cheaper. The ogre water elemental mage's eyes widened, a look of surprise on his face. Wow, humans are here. As the territory of the subhuman race. They've always been the ones invading human territory. How could any human dare appear in the Aborian hills? Gulp. The sound of swallowing saliva was heard. The ogre water elementalist wiped his saliva with his hand, his eyes blazing. Raw human meat is delicious. Don't fight with me, Grey Troll. The words had barely escaped his lips. The ogre water elementalist, with his hammer in hand, rushed towards Tang Zheng. Wait! Go Jin quickly warned. He knew very well that given the nature of a human, the fact that they dared to appear in the extremely dangerous Aborian hills was enough to prove they were no ordinary people. The ogre water elementalist ignored Go Jin's warning. Chapter 263. Humans. They are indescribably delicious. The water ogre's saliva splattered, flowing from his open, stinking mouth. He could only remember tasting them once. That was so long ago that he'd forgotten the taste. Bang, bang. Strong, powerful legs scurried across the mossy ground. The water ogre was eager to devour this arrogant human, but a hint of caution lingered in his fierce eyes. He wasn't completely brainless. With his water atomization ability, even the powerful king wouldn't be able to defeat him, let alone a weaker human. The human before him didn't look like the ones from the Holy Kingdom in the rumors. This is the hills, not a place you humans can tread. Turn into meat. The water ogre roared. You're clearly a superior ogre, yet you still don't seem very intelligent. Expecting someone like you to have brains is truly asking too much. Tang Zheng stood atop a thick tree trunk, his gaze calm. He raised a finger and pointed forward. Magic arrows. Experience slots. 421356/51000010 translucent arrows shone in unison, shooting towards the returning water elemental ogre. With the passive ability of magic transcendence, casting first-tier spells now only required a small expenditure of mana, though he was currently using experience points to cast spells. Since he planned to conduct experiments after the ninja class disappeared, he would inevitably have to use up his experience points. Rather than wasting them, he could use them to resolve these minor issues. Whoosh! 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 The arrows flew, reaching the water ogre in the blink of an eye. Far from dodging, the ogre let the magic arrows fall upon him. With a series of subtle pop sounds, Go Jin's white pupils widened slightly, clearly seeing the magic arrows transform into puffs of mist where they made contact with the water ogre. The arrows pierced through his body. Just now, the water ogre had dodged his attack in the same way. Huh? The white mist which leaned forward, surprise in her bright yellow eyes. The abilities displayed by this water ogre were somewhat similar to hers. Ha ha ha, useless human. The water ogre let out a frenzied laugh, its massive figure already sprinting beneath the tree. Raising its hammer, it swung it at the position where Tang Zheng and the white mist which stood, go to hell. Looking up at the attribute panel, there was no information displayed. The water atomization technique the water elemental ogre used just now isn't magic or a skill, but an innate ability of their race. What a shame. This is a rather powerful ability, capable of negating projectiles and evading some purely physical attacks. Tang Zheng's face remained expressionless beneath his red hood. You're lucky, idiot. I've been a vegetarian lately, and abstaining from killing. Sand domain all. Experience gauge. 171356/510000 buzz. In an instant, a massive, 10-meter wide magic circle, gleaming with magical light, appeared out of thin air on the moss-covered ground. Not only did it envelop the water elemental ogre, but it also enveloped Go Jin, who stood nearby, his face wary. A drab light flickered on the magic circle. Go Jin and the water elemental ogre simultaneously sensed a terrifying surge of energy. Fool! Go Jin's expression suddenly changed. With a low curse, he rushed towards the outer edge of the magic circle without hesitation. Boom! The drab light on the magic circle suddenly flashed, and a large amount of yellow sand gushed out from the entire magic circle, transforming into a ferocious yellow torrent in the blink of an eye. The water elemental ogre was trapped and engulfed by the quicksand, with only his head visible, forcibly locked in place. Strike! Go Jin roared, unleashing a powerful and domineering force from his mace, flowing through his sturdy arms. Bang! The vast amount of quicksand that was trying to restrain Go Jin was shattered by the blow, disintegrating into tiny particles that flew in all directions. But such a ferocious attack had no effect on the quicksand surging from all directions. Just leave the magic circle. Go Jin stomped hard, shaking off the quicksand that was rapidly covering his ankles. Speed up the water. A flash of blue light flashed across his muscular body, and he forcibly broke through layer after layer of quicksand barriers, soaring into the air, intent on completely escaping the magic circle. Suddenly, a stream of quicksand, like a serpent, wrapped around Go Jin's ankle, causing him to pause, and his entire body stiffened. Bang! Go Jin fell from the air, sinking into the quicksand, rapidly enveloping him, with only his head visible. Damn it! Missed! Go Jin and the water elemental ogre struggled relentlessly, unable to break free from the quicksand. Even their martial arts and magic couldn't be activated normally. Sand Domain is a binding spell that impedes movement and also has other effects, such as silencing. This ability is unavailable unless one possesses complete resistance to impeded movement. Even Gorjin and his disguised voice uttered a hoarse sneer. It's over. Tang Zheng clapped his hands, his disguised voice uttering a hoarse sneer. 25,000. Even if I kill you too, it's not worth the price. Gorjin's face was grim. He struggled so hard that the quicksand creaked, but he couldn't break free from the quicksand. You're here to see me, right? Gorjin raised his head and looked at Tang Zheng, perched on the tree trunk. I don't remember ever knowing a magic caster as powerful as you. The mysterious demi-human, shrouded in white mist, had been secretly following him. The appearance of this human spellcaster was clearly connected to it, and it wasn't difficult to guess. Gorjin kept thinking. After all, he held a certain status in the Empire, renowned for his strength and ability to control his own magic. Is such power fifth-tier magic? A powerful figure in the realm of heroes. He had never heard of a powerful magic caster as masculine as Tang Zheng. Why can't I use my power? What have you done, human? The water ogre's face flashed with panic, and he roared at the top of his lungs. Shut up. Fire! Crack! Tang Zheng snapped his fingers, and the quicksand enveloping the water ogre and Gorjin instantly became boiling hot, emitting an intense heat. Ah! Humph! Gorjin and the water ogre screamed in agony, their bodies encased in the quicksand corroding and burning from the scorching heat. Sand Domain is an original magic of the Destroyer Nation. Besides its inherent magical power, it can also infuse the sand with negative energy. Tang Zheng didn't master negative energy, but he could use the Magic Swordsman passive ability, Magic Infusion, to infuse the sand with fire energy. Degenerate species like ogres, and trolls are extremely vulnerable to fire and acid damage, which can also suppress their regenerative abilities. Don't kill me, Don't kill me! The water ogre howled in agony, begging for mercy. Snap! The snapping sound echoed again. The fire energy pouring into the quicksand dissipated, and the heat wave created by the intense heat dissipated the dampness in the air. Large patches of moss on the ground were scorched and cooked by the intense heat. The water ogre's eyes rolled back, and its body trembled continuously. Its once radiant skin had turned crimson, and the only exposed part of its head bore extensive burns. With the ogre's superior resilience, such injuries weren't fatal, and they could even fully recover after a while. Whoosh! Tang Zheng stepped forward from the tree trunk, his figure gliding down from the air and landing precisely on the water ogre's head. Taki is willing to submit, the water ogre said in panic and fear, twitching in pain. A wise choice. Tang Zheng let out a hoarse laugh, half crouching over the ogre's head and casually picking up the gravel, which had turned crimson under the influence of the fire element. And you, King of War Gorjin? He spread his palms. Red, scorching sand spilled from between Tang Zheng's fingers. Gorjin gritted his teeth, his pupils constricted in agony. Even his sturdy frame was burned by the heat of the sand, yet the other person's grip was unaffected. Who is this man? Gorjin's ferocious white eyes fixed intently on the figure shrouded in red magic robes. What do you want? The burning pain that permeated his body made Gorjin's speech stammer. He relied on his immense willpower to resist begging for mercy like the water elemental ogre. Don't you think the Ablian Hills are too chaotic? Tang Zheng said calmly. Gorjin's eyes widened, staring at Tang Zheng in disbelief. For a moment, even the pain in his body seemed to fade. He sensed the other person's undisguised ambition. This is insane! You can't do that! Gorjin shouted. Even though he had only been in the Apollon Hills for a few months, he could already clearly sense the chaos and disorder that permeated the hilly region. Hatred, blood, war, and strife dominated the Apollon Hills. The hatreds of various ethnic groups, raging for centuries or even longer, had long since become entangled like vines on a cliff face. Even if a king truly emerged in the future capable of uniting all subhuman races and tribes, it wouldn't be human. No. Tang Zheng shook his head. It seems you misunderstood. I'm not trying to rule here. Oh, I've been rambling too much. Swish. The red magic robe swung. Tang Zheng stood up and lifted his arm from his wide robe. A strange black orb emanated from his palm. Dark energy emanated from it. It transformed into a black mist of negative energy, enveloping Tang Zheng in darkness and emitting an even more terrifying, death-like aura. Life? Or death? A cold voice rang out. This is negative energy. Gorjin was not without experience. Back in the Imperial Arena, he enjoyed challenging all kinds of opponents. OSK even found undead opponents for him. Negative energy, undead, the chaos in the hills. Why me? Go Jin endured the pain and forced himself to calm down. He wasn't good at thinking, but he vaguely sensed a conspiracy against the Ablion Hills. Inexplicably, Go Jin's heart trembled. Suddenly, I remembered the rumors about the birth of the undead. It said that in some unclean places, there's a high probability that the undead will be born from those who die in unnatural ways, especially in war. Could the other party's purpose be? Marshal King Go Jin appeared on the border of the Empire 8 years ago. At the invitation of OSK, the operator of the Imperial Capital Arena, he joined the arena to train. His immense power shook the entire empire, and he was known as the strongest of all the Marshal Kings, the 8th Marshal King. Go Jin could hear the subtle sarcasm in the other party's words, Marshal King. He tried to clench his fists, but the sand held him back. I left the Empire last August and entered the Ablion Hills. Tang Jing paused at this point. The only reason I sought you out is because you've lived in human society for 8 years, and compared to these clueless creatures, you're far superior. Communication should be simple and convenient. This is your only value, said Marshal King Go Jin. As a warrior with a noble warrior spirit, Go Jin always considered the title Marshal King an honor. In the past, he would have fought to the death, never yielding. But now, I choose life. A conflicted look crossed Go Jin's face, and he finally lowered his proud head, a strange look flickering in his eyes. He needed to understand what this human was up to. If it was truly as he imagined, with the immense strength displayed by the other party, he would probably need to unite with the strongest warriors in the hilly area to deal with this human. Very good. Tang Jing chuckled inwardly at Go Jin's easy submission. He knew Go Jin's character. Even when facing the terrifying Bone King, he surrendered only after being killed and then resurrected. Now, he was so easily showing submission. Tang Jing could naturally guess what he was thinking. In Go Jin's eyes, he was probably now an arrogant, ambitious character. The script's cornerstone character has finally appeared. Tang Jing leaped down from the water elemental ogre's head and waved his arms. Swish! The magic circle on the ground dissipated, and the quicksand that enveloped them vanished with it. Go Jin and the water elemental ogre fell to the ground, gasping for air. What he had said before was partly true, but Go Jin was indeed a crucial character in this script. And the only reason for this was because Go Jin knew him. More precisely, he knew the genius alchemist Tang. The righteous genius alchemist, aided by the Marshal King Go Jin, defeated the evil and scheming necromancer. Well, the script is a bit cliched. Tang Jing nodded imperceptibly. Chapter 264. Li Labelle. The city at the southwesternmost border of the kingdom of Liesji, known as the Port City, boasts a thriving trade and shipping routes, allowing direct access to the Holy Kingdom by ship. It is approximately 5 days' journey from the border town of Yule. At this moment, the Free Will Adventurer team is staying in the city's most luxurious inn, their appearance causing quite a stir. Merchants and nobles have always had the keenest senses, essentially due to their access to information far superior to that of ordinary people. The value of a mere powerful adventurer is limited. The value of a genius alchemist, who can create unique alchemical potions, is self-evident. The impact of the regeneration potion in the capital, and the gold it brings have long been coveted by countless nobles and merchants. Faced with the arrival of free will, these merchants and nobles naturally flocked to visit him. Tang Jing had already made his way back from the hilly area. The journey allowed the person disguised as him to occasionally show up. He had to go to the Adventurers Guild and discuss the more detailed matters with the nobles and merchants in person. Having wasted most of the day, Tang Jing finally freed himself from these trivial matters and returned to the luxurious hotel with the green leaf witch and Enli. Inside the room. Sir, here's some warm water. Enli happily handed him the cup. Tang Jing took the cup and nodded slightly at Enli. Well, I plan to stay here for a few days. You have to work harder from now on. Naturally, the green leaf witch and Enli had no objections. It's the adults who are working hard, Enli said softly, her eyes filled with admiration and concern as she looked at Tang Jing. For most of the journey, the adults were studying alchemy in the carriage, rarely appearing to do anything other than running errands. Enli felt that Tang Jing was the one who had to work the hardest. She was a salesperson, personally delivering those inexpensive alchemical potions to the poor, knowing that the potions the adults had crafted had helped so many. But no matter how hard one person tried, they couldn't save all the poor. The adults were powerful enough to summon holy angels, and they possessed miraculous alchemical techniques, allowing them to create inexpensive potions. Since joining Free Will, Enli had witnessed so much along the way, and many things she had previously doubted and didn't understand had gradually become clearer, and she had even learned to think. Because of this, Inli felt from the bottom of her heart that the adults were the best people in the world. Her only worry was her inability to help them better. After listening to Tang Jing's explanation, Inli and the green leaf which retreated from the room. Crack, click. The door closed. Tang Jing raised his hands and rubbed his temples, letting out a soft breath. These troublesome little things are finally resolved. With their experience in the capital, Inli and the green leaf which could handle this with ease. He stood up and walked to the window. Tang Jing took a sip from the water cup Inli handed him, gazing out the window, a thoughtful look in his eyes. The current situation was still the Ablion Hills. Only about 3 years remained. Tang Jing knew the boiling frog in warm water approach simply didn't suit him. Controlling a region or a nation wasn't his ultimate goal, and he wouldn't put himself in the spotlight until the great underground tomb of Nazarick descended. Marshal King Go Jin was Tang Jing's chosen demi-human, the one he could bring to the forefront and control or influence the entire Apollon Hills. Tang Jing had many goals in mind for this, and the scenario he was currently constructing involved more than just Apollon Hills. As the center of the Holy Kingdom and the Celian theocracy, these two nations also figured into his scenario. One of his primary goals was to establish a connection with the Celian theocracy through the image of the free-willed adventurer Tang. This connection wouldn't be initiated by him, but by the Celian theocracy. There are too many characters in the script, and the actual plot may not follow the real storyline. However, as long as the main plot remains intact, the rest can be handled on its own. Tang Jing's eyes flashed with a sharpness, and he smiled calmly. After all, I'm just a minor character in this script, and most a somewhat dazzling one. He had received a lot of advice from Princess Lana, much of which was completely impractical or a waste of time for him, but some was still applicable. But Tang Jing looked down at the bustling streets and the stream of people outside the window. How much of these arrangements I'm making will actually work in the future? He shook his head. No matter how much of a benefit they might have, as long as there's a glimmer of it, I have to do it. After all, there are too few trump cards to play, and some things can't be solved by force alone. Tang Jing turned and grasped the air, a bright red magic robe appearing in his hand. The next moment, he had vanished from the room. The Aborian Hills region doesn't have a particularly complicated history. It's said to have once been ruled by a kingdom founded by a group of hill dwarves. Sadly, it was eventually destroyed by various subhuman races, leaving the current chaotic and strife-ridden hills. Throughout the hills, there are numerous races, and even the subhumans of the hills might not be fully aware of them all. However, 12 of them boast the largest populations and the most powerful individuals. Besides these 12 races, there are several other races that are extremely renowned within the hills. These races are either small but powerful groups or solitary, powerful individuals. The water elemental ogre is one of them. There's also an earth elemental ogre, a serpent king, a guardian spirit, and a beast-like quadruped. Now, at the water elemental ogre's residence, around 100 ordinary ogres were gathering. In front of them stood 3 figures, a water ogre with a pale green hue, and an earth ogre with dark brown skin. And at the forefront stood the king of war, Go Jin. The presence of these 3 superior beings made the 100+ ordinary ogres dare not move at all. They stood still, awaiting orders. Can you guys take a shower? You stink. The white mist which sat on a nearby tree, her bright yellow eyes gazing down at the stinking, uncouth creatures below, holding her nose. After Tang Jing subdued Go Jin and the water ogre, he dispatched the 2 to defeat the earth ogre, a rival to the water ogre, and bring them here. This was also the reason the earth ogre was here. What does that man want? Go Jin said coldly, expressionless, upon hearing the white mist witch's words. You should address him as sir. The white mist witch leaned forward and corrected him. Humph. Go Jin snorted, his gaze filled with disdain and contempt as he looked at the strange demi-human who was watching them. Buzz? The air vibrated. A mysterious red figure appeared out of thin air before the crowd. Are the ogres so few in number? Tang Jing rasped in surprise. In the hilly region, the number of ogres and goblins was comparable to that of some of the most powerful tribes. It was their low intelligence that prevented them from forming a cohesive tribe. Even in the eyes of some other subhuman species, ogres and goblins were viewed as mere monsters. They're both solitary creatures, and it's a relief to have a group of ogres around them, Go Jin said calmly, his pupils constricting. Although the water and earth elemental ogres possessed a certain level of intelligence, they had no intention of subjugating ordinary ogres. As superior species, they considered themselves to be nothing more than a separate species. Fools. Tang Jing sneered. Given the nature of ogres and goblins, if these 2 superior elemental ogres were willing, They could easily subjugate all the ogres and goblins in the hilly region. With such a large group of people, coupled with the strength of the two, they possessed the power to compete with 12 races. A thought flashed through Tang Ding's mind, and his stat panel appeared. Experience gauge, 1/460,000. Comprehensive level, 48 to 47. Ninja, 2 to 1. I recently used an experience point spell again, and my level dropped by 1 again. Human. Human. You two actually surrendered to a two-legged reptile. Roar. The Earth Ogre roared in anger upon seeing Tang Zheng appear. He had assumed that powerful demi-humans, like Go Jin, and the Water Ogre would be able to surrender, but he hadn't expected a mere human to do so. Oh, I really overestimated your intelligence. Even as a superior species, you're still clueless. Tang Zheng looked at the Earth Ogre, who looked similar to the Water Ogre. Since you're so noisy, then don't talk anymore. I'll raise charm. Invisible waves of magical energy surged. The Earth Ogre's roar paused, unable even to struggle, its gaze momentarily glazed over. Tang Zheng's current spellcasting level had reached the 10th tier. Although he lacked any bonuses from false spellcasting, he was completely powerless against a lower-level opponent. Cut off your tongue, Tang Zheng said calmly. The Earth Ogre grabbed his tongue without hesitation and cut it off, blood gushing from his mouth. The intense pain distorted the Earth Ogre's face, and his body trembled. He awoke from his charmed state with a scream, and lay on the ground wailing. Upon seeing this, Go Jin and the Water Ogre's expressions changed, and then their gazes narrowed. They simultaneously sensed a terrifying aura emanating from Tang Zheng's body, as if the air had suddenly become heavy and sticky. The Water Ogre was terrified. Go Jin subconsciously took a step back, his hands tightly gripping his mace. He stared at Tang Zheng across from him in disbelief, sweat pouring down his forehead. This aura? How could it be? Go Jin's breathing was rapid, and at that moment, he felt powerless, as if he could be killed at any moment, powerless to resist. Experience gauge, 1/410,000. Combined level, 47 to 46. Ninja, 1 LV. With the use of the Transcendence Technique ability, his level dropped again in the blink of an eye, and the ninja class disappeared from the attribute panel. Tang Zheng had been using the passive ability of Concealed Aura, but it was lost along with the ninja class. This immediately exposed his aura, creating a terrifying pressure. 4th tier spells require 200,000 experience points, and even after the level drop, the experience bar remains at just 1. So, as long as the experience points consumed through experience casting don't exceed the experience bar limit, there won't be a 2-level drop. If the class disappears, does the passive also disappear? Tang Zheng had been closely monitoring the numerical changes on the panel, finally gaining a deeper understanding of the experience skill. You lead them. Tang Zheng addressed the White Mist Witch, and as soon as he finished speaking, he vanished. Yes, master, the White Mist Witch said respectfully, then jokingly glanced down at the nervous Go Jin. Are you only now realizing the difference in strength between you and the master? Big guy, take that stinking guy with you and follow me. Elsewhere, Tang Zheng had already arrived at the quiet lava field. He double-checked the information on the attribute panel. Profession and passive abilities have indeed all disappeared. Tang Zheng confirmed after a careful inspection with a serious look. This result wasn't disappointing. It was more of an expected outcome. Wait, the skills haven't disappeared? Tang Zheng's gaze shifted downward, and he suddenly realized that the ninja class's set of skills were still there. Discovered skill ninjutsu. Shadow requires the high-level class ninja. Current requirements are not met. Requires 3 skill points. No intermediate class required. Requirements are not met. Requires 6 skill points. No basic class required. Requirements are not met. Genius class activated. Already possesses the basic class thief and meets the learning requirements. Do you want to apply? Discovered skill ninjutsu. Detection requires the high-level class ninja. Current requirements are not met. Requires 3 skill points. No intermediate class required. Requirements are not met. Requires 6 skill points. No basic class required. Requirements are not met. Tang Zheng gazed at the job information that immediately refreshed on the attribute panel and fell silent. Chapter 265. Is this even possible? Tang Zheng looked at the job information that reappeared on the attribute panel, unsure if this was a pleasant surprise. The class drop situation wasn't complicated. Besides the normal level drop and class disappearance, the added stats and passive abilities also vanished. Is the skill retention due to the unique characteristics of the other world itself? Tang Zheng pondered. The natives of the other world acquire skills before acquiring classes, so even if the class disappears, the skills remain. Ninjutsu, Detection. Tang Zheng raised his eyelids and activated his ninja skill. After observing for a moment, a smile crossed his face. The skill's effect is unaffected. Passive abilities vanished along with the class, leaving Tang Zheng somewhat disappointed. This meant he couldn't gain a large number of passive abilities through class grinding. Passive abilities are the core of a class. High-level classes can't be easily lost. Another concern for Tang Zheng was the skills. Now that he was certain his skills wouldn't be affected, skill points became his next priority. Next, I need to determine how to level up again and acquire skill points. Tang Zheng looked at the ninja class job opening information displayed on the attribute panel. He had originally thought that after the ninja class disappeared, he would need to find Tina and Tia to acquire it again, but he didn't expect the skills to remain, allowing him to acquire the class again through skills. Job opening, Tang Zheng muttered to himself. Overall level, 46 to 47. Skill points, 66 to 60 to 63. Tang Zheng's eyes lit up, and a smile spread across his face. You can regain skill points, but the old high-level class requires 6 skill points, and I've actually lost 3 skill points. Despite the loss, the current situation undoubtedly proved that skill points could be regained through demotion. This completely resolved his worries about insufficient skill points. If I can keep my skills, then I can eliminate the Shaman and Swordmaster classes. This process will cost me a considerable amount of experience to compensate for the demotion penalty. Tang Zheng stared at the 2 mid-level classes on the dashboard inside. The passive abilities of these 2 classes were a 10% increase in slash damage, and the ability to see souls. Both passive abilities were negligible for Tang Zheng. The inability to see souls would not affect the use or acquisition of totem possession. Even if needed later, the class could be reacquired through skills. The key is demotion. Hundreds of thousands of experience points is too much to lose. There are so few ways to gain experience. It's a waste to continue this. Tang Zheng couldn't help but feel a little distressed. The hundreds of thousands of experience points lost just by dropping 2 levels in the ninja class were enough to make him feel the pain. In particular, when using the experience conversion technique to downgrade, the experience points from the previous level are also cleared, leaving only a small amount of experience points. This means that if Tang Zheng wants to level up again, he will have to gain a large amount of experience points all over again, which is really painful. Fortunately, Tang Zheng's overall level is not too high at the moment, so he can still afford the experience point penalty for leveling up. If he waits until his level is higher to change his class, the experience points consumed will be horrific, and the thought of it makes his scalp tingle. That's a good thing. Now it's time to get down to business. Tang Zheng's eyes calmed down, and he flicked his red robe. His figure vanished in a flash. With Tang Zheng's current experience, the experience points from Transcendence Technique spells were simply not suitable as a primary attack method. The area where the blue maggots lived was called Natural Holes. On the surface, it looked like a somewhat desolate hilly area, but in reality, a vast number of caves and other cavities lay beneath the surface. The intricate structure resembled a natural maze. The blue maggots possessed a remarkable reproductive capacity. As long as a royal family and a female existed, the race would not be exterminated. They fed on the bodily fluids of living creatures, regardless of whether they were alive or dead. In Tang Zheng's opinion, their habits alone bore a strong resemblance to certain maggots from his previous life. At this moment, the edge of the blue maggots' territory, led by the White Mist Witch, 3 Go-Kings, each possessing heroic-level territorial power, and 2 elemental ogres, led 100 ordinary ogres into the territory. Such a commotion was immediately noticed by the blue maggots. General, there are about 100 ogres invading our territory. Should we expel them? How could these foolish creatures have entered our territory? Why not slaughter them all and make them food? Several blue maggots' eel-like mouths barely opened before they uttered sounds, a unique skill of their species. The skill of analyzing facial expressions, as humans do, is probably ineffective against the blue maggots. These blue maggots were surrounding a relatively strong blue maggot and speaking, all of their voices female. Because the entire blue maggot clan currently has only 2 males. One is the current king, the other is the prince. The blue maggot, surrounded in the center, whose appearance is almost indistinguishable, is the current blue maggot clan general, hailed as Bei. Idiot! How could the appearance of over 100 ogres at this time be a coincidence? Bei's voice, a human-like female voice, was tinged with anger. These fellow subordinates had completely failed to take this enemy seriously. 3 days ago, the territory was attacked by a powerful, unfamiliar human, resulting in the death and injury of several of their fellows. This incident naturally alarmed the king. The human's words, demanding the Blue Maggot clan's submission, in particular, infuriated the king, and he issued an order for the capture of the arrogant human. How dare a human appear in the hills? Such arrogance? What's his hidden weapon? While not the most powerful race in the hills, they were among the 12 strongest. To force their submission and inform them in advance was either mad or quite certain. This situation of having absolutely no intelligence at all made Bei feel uneasy. So, even though the intelligence indicated only one enemy, she had made every possible preparation. Faced with Bei's sudden anger, the surrounding blue maggots dared not breathe, each shrinking their heads. Gurgle. From a nearby underground cave, a blue maggot soldier emerged in a panic, whispering to a blue maggot on the periphery. After hearing the information the soldier had conveyed, "Huh?" The blue maggot, who had been relatively calm, let out a startled cry. "What's going on?" Bei tilted his head and spoke in a low voice. The blue maggot hurried forward, his voice trembling with fear. "According to reports from the soldiers on the front lines, the ogres invading our territory are led by the renowned water ogre and earth ogre. There's also another figure, presumably the powerful big troll, who recently challenged various tribes." "What? How is that possible?" "The water ogre and the earth ogre are two powerful individuals I've never had much luck with." "What are these three guys doing? What are they planning?" A series of equally stunned and shocked voices echoed. If it were just a simple ogre invasion, it wouldn't be a big deal for the blue maggots, but the appearance of three powerful ogres leading 100 ogres meant something serious. "Prepare for battle." Bei issued a stern command without waiting for anyone to react. An open area covered in weeds and shrubs. The two great races met. The white mistwitch, Go-Jin, and the others stopped and looked ahead at the vast blue maggot army blocking their way. At a glance, there were approximately 500 of them, 5 times the number of the ogres. The worms, each with a blue lower body and an eel-like upper body, gathered together, their long blue necks adorned with thick blue hair. Seeing the blue maggots for the first time, Go-Jin couldn't help but frown and subconsciously averted his gaze. Although he had been in the hilly area for some time, this was his first encounter with the blue maggots. "Is this really a subhuman?" Go-Jin muttered to himself. He had heard that the blue maggots were a subhuman species, but what about the creature before him was anything like human? The white mistwitch's bright yellow eyes widened, and she laughed appreciatively. "Hee, is this a blue maggot?" "It's blue indeed, and its body looks slippery and a bit cute." Go-Jin subconsciously glanced at the white mistwitch, then averted his gaze, his lips twitching. "Unpalatable meat." The water elemental ogre hummed in disgust. The other earth elemental ogre, having had its tongue cut off, could only make an awu sound when it opened its mouth. As a superior species of ogre, elemental ogres' recovery abilities were naturally inferior to those of demon ogres, but they still possessed considerable resilience. The damage from a cut tongue wasn't serious, and it would heal over time. However, the earth elemental ogre would be unable to speak for a while. The two armies faced off, and there was a brief silence. A blue maggot among the blue maggots swam forward, raising its slender neck and glaring at the ogres across from it with eel-like eyes. "This is our blue maggot territory. Get out of here, ogres." A somewhat harsh, cold voice rang out. As if magically enhanced, the voice, though still some distance away, reached the ears of all the ogres. Uncertain expulsion. Though seemingly gentle and soft, they were no weak tribe. The Aborian Hills were a land of endless death and conflict. Any tribe that had managed to survive there would have endured countless wars. Relying on compromise to survive in the hills was impossible. "Hee, I can't do that." The white mistwitch shifted her feet and floated lightly in front of Go-King and the others. The blue maggot was stunned, not by the white mistwitch's response, but because she was the first to speak. Go-Jin and the two elemental ogres, with their 3-meter-tall, imposing figures and their considerable fame in the hilly region, had led the blue maggot to assume they were the leaders, never expecting the humble white mistwitch to be the leader. Surprise aside, the blue maggot quickly calmed down. "Since you refuse to leave, let's fight, ogres. Even if one of the 10 elite warriors arrives and dares to invade our territory, the invader will pay the price with his life." An icy voice echoed through the air. Chapter 266. Arrogant Blue Maggots. The water ogre roared, raising his hammer, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. "Wait!" Go-King raised his arm to block the water ogre, and looked up at the white mistwitch in front of him. "What exactly is that master planning? Is he calling a war on the Blue Maggot clan?" The white mistwitch's figure fluttered and arrived in front of Go-King. She raised her head and met his stern gaze. Your master's intentions are not for you to speculate. Since they want to fight, then let's fight. The indifferent tone echoed. The water ogre and the earth ogre, already irritable, and with nowhere to vent their anger, grinned. Gorking clenched his fists, his gaze coldly fixed on the white mist which, at such close range, he was confident he could severely injure or even kill her with a single blow. But he couldn't do that yet. As a warrior, he wouldn't yield to anyone. But Go Jin needed to understand what that man was up to. Thinking of the terrifying aura that had suddenly emanated from him not long ago, Go Jin couldn't help but shudder. If he hadn't been certain before, in that moment, Go Jin knew that even if he found an opportunity to get close, as a warrior, he would still be no match for the magic caster. Could it be that that man had transcended the hero realm and become? The first person that came to Go Jin's mind was the legendary guardian of the empire from his former human empire. No! That damn man could never reach that level. Go Jin shook the thought from his mind. The man was indeed powerful, but by uniting with the other powerful warriors in the hilly region, he should be able to be defeated. Hey, what are you thinking? That look just now was very dangerous. The white mist which narrowed her eyes slightly, staring at Go Jin. Humph. Go Jin snorted coldly. You're probably not yet capable of being that man's master. The white mist which paused and averted her gaze. Whoosh. 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 Suddenly, a dense sound of piercing the air came from the direction of the blue maggots. Their situation wasn't as complicated as the ogres. One after another, arrows pierced the air, densely packed into everyone's field of vision, falling down, causing the ogres, who had barely managed to remain silent, to roar and scream in pain. White mist which, Go Jin and the others could easily dodge such an attack. They started it first. We have to fight now, even if we don't want to. The white mist which let out a hint of excitement. Compared to the steady green leaf which, the white mist witch's personality was noticeably more erratic, the type who craves chaos. Gorking's eyes flashed with helplessness, and just as he was about to fire, boom! A roar echoed above them. A massive shadow flew past the rear of the ogre army and appeared in the center of the battlefield. The blue maggots were the first to let out cries of panic, each one looking upwards in fear. In the sky, a massive figure, about 3 meters high, with a pair of bony wings spread out, 6 meters long, flapped in midair, generating a powerful gust of wind and a piercing bone whistle. It was a mass composed entirely of bones, countless bones connected together, imitating the majestic race with long necks, for legs and wings. The dragon. Tang Zheng stood atop the bone dragon's head, his gaze indifferently downward. What is that? Undead. Undead. Cries of fear and panic echoed throughout the blue maggot army. The ancient dragon's terrifying appearance, in particular, caused many blue maggots to instantly lose their will to fight. The undead have always been feared and hostile by the living. The bone dragon before him was a species of undead most people, even races, had never even heard of. It was an extremely rare undead creature. Even the Destroyer Nation, in its 200-plus years, had only heard of it, never seen it. The bone dragon's special properties were catastrophic for magic casters from another world. The bone dragon itself was only level 16, so its sheer strength wasn't particularly high. Adventurers above the mithril level possessed the power to counteract it. Yet, even such a low-level undead possessed immunity to magic below the 6th tier, a level of magic considered abnormal. Given the talent of humans, and even other races, mastering 5th tier magic was considered exceptional, let alone 6th tier magic. At this point, not to mention the blue maggots, Go Jin and the others also expressed astonishment. The white mist which opened her mouth and gazed at the figure standing atop the bone dragon in midair, her eyes filled with both fear and respect. The master's power is like the abyss. The more one understands it, the more one can appreciate its bottomless terror. All spellcasters. Attack the undead overhead. The bone dragon's altitude was too high for normal arrows to reach. The commander of the blue maggots calmed down and shouted loudly. The blue maggots possessed considerable spellcasting talent, especially the royal family, who possessed rare psychic spellcasting skills. In an instant, strike after strike of magic flew from below, blasting the bone dragon, which made no attempt to dodge. Before the spellcasters could rejoice, all the blue maggots revealed expressions of disbelief. Their spells landed on the bone dragon, producing no effect or damage at all, like a stone sinking into the ocean. Fear spread among the blue maggots. Now that you've finished your attacks, it's my turn. Tang Zheng stepped on the bone dragon's head, raised his arm, and aimed it at the blue maggot troops below, chanting hoarsely, "Thunder Dragon!" Crack, crack! Blue lightning suddenly condensed on his arm, gradually emitting a dazzling white light. Then, in midair, a dragon-shaped bolt of lightning descended with a thunderous thud. Boom! A staggering stream of thunder dragon lightning streaked across the sky, so fast that the blue maggot's spellcasters had no time to cast defensive spells. They could only watch helplessly as the current exploded in the center of the army. Powerful lightning swept across the surroundings. No! The blue maggot commander felt a flash of white before her eyes, and then a shockwave spread out, sending her flying and crashing to the ground far away. Intense pain surged through her body, and the current generated by the spreading lightning charred her smooth body. Liquid and shredded flesh continuously gushed from the blue maggot commander's catfish-shaped mouth. His hazy consciousness could only hear the screams and wails of his comrades. A single thunder dragon attack inflicted nearly 100 casualties on the 500-man blue maggot force, sending the entire force reeling. Experience gained, 71. Experience gained, 75. Experience slots, 348, 923/410, 000. Tang Zheng scanned the stat panel and instantly gained approximately 7,000 experience points. Capture the living blue maggots and continue advancing, Tang Zheng addressed the white mist witch and the others below, standing atop the bone dragon. The water ogre and the earth ogre slapped their chests and roared with excitement. For the ogres, who revere the powerful, Tang Zheng's display of strength had already won their utter submission. The group continued their advance. The blue maggot clan's defensive line was easily shattered by Tang Zheng's powerful offensive. The power of 5th tier magic was simply beyond the reach of ordinary blue maggot clan soldiers, and the magical attacks unleashed by numerous blue maggot clan spellcasters could not inflict any damage on the bone dragon. This situation resulted in a near-crushing situation. Even though Tang Zheng didn't engage in excessive slaughter, he still gained a wealth of experience. It wasn't long before Tang Zheng, leading his ogre army, penetrated the heart of the blue maggot clan. Although the blue maggot clan had a strong reproductive capacity, their population was small, numbering approximately 6,000. This situation arose, firstly, from the small number of males, meaning there were only 2 members of the royal family, and secondly, from food shortages. Whoosh! The bone dragon's wings flapped, creating gusts of wind. Below, a group of blue maggot soldiers, numbering less than 200, fiercely defended the cave entrance. General Bei 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 stood at the forefront, clad in magical armor crafted specifically for their race. Everyone, hold your ground. Give your king time to escape. Bei 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 gripped his weapon tightly, staring intently at the human in the sky. If he hadn't witnessed this with his own eyes, Bei 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 would never have imagined that the entire tribe's army would be completely overwhelmed in such a short time. This human's power was too great. The undead creatures, capable of withstanding all magical attacks, and the 5th tier magic unleashed by the enemy, surpassing the 4th tier magic power. At this level, she couldn't simply rely on numbers to defeat them. Are you planning a final stand? Or are you planning to give your king time to escape? Tang Zheng's cold, hoarse voice echoed from midair. Bei Bei Bei's heart tightened. This wasn't hard to guess. The blue maggot clan only needed 1 male and 1 female to maintain their immortality. As for the rest of the clan, blue maggots were actually quite cold-blooded creatures. Tang Zheng remembered that in the paperback novel, the blue maggots easily abandoned over 3,000 blue maggot troops to rescue the prince. In the eyes of the blue maggots, as long as the clan survived, the life and death of an individual was unimportant. Human, you control the undead. Bei 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 clenched his weapon and shouted angrily. But before he could finish his words, a sudden commotion erupted from behind, startling Bei Bei Bei. He turned frantically to look behind him. He saw a purple worm, resembling a silkworm chrysalis, with 6 or 7 warty legs on its upper body, crawling out of the cave behind him. King! Bei 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 saw this figure, and spoke in shock and panic. Chapter 267. The appearance of the blue maggot king prompted Bei 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 and the other blue maggots to immediately surround him, warily gazing upward at Tang Zheng. They feared an attack would occur at this moment. King, how could you be on the front lines at this hour? Quickly escort King away. We will fight to the death to stop them. Bei Bei Bei's nervous voice rang out. Enough, the middle-aged man's commanding voice emanated from the purple, silkworm-like worm. The male and female blue maggots have distinct appearances, and judging solely by their appearance, they resemble 2 distinct races. The invaders have already penetrated our heartland. As king, how can I abandon my people and flee in disgrace? The blue maggot king spoke loudly. Although his expression was indistinct, his tone conveyed a serious and resolute tone. Human who controls the undead, you lead the ogre tribe into my territory. What are you trying to do? The blue maggot king worm raised its head, shaking the air as it loudly demanded. The resounding voice spread, causing confusion among the blue maggots, and the fear they felt was alleviated and lessened. Hee. A hoarse, cold laugh echoed overhead, accompanied by the sharp sound of the skeletal dragon's wings. Tang Jing looked down at the blue maggots below, especially the purple worm in the center. I know you're trying to stall for time. Besides you, the blue maggot king, there should be another royal family member, right? Is he fleeing now? As soon as these words were spoken, the blue maggot king's wrinkled, shimmering purple body trembled slightly, and the panic that had just been suppressed by the rest of the blue maggots resurfaced. I don't like nonsense. Use your strongest attack. If you can harm me, I will retreat immediately, blue maggot king. Tang Jing raised his foot and stomped on the bone dragon. Roar! The bone dragon twisted its slender bony neck, unleashing a roar that resembled both a dragon and a beast. Good. The blue maggot king realized that the human controlling the undead before him had no intention of annihilating him, and a surge of rage welled up within him. After all, he was the king of the blue maggot clan, the strongest of the entire clan. This act of disregarding him was an insult to the royal family. The blue maggot king's body twisted, and to the ordinary human's perception, a terrifying magical power emanated from his body. It is well known that divine and fire attributes are the most effective means of combating the undead. Magic enhancement fire element. Fireball. The high-pitched chant caused the magical energy to vibrate. Wow! A red fireball, 1 meter in diameter and blazing with intense flames, condensed from the blue maggot king's head, emitting blazing heat and blazing light. The soldiers surrounding the blue maggot king couldn't help but recoil in fear and admiration. Go! The blue maggot shouted. Boom! The massive fireball hurtled towards Tang Jing, who was in midair. Facing this attack, which would have been terrifying in the eyes of ordinary people, Tang Jing remained standing atop the bone dragon's head, his arms folded across his chest. The red hood and mask obscured this human's face, making it impossible to discern his thoughts, but his expression betrayed a sense of contempt. 4th-tier mental magic? I thought you could use the power of 5th-tier magic, but it's all the same. Tang Jing's eyes were impassive. Anything less than the 7th tier wouldn't be enough to harm the bone dragon. What slightly surprised him was the magical enhancement the blue maggot king employed, specifically designed to enhance the 5 elements. Bang! Under the gaze of everyone, the massive fireball smashed into the bone dragon, emitting a muffled explosion and illuminating the sky. The crimson flames dissipated. Tang Jing and the bone dragon remained unharmed, hovering in midair. Roar! A faint, multicolored light shone from the ancient dragon's body as it roared once more. How is this possible? The blue maggot king trembled, his body writhing as he fell backwards, his voice filled with unprecedented shock and panic. Bei, quick-witted, quickly reached out to support the fallen blue maggot king, his catfish-like eyes also filled with deep shock. In the recent battle, the magic cast by the blue maggot spellcasters was indeed unable to harm the undead bone dragon controlled by humans. Bei had originally thought that their spellcasters were too weak. But the king was a powerful magic caster who had mastered 4th-tier magic, and his fire magic could inflict immense damage to the undead. To think that it still had no effect on the bone dragon was beyond their comprehension. The air began to grow quiet. The heavy pressure was making the blue maggots feel breathless. Let me go, Bei. After a brief silence, the blue maggot king, recovering from his shock, spoke softly to Bei beside him. King. Bei's voice was filled with resentment, and a deep sense of powerlessness lingered within him. Completely defeated. On the ground, while the ogre tribe's forces were far outnumbered by their own troops, ogres were known for their low intelligence and brute force. The real headache was the 3 powerful ogre warriors. These 3 alone were enough to easily penetrate their defenses. If that were all, they could have relied on the disparity in numbers to pile up the bodies of their comrades and control the situation. But the most terrifying thing was this powerful human who controlled the undead. All magic was powerless to harm it, let alone contain it. Add to that the air superiority of flight. Swish. The blue maggot soldiers ahead made way. The blue maggot king wriggled to the front, raised his worm waist, and slowly prostrated himself on the ground. I surrender. Ding. Ding. Ding dang. The weapons in the hands of the blue maggot soldiers fell to the ground, making a dense metallic clang. With the blue maggot king's surrender, the other members of the blue maggot clan also completely gave up resistance. This was the nature of this race. The king's orders and will were supreme. The ogres and blue maggot clan were chosen because they shared similar characteristics. The entire war began and ended quickly. To save time, Tang Zheng used a powerful magical attack, pushing through the battle in less than a day. Thanks to Tang Zheng's presence at the forefront, the ogre army of 100 men lost only half its men, while the Blue Maggot clan suffered far more horrific casualties, reaching approximately 800. With the Blue Maggot King's cooperation, the Blue Maggot clan's population was quickly counted, revealing over 4,200 men. The Blue Maggot Prince, who had nearly fled the tribal border, was recaptured by the White Mist Witch. With 2 members of the royal family in hand, the entire Blue Maggot clan was completely under Tang Zheng's control. However, Tang Zheng didn't stop immediately. Instead, he assembled a 1,000-man Blue Maggot force and attacked the nearby Pantasy clan. This clan was closely related to the Blue Maggots, both maggots, but with a slightly different royal family, ruling the kingdom under a female queen, known as the Mother of the Nation. The Pantasy clan was even weaker than the Blue Maggots. Tang Zheng easily penetrated the heartland with his Blue Maggot army alone. The only one who presented some trouble was the Mother of the Nation of Pantasy. The opponent was also a 4th-tier psychic magic caster. Interestingly, the Blue Maggots and Pantasy were not only closely related, but also possessed the same psychic spellcasting power. If the Blue Maggots possessed the power to manipulate the Yin and 5 elements, then they would be able to cast spells in the same way. Then the Pandas possessed the ability to manipulate the 5 elements of Yang. Yin and Yang are polar opposites, their forces counteracting and hindering each other. This piqued Tang Zheng's interest. These 2 opposing yet complementary forces clearly belong to separate professional systems. With the Bone Dragon ignoring the Pandas Queen's magical power, Tang Zheng simply captured it alive, thus completely controlling the Pandas clan. He spent 3 days combing and controlling both groups, bringing the combined population of the Blue Maggots and Pandas to 7,000. After completing this step, Tang Zheng refrained from further drastic action, focusing instead on stability and soothing. Amidst the weed-strewn hills, individual Blue Maggots and Pandas, carrying stones and wood, moved towards the open space between the hills, their bodies slithering, along with a few ogres. There was already a rudimentary castle foundation. They were building a castle for their new ruler. Both races preferred to live in damp underground caverns, a habitation humans disliked. With the idea of not putting themselves in a difficult position, Tang Zheng mobilized the 2 races to build a castle for him. Go Jin, mace placed before him, sat on a high rock, gazing down at the enslaved Blue Maggots and pens below. His gaze swept across a tall figure in the distance. A water elemental ogre stood in the open area of the castle foundations, excitedly commanding the Blue Maggots and the 2 tribes. Ever since that human had displayed his immense power, the water elemental ogres had completely submitted to him, and not only him, but also the earth elemental ogres. There was no sign of the White Mist Witch or the earth elemental ogre. They had been sent by that human to gather the ogres and goblins scattered across the hills. At the thought of this, Go Jin was filled with unease, and even now, he was still somewhat dazed. In just a few days, that human had easily conquered and controlled 2 major races. In the past, Go Jin would have dismissed such rumors. Even the heroic tales sung and even compiled in the human world were not as exaggerated as what he saw before him. If he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, Go Jin would have thought he was still asleep. However, as he gradually learned more about the Blue Maggots and the Pandas, he began to understand. The ability to easily control the 2 races was not only due to the immense power wielded by that human, but also due to the racial characteristics of both races' complete obedience to the king and mother of the nation. If it were any other race, that human would never have been able to control an entire tribe so easily. That man must have a deep understanding of the tribes of the Ablian Hills, to have been able to pull off such a series of actions so quickly. Gore King fell into deep thought, then slapped his head. Headache. Gore King felt that using force was simpler and more direct than thinking, and it was the method that suited him best. However, he was no match for that man in terms of force, and he had no trusted companions to whom he could confide his concerns. He had no choice but to force himself to think. OSK would surely laugh at me if he knew my current situation, Gore King said with a wry smile. He was not a wise man, unable to think deeply, but he understood that the situation had reached a very dangerous level. The fact that human understood the characteristics of both Blue Maggot tribes, and was able to control both tribes by controlling the royal family proved that he was not as arrogant as he appeared, but a meticulous and thoughtful person. The Ablian Hills have always been a forbidden zone for humans, with little known to the outside world. Yet, this human surprisingly knows so much. Perhaps there's an organization or power behind them. Now, the combined forces of the Blue Maggots and the Pandas have reached 7,000. The White Mist Witch, and the earth elemental ogre have even traveled to other parts of the hills to subdue scattered ogre and goblin tribes. Gorgine believed that before long, the humans' command would exceed 10,000 troops. By then, Gorgine shook his head, his white gaze becoming stern and fierce. He had to find a way. Shangshuiyu. January 15th. After stabilizing the situation between the two tribes, Tang Zheng quietly left the Ablion Hills and arrived at the top forest. The goblin breeding project had reached harvest time. A forest crack. An open meadow. The demon serpent Naga, bowing low, humbly followed Tang Zheng, recounting the number of goblins he had bred. Has the number reached 100,000? You've done well, Your Excellency, the king of the forest. Tang Zheng had instructed the demon serpent Naga to increase their numbers last time, and they had actually done so. This number was essentially the limit that the inner area of the top forest could withstand. Any more would affect the outer forest. As long as you're satisfied, the demon serpent Naga forced a smile across his wrinkled face, his brows etched with fatigue. Although goblins were weak creatures that could be easily crushed, once their numbers increased, the lush green expanse gave the demon serpent Naga a strange sense of unease. Only the demonic serpent Naga knew the painstaking effort of raising these goblins. He already regretted it, but this was no longer something he could have avoided. With his wisdom, the demonic serpent Naga naturally understood that he had no choice from the start. Here you are. Tang Zheng reached out from his sleeve and tossed out a potion bottle. The demonic serpent Naga reached out his bony hand, covered in green scales, and grasped the red potion bottle, his serpentine eyes gleaming with confusion. Potion? Why red, and why was he giving him a potion? The demonic serpent Naga narrowed his eyes, suddenly feeling the potion bottle in his hand warm. The crimson liquid shone through the glass, emitting a red halo in the sunlight. The liquid looked extremely viscous, more like the blood of some creature than a liquid. Even now, within the potion bottle, it still emitted a heat. The demonic serpent Naga subconsciously brought the potion bottle to his nose and sniffed it, his pupils trembling. This is... The demonic serpent Naga immediately looked up at Tang Zheng. This is your reward for all your hard work, Tang Zheng said calmly. The blood in the potion bottle he gave to the demonic serpent Naga was from the sun anglerfish. He understood the principle of sweet and sweet. As for the blood of the ancient fire dragon, Tang Zheng was reluctant to give it to him. Chapter 268. So far, Tang Zheng has been unable to make potions from both sun anglerfish blood and fire dragon blood, seemingly due to their high levels. Until dragon blood is fully studied, the frost dragons residing deep within the Angelica Mountains will be kept alive. Sun anglerfish blood is significantly inferior to fire dragon blood, but the effects of its enhancement are similar, as has long been verified with the evil hounds. However, fire dragon blood carries a curse, while sun anglerfish blood contains a certain toxin. Back in Firia, Tang Zheng has temporarily decided not to administer it to Imina and Renas until a better effect is discovered. Just a reminder, there's a certain amount of poison in this, but it shouldn't be a problem for you. Tang Zheng stared at the demon snake Naga, then waved his hand. First, summon 1,000 goblins. The demon snake Naga withdrew his gaze from the red potion bottle, subconsciously nodded respectfully, and quickly left. A moment later, 1,000 goblins were brought over. Wow! Wow! Oh wow! As the 1,000 goblins appeared, a chaotic and noisy noise erupted. Looking at this group of green creatures, he needed to first verify how much experience 1,000 goblins would gain him. Slaying so many goblins one by one would be too cumbersome. Tang Zheng only had 2 true area of effect spells. One was Sandfield, which had a limited range, and it wasn't worth using this level of magic to deal with the goblins. The other skill, Blazing Sound Wave, from the Flesh Armor skill, is a wide area attack spell with a wider reach, causing significant damage. Given the strength of these goblins, they would be instantly reduced to ash if struck by this attack. Tang Zheng intended to preserve their corpses, and use them as food for the next wave of goblins. Magic Arrows. Tang Zheng paused for a moment, then chanted softly. Buzz, buzz, 10 magic arrows lined up and appeared before him. Snap! The sound of a snap of fingers. The attributeless magic arrows transformed into wind-attributed arrows, their sharp edges appearing on their surfaces. This feeling of being able to control magic with ease, my ability to control magic has become even stronger. Is it because of magic transcendence? Tang Zheng raised his finger and pointed it in the direction of the goblin in front of him. All the magic arrows shot out, their speed multiplied by the wind element. In an instant, 10 arrows pierced a row of goblins, then, under control, they returned in a matter of breaths. 1,000 goblins had been pierced and killed by the magic arrows, offering no resistance at all. Experience gained, 21 points. Experience gained, 19 points. Experience slots, 368, 923/410, 000. Tang Zheng looked at the experience points displayed on the panel. Excluding the experience gained from killing the blue maggots and other creatures in the hilly area, the total experience gained from killing these goblins was approximately 20,000 points. That's an average of about 20 points per goblin. Not bad. Tang Zheng nodded in satisfaction, then directed the terrified Naga, the demonic serpent, who had been waiting nearby, to manipulate the ogres and monsters to pile up the goblin corpses. To preserve the goblin corpses, Tang Zheng specifically learned the second-tier preservation spell. Like a potion with a deteriorating effect, it can be preserved for up to a year. Skill points, 63 to 62. Some nobles and caravans would specifically hire casters of this spell to preserve precious food. After casting this spell several times, the goblin corpses were transported to the caves formerly inhabited by the ogre goo for storage. Now, with the passive buff, casting spells of the first, second, and third tiers requires only 1 point of magic power. Next, Tang Zheng began increasing the number of goblins. His experience points quickly reached the required level for the next level, even deliberately staying at the right level for the next level increase. Experience slots, 410077/410000 Ninja class upgrade. Tang Zheng. Combined level, 47 to 48. Ninja level 1 to 2. Experience gauge, 77/460, 000. Looking at the numbers on the panel, Tang Zheng once again stared at the goblins before him and continued using the first-tier magic arrow. This time, he used experience point casting instead of mana. Combined level, 48 to 47. Shaman level 1 to 0. Experience gauge, 1/410, 000. PS. Experience gauge depth varies based on level. The difference in experience between levels doesn't need to be considered. It's deducted based on the experience point after the level drop. Continue with this process. Overall level, 47. Ninja 2 becomes 3 becomes 4 becomes 5. Swordmaster, 10 becomes 9 becomes 8 becomes 7. Skill points, 74. After repeating this 4 times, it only costs 1.64 million experience points to complete the class reset. Without any change in overall level, Ninja reached the maximum level, Swordmaster was demoted to level 7, and the Shaman class disappeared completely. During this process, Tang Zheng was keeping an eye on the magic swordsman. Seeing that the Swordmaster's level drop had no impact on him, he finally put his mind to it. Quickly, 100,000 goblins were completely slaughtered, their bodies completely filling the cave. The excess had to be buried in a pit. Experience slots, 351, 023/410, 000. A total of over 2 million experience points, only 350,000 remained. There are no more classes to upgrade again. Tang Zheng looked at the classes on the attribute table, excited and sighing again. The level 7 Swordmaster class still needs to be cleared, but there are no further classes available for him to upgrade. Flutter's Sage and the Elf King's Elementalist, Earth, are both high-level classes, but I have no clue about the other high-level classes. Tang Zheng pondered. The Elf King is very powerful, and I'm not completely sure about his abilities at the moment, so there's no rush to acquire these 2 classes. The special class Disaster Apostle I originally planned on developing couldn't be implemented due to insufficient information and the fact that it required a mid-level class. Now that we have the opportunity to change classes, we can continue with the development. Why are they all spellcasters? Tang Zheng came to his senses and shook his head slightly. He then looked at the trembling demon serpent Naga beside him. I've deliberately left 1,000 goblins. Given their powerful reproductive capacity, we should be able to raise them to the current number by around May, right? Yes, sir. The demon serpent Naga quickly bowed his head, fear in his eyes. He had always been puzzled and curious about why the human before him was raising goblins. He had various theories, but he had never imagined that they were simply for slaughter. Could they have a grudge against goblins? The demon serpent Naga couldn't help but think of this human, and he felt that he must not be provoked. Did I trouble you, Your Excellency the ruler of the forest? Tang Zheng said gently. The demon serpent Naga nodded fearfully. After a moment, when he looked up again at Tang Zheng's location, he found that he had disappeared. I always feel like every time we meet, he becomes more terrifying and mysterious. The demonic serpent Naga paused, muttering softly to himself. The blazing lava field remained unchanged. Ever since taking control of this area, Tang Zheng had made it one of his bases. The high-temperature magic emanating from the magma sea effectively masked the fluctuations of his magic power. By gaining a large number of skill points from his class change, Tang Zheng no longer skimped on them, and began upgrading the tiers of magic he had previously mastered. First, heating. Through the Magic Rise ritual, combined with the Mad Mage class skill, he raised his 4th tier heating to the 6th. Skill, heating, level 6, cost, 30 MP. Effect, heats the object it touches to 4,800 degrees Celsius within 1 minute, instantly increasing to 1,200 degrees Celsius. Level force temperature is 1,200 degrees Celsius, and it's actually doubled. Tang Zheng raised an eyebrow. If it were to double, it would be unimaginable. The power of level magic shouldn't surpass that of super level magic, right? He remembered the super level magic Falling Sky unleashed by the Bone King, which generated an extremely high heat source. Its power wasn't much beyond his imagination. Continue using magic materials to set up the ritual. He also wanted to see what level this magic would reach when it reached the 10th level. Perhaps, he could deduce the growth ceiling of 0-level magic created by humans from another world. Skill, heating, level 8, cost, 40 MP. Effect, heating the temperature within a 10-meter radius around the user to 6,000 degrees Celsius within 1 minute, instantly increasing to 3,000 degrees Celsius. Boom! A dazzling white light flashed by, the air distorted by the intense heat, forming waves of heat visible to the naked eye, centered around Tang Zheng. The rapid undulations and spread of the heat, like waves, seemed slow and heavy, but in reality, they spread in an instant. The intense suffocation seemed enough to make one forget to breathe. Under that intense white light and heat, an ordinary person would be reduced to ash in an instant. In the area beneath Tang Zheng's feet, the extremely heat-resistant rocky ground dented, revealing granular, blackened, high-temperature crystals. 6,000 degrees. That's close to the temperature of the sun's surface, right? No, why is it only 6,000 degrees, and there's an extra range? Tang Zheng watched the air around him, seemingly distorted by the intense heat, his eyes filled with astonishment. After the scorching heat completely dissipated and calm returned, Tang Zheng reread the skill description. According to the previous doubling rate, the 8th tier should have reached 19,200 degrees. Now, the temperature had only reached 6,000 degrees before stopping, and there was an additional range value. Temperature fluctuations do have limits. Tang Zheng stood up, strode to the cliff, and jumped directly into the lava. The range movement was already quite loud, so it was not suitable to perform the next step on the ground. Tang Zheng swam to the bottom of the lava sea in one breath. Since it was not suitable to perform magic rituals in the riverside sea, he simply used the normal magic ascension to increase the tier, which was just a waste of skill points. A moment or so, the turbulent lava sea suddenly became calm. In the center of the boiling red sea of magma, the floating magma suddenly sank, spreading across an area of several hundred meters, as if the magma in that area had vanished into thin air. The surrounding magma then surged back, emitting a continuous rumble like muffled thunder. Whoosh! Tang Zheng's figure soared from the sea of magma and flew back to the cliff. Skill, heating, level 10, cost, 50 MP. Effect, instantly raises the temperature within a 50-meter radius to 6,000 degrees Celsius. The entire spell was completely transformed. Just now, deep in the magma sea, with the magma blocking the way, the affected area was nearly 300 meters around. If it were an open space, the direct impact range would be around 1 kilometer. Tang Zheng's breathing quickened, a hint of excitement rising. Over a kilometer, the temperature will likely decay rapidly. Even so, this spell is city-destroying. In terms of pure power, it's probably inferior to pure Tier 10 magic, but its range should far exceed normal Tier 10 magic. This was his first Tier 10 spell. Not only was it incredibly powerful, but most importantly, it was a Tier 0 magic unique to another world. It seems there's indeed a limit to the power and strength of skills. Tang Zheng calmed down, gaining a more accurate understanding of skill strength. According to the settings in Yggdrasil, rankings aren't based on power, but simply on strength. World-class items, special class ace moves, super tier magic, special skills, tier magic, normal skills, this should be the strength classification. This information flashed through Tang Zheng's mind. He had vaguely sensed this when he acquired the Magic Transcendence skill. The Transcendent class's Word of Elemental Destruction possesses the power to disregard resistance to all 4 attributes, demonstrating that resistance also has its limits. This reminded Tang Zheng of the legendary world boss's introductory abilities in the game Yggdrasil. Abilities, like 5-colored Tethagata's 5 degenerations of the celestial being, and 7 deadly sins. As 7 deadly sins could easily overcome the various resistances and endurances negated by classes like the undead. After upgrading warming, Tang Zheng upgraded another spell, papermaking. Skill, papermaking, level 10, cost, 50 MP. Effect, creates 2 sheets of paper imbued with powerful magical energy. Compared to the warming spell, which continuously intensifies with rank, papermaking has the opposite effect. Not only does the amount of paper produced not increase, but it actually decreases with increasing rank. 10th level magic scroll, and you can only create 2. To properly craft a magic scroll, you need 20 sheets of the same level of magic paper. That's a staggering amount of energy consumed. Tang Yang's eyes twitched. He didn't need to calculate. To craft a 10th level magic scroll, the mana consumption alone would require 10 uses of the 10th level papermaking spell. Chapter 269. Upgrading heating and papermaking to level 10 respectively cost a total of 7 skill points. My ninja class has reached the maximum level, and I now have 568 magic points. With the passive bonus, a level 10 spell only costs 35 points. A thought flashed through Tang Jing's mind. To maintain a certain level of magical power, I only need to use level 10 papermaking 10 times a day to create a blank level 10 magic scroll. Based on my current magic power, if I start crafting from now on, I'd be able to store at least 1,000 level 10 magic scrolls by the time the Bone King arrives. I can adjust this later as I gain more magic power. A smile crossed Tang Jing's face as he thought of this. Who said I didn't have the resources? Now I have them, don't I? It's a pity that the items created by the Shadow Clone can't be preserved. Otherwise, I have even more resources. Tang Jing shook his head. Just like when he used the Shadow Clone to summon an angel before, the angel vanished with the moment the Shadow Clone disappeared. Items created by the Shadow Clone vanished with it, extinguishing Tang Jing's desire to use it as a humanoid-making machine working for him. Resurrection of the Dead also needed to be upgraded. The faith-based caster's level wasn't high enough initially, but now it could be upgraded again. Tang Jing adjusted his magic power, rearranged the ritual, and cast it again. He subsequently obtained the 7th level resurrection and the 9th level true resurrection. Compared to lower level resurrection spells, using true resurrection not only required only a 2-level drop, but also required no corpse at all for immediate resurrection. This was already considered the highest level of resurrection magic. Skill points, 74 to 65. When Tang Jing activated true resurrection, he didn't just unleash it in vain, he actually resurrected a person, a demi-human to be exact. The white holy light slowly dissipated. Had just been taken out of the item box, its body covered in a layer of fine white scales, its slender figure, its chest beginning to rise and fall as it regained its warmth. Ah! The lizardman Kuruxu sat up in terror, its bright red eyes filled with a look of dread, its entire body trembling. Where is this? A mixture of confusion and bewilderment began to well up in Kuruxu's mind. Kuruxu remembered that he had probably died at the hands of that human. The last moment of his memory was filled with endless darkness and icy cold. It was so hot. As Kuruxu's senses returned, he gradually became aware of the scorching heat around him, the terrifying heat, and the surging heat. The delicate, slippery white scales on her body quickly dried and cracked, and a burning pain surged through her body, like countless ants biting her. For lizardmen who live in wetlands and near flowing lakes, a humid environment is ideal for living and surviving. It's so hot, so painful. The lizardman Kuruxu groaned in pain, her weak arms supporting her on the ground, trying to get up, even though she still had no idea what had happened. Why was she resurrected? Where was this place? But the burning pain and pain throughout her body, coupled with her biological instinct, told her she had to leave this place quickly, or she would die. Lizardman Kuruxu propped himself up on the ground, his body swaying slightly from the weakness of his recent resurgence. His vision blurred as he looked ahead, where a figure stood. He raised his gaze. A familiar face came into view. Human. Lizardman Kuruxu's red pupils shrank. All the confusion, bewilderment transformed into a deep-seated fear. Welcome back. A gentle voice came softly. It reached Kuruxu's ears, more potent than any spirit-boosting drug or magic. The fear and coldness within, even the burning and stinging sensations that surged through his body, seemed to fade. This doesn't look like a good place to talk. Let's move somewhere else. These were the last words the lizardman Kuruxu heard before he slipped back into unconsciousness. In the great wetlands north of the Tubu forest, a number of wooden houses had been built around a medium-sized lake, and many lizardmen were working. On the lakeshore, fish, shrimp, crabs, and other lively aquatic creatures were caught by two sturdy lizard men, easily filling two large wooden barrels. The plump, fresh fish kept jumping in the barrels, making a pattering sound. One of the lizardmen placed the wooden lids on each barrel to prevent the fish and shrimp from escaping. This was clearly a bountiful harvest. The two lizardmen silently carried the large barrels on their backs and returned to the colony. Such a harvest would have been extremely rare in the past, and even the elders of the colony would have worried about food. But now, with only a few hundred people left in the entire lizardman tribe, food is no longer a problem. Should they thank the human who slaughtered them? The two lizardmen exchanged glances, each one perceiving the bitter smile and resignation in the other's eyes. What's that? Suddenly, one lizardman raised its head, warily glancing toward a figure wrapped in straw standing at the edge of the distant lake. Hurry back and report to the leader. The other lizardman immediately abandoned the so-called precious food, turned, and ran toward the tribe, leaving the other lizardman on guard. The tribe could no longer withstand any more losses. The panicked behavior of the two lizardmen seemed to have caught the eye of the straw-wrapped figure. After standing still for a moment, it turned and fled into the distance. Not long after, dozens of lizardmen warriors rushed out of the tribe. After learning the entire story from the alert lizardman, they rushed to the location of the mysterious figure, but after a long search, they found nothing and left the matter unresolved. Looking at the straw-wrapped lizardman Kuruksu before him, Tang Jing smiled softly. Have you finished? Yes. The lizardman Kuruksu lowered her head. Thank you, sir, for allowing the lizardmen to survive. She knew very well that, given the situation at the time, if the human before her had wished, the lizardmen would have been completely wiped out from the great wetlands. The one currently leading the lizardmen tribe is probably a traveler from the former Dragon Fang tribe. With his limited strength, he should be able to ensure the safety of you lizardmen in this wetland. Tang Jing pondered for a moment before speaking casually. I will serve you wholeheartedly. The lizardman Kuruksu bent her legs and crawled on the ground, her long tail flicking slightly. If you need me, I will offer my body without reservation. Tang Jing tilted his head back and raised an eyebrow. He wondered if he had misunderstood, or if there was some hidden meaning in the other person's words. I don't have a fetish for xenophobia. Yes. The lizardman Kuruksu's red eyes were filled with confusion, but she spoke immediately. How much strength do you have left? Tang Jing tapped his temple with a finger, somewhat helplessly. I'm still a little weak, but my strength shouldn't have been greatly affected. The lizardman Kuruksu spoke quickly, sensing her own magic power and the power she possessed. Resurrection magic. The human before him had indeed mastered even the legendary ability, breaking the illusion of death and bringing those trapped in the world of the dead back to life. Such power. The lizardman Kuruksu crawled to the ground, his heart pounding violently, his head lowered even lower. In lizardman legend, there once was a lizardman with dragon blood who could use 5th level resurrection magic, a figure long considered a myth among the lizardmen. Many lizardmen didn't believe it, and even the lizardman Kuruksu didn't believe such power existed. After all, even magic from the 4th level was incredibly powerful, let alone 5th level magic. Ninjutsu detection. Tang Jing's eyes flashed with magical energy as he looked at the lizardman Kuruksu, lying prone on the ground. Based on the strength of this aura, he's at level 15. He should have been level 17 originally, but using the 9th level resurrection magic has reduced him by 2 levels. The information detected is fairly accurate. I'm just not sure which class's level will be lowered first when someone from another world loses level. Slightly curious. The other party himself probably couldn't accurately judge. According to the descriptions of resurrected humans from another world, the resurrected person will lose a significant amount of life energy and be weakened for a period of time, but their skills and techniques shouldn't disappear. Tang Jing, all the records of your lizardmen are now with me. I've reviewed some of the records of your tribe's magic learning techniques and content. One of them is called the 4th level cloud operation, but your lizardman's writing is too disorganized and contains too many repeated words. I give you the information. You need to understand this magic and know how to perform it. Huh? The lizardman, Kuruksu, made a panic sound. Because her body was covered in straw, her facial expression was unclear, but her voice conveyed a sense of confusion and nervousness. I've heard of this magic from the old chief priest, but with my abilities, I simply cannot master magic of this level. I'm not asking you to master it. I'm asking you to understand the principles of this magic and know how to perform it, Tang Jing said calmly. Your original lizardman priests possessed a special magical enhancement method called magic rising. I also possess this method. Using a magical ritual, I need to release this magic through your hands. Now you understand, don't you? I see. The lizardman Crush suddenly understood and said, I understand. Let's go then. I disguise myself as something else. I hope your wisdom will help you live longer. Tang Jun walked up to the lizardman Karuksu, placed a hand on his head, and teleported away. The Holy Kingdom of Labelle possesses two unique features. One is that the sea divides the land into two parts, known as the Northern Holy Kingdom and the Southern Holy Kingdom. The other is a 100-kilometer-long walled fortress that completely separates the Holy Kingdom from the Ablian Hills, with the border serving as the boundary. The fortress boasts 3 large forts, designed to protect the massive wall stretching over 100 kilometers. These also serve as the only 3 gates and garrison facilities. In the event of a demi-human invasion on the border, these 3 forts could serve as strongholds for gathering large forces to launch a pincer attack. At this moment, several soldiers armed with spears stood upright at the central fort stronghold, but their slumped shoulders and yawns were noticeable. All of this speaks to the soldiers' relaxed state of mind. Standing for long periods of time is exhausting, especially in such a dull environment, with only the vast Aborian hills to the east as far as the eye can see. Furthermore, the captain's lack of relaxation at this moment doesn't matter. After all, there's no end to the demi-humans. Over the course of a month, there will be several demi-human invasions, but their numbers won't be too great. With the help of the thick city walls, they can be easily dealt with. The number of demi-human attacks seems to have decreased this month. Really? I don't think it's any different from usual. Perhaps tribal wars in the hills have become less frequent, and it's all the defeated demi-humans who have escaped. Ha ha ha. Several soldiers chatted, occasionally laughing. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed soldier glanced toward the edge of the hilly area in the distance, and seemed to notice something. His smiling face faltered, then turned serious. Soon! The other soldiers noticed as well. Someone pulled out a military device called a telescope and peered into the distant scene. It's goblins and ogres, 5 of them, 1 ogre and 4 goblins, the soldier in charge of observation said slowly. The once tense atmosphere relaxed completely. A few ogres and goblins were nothing to be feared. It wasn't long before the goblins and ogres had completely appeared beneath the city wall. The archers, already prepared, quickly drew their bows and unleashed a volley of arrows. The goblins were instantly killed, with only the ogre barely holding on. However, with the second arrow, the ogre collapsed to the ground with a muffled thud. A brief cheer erupted from the city wall. These invading demi-humans were more than just enemies to the soldiers present. They were also a source of merit. Especially when their numbers were so few, and they presented no real threat. Such merit was a gift to the soldiers. The soldiers on the city wall waited for a moment, and seeing that no more demi-humans had appeared in the hilly area, they dispatched a small team to dispose of the bodies beneath the wall. These dead demi-humans couldn't be left to rot beneath the wall. They needed special care. It had been a simple matter, but the sudden cries of alarm from the team descending caused the faces of those on the wall to change, suspecting some unexpected event. Gold? Yes, gold. These goblins are actually carrying gold. Shocked and excited voices rang out from the soldiers below, leaving those on the wall momentarily stunned, their eyes ablaze with excitement. Chapter 270. The rumor that a squad of soldiers in the walled fortress had found gold quickly spread among the other squads, sparking a wave of envy. This was the so-called windfall. The anecdote of goblins delivering gold added a rare touch of excitement to the otherwise dull walled fortress. Even further on, Tang Zheng and the lizardman Karuksa returned to the Ablian Hills. Construction of the castle was slow, but with the ample demi-human labor, the general outline and foundation had been established. However, the aesthetic tastes of the blue maggots, pandas, and ogres differed significantly from those of humans, leading to the castle's construction taking on an unconventional and chaotic style. Tang Zheng could only determine a general architectural style, and allow the demi-humans free reign. Building the castle wasn't truly for their own enjoyment, but rather to signal their intention to stay for the long term. The lizardman Karuksu was placed in the Blue Maggot's cave to conduct magical research. An open area on the hills. Wrapped in a red robe, Tang Zheng quietly gazed at the beautiful surroundings below. In the distance, the jungle, the river, and the weed-covered wasteland came into view. The air was slightly cool. The winter chill had not yet completely subsided, and the wind blowing from the depths of the Ablian Hills seemed to carry a hint of chaos and blood. I want to know what you're going to do next. A large, light green figure approached from behind. Go Jin's white eyes fixed on Tang Zheng, who stood at the edge of the cliff. He spoke in a muffled voice, otherwise, those guys might misunderstand you. Tang Zheng withdrew his gaze from the distance and, without turning back, spoke calmly, Oh Go Jin, what do you want to ask? Go Jin's white fangs curled upwards on either side of his upper lip, a sneer on his lips. For example, what are you planning on doing by sending goblins and ogres with gold to the holy kingdom of humans? They're already dead, and that Taki guy told me you were planning on sending gold. Taki was the name of the water elemental ogre. Although Gojin never considered goblins and ordinary ogres, their less intelligent, monster-like cousins, to be his own kind, he also detested such careless acts of committing suicide. Gojin was well aware of the deep vendetta between the Holy Kingdom and the demi-humans of the hilly region. Are you worried about the gold? Tang Zheng turned. The gold carried by the ogre and several goblins heading to the Holy Kingdom wasn't actually gold, to be exact, but gold ore. That's right. Gold mines exist in the Aborian Hills, and beyond just gold, all kinds of mineral resources are abundant. This place was once the capital of the Hill Dwarves, so naturally there's no shortage of mineral veins. Unfortunately, few of the various races in the hills today are truly capable of utilizing these veins. Forget the various precious minerals in human society. Even precious metal veins like gold, silver, and copper are of little significance to the various subraces. That's not what I meant, sir. King looked at the man, who was so short and frail, he looked like he could be killed with a single blow, and a sense of fear rose within him. I do have some doubts. Since you're so useful to me, I can help you solve your puzzle, but first. Tang Zheng chuckled hoarsely, and stepped past Gojin's massive figure. You need to first understand what holds the greatest value for each race in the Aborian Hills. Let's go, it's time to set off. You mysterious fellow. Gojin scowled, watching Tang Zheng's fading figure. The area where the blue maggots and the pandas are located is located in the southern part of the hilly region, near a mountain range. This range is one of the two major mountain ranges in the hilly region. It's also a crucial mountain range that separates the hilly region from the border with the Celian theocracy. It's said that on the other side of the mountain range lies the Celian theocracy's border city. To the west of this region lies the territory of a powerful demi-human race, far surpassing the blue maggots and pandus in strength. This demi-human race is the demonic man. They are a unique demi-human race with a thin build, a vaguely human-like appearance, and 4 arms. This race's greatest strength lies in its innate magical ability, capable of wielding up to 4th-tier magic. Royals and gifted individuals within its ranks awaken the power of magic casters, reaching the level of 5th-tier magic. Such a powerful race is only considered one of the top demi-humans in the entire hilly region, demonstrating the sheer number of formidable and powerful races within the Abelian Hills. It's no wonder, given their combined national strength, that the kingdom of Bari Yestage, with its vastly superior holy kingdom, can only construct border walls and fortresses to defend against the demi-humans in the hilly region. Even the neighboring humanism supremacy hostile Celian theocracy could only manage to reduce its numbers. Of course, with the Celian theocracy's resources, if they wanted to completely resolve the issue in the hilly area, there were ways. They wouldn't even need to deploy the Juesi Jueming. Simply sending a divine captain would be enough. Or, using a few 7th-tier angel-summoned magic sealing crystals, they could completely overwhelm the enemy. Tang Zheng recalled information about the demonic beings and waved his arms. Fly! Whoosh! A flash of blue light flashed past him. Tang Zheng's figure soared into the air, swiftly disappearing into the sky. This time, they were heading to the demonic being's territory. Tang Zheng did not bring anyone with him. He went alone. Gojin and the water elemental ogre would remain at the base. While both were powerful, they were no match for the demonic beings, who possessed innate magical abilities. The demonic being's territory was near forests and water sources. This is a beautiful, abundantly resourced area. Perhaps due to their individual strength, the demonic tribe is relatively small. Simple houses, built primarily of wood and animal hides, line the riverbanks, their roofs covered with hay and leaves. Located in the center of the tribe, a strange altar, constructed of neat wooden planks, is hung with the hides of various demonic creatures. Upon closer inspection, one can see tattoos etched with various magical patterns. A demonic figure, radiating a noble aura, stood quietly among these hides, eyes closed, for arms outstretched in a unique and mysterious pose. A faint, magical aura flowed from this demonic figure. This demon man was none other than the tribe's queen, Nazarini Hilchul, one of the 10 great demi-humans, known as Ice Flame Thunder. The lifespan of a demon man far exceeded that of ordinary humans and most other demi-humans, and she was a long-established figure in the hilly region. Among the 10 great demi-humans, she was a powerful being arguably ranked among the top 5. The magical energy emanating from Nazarini's body flickered, causing the surrounding air to fluctuate, sometimes becoming icy cold, sometimes scorching hot. If one looked closely, One could even see faint flashes of lightning, fleeting through the air. Suddenly, Nazarini's closed eyes fluttered open. The air suddenly cooled, becoming icy cold, and she felt a powerful surge of magical energy. Before she could fully react, boom! A huge roar echoed from the outskirts of the tribe, followed by a sharp, rapid blast of a horn. That was the emergency horn sounded when the tribe was under attack. The enemy is coming. Protect the queen. Fight back. How dare you invade our demonic people? Angry, chaotic roars echoed from all directions. Despite the sudden attack, the situation seemed to quickly stabilize. This was also one of the advantages of the tribe's small number. They could quickly gather their companions and avoid further chaos. Attack? Nazarini's face turned cold. How long had it been since she became queen? She quickly ran through the minds of other demi-human races that might attack the tribe, finding none of them likely. The magical fluctuations just now were at least level 3. This is no small creature. It's truly a headache. Nazarini lowered her forearms, forming a unique hand gesture. One of them reached toward the corner. A staff, about the height of a person, with 3 sharp blades on each side, 2 notched rings on the top, and a blue magic gem embedded in the center, flew into her hand. I don't know where this naive youngster came from. Nazarini, holding the staff, turned and walked away from the altar, her eyes narrowed and a cold glint flashed. Swish, swish, the tattooed animal hides hanging around her automatically dispersed. Nazarini walked out of the altar. Several demons were already waiting respectfully outside. Queen! 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 The demons immediately bowed respectfully. What's going on? Nazarini didn't bother to waste words, her voice cold and emotionless. At this moment, at the outermost edge of the tribal territory, the fence barrier was broken, leaving a straight, charred streak on the ground. Everywhere it passed, rocks, houses, and buildings were destroyed in one fell swoop, reduced to ash. The air was filled with a faint smell of burning. Tang Zheng stood quietly at the ruined fence, watching the dozen or so demonic beings who had rushed over immediately. Waves of magical energy emanated from these demonic beings. What? Only one enemy. That outfit, a human? Who are you? As soon as these demonic beings appeared, they immediately looked at Tang Zheng, scanning their surroundings for any other enemies. Is your queen Nazarini in the tribe? Tang Zheng's hoarse voice rang out, ignoring the demon's inquiries. Intruders, courting death. How can you call our queen by her name? Hearing Tang Zheng's disrespectful pronouncement of Nazarini, the demons were enraged. So, it seems she's in the tribe. Taking note of their reactions, Tang Zheng nodded gently. That's good. Sand domain all. Boom. A massive magic circle suddenly appeared beneath the feet of the dozen or so demons, gushing forth a torrent of quicksand, sweeping towards them like a wave. The demons roared, unleashing magic in retaliation, but the moment the sand touched the demons, their magic seemed to be sealed, unable to be used at all. What's going on? I can't cast magic. Shock, confusion, and bewilderment crossed the faces of all the demons, before giving way to fear. In the blink of an eye, all these people were trapped in the quicksand, unable to move. Magic arrows. Tang Zheng waved his finger again. Whoosh! Whoosh! 10 arrows condensed and shot out from thin air, easily piercing the heads of the silenced, immobilized demons. Blood mixed with white brain matter splattered. More than a dozen powerful demons, who had rushed over at the first moment, were killed in a single breath. Experience gained, 3721. Experience gained, 2989. Experience gained, 4907. A series of experience points flashed across the panel. Chapter 271. So much experience? Tang Zheng's eyelids lifted slightly. As expected of a subhuman species with greater individual strength, these dozen demonic beings, having arrived so quickly, were already among the strongest. Experience slots. 407, 102/410, 000 over 50,000 experience points added, bringing the average level to around level 20. Tang Zheng thought to himself, as he watched the experience slots change on the attribute panel. Swish. Sand domain lifted. A large amount of yellow quicksand dissipated, and the bodies of the demonic beings, previously bound and pierced by magic arrows, fell to the ground. Anyone else? Tang Zheng called politely inside. In response to the chaotic screams, he shrugged, then I come in. The red robe swayed. Tang Zheng walked slowly, stepping on the soft grass as he entered. An atmosphere of panic and fear filled the air. The fighting intensified as he entered, sending the nearby demonic beings scrambling to flee back into their tribes. Facing these ordinary demonic beings, Tang Zheng chose not to attack. After all, these demonic beings would be his subordinates for a long time to come. Few subhuman races are naturally endowed with magical abilities. Among these, gifted demonic beings, upon reaching a certain age, can master the power of 4th-tier magic. This uniquely endowed race is highly valued. According to the game system, the racial class possessed by this subhuman race can replace the spellcaster class, increasing the level of mana-related magic. This smell is truly unpleasant, Tang Zheng noted. In the demonic tribe, perhaps due to custom, peeled animal skins and buckets of strange liquids were hung everywhere, attracting numerous mosquitoes and flies. The air was filled with a stench of decay that wasn't quite foul, but certainly not pleasant. "It's your majesty, your majesty. The enemy is attacking. Lord Eiler. They're all dead? They're enemies we've never seen before." The chaotic commotion in the distance suddenly subsided, and then excited voices could be heard. Tap, tap. Following this, footsteps followed, a complete reversal of the previous fleeing movement. A noble demonic figure, wielding a staff and bearing distinctive tattoos on each of his 4 arms, walked at the forefront, leading a group of demonic figures rapidly towards the area. At the same time, from several directions deep within the tribe, the sound of rapidly running footsteps could be heard, clearly indicating that a large number of demonic figures were heading this way. Tang Zheng paused and looked at the guarded demonic figure a few dozen meters away. Judging from their posture, this person must be the demonic queen. Sure enough, they handle things the same way. Tang Zheng chuckled. Whether it was the demi-human races before him, or the demonic human before him, he noticed that these demi-humans handled emergencies in a very similar way. To put it more bluntly, they were quite direct. Among humans, any king or commander-in-chief would never easily appear within the enemy's field of vision. Even this process involved various probing attempts. Najirini's face darkened. The red figure ahead of her had already come into view, according to the report from the tribesman, who had just fled from the periphery. There was only one person. This made Najirini furious, and even more humiliated. Has it been so long since I've taken action? That's why outsiders are so presumptuous. This thought crossed Najirini's mind, along with a mixture of surprise and bewilderment. For one person to attack an entire tribe was simply courting death. There were indeed many foolish races in the hills, but at least not so foolish as to seek their own death. Bang! Najirini stopped, and the group of demons following closely behind her also stopped, each staring at Tang Zheng with murderous intent. This figure, this attire, is human? The two were now close, and Najirini had a clear view of Tang Zheng's form, a look of disbelief on her face. How could a human appear in the hills? No! This wasn't the time to ponder that question. This human. Najirini's pupils shrank slightly, and from some mysterious perception, she felt her breathing quicken and her hair stand on end. This human is dangerous. Najirini's eyes turned red, as she saw the fallen members of her tribe behind Tang Zheng. A rage ignited within her, further confirming the strength of the human before her. Those slain were the elite of their tribe, yet this human had dispatched them in such a short time. He appeared completely unharmed. Perhaps because of this, he dared to invade their tribe so brazenly. What do you think this place is, human? Najirini growled, raising her magic wand and pointing it at Tang Zheng. Her voice was imbued with magical power, amplifying and resonating in the air. The terrifying sound waves rattled the lush branches of the surrounding trees. The chirping of birds and insects vanished instantly. Even the weaker insects sensed the wrath of a powerful being. Oh! It seems you are the queen of the demonic beings. Tang Zheng rubbed his ears. Facing the cold, murderous gaze of a weak demonic being, his face remained calm behind his mask. He spoke with familiarity. I heard you have a wonderful magic item. Can you give it to me? In this other world, there were few magic items Tang Zheng truly valued, and the one in the hands of the demonic queen, Najirini, was one of them. This was the fundamental reason for seeking out the demonic beings this time. Otherwise, according to the original plan, Tang Zheng had no intention of relying on brute force to conquer these subhuman races one by one, until he had subdued the blue maggots and the Pandays, and had fully decimated the ogres and goblins. It would have been troublesome and time-consuming, not to mention the hassle. With his current status and power, conquering the entire Ablion Hills single-handedly would be absurd. Ha ha. Najirini was briefly stunned by Tang Zheng's words, then burst into laughter. I was originally planning to peel your skin off first, then listen carefully to why you appeared in the hills. Now, die! Najirini knew this human was no ordinary person, otherwise he wouldn't be so bold and arrogant. So, from the moment he attacked, he used all his strength. giving this human no chance of escape. A shocking burst of magical power. Ah! Najjarini's body emanated from an invisible air current. Aside from the arm holding the magic wand, the remaining 3 arms swung simultaneously. Among the 4th-tier spells in the magic system, there's a spell called Silver Night Lance, which belongs to the physical element. Her ultimate weapon is based on this spell, with its properties modified. Dealing fire damage. Flame Night Lance. Dealing ice damage. Ice Burial Night Lance. Dealing lightning damage. Thunder Explosion Night Lance. Najjarini unleashed not just one spell, but 3 simultaneously. Bang! 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 In an instant. The Night Lance burning with flames, the Night Lance radiating an icy aura, frozen in ice, and the Thunder Night Lance flashing with blue lightning, all coalesced in midair. Just one 4th-tier spell consumed a significant amount of Najjarini's magic power, and now she was using 3 at once, constantly draining it. Najjarini felt her magic power being drained instantly, and her body felt lightheaded and almost fainted. This was her ultimate weapon. Unleashing her power in this situation, Najjarini felt a deep sense of rage, not just because of the human before her. If anything unexpected happened, her tribe would suffer heavy casualties, so it was safest to eliminate the enemy in one fell swoop. A loud boom. 3 magical night spears simultaneously blasted towards Tang Zheng. Fire, lightning, and frost radiated a dazzling trio of magical shockwaves, streaking through the air like lightning at breakneck speed. Each spell possessed the power of 4th-tier magic. The terrifying magical aftermath. The faces of the demonic beings behind Najjarini were filled with admiration. Gravity reversal. Tang Zheng raised his palm, aiming at the 3 incoming night spears. He didn't use magic to neutralize or defend against them, but rather to redirect the 3 magical attacks, shifting them upward. This was far easier than a head-on confrontation. Whoosh, whoosh. 3 magical spears, with attributed properties shot upward in midair, brushing past Tang Zheng's figure, and disappearing from everyone's sight. Boom! Then, from an unknown distance, 3 violent explosions roared. The air grew silent. Najjarini's body stiffened, watching in disbelief as her all-out attack was easily deflected. Such racial talent is truly enviable, Tang Zheng's hoarse voice rang out, accompanied by a thick layer of excitement. Triple casting doesn't unleash a single attribute. It's a complete racial talent. What a pity. Tang Zheng looked at the control panel, seeing nothing. He shrugged with a hint of disappointment, his tone mixed with excitement. Normally, a magic caster who wants to multicast spells must use the magic enhancement technique magic doubling/triple transformation. However, this type of magic enhancement releases the same magic, while the magic Najjarini had just released was of 3 different properties. This is a world of difference. If you can master that magic enhancement technique, you can release 6 or even 9 spells of the same level in one go. Wow, impressive. 9-fold spellcasting. Anyone would be stunned if it were to be unleashed in one go. A hoarse, self-deprecating muttering came from Tang Zheng's direction. Najjarini and the other demonic beings had no idea what Tang Zheng was talking about. At this moment, most of the demons hadn't even recovered from Tang Zheng's effortless defense against the Queen's triple attribute Night Lance. Huh? Tang Zheng looked up at Najjarini, who was barely standing. I overestimated you, Demon Queen. You look drained after using your ultimate weapon. Your magic power is much lower than I expected. You're much weaker than I thought. A disappointed voice echoed. Najjarini snapped out of her disbelief. Her face wasn't filled with anger, but instead, she let out a shrill cry of terror. Let's unleash magic together to kill him. A surge of magical power surged. A vast number of demons unleashed magic in unison, a dazzling array of colorful and powerful attacks that came crashing down upon them. Tang Zheng's vision was already filled with a flood of magic. With so many magical attacks, even an army would suffer heavy damage or even be destroyed. This was the weakness of an individual facing an entire race. As long as their strength isn't overwhelming. Forget about those in the heroic realm, even those in the abnormal realm. Escape is their only option. Boom! Boom! A magical bombardment, like a cannonball, enveloped the area where Tang Zheng was. The earth shook, and smoke and dust rose into the sky. A full moment passed. The magical attacks finally ceased, leaving the demons panting. The intensity of the magical attack was enough to blast any enemy to pieces. Roar! A beastly, dragon-like roar echoed from the center of the dusty area, followed by a gust of wind that dispersed the vast expanse of smoke and dust. A crater several dozen meters wide appeared in the area bombarded by the numerous magical attacks, but a patch of ground, measuring 5 or 6 square meters in the center, remained unscathed. The massive figure of the bone dragon appeared before the demons, its white bones faintly shimmering with colorful light. 6-meter-long bone wings formed an encircling formation, shielding it in front of them. With a crackling sound, the bone wings unfolded, and a human in a red robe stood silently, his clothing untouched. "Everyone, you only have one choice left now," Tang Jing said with a smile, dusting off his robes. Confusion, puzzlement, fear. A feeling of despair began to spread among the demonic beings. Chapter 272. Fear stems from the unknown. When something beyond one's comprehension appears before one's eyes, this invisible fear is completely magnified. After Tang Jing single-handedly ignored all the magic cast by the demonic beings, Queen Nazarini gave up resistance. The entire demonic tribe of 1,500 people was under Tang Jing's control. Although small in number, the demonic tribe's overall strength far surpassed that of the Blue Maggots and the Pandes. The total number of the three tribes combined reached 8,500, and the entire southernmost region of Ablion Hill was under Tang Jing's control. A makeshift castle room had been built on the hill. A wooden table, made from 2 chopped trees, had a rough, but appearance. Tang Jing stood at the edge of the table, intently examining a hide map made from some unknown beast, giving it a rustic, aged feel. This is a map of the Apollon Hills, contributed by the demonic man. It shows the general locations of the various tribes within the hilly region. As expected of one of the most prominent tribes in the hilly region, the Blue Maggots and the other tribe, hiding deep in the caves and rarely communicating with the outside world, couldn't produce a map like this. If I remember correctly, in the future, after Demiurge quickly gained control of the hilly region, he assembled an army of 100,000 demihumans to attack the Holy Kingdom. Tang Jing gazed at the map, a thoughtful look in his eyes. Given Demiurge's personality, these demihumans are just tools. They won't care about manpower or emotions. By that calculation, the total number of demihumans in the entire Apollon Hills should not exceed 150,000. If the demihumans of the entire hilly region were divided into 2 categories, one would be those who are inherently bloodthirsty and prey on humans. In the game's parlance, they would be considered a demihuman race with a relatively evil righteousness value. The other group might not necessarily have a favorable impression of humans, but they also possess a certain moral standard, such as the Blue Maggots, the Pandes, and the demonic mankind, all of whom he currently controls. Ordinary ogres, for example, fall into the category of a relatively evil race, but fortunately, their intelligence is low, making them perfect tools. Tang Jing picked up the blackened stick in his hand, and, using the charred charcoal at the bottom, marked the tribes of several demihuman races with a bloodthirsty nature. Then, we focus on these bloodthirsty demihuman races, targeting the demihuman tribes that truly need to be eliminated. Tang Jing raised the burnt blackwood branch in his hand. We need to weaken the demihumans in the hilly areas, but we can't completely deprive them of their power. This degree is indeed difficult to grasp. As Tang Jing raised his hand, the cuff of his red robe slid down, revealing a bronze armband that fit snugly around his wrist. The bronze armband was inlaid with black silk thread patterns, and if you looked closely, you could detect a faint glimmer. This armband was the magical item carried by the demon Queen Nazarini, called the Death Guardian Armband. Although its level was not high, it granted the wearer complete resistance to instant death effects once per day. This resistance could even resist the instant death effects caused by the super-level magic Dark Fruitful Sacrifice. Not to mention the Bone King's most proficient 8th-level magic Death and 9th-level magic Hard Mastery, both of which cause instant death damage. Of course, facing the Bone King's ultimate weapon, the Death Bell, which carries the threat of complete instant death, it was useless. The only countermeasures against this trump card were rebirth magic or resurrection items. No matter what, until now, Tang Jing had no means to counter instant death-related skills, but now, he finally had one. This would give him some confidence even if he faced certain death in the future. He hadn't forgotten that the weapon the opponent often wielded was Karen's Guidance, the artifact of the God of Death, one of the 6 great gods. This weapon contained the 8th-level death. Ding, ding, a gentle knock on the door. "Come in," Tang Jing said without even looking up. The lizardman Kuruksu, still wrapped in straw, entered respectfully from outside, her long, snow-white tail trailing on the ground, the tip slightly raised, seeming a little nervous. "Sir," the lizardman Kuruksu said respectfully, her white claws crossed over her chest. "Have you mastered cloud manipulation?" Tang Jing asked without looking up. No. The lizardman Kuruksu's tail tip curled a little higher, her voice growing even more nervous. Tang Jing pulled his gaze from the map and looked up at him. "What's that?" The lizardman Kuruksu took a deep breath. "Sir," The ogres and goblins sent to the Holy Kingdom's border for the second time have been killed, and the gold ore they carried has also been taken by humans. After saying this, the lizardman Kaluxa lowered her straw-wrapped head, as if fearing Tang Jing's anger. She didn't understand why the Lord had done this. Yet, he subconsciously felt that this would anger Tang Jing. But something unexpected happened. A soft chuckle reached the lizardman Karuxu, startling him. The human lord didn't seem angry. Then send the ogres and goblins again, Tang Jing said. Yes, sir, the lizardman Karuxu replied respectfully. Wait a moment. A faint smile flickered across Tang Jing's face behind his black mask, and he continued calmly, don't bring gold ore this time. Bring a basket of herbs. If they're still killed, exchange them for monster pelts, agates, gemstones, cave crystals, and the like. Those kinds of things aren't very useful to demi-humans, but the hilly areas have plenty of them. Yes, sir. The lizardman Karuxa bowed deeply, and cautiously left the room. It's only January, no rush. Tang Jing's gaze returned to the map, muttering to himself, experience, profession. The Holy Kingdom border. Central Fortress. A slightly grayish room, its walls bricked, its windows wide open, letting in a cool breeze. Several figures stood around a round table. They were all captains of the Central Fortress's troops. Besides these, 2 other men sat at the table. One was muscular, with thick eyebrows and an unkempt beard, giving him a rugged and wild look. Only a pair of small eyes broke the air of boldness, adding a touch of comical incongruity. Dang! Dang! Most noticeable was the 8 single-edged swords he carried. Even the simple movement of his body caused the blades to clash and clatter. Another man sat down. He was equally muscular, though much leaner than the other, as if he had shed excess muscle, forging his body into extreme agility. His piercing, sharp black eyes made one shudder at the mere sight of him. It was a terrifying gaze, and behind him was a delicate, expensive magical bow and arrow. The air in the room was somewhat quiet. The fact that only 2 men were seated, while the rest were standing, was enough to indicate that these 2 men held extremely high status. And indeed, it was. These 2 men were 2 of the 9 colors of the Holy Kingdom. The one with the 8-bladed sword was Auron Campano, and the one with the bow and arrow was Pavel Baraja. The 9 colors is a title bestowed by the Holy King upon 9 colors. Those bestowed with the 9 colors are all talented individuals in various fields within the Holy Kingdom. These 2 men were also the 2 with the highest status in the entire Central Fortress. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the 3 pieces of gold ore, each the size of a human head, placed on the table. Several standing captains tried hard not to look at the gold ore on the table, but their eyes couldn't help but gravitate towards it. A brief silence. Something's amiss, Pavel, carrying a bow, spoke first. His dark eyes fixed on the gold ore, their gaze devoid of lust and greed, only confusion. Not long ago, Pavel had heard about a small team's unexpected discovery of gold ore, and had exclaimed, what luck they had. And now, the ogres had delivered gold ore again, and this time it was not only larger, but also in greater quantity, a stash the size of 3 human heads. Given its density, Pavel couldn't be sure how much it would be worth if refined, but he knew it would be at least several hundred gold coins. Is this normal? Of course not. Historically, the demi-humans who attacked the walled fortresses were either the remnants of the demi-humans defeated or driven out of the hilly areas, few in number and posing little threat, so they couldn't be considered attacks at all. Or they were attacks by truly large demi-human forces. In either case, there had never been a case of attacking the walled fortresses with gold ore, at least not in Pavel's memory. No, it had happened twice now. Isn't that normal? I don't think so. Auron, clad in heavy leather armor, said with a carefree laugh. Don't be so nervous, Pavel. Something delivered to your door for free. What's unusual? Anyway, just kill these demi-humans anyway. Pavel glanced at Auron helplessly, feeling that discussing this with him wasn't a wise decision, but he agreed with him. That's indeed the case. There had only been 2 such incidents so far, so they could truly be described as unexpected. After all, the demi-human situation in the Ablian Hills had been complex throughout history, and anything could happen. This matter wasn't a big deal, but it wasn't a small one either. Reporting it to the higher-ups would seem like overkill. Pavel still felt a little confused, but he couldn't come up with any useful clues. The fundamental reason for holding this small meeting was the extremely high value of these 3 pieces of gold ore, a completely different situation from the first time. If they left it entirely to the team that handled the bodies, it would probably, definitely cause dissatisfaction among the other teams. What's the situation? Pavel pondered for a moment, then looked up at the standing captains. Sir, I've done my best to suppress the news, but I'm afraid it's still out there. One of the captains said quietly, a sheepish smile on his face as he stepped down. Is that so? Pavel sighed softly, knowing he wasn't to blame for this. After all, so many people had witnessed it. Even if he wanted to suppress the news, it would have been too late. In that case, let's discuss the distribution plan. Pavel's expression grew more serious as he addressed Allrund. Chapter 273. Lodlobel. In the bustling port city, a cargo ship was loading supplies and preparing to set sail. This was a merchant ship bound for the Holy Kingdom. Its cargo, in addition to normal goods, also included a shipment of regeneration potion. Recently, with the arrival of the renowned free will adventurer team in the city, the most profitable business has become the secondary sale of regeneration potion. The ship's owner knew that if a precious and rare potion like the regeneration potion were sold to the Holy Kingdom, profits would likely double. The profit from these potions alone would almost equal the revenue from most of the ship's cargo. After handing over the potion cargo to the ship's owner, Inri breathed a sigh of relief. This was the most money they had ever made. Her hands tightly clutched the magic leather bag, which contained a full 100 platinum coins. If converted into gold, the value would be over 2,000 gold coins. Thinking of this, Inri gripped her magic belt tighter, glanced around at the throng of people, and hurried away. The port was a chaotic place, and the previous transaction had caught the eye of too many people. An ordinary girl with a large sum of money was a walking piece of slush. Yet, from beginning to end, no one had ever set eyes on Inri. In fact, most people showed goodwill wherever she went, offering greetings and even greetings. The cheap potion had helped many needy people during this time. There were only 3 free will individuals. Besides the genius alchemist, who rarely showed up and spent most of his time studying alchemy in the inn, there were 2 other visible individuals. One was the cold-faced, ill-tempered green leaf witch, and the other was the gentle and kind-hearted Inri. The primary sales of the regeneration potion fell entirely to these 2. Inri, to be more precise. This meant that everyone, from nobles to merchants and ordinary people, who wanted to obtain the regeneration potion, had to negotiate with Inri. This led to the current situation. Anyone who dared to touch Inri wouldn't need the free will of the captain to intervene. The merchants and nobles who profited immensely from this would simply leave these fools to feed the fish. Power instills fear, and only profit will compel those with vested interests to actively protect it. From the inn window, Tang Zheng watched the nervous Inri, clutching her magic purse, rush back to the inn amidst a sea of kind glances and people willingly making way. Even Inri herself hadn't noticed. Perhaps no one dared to snatch the money. Using profit to motivate is far more silent and subtle than using force to oppress, right? Tang Zheng chuckled. I don't quite understand. The green leaf which stood respectfully to the side, a look of bewilderment in her bright yellow eyes. Tang Zheng shook his head. Communication between the Holy Kingdom and our kingdom isn't close, so our reputation as a kingdom won't be very effective there. Having these merchant ships deliver the regeneration potion ahead of time will help us build our reputation, and save us a lot of trouble. I see. The green leaf witch's face finally showed a look of sudden realization, as if she finally understood. Tang Zheng's mouth twitched slightly. What he had just said was actually 2 separate things. Wait until Inri returns. After praising and encouraging her, Tang Zheng had the evil hound protect Inli. He then secretly used teleportation magic to lead the green leaf witch to a forest deep within the great wetlands. A thin white mist filled the forest. A gust of moist air filled the green leaf witch's nostrils. As she gazed at the familiar, gray, dense forest before her, her eyes slightly dazed. This was once the territory of the twin witches. Unknowingly, they had been away for so long, and this was their first time back. She and her sister had once considered escaping, but now they had long since given up the idea, not just because of the strength displayed by their master, but also because they were following the one before them. Their names would become even more resounding, and they might even witness the birth of figures like the 13 heroes from the history of various races. The master possessed such strength and talent. Both the green leaf witch and the white mist witch firmly believed this. Master, the green leaf witch said respectfully, her bright yellow eyes filled with awe. Tang Zheng nodded and led the green leaf witch to a pre-prepared clearing deep in the forest. This was also where he had last studied the wild transformation ritual. Thanks to the contributions of those demi-humans, he now had a clearer understanding of the ritual. The entire ritual was quickly prepared. You stand at the center of the ritual. Yes, master. The green leaf witch, without hesitation, swiftly stepped past the magical materials to the very center of the ritual. In her hand, she clutched a bloody heart the size of 2 palms. This heart was none other than the heart of the wise forest king, Kangsuk. Tang Jing walked to the front of the ritual, pulled out several magical leather bags from his waist, and poured the pre-prepared flesh and blood of the wise forest king onto the ground. It formed a pile, half a man's height, and a rich, bloody odor permeated the air. Crimson blood seeped from the flesh, corroding the ritual. The scent spread with the breeze, instantly attracting beasts and monsters from the deep forest. However, before the monsters could approach, the green leaf which, once the ruler of this dense forest, emanated a wave of magical power and snorted coldly. Instantly, the commotion in the depths of the forest vanished without a trace. Facing the pool of flesh and blood, the green leaf which felt no discomfort, only a hint of confusion. The bloody smell was fresh, suggesting a recently deceased monster. Were its bones gone? Looking at this pile of flesh and blood, it's clear this isn't some boneless, creeping creature. The bones of the wise forest king Hamsuk had long been absorbed and devoured by Tang Jing's flesh armor, leaving only a pool of flesh and blood. As for freshness, it was naturally fresh from being stored in the item box. Even if it had been divided and stored in different magical leather bags, it only created the illusion of recent death. Eat the heart, Tang Jing warned. The emerald leaf which stared at the large heart in her hand, blood dripping from her fingers. A flicker of hesitation flashed across her bright yellow eyes, but it quickly vanished. She opened her mouth and shoved the heart into her mouth. Initiate the ritual. Tang Jing's expression straightened. He stood at the edge of the ritual, raised his palm, and pressed it against the edge, initiating the ritual. Buzz! A magical light rose, and lines of magic unfolded along the ritual, forming a blue magic circle on the ground. The flesh and blood of the wise forest king, Hamasuk, placed on the magical ritual, was melting at a visible speed, like snowflakes in the sun. The flesh and blood flowed rapidly within the magic circle, transforming into streams of energy that converged along the lines of the magic circle, toward the green leaf who was at the center of the entire ritual. Humph! The green leaf, which immediately felt a surge of pure and intense energy continuously flowing into her body. Pain surged through her body, and she groaned. Buzz, buzz! The green leaf witch's own magic power reacted uncontrollably with this energy, forming a flickering green light. As the wise forest king's flesh and blood continued to transform into energy, her body began to expand uncontrollably. First, thick gray fur began to appear on its body. Then, the claws on its hands grew sharp, extending into long, slender black nails that continued to grow longer. A tail, covered in sturdy, snake-like scales, emerged and rapidly extended. The loss of a body part does not affect the transformation process. Tang Jing calmly observed the scene, waiting for the green leaf witch to fully transform. The prerequisite is that the missing part cannot exceed 1/3 of the original monster's body. If it exceeds that, it will be affected. Through previous experiments on several demi-humans provided by Imina, the wild transformation ritual has been fully understood. The monster's heart is the medium. Without first consuming the heart, the entire ritual cannot be initiated. Conversely, consuming only the heart without the monster's flesh and blood will not work. Then, during the transformation, the transformed person will use their own flesh and blood as energy, and the process is bound to fail. To reach this conclusion, a demi-human died 3 times in a row before they finally understood it. This was just one of Tang Jing's experiments. For example, Tang Jing had a demi-human consume the heart normally, then replaced it with the corpse of another monster. The result was failure. Even with the same monster, as long as the heart was not the original monster's, the process would still fail. During this process, the demi-human's body would explode and die. The conclusion, to use the words of my past life, is rejection reaction. An interesting phenomenon. The seemingly uncomplicated magic ritual adheres to extremely rigid, almost standard, rules. Tang Jing looked at the magic circle activated before him, his eyes suddenly filled with a pale blue magical light. What is this? He found that the magic ritual suddenly became clearer as he watched, the flow of magic power, the energy changes within the magic circle, and so on. What was going on? This wasn't the first time he witnessed the wild transformation ritual, but it wasn't quite the same as this one. Tang Jing pondered, a thought forming in his mind. Could it be the passive ability magic master of magic transcendent at work? This passive ability seemed to be the ability to effortlessly master a variety of complex and advanced magical techniques. Boom! The blue light released by the magic circle suddenly brightened, and the vibrating magic power calmed down and dissipated. Smoke and dust dispersed. Over 2 meters tall, a sturdy figure covered in thick, tough brown fur. 2 claws extended, with sharp black nails reaching a meter long resting on its chest. Illuminated by the light filtering through the dense forest, even in the darkness, it still radiated a metallic hue. Snap! The slender tail, 20 meters long, far exceeding its body, lashed slightly in midair, each subconscious lashing producing a rapid roar like a sonic boom. He saw the familiar figure before him. A faint smile crossed Tang Jing's face. If he hadn't personally overseen the entire process, he would have thought the wise forest king, Hamasuk, had truly been resurrected. Master! The wise forest king, transformed by the emerald leaf witch, felt a powerful force he had never felt before and let out a cry of surprise. Chapter 274. Swoosh! The green leaf witch transformed into the body of the wise forest king and instinctively swung her claws. Sharp nails tore through the air, making a hissing sound. Can you speak? Tang Ning's eyes lit up. Yes, master, I can speak normally. The green leaf witch opened her mouth and uttered a voice very similar to that of the wise forest king, Hamasuk. Then, can you use your original magic now? No. I can't. The green leaf witch cast her spell according to the normal casting process, but found it was completely ineffective. A hint of panic lingered in her originally excited voice. Try undoing the transformation. Under Tang Jing's gaze, the green leaf witch quickly undoing the transformation and cast her spell again, unleashing it normally with the same power as before. As expected, Tang Jing narrowed his eyes slightly. A monster transformed through a magical ritual can use the monster's powers, but cannot use its own unless the transformation is undoing the transformation. When fighting the basic lizard transformed by the forest dwarf, the opponent only used the basic lizard's abilities. Also, the forest dwarf and several other demihumans he had experimented with before were unable to speak after their transformations, but the emerald leaf witch could. This likely has nothing to do with the emerald leaf witch, but rather with the transformed monster. The wise forest king, Hamasuk, could speak, so he could also speak after his transformation. Perfectly inheriting the monster's abilities truly surpasses the effects of the wild transformation skill. After comparing various things, Tang Jing finally confirmed this. He gazed at the surprised emerald leaf witch, his eyes gleaming with a glint. It is precisely because of this perfection that the transformed person cannot use their original power. Simply put, after transformation, they completely become the monster. Whether this was a good thing or a bad thing was hard to tell. Huh, your level has indeed increased. Chui Yi, test your transformation abilities. Tang Jing raised his arm and crushed a 4th-tier angel summoning scroll. Bang! A divine light emanated. Embracing a prototype shield, the angel of surveillance, the most powerful defender, was summoned and charged towards the witch of Chui Yi. Yes, master. The witch of Chui Yi was equally excited. With a twist of her body, she transformed into the wise king of the forest and collided with the angel of surveillance. Bang! 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 The fierce collision echoed through the dense forest. The witch of Chui Yi, originally a mere magic caster, now, through her transformation, could actually go head-to-head with the angel of surveillance. Ninjutsu, detection. Tang Jing activated his ninjutsu's detection ability, observing the witch of Chui Yi closely, his eyes brightening. Level 28. Hamasuk's level is above 30, but Tsueya's level after transformation is only 28. This is related to the loss of Hamasuk's bones, resulting in a loss of flesh. It might also have something to do with the upper limit of the level increase. Tang Jing, comparing his previous experiments, confirmed another important piece of information. An alternative level increase. This is the second method Tang Jing has discovered. The first is to increase the Cursed Knight's level by absorbing the cursed energy when obtaining the Cursed Knight. The current method uses a ritual to absorb the flesh and blood energy of a monster to increase the level of the transformed. However, compared to the first method, the second method has more restrictions. The biggest problem is the monster's level. Once transformed into a certain monster through the ritual, it can only be transformed into that monster forever, and can no longer be transformed into other monsters through the ritual to increase the level. It is like locking the upper limit. There's another minor limitation, though, which isn't particularly problematic compared to these two. When Tang Jing first obtained the magic ritual, he was curious. Why didn't the forest gnomes work together to hunt powerful monsters, then allow their members to transform into them through the ritual to increase their strength? Why didn't the tribe members have to hunt powerful monsters individually before they could transform through the ritual? This could be attributed to the forest gnomes' ancient ideology, but it's strange not to use something that could clearly enhance the entire tribe's strength. Tang Jing's experiments had already concluded that some seemingly ancient and decadent ideas and rules do have a purpose. This is because the transformed monster cannot exceed its own level, otherwise it will be shattered by the monster's own immense power. This is why the forest gnomes highly value individual strength overcoming powerful monsters. Tang Zheng speculated that the level difference between the monster and the transformed cannot exceed 7 levels, which may be related to the wild transformation ability. The basic forest priest class's wild transformation isn't very high, but the wild transformation of the advanced forest priest should be able to raise the upper limit of the level difference. Converting monsters into energy absorption. If we can convert large numbers of corpses into energy absorption at once, perhaps we can develop a truly alternative method of leveling up. Tang Zheng watched the battle between the Emerald Leaf Witch and the Angel of Surveillance in the distance, silently pondering. He only had 2 magic rituals, the Magic Ascension Ritual and the Wild Transformation Ritual. The 2 were completely unrelated and couldn't be used as a reference. Shangshuiyu. The end of January. The dry, cold air of the Ablian Hills had weakened considerably, bringing a touch of warmth to midday. As the month drew to a close, after several days of overcast skies, a hazy, cold drizzle finally began to fall. Amidst the flat terrain of the winding hills, a castle stood, its silhouette a stark contrast to its surroundings. The entire exterior wall was constructed entirely of massive stones, their uncarved edges imbued with a rough, primitive feel. The castle's exterior was also eccentric, with some areas too high, others flat. It gave it a strange, eerie feel. At this moment, on the gravel ground outside the castle, the lizardman Kaluxu cautiously approached the center of the familiar Magic Ascension ritual. This was a powerful ritual passed down from their clan, a legendary lizardman hero, their trump card. Now, they witnessed the human's expert arrangement and use of it. Alas! Lizardman Karuxu sighed softly, a sense of melancholy and resignation rising within him. Let's begin. Yes! Lizardman Karuxu quickly suppressed his emotions and spoke respectfully. Wow! The magic ritual began. Tang Zheng stood within the ritual, channeling his inner mana into the magic circle. 4-tier magic. Cloud operation. Lizardman Karuxu raised his arms, pointing them toward the sky. A look of uncanny seriousness crossed his face brimming with white scales. Following the information recorded by the priest, he activated the magic. The magic circle began to glow, and a powerful surge of mana, perceived by the lizardman Karuxu, emanated from its body. In an instant, a vast amount of magic power was drained from her body like water, in just a single breath. The lizardman Karuxu felt the magic power within her being drained away in a single breath. A feeling of weakness and suffocation surged into her chest, her vision darkening, and she felt as if she were about to collapse. Buzz! Just before she was about to faint from the drain of magic power, a terrifying torrent of magic power surged into her body along the magic circle. Ah! The lizardman Karuxu subconsciously let out a low, groaning moan, her long, white tail rising. She had never felt such a powerful and overwhelming force before. The potent magic power filled her body, rapidly replenishing the weakness that had just been drained away. It made the lizardman Karuxu feel as if she were enveloped in the power of powerful magic, and an unprecedented sense of security washed over her. Cloud operation. The magic was activated. Invisible power was released from the lizardman Karuxu's arms, and in the blink of an eye, it surged into the dark clouds in the sky. The misty, cold drizzle began to subside. The dark clouds above the castle rippled and spread like waves, gradually dispersing the dark clouds in the gloomy sky. The sun's rays shone through the gaps in the clouds. The warm, bright sunlight, like a beam of light, shone down on Tang Zheng and the lizardman Karuxu below. Then, it gradually expanded to encompass the entire castle, and continued to spread outward. Magic power continued to drain. Even with Tang Zheng's magical infusion, the lizardman Karuxu felt waves of weakness surge through her body, causing her to stagger slightly. Continue to expand, came Tang Zheng's cold voice. Yes! The lizardman Karuxu gritted her teeth and insisted. As the magic continued to be cast, the dark clouds in the sky spread wider and wider, until they expanded to an area the size of a small town, then completely stopped and could no longer expand. It seems this is the maximum range. Tang Zheng stared at the sky. Above was still shrouded in dark clouds, but the sky in their area was clear and shimmering with sunlight. From other angles, it looked quite astonishing. I thought it was a type of magic controlled by the Heavenly Marquis. I thought it was just like normal magic, but I didn't expect it to continuously consume mana. Tang Zheng stopped injecting magic, and the ritual also ceased. The vibrating magic power completely dissipated and stabilized. The lizardman Kuruksu's body went limp, and she fell to the ground, panting rapidly. Hoo-hoo! Thank you for your hard work. Tang Jing glanced at the figure lying on the ground and spoke softly, his red mage robe swaying as he turned and headed back into the castle. The lizardman Kuruksu raised his head slightly, his eyelashed eyes staring forward, Tang Jing's back reflected in his red pupils. Snap, snap! The white tail unnoticed slapped the ground, making a soft sound. As he entered the castle, Tang Jing's mind flickered, and he spent a skill point. Skill points. 65 to 64. Having mastered the 4th tier cloud control spell, the next step was to use magic ascension to master the 6th tier climate control. The names alone reveal the difference between these two weather control spells. One could only control clouds, while the other could manipulate weather and meteorological changes over a wide range. Besides these two weather manipulation magics, the more advanced one is the super-level magic heaven and earth change. It can completely alter the climate of an entire region, and the effects can even be long-lasting. It can also be used to eliminate the negative effects of certain locations and create a favorable climate. Inside the castle, the white mist witch, who had been waiting for a long time, saw Tang Jing enter and quickly stepped forward with a smile, her eyes filled with admiration. As expected of you, master. You can even change the weather. That's truly amazing. The white mist witch began excitedly. Tang Jing shook his head slightly, his gaze fixed. Remember, it's the lizardman Kuruksu who manipulates the clouds and changes the weather, not me. Not now, not ever. Weather manipulation magic is a magical power of the faith element. He was currently impersonating a powerful spellcaster of the magic element, so naturally, he couldn't use the power of the faith element. I understand, the white mist witch said. The plan was going more smoothly than expected. I hadn't expected the lizardman Kuruksu to actually be able to perform cloud manipulation through magical ascension. Resurrecting him was a brilliant move. We don't need a plan B now, thought Tang Jing, and he asked the white mist witch, what's going on over there? The white mist witch excitedly said, Master, you're truly amazing. Someone from the Holy Kingdom has already contacted us secretly. Chapter 275. Hearing the white mist witch mention that there was finally some movement from the Holy Kingdom, Tang Jing's eyes lit up, and he strode into the castle hall. He came to the large wooden table. He took out a map of the hilly area and spread it on the table, then looked at the border with the Holy Kingdom. The white mist witch followed Tang Jing closely, looking at the map together, but she couldn't understand it. Master seems in good spirits, the white mist witch thought to herself. She didn't really understand what her master was doing, but since it was her master's order, she naturally did her best to do it. Whose side are they? Tang Jing suddenly asked. The white mist witch's bright yellow eyes froze in surprise. She opened her mouth, realizing she didn't know either. Is there any need to distinguish between such things? She only knew that some humans had secretly contacted the ogres sent to the Holy Kingdom border. As for their identities, she had no idea. Never mind. It doesn't matter. Seeing no response, Tang Jing realized this and chuckled, shaking his head. The situation in the Holy Kingdom is actually quite complicated. Putting aside the territorial divisions between the northern and southern Holy Kingdoms, the various noble factions are numerous due to the influence of the Holy Princess. Pata, pata. Weak footsteps sounded from outside the door. The lizardman Kuruksu had regained some strength and, with a staggering gait, cautiously entered. In the hall, Tang Jing, studying the map, and the white mist witch, standing nearby, glaring at her with disdain. The lizardman Kuruksu stood in a corner, wrapped in straw. Her arms, through the gaps of which delicate white scales shone, hung in front of her, her head lowered even lower. The magic of cloud operation had already helped Tang Jing complete the task, but he didn't tell her what to do next. A feeling of bewilderment and uncertainty crept up on the lizardman Kuruksu. What do they want? Tang Jing didn't mind the lizardman Kuruksu hearing the following information. Gold ore. The white mist witch spoke immediately. Gold? What a straightforward deal. As expected, this kind of thing leaks through soldiers like a sieve. Tang Jing shook his head and chuckled. That's right. After all, they're our own people. There's no need to be overly cautious. Since the last 2 ogres sent to the Holy Kingdom's walled fortress carrying gold, or were killed, 3 more have been sent. These 3 groups carried items like monster hides, herbs, and gems. If the first 2 were accidents, then the 5th time was the same, and they even proactively replaced the high-value items. Even the most clueless person would probably realize that the ogres appearing beneath the fortress walls are problematic. The relationship between the Holy Kingdom and the Aborian Hills is like fire and water. However, even the worst of these relations, for some, is more tangible than profit. Tang Jing stared at the map quietly, his eyes deep, a hint of a sneer playing on his lips. That's right. The ultimate purpose of his sending the ogres earlier was to trade with the Holy Kingdom and purchase a large amount of grain and food. This didn't require a complex plan. There's a saying from his past life that Tang Jing disliked, but he agreed with. When profits reach 10%, they'd be ready to act. When they reach 50%, they take risks. When they reach 100%, they dare to violate all human laws. When profits reach 300%, they dared to risk the gallows. And the profit Tang Jing was offering was more than triple that. Gold ore, magical beast hides, magical materials, various minerals, valuable and rare medicinal herbs, agates, crystals, gemstones, and so on. The Ablian Hills had plenty of all of these. The hills were roughly the same size as the entire northern Holy Kingdom, yet the demi-humans in them numbered only between 100,000 and 150,000. And what about the entire northern Holy Kingdom's population? A full 3.5 million. This wasn't simply a question of population size. It was about the limited resources available to the demi-human population. Kuruxu, what do you think is the most valuable thing for the various demi-human races in the hills? Tang Jing withdrew his gaze from the map and turned to the lizardman Kuruxu, standing in a corner. Suddenly questioned. The lizardman Kuruxu was visibly stunned, then raised his head nervously, a look of deep thought in his red eyes. She hadn't been in the hilly region long, but through her interactions with other subhuman races, she had gained some understanding. Inexplicably, the lizardman Kuruxu recalled her former lizardman tribe. After a brief pause, she whispered, "It's food." As expected of a former tribe leader, Tang Jing complimented. The lizardman Kuruxu lowered her head in embarrassment. Food, weapons, and slaves were the three things most valued by all the subhuman races in the hilly region, with food ranking first. There was no unified government here. Each subhuman race was completely independent and hostile to the others. In this chaotic situation, it's impossible to have a systematic monetary exchange of gold, silver, and copper coins like in human nations. Barter is the most direct means of exchange among the demi-humans in the hilly region. Gold is simply unnecessary for the major demi-human races. The Apollon Hills can easily support a population of only a few 100,000 demi-humans, and given their pride, these demi-human races simply disdain to trade with humans. Additionally, on either side of the Apollon Hills lies the Holy Kingdom, a feuding kingdom, and the human supremacist-slain theocracy. The three parties are so desperate to fight each other, how could they possibly reach a compromise? However, Tang Jing didn't care about this. He wanted to bring all three parties to an end. Send 20 ogres, first with half a carload of gold ore, as a welcome gift for the first transaction. Tang Jing said calmly, his eyes calm. That's a real bargain for them. Think of it as buying a horse for a fortune. That term used here is a bit derogatory. The white mist witch, somewhat confused by Tang Jing's subsequent words, nodded quickly and whispered, "How about sending Go Jin along? He's lived in the human kingdom for a long time, and is more adept at communicating with humans." "No need." Tang Jing shook his head and smiled quizzically. "He's the king who rules these ogres behind the scenes. It's too early for him to show up now." "Hee, I understand." The white mist witch suddenly let out a playful laugh, and her mist-shrouded figure ethereally left the hall. Tap, tap, Tang Jing raised a finger and tapped the table, mentally going over his plan. A considerable amount of energy had been spent on this for a while, slowing down his progress somewhat. However, once the plan was implemented, the lost experience could be easily made up during this wasted time. As long as the food provided by the Holy Kingdom arrived, he could allow the goblins to reproduce in large numbers. Coupled with the equally prolific blue maggots, this would be like launching a second breeding program in the hilly area. Tang Jing's current disguise was to manipulate the mysterious magic chants of the undead, creating large numbers of subhuman corpses, like goblins, without arousing obvious suspicion. Of course, this was only one of his objectives. Tang Jing also needed to guard against any potential missteps. Just in case, he needed to find someone to endorse his actions, further alleviating suspicion and the perception of his presence. Chironon! Tang Jing's mind flashed to the organization. He had a strong connection with Chironon. After all, 2 of their members had died at his hands. Well, one, Khajiit, survived. He had been resurrected by the leader. Tang Jing had indirectly learned something about the mysterious leader's strength through 2 consecutive encounters with members of Zillanon. It was within his control. "Come here." "Ah, yes." The lizardman Kuruxu suddenly heard Tang Jing's words and strode over, stopping in front of him. "Drink this." Tang Jing looked at the lizardman Kuruxu, wrapped in straw, and took out a bottle of red potion and placed it on the table. The red liquid in the potion bottle was dragon blood. Dragon blood was extremely precious. The lizardman Kuruksu's ability to perform cloud manipulation through a ritual had made him see its greater value, so he didn't mind taking out the dragon blood for observation. Tang Zheng had never forgotten that the lizardman Kuruksu possessed the dragon-related profession of Dragon Mark Instructor. He was also the only lizardman to possess the racial profession of lizardman awakened ancient species. This wide-scaled variant, so completely different from ordinary lizardmen, made one wonder if he truly had dragon blood. Based on his appearance, he bore a resemblance to the legendary Dragon King of the Decayed Pavilion before he became undead. Whether he truly possessed the blood of the Dragon King of the Decayed Coffin, Tang Zheng couldn't confirm it. When he had killed the lizardman Kuruksu and placed his body in his item box, he hadn't considered the possibility of resurrecting it later. At the time, he simply thought his blood might be valuable. Unfortunately, after studying it, he discovered that its effects were no different from those of ordinary lizardmen, so he dropped the question. "Yes, sir," the lizardman Kuruksu said respectfully, picking up the dragon blood vial on the table and swallowing the entire contents in one gulp. She didn't care what the red liquid was. The human man before her could easily kill her and then resurrect her. If she wanted to kill him, she wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. Drank the dragon blood. The lizardman Kuruksu felt a warm sensation surge through her body, and her body began to heat up. "What does it feel like?" Tang Zheng asked curiously as he observed. The lizardman Kuruksu answered honestly. After listening, Tang Zheng was somewhat surprised and speechless. Dragon blood contained a trace of curse power, which could even cause the creatures that drank it to become violent. After drinking dragon blood, the evil hound became extremely irritable and lost its mind. The lizardman Kuruksu before him only felt a slight heat buildup, showing no signs of abnormality. Is it because of the lizardman awakened ancient racial class? Or because of the Dragon Mark Instructor? Tang Zheng grew increasingly interested, and pulled out several more bottles of dragon blood potion. Remove all the straw from your body, and then continue drinking. The other person was constantly wrapped in straw, not solely because of the unusual white lizardman trait, but more because albino lizardmen are more sensitive to sunlight, which can worsen their vision. Wrapping themselves in straw protects against direct sunlight, and also provides some protection for vision. After removing the straw, the lizardman Kuruksu revealed a pure white figure, and then drank the entire dragon blood gulp by gulp. As the dragon blood continued to flow into his stomach, Kuruksu's body gradually heated up, and layers of sweat formed between the crevices of his delicate scales. A faint white vapor rose from his entire body. If this were merely the outward appearance, Tang Zheng was focused on the lizardman Kuruksu's aura, which was beginning to intensify. Ninjutsu, detection. Under the influence of his perception magic, Tang Zheng could clearly see the blue light, resembling flowing water, rapidly deepening. 16th level? Tang Zheng's eyes narrowed. After his resurrection, the lizardman Kuruksu had dropped 2 levels, to 15th, and now had risen another level. Swish. Suddenly, a series of distinctive red lines appeared on the lizardman Kuruksu's neck and arms. Ah! The lizardman Kuruksu couldn't help but let out a beast-like roar, a violent emotion shimmering in his clear red eyes. Bad guys. My people. Everyone. The lizardman Kuruksu muttered to himself, starting softly, but then growing louder and louder, practically a roar. Bang! The lizardman Kuruksu stomped his legs against the ground, raising his still sharp claws and lunging at Tang Zheng. Out of control. Tang Zheng, facing this situation, seemed intrigued. He raised his eyelids and said, "I'll raise charm." The lizardman Kuruksu, who had rushed over, froze in place. The violent emotion in his eyes gave way to a dullness, a hint of struggle, and a distorted, sinister expression. Oh, it also offers some resistance to mind-charming spells. Tang Zheng clearly felt his charm magic encounter resistance, but his strength far surpassed the opponent's, easily suppressing it. Having a little dragon blood isn't affected, but drinking too much dragon blood will also be affected. Time passed slowly. The violent expression in the lizardman Kuruksu's eyes gradually dissipated, and the struggling expression on her face relaxed, along with the distinctive red markings on her neck and arms. Could those red markings just now be the passive ability of Dragon Mark Instructor? Tang Zheng saw no indication on the attribute panel, and with a thought, he removed the all races charm effect. Sir. The lizardman Kuruksu's eyes regained clarity, though a bit bewildered. She felt a sense of unprecedented relief, and even the weakness she had felt from unleashing cloud control vanished. Chapter 276. Starting today, come to me every 3 days to get the red potion I just drank. Also, raise your arm. Tang Dang's eyes grew serious as he spoke. The lizard man Karuksu quickly raised his arm. Swish! A dagger appeared in Tang Jing's hand. With a flick of his wrist, a flash of cold light flashed through the air, and a wound immediately appeared on the lizard man Karuksu's arm. Blood flowed from the wound. Tang Jing picked up an empty potion bottle nearby and collected the blood. He continued until all the dragon blood bottles that the lizard man Karuksu had just drunk were filled. You've worked hard. Go down and rest. Tang Jing's voice became much gentler. The lizard man Karuksu's body had grown weak from the loss of blood, and a sense of weakness lingered in his eyes, but his thoughts had become clearer and more invigorated. If you need it, my lord, I'm always ready to provide you with blood. Lizardman Karuksu wasn't afraid, but rather relieved. She still had use. As long as she was alive, she could ensure the safety of the lizardmen. Watching the lizardman Karuksu depart, Tang Jing's gaze fell on the potion bottle containing blood. Whether it's due to her profession or her bloodline, the effect of dragon blood is significantly greater for Karuksu. Previously, I only used a single blood type for research, and had never considered the possibility of using multiple blood combinations. Mid-moon. February 1st. A medium-sized ship anchored on the sea southeast of the Holy Kingdom. The sky was gray, and a drizzle fell. The breeze was light. After all, it was only inland, but the surface still rippled with waves, causing the entire ship to sway and rock. A middle-aged man in ordinary clothes, with wrinkles at the corners of his eyes and blonde hair, stood on the deck, his hands tightly grasping the side of the boat, gazing at the hazy shore. Even though his clothes were soaked by the rain, the blond man showed no intention of returning to the cabin for shelter. Instead, his face was filled with worry and anxiety. The Holy Kingdom is a peninsula-shaped country surrounded by the sea on three sides. In the center lies a sea approximately 40 kilometers long and 200 kilometers long. The entire country can be understood as forming a shape. It is precisely because of this sea that the country is divided into the North and South Holy Kingdoms. The walled fortress is built on the right side of the shape, completely separating the Holy Kingdom from the Abeline Hills. There's only one official way to enter the hill country from the Holy Kingdom, through the walled fortress. The other route is via the border sea. February. Most of the country experiences frequent rain. As a peninsula surrounded on three sides by the sea, rainfall is relatively abundant. This isn't a good time to go out to sea. I hope nothing will happen. The blond middle-aged man tightened his grip on the edge of the boat. Baron. Well, I hope this isn't a wrong decision. About 2 weeks ago, ogres appeared in the hill country, heading to the fortress to trade with them. This was as unbelievable as if the detestable demi-humans of the hill country had suddenly submitted to them. This matter was suppressed by the high-ranking figures in the walled fortress, but it still spread. The Baron heard the rumor at a banquet, and it sparked his interest. May the four gods bless us, and may everything go smoothly. This matter must not be known to the other nobles, or even Her Highness the Holy Princess. The blond middle-aged man grimaced, praying inwardly. If word of this were to get out, their Lord Baron would surely be hanged. At this moment, on the distant coast, several humans dressed in civilian attire trembled in fear as they looked upon the 20 massive, powerful ogres that appeared before them. Demi-humans. Demi-human ogres. A civilian man's legs trembled, and even the stench of urine emanated from his lower body. His voice trembled. Shut up. The man suddenly shouted, startling the other civilians. The leader, who looked relatively strong, glared fiercely, fearing he might accidentally anger the ogres. Fighting these ogres, these few men would hardly be able to escape, let alone survive. Food, we want food. An ogre growled impatiently, his eyes crimson as he gazed at the empty-handed human before him. The other ogres glanced over, some licking their lips, others drooling. Faced with these cannibalistic gazes, several civilians' legs gave way. Some tried to flee, but found themselves paralyzed by fear. Weak humans. I'm so hungry. I want meat. Seeing the group of frightened, pale humans, several ogres scoffed and laughed playfully. The food's on the boat. Hearing the jeers, the leading civilian suddenly felt a surge of courage. His voice trembled involuntarily, but he still shouted, We need to get the food to the boat before we can give it to you. The atmosphere suddenly grew quiet. The ogres, their heads covered in warts, turned their heads and glanced at each other, momentarily undecided. Give them the things, the leading ogre said, raising his massive arms, nearly touching the ground, and waving them. Large chunks of gold ore, carried by the ogre behind them, came over and tossed them in front of the humans. Bang! 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 Each piece of gold ore landed with a resounding thud, shaking not only the ground but also the hearts of the civilians. Gold? Is this gold? The terrified crowd, momentarily breathless at the sight of the gold ore, which, even in the gloomy weather, still shone with a golden glow. This human clearly had no idea what they were trading. Soon, the crowd, having calmed down, painstakingly carried the gold ore to the boats on shore. They quickly sailed away from the shore, disappearing into the rain and fog. Only the ogres remained, waiting on the shore. They're gone. Will they never come back? I don't know. So hungry, craving meat. A chatter of discussion rose. While the ogres' IQs were low, they weren't stupid. Time slipped by. Soon, the humans who had left earlier returned with more boats, their holds piled high with all sorts of food and meat. After dozens of trips back and forth, all the food was finally dumped on shore. One of the humans shouted to the ogres, "Trade done," before fleeing in the last fishing boat. "Take the food away," the leading ogre said in a humming voice. Elsewhere, all the humans returned to the ship, finally breathing a sigh of relief. Such a close encounter with the man-eating ogre had left everyone trembling with fear, fearing they might be eaten. "Balgo, come here." The blond middle-aged man looked at the slumped civilian sitting on the deck. The worry that had etched his expression a moment ago had vanished, and his superior demeanor had returned. "Sir," the civilian who had mustered the courage to speak to the ogre quickly climbed to his feet. This man was an important figure, the steward of their lord, the Baron. "Tell me about the entire transaction," the blond butler said calmly. The civilian man recounted the entire transaction without reservation, even mentioning his own bravery, his eyes filled with anticipation. He hadn't expected a noble lord to dare to trade with a demi-human. Thinking of the bright orange gold ore, the civilian man subconsciously swallowed. The value of the gold ore far exceeded the wheat, other crops, and some meat given to the ogres. The Holy Kingdom enjoys abundant rainfall and flat terrain. There's an abundance of crops and food, otherwise they wouldn't have implemented a universal conscription system, unlike the Empire and the Kingdom, and gone to the trouble of building city walls and fortresses. In terms of national strength alone, the Holy Kingdom is far more powerful than the Kingdom of Riestais. A group of ogres actually followed the rules. "You didn't even check?" The blond butler's eyes flickered with regret and greed. "This time, we prepared all new food and meat. If I had known, I would have mixed in the old food and rotten meat. Those ogres won't check anyway, and for these demi-humans who eat everything, eating rotten meat shouldn't be a problem." The blond butler muttered quietly to himself, raising his arm and waving it. Before the civilians on deck could react, dozens of armed soldiers suddenly emerged from the rear cabin. "Kill them all, and throw them into the sea to feed the fish." The blond butler waved his hand dismissively. Instantly, the deck of the ship erupted in screams, and the sound of splashing water. Creaky. The evil dogs pulled the carriage along the muddy road, the wheels grinding over the rain-soaked ground. As the wheels turned rapidly, the mud and water transformed into denser black raindrops, flinging them onto the low bushes on both sides of the road and the road behind. In the carriage, Henry pulled aside the curtain and looked out at the towering, endlessly towering, majestic fortress walls that gradually appeared in the distance. "Is this the Holy Kingdom? How impressive!" Henry covered her mouth and exclaimed. In Henry's mind, Irental was already majestic enough even within the city, but it pales in comparison to the endless fortress walls before them. "Oh, are we there yet?" A gentle voice echoed from the back, as Tangjing pulled open the rear partition and entered the front carriage. "Sir. Sir." Henry's surprised voice echoed with the Greenleaf Witch's respectful voice. Tangjing stared at the curtain Henry had lifted, then gazed at the fortress walls gradually emerging from the rain and mist. "A fortress? It's just about this level." He shook his head. "If you don't include the fortress walls within your borders, it's not a truly strong fortress." Tangjing retracted his gaze and spoke calmly. "Sir, have you finished your alchemy research?" Henry's face lit with joy upon seeing Tangjing, who was usually busy with his studies and rarely appeared. "Alchemy is endless." Tangjing smiled, reaching out to ruffle Enlil's chestnut blonde hair. "Some things are endless, but you can take a break for now." "That's great." Enlil felt the warmth of his hand, a satisfied smile on her face. "My lord, you've been working so hard, it must be very tiring. It's better to be a little harder now than later." Tangjing gently tapped Enlil's forehead with his index finger, then looked at the green leaf which beside him. "Have you adapted?" "I have completely mastered it, my lord." The green leaf which immediately spoke respectfully, understanding that Tangjing was referring to the powerful power he possessed when transformed into the wise king of the forest. Her breathing had indeed become much calmer. Tangjing glanced at the green leaf which and gave a barely perceptible nod. "Woo!" Outside the carriage, A low growl emanated from the evil hound, its voice tinged with intimacy and warning, and the carriage gradually slowed down. We've finally arrived, the Holy Kingdom. Tang Zheng thought to himself as he looked at the wall outside the carriage, which had become clear. Chapter 277. There are 3 large forts along the fortress line. The central fort faces the Ablian Hills, while the southern fort is close to the southern sea. Theoretically, to reach the southern fort, one must traverse the entire fortress line. Tang Zheng and his group, however, followed the only route from the kingdom to the Holy Kingdom, reaching the Holy Kingdom, so they arrived at the northern fort. Whoosh! A sharp sound of piercing the air echoed from the city wall. An arrow landed in front of the evil hound, forcing the entire carriage to a halt. Whoa! A warning roar echoed from the city wall. Clatter. Tang Zheng lifted the carriage curtain and stepped out, looking up at the tall battlements. A figure, thronging with people, removed the adventurer's nameplate from his belt and held it overhead. I am the captain of the gold-level adventurer team, Free Will. There was a brief commotion on the city wall. Not long after, a narrow, seemingly hidden wooden door, barely wide enough for one person, opened in an inconspicuous location beneath the city wall. A squad of 15 soldiers emerged and quickly surrounded Tang Zheng and his group. All the soldiers wore a wary look. The tall, ferocious-looking demon hounds were clearly powerful monsters. This group of adventurers was no ordinary creature. Tang Zheng looked at the soldiers surrounding them, a little surprised. He felt they were being overly cautious, as a demon hound alone wouldn't be. Are there any demi-humans on the carriage? The squad leader, a middle-aged man with a brown beard, stared at Tang Zheng sternly. I see. Is there some magic on the city wall that can identify demi-humans? Or perhaps some kind of magical item? This thought flashed through Tang Zheng's mind, and he nodded to the bearded man. One of my companions is indeed a subhuman. What do you mean by the ogre tied up in the back of your carriage? The bearded man, one hand still resting on the weapon at his waist, spoke again. I am an alchemist. I can use subhuman blood to create potions. The ogre in the back of the carriage is used to make potions. Tang Zheng smiled helplessly, and began to explain again. Hearing this, the bearded man was visibly surprised. Just as he was about to ask more questions, a nearby soldier suddenly stepped forward and whispered something in his ear. Oh! The bearded man's surprise deepened. You made the regeneration potion? If no one else can make it, then I did. Tang Zheng smiled gently. You are truly impressive, sir. The bearded man's expression slowed, and his hand, which had been resting on the weapon at his waist, dropped. He explained, because of the demi-humans, I was just asking a normal question. I'm not sure if you're aware, but this border route is still rarely used. Even caravans typically use sea transport. Anyway, welcome, sir. After a brief inquiry, a special soldier led Tang Zheng around Baidun Fort and further north. The fort gates of the walled fortress wouldn't be opened easily. After the soldier's explanation, Tang Zheng realized they had taken the wrong route and needed to head further north to enter the Holy Kingdom. Located at the northernmost edge of the border, that was the true route for caravans and adventurers entering the Holy Kingdom. After truly entering the Holy Kingdom, after another half-day's journey, they finally arrived at the fortress closest to the city walls, the Holy Kingdom's largest fortress city. Calinxia. This fortress city, unlike other large cities within the Holy Kingdom, was directly under the jurisdiction of the Holy King family. Colorless Tranquility Inn. This was the largest inn in Calinxia. Tang Zheng and his group checked into this inn. Their arrival didn't cause much of a commotion, but they received several warnings from soldiers. The spacious room was covered in soft carpet, and the glass floor-to-ceiling windows added to the brightness. Tang Zheng sat on the sofa and breathed a sigh of relief. His observations along the way made him realize more and more that the Holy Kingdom was completely different from kingdoms and empires. Adventurers have a truly low status in this country. Tang Zheng thought of the soldiers' attitude along the way, and took a sip of the hot water on the table. Due to the Holy Kingdom's conscription system, virtually every citizen is a soldier, resulting in the Adventurers Guild status being even lower than that of the Bahar's empire. Sir, should we deal with those blind men? The Green Leaf Witch's tone sank, thinking of the soldiers who had warned them, both overtly and covertly, since entering Kailan Shah. Inri, sitting nearby, looked up. Although she felt their actions were unkind, she still raised her fist in a rare gesture. We didn't do anything. How could they do that? Because their team had demi-human connections. The soldiers who had warned them were reminding Tang Zheng's adventurer team not to leave Kailan Shah and enter the depths of the Holy Kingdom. Don't do anything stupid. Tang Zheng glanced at the Green Leaf Witch, unconcerned, and said to the two, the situation in the Holy Kingdom is different from that in the Royal Kingdom. The people here are extremely hostile to demi-humans. There's no need for you to stay in the hotel for the time being. That's a bit absolute, actually. Take, for example, the sea dragon statue the Holy Kingdom built at Lighthouse Cape. Diplomatically, the Holy Kingdom also has relatively good relations with demi-humans, like the Murlocs, and occasionally trades with sea giants. But overall, the people of the Holy Kingdom are still extremely hostile to demi-humans. Yes. The green leaf which retracted the coldness in her gaze, and nodded respectfully. You've come such a long way. You two should rest well first. Tang Jing raised his hand, stroking the evil dog lying at his feet, and smiled at Enli and the others. My lord, you should rest well too. Yes. Enli, and the green leaf which left the room one after another. Woo! The evil dog tilted its head, and nudged Tang Jing's trouser leg. Tang Jing reached out, pulled a piece of meat from his item box, and dropped it into the hound's mouth. Watching the hound swallow it immediately, Tang Jing tapped it on the head. You just finished eating, and you're hungry again. Your appetite is growing. The hound immediately looked aggrieved. Oh. Tang Jing wasn't fooled by the hound's aggrieved expression. He looked out the window again. Can't leave Calinxia? It looks like they're investigating my identity. Whether he could leave Calinxia and enter the heart of the Holy Kingdom was of no concern to him. In the entire Holy Kingdom, there were only 3 things that truly concerned Tang Jing: the 4 holy swords. It corresponds precisely to the 4 great demonic swords. If the abilities of the 4 great demonic swords are similar to those of the Cursed Knight, then are the 4 holy swords similar to another high-level class? The Holy Kingdom's national treasure. That is, the crown carried by the Holy Queen, a magical item that contains the grand ritual magic Final Holy War. Tang Jing did not know the specific abilities of this magic. In the original novel, the grand ritual magic was captured before it was even used. However, Tang Jing did know that within the 10th tier magic, there was a magic called Final War Good. If the grand ritual magic contained in that crown is truly related to 10th tier magic, he absolutely must obtain this national treasure and study it. And the final item. It was the sea dragon statue. Of course, the statue itself wasn't the main point, but the meaning it represented. Sea dragons do exist. Nia had even seen one herself. They possess 2 legs and feet, wings long since vestigial, and a long thick tail. They were enormous, possessing intelligence exceeding that of humans. Tang Jing wasn't sure if this so-called sea dragon was truly a dragon, a subspecies of dragon, or even a unique monster. In short, it required observation. But overall, Tang Jing wasn't worried about unexpected developments. In the future, whether Demiurge ruled the Apollon Hills or the Holy Kingdom, no unexpected events would occur, proving that neither region posed a significant threat. Chapter 278. Just a week had passed. The reputation of the adventurer Team Free Will and the genius alchemist had become universally known in Kailansha. Even Tang Jing himself hadn't realized that when he first created the regeneration potion, he hadn't just wanted to get some little red bottles for himself. It was to connect with the elusive Renas and thus obtain the Cursed Knight class. Now, the regeneration potion in his hands had an effect far beyond the potion itself. Using the potion to pave the way, he could easily gain a great deal of fame. The fortress city of Kailansha was close to the city walls, and had no shortage of wounded and disabled soldiers. With such people around, it was hard not to become famous. The streets were bustling and bustling. The cries of vendors echoed on both sides. Soldiers in ordinary armor, freshly off duty, gathered together, along with various women and merchants selling goods. The air was filled with a faint aroma of barbecue and beer. Tang Jing walked down the street, accompanied by a demonic dog that was already a head taller than him, drawing considerable attention. The demonic dog's body was piled high with various meats and food, and at this moment, it looked more like a livestock towing a load than a ferocious, terrifying monster. Along the way, many passers-by greeted him. Tang Jing smiled in response, occasionally stopping at the stalls lining the street to see if there was anything he needed to buy. Thank you for your hard work, Xiao He. Tang Jing reached out and patted the demonic dog's neck. Ah, the demonic dog replied softly. This city is even more prosperous than Irantal. Tang Jing sighed inwardly after observing it for a while. The 3 forts along the fortress line required soldiers to be stationed there for extended periods, generating significant costs. Regular rotations were also required, creating a demand for new soldiers. This indirectly led to the prosperity of Calinxia. If the future didn't change, it would become a veritable hell on earth. Tang Jing gazed at the bustling streets before him, his calm eyes darkening, a hint of coldness flashing through them. He didn't know if the future could change. He had to give it a try. Following the flow of people, he came to a raw meat stall, primarily selling poultry raised by civilians, and some game scraps. Adventurer. The stall owner, spotting Tang Zheng from afar, greeted him warmly. How much are these meat scraps? Tang Zheng asked gently. Huh? The stall owner was a little surprised, unsure why a prominent figure like Tang Zheng would inquire about the price of scraps, but he spoke quickly nonetheless. I remember the price wasn't this 2 days ago? Tang Zheng's eyes flickered. He had inquired 2 days before, and the price was lower. My dear adventurer, I absolutely have no intention of raising the price. The stall owner's face changed, misunderstanding Tang Zheng's intention. Seeing the evil spirit that could easily swallow him whole, he explained in panic and fear, meat prices have gone up recently. Some merchants have started buying up scraps and offal that used to be cheap and even unwanted. That's why even cheap things like this, which poor people wouldn't even eat, have gone up in price recently. Hearing the other party's response, Tang Zheng narrowed his eyes imperceptibly, his expression unchanged as he said, I see. He had already guessed the real reason. These nobles and dignitaries were truly insane. They were already buying up offal, scraps, and other rotten meat. Ever since the successful first trade with the ogres, it was as if a box had been opened. Numerous caravans, seemingly out of nowhere, began to frequently trade with the ogres. Being able to continuously deliver large quantities of food, it was clear that the caravans were backed by nobles. Oh, I didn't expect the genius alchemist to be interested in this kind of thing. Suddenly, a man's voice, imbued with authority, echoed from the side. Tang Zheng turned his head and looked in the direction of the voice. It was a middle-aged man, about his own height, with a pair of sharp, eagle-like eyes. The first impression he gave to outsiders was a sense of pressure. He wore a short black cloak that reached to his waist, and light leather armor underneath, partially obscured by the cloak. Still, one could see an owl pattern on the left chest of the leather armor, and the Holy Kingdom's national emblem on the right. He wore the usual loose black pants, and the same custom-made boots as a normal soldier. No impression. Tang Zheng looked at the unfamiliar man, certain he had never seen him before. His attire was similar to that of a low-ranking soldier, but judging by his demeanor and appearance, he must be of a higher rank. This man was quite powerful. Tang Zheng didn't use detection magic, but just from his initial impression, he felt he deserved attention. Who are you? Tang Zheng asked, several thoughts flashing through his mind. Pavel. Pavel stepped forward, glanced at the evil hound, then smiled and introduced himself. The smile was a little stiff. The other person must be a serious person. Night watchman, sir. The stall owner nearby stuttered upon seeing Pavel, his face filled with nervousness and excitement. Night watchman? A flash of realization flashed in Tang Zheng's eyes, a hint of surprise, and his face turned serious. I didn't expect to see Lord Pavel, one of the 9 colors of the Holy Kingdom, here. It's just a false reputation. Pavel waved his hand, his narrow eyes scrutinizing Tang Zheng. Your reputation is well known throughout the kingdom, and even in our Holy Kingdom, it attracts attention. An investigation into his adventurer team free will? Tang Zheng wasn't surprised. I wonder if Mr. Tang, besides being interested in alchemy, might also be interested in this sort of thing. Pavel changed his tone and continued. Based on the information he had gathered, Pavel found it somewhat odd that someone of his status would be concerned about the price of this kind of rotten meat. Little Black always eats a lot. Tang Zheng chuckled and patted the evil hound beside him. Besides Little Black, I also have an ogre to feed. That's why I'm planning to get some of these offal scraps and other rotten meat to feed that ogre. Tang Zheng brought an ogre with him to make a regeneration potion. The ogre's blood was the raw material. Without it, he couldn't produce the potion in large quantities. Looking at this young man, apparently young, yet still calm and composed even after learning his identity, Pavel's eyes grew more serious. The man's composure stemmed not from his impressive alchemy skills or so-called reputation, but from his strength. I see. Pavel's voice softened, and he suddenly said, thank you. Tang Zheng was surprised. Thanks to your potion, those crippled soldiers finally have hope. I want to thank you on their behalf, Pavel said earnestly. If that's the reason, please retract your thank you. Tang Zheng raised his hand to interrupt Pavel's next words. I sell potions, they buy them. It's a fair deal. Pavel was stunned, then suddenly laughed. That's right. Looking again at the young man in the priest's robes, Pavel found him even more pleasing. Let's chat. Okay. The two walked down the street, the evil hound carrying the goods following closely behind. I heard you were buying demi-humans lately. Is this the reason we met, Mr. Pavel? I don't know how much you know about our Holy Kingdom, but those towering, continuous fortress walls should be enough to reveal our attitude toward demi-humans. I was a bit reckless. So what's the reason? The alchemical potions I specialize in use demi-human blood as a key ingredient in my research and refining. My original intention for coming to the Holy Kingdom this time was to obtain more demi-human blood because the human population in Rivia is relatively large. A moment later, Tang Zheng watched Pavel's retreating figure, his gaze unchanged. He turned to the nearby hound and said, "Let's go. Time to return to the inn." "Woo," the hound murmured in response. Tang Zheng pondered, walking slowly down the street. Black Pavel, if I remember correctly, his daughter should be Nia. The 4 women who impressed Tang Zheng the most in the Holy Kingdom were 3 of them miserable, and 1 of them beyond description. The Holy Kingdom's first Holy Queen, Karko, could be described as a combination of beauty and talent. She was hacked and slashed like a human weapon by an angry demon, her body rotted and shattered into pieces. The high priest of the temple, Quirit, one of the Holy Queen's arms, had his head severed and given to the crowned demon as a spell-casting weapon. The paladin leader, Remedios, one of the Holy Queen's arms, was used from beginning to end by Demiurge. After ensuring the complete antagonism between the northern and southern Holy Kingdoms, he secretly disposed of her. Finally, there was Nia. Tang Zheng walked down the street, his brows slightly furrowed. This was a situation that I don't even know how to describe them. Ningyo has been completely brainwashed by Bone King. Although human, she's completely on his side. She even dedicated herself to preaching Bone King's greatness to other humans, earning the title of evangelist in the process. Remedios and Nia. Tang Zheng doesn't particularly like either of them. They can be described as either stupid or blind. But precisely because of this, they're the easiest to incite and deceive. In the hotel room, Tang Zheng pulled a bottle of red potion from his item box and placed it on the table. It was a potion he recently brewed by mixing the blood of the lizardman Kuruksu with the blood of an ancient red dragon. Chapter 279. The violent power and curse within the dragon blood were dissolved by the blood analysis of the lizardman Kuruksu. Then, using the lizardman clan's most precious treasure, the dragon blood potion was completely refined using the magic crucible. Although both bottles of dragon blood potion appeared blue, the difference between them was still apparent to the naked eye. Just like the difference between low-level and high-level regeneration potion. The ordinary dragon blood potion looked like a regular potion. The blue liquid within the high-level dragon blood potion, however, seemed to come alive, flowing slowly within, even warming the potion bottle. Item: Magic Alchemical Solution, Dragon's Blood Potion, Level, Intermediate. Description: After drinking, gains the frenzy effect, increasing physical attack by 20 points and granting a certain amount of mental resistance for half an hour. After the effect ends, the player will become weakened, affected below level 30. Item: Magic Alchemical Solution, Dragon's Blood Potion, Level, Advanced. Description: Slightly increases life points permanently. This effect stops after reaching a certain limit. The higher the level, the lower the increase, affected below level 30. Tang Zheng scanned the identified information, his eyes calm. Neither of the 2 dragon's blood potion types was of any use to him. The advanced dragon's blood potion, however, could be used by his subordinates. Increases life points. Life points shouldn't simply refer to HP, right? Tang Zheng pondered as he analyzed the identification information. He remembered that with resurrection magic, the resurrected player's life points would decrease. This life points couldn't refer to levels, right? Tang Zheng had just consumed a bottle himself, but it had no effect, so he couldn't make a quick judgment. Time passed. Tang Zheng and his companions gradually integrated into Kailan Shah. To outsiders, besides selling regeneration potions as usual, Tang Zheng would periodically purchase supplies and spend the rest of his time at the inn, claiming to be studying alchemy. During this time, Black Pavel would occasionally invite Tang Zheng to the Kailan Shah Tavern for a drink. This usually stern sergeant seemed to have a favorable impression of Tang Zheng. However, Tang Zheng was well aware that his actions were not only because his regeneration potion had healed many disabled soldiers, but also because of a sense of surveillance. The intelligence Pavel had gathered should have included information about his strength. In his eyes, powerful foreign adventurers were inherently destabilizing factors. Compared to Alrund, another of the 9 colors, Pavel's thoughts were far more profound, a stark contrast to his daughter Nia. A month passed in the blink of an eye. On the surface, the Holy Kingdom remained peaceful. However, secretly, numerous nobles were trading various foods and meats with the ogre tribe via merchant ships. The frequency of these transactions even exceeded Tang Zheng's initial expectations. It seemed that many nobles were well aware that such a high-risk trade could not be sustained for long, and they were doing their utmost to exchange the excess food in their territories for truly valuable gold and gems. Undercurrents were already stirring beneath the calm. Aborian Hills, the southernmost point. The castle grounds. In the spacious hall, Tang Zheng, the White Mist Witch, the Lizardman Kuruksu, Go Jin, the Blue Maggot King, the Queen of Pandes, and the demon-appearing Najarini. 7 in total sat around a round table. The vast differences in size and appearance between the various races resulted in varying sitting postures, creating an odd impression from a distance. At this point, the ogre tribes of all sizes have been nearly conquered. There are a total of 2,000 ogres. The goblins are more numerous, at 10,000. Go Jin crossed his sturdy arms over his chest. His massive figure, over 3 meters tall, far surpassed the subhumans present. He cast a condescending gaze over the crowd and spoke calmly. 10,000 goblins was a large number, but to the crowd present, it was not worth their attention. Filthy, despicable creatures like goblins are meaningless no matter how many they are. Individually, they're so weak that even feeble humans can easily slay them. Even if they were gathered together, they couldn't function as a proper army. They'd probably become disorganized and flee before the battle even began. Why take in so many goblins? The demon man Najarini said disapprovingly. These short, green, filthy creatures, not even a demi-human would want them as slaves. Really? Go Jin sneered. This is what the Lord ordered. The demon man Najarini's expression changed. She looked at Tang Zheng and explained, My lord, I have no intention of questioning your decision. I think these goblins would make good food. The Blue Maggot King moved his upper body, his voice threatening like a middle-aged man, but with a hint of flattery. The blue maggots feed on bodily fluids, whether living or dead. The bodily fluids of creatures like goblins, while considered the lowest grade of food, are perfectly suitable for ordinary members of the tribe. Continue. Tang Zheng leaned back in his chair, wrapped in a red robe, his voice hoarse and cold. The vast amount of food traded has been stored. The various meats alone can sustain our food needs for a year. The magic fairy Najarini's voice grew a touch excited as she continued. All magic casters within the tribe, who possess ice attributes, have been using ice magic to freeze this food in batches. She had never considered trading with humans before. The two sides harbored hatred for each other. Even now, seeing the enormous benefits of trading, the magic fairy Najarini still wouldn't trade with humans, because doing so would make her the common enemy of all the tribes in the hilly region. As for the present, they were merely forced to obey by this mysterious human who could manipulate the undead to imitate the living. Aside from the somewhat excited tone of the demonic being Najarini, Go King remained stoic throughout, while the blue maggots and the pandes were remarkably calm, because the two tribes feed on bodily fluids and moss, respectively. My compatriots will continue to excavate the entire gold mine with the blue maggots to ensure a continuous supply of gold ore, the Queen Mother of Pandes said, her voice regal. Both tribes naturally live underground, making them particularly suited to digging holes. Digging, or is a simple task for them. After listening to the reports from these demi-humans, Tang Zheng nodded gently and spoke hoarsely. Put aside some grain and meat and fully supply the goblins. Provide them with ample food so they can reproduce. Also, you, the Blue Maggot clan, can directly consume the goblin fluids. Even the corpses can be left to you to dispose of first. The Blue Maggot King leaned forward involuntarily at these words, somewhat incredulous. Sir, is this true? The warty feet on the Blue Maggot King's face moved erratically. Even though he couldn't read the expression on his face, he could tell from his voice and these small movements that he was excited. This didn't help but excite the Blue Maggot King. Due to food and other issues, the Blue Maggot clan's numbers had been declining, and they might even be at risk of extinction in the future. If there were an adequate food supply, their Blue Maggot clan would surely flourish. Go Jin tilted his head, his white eyes glancing at the Blue Maggot King. His lips moved, but he finally retracted his gaze, glancing deeply at the red-robed figure from the corner of his eye. How could this human, who controlled the undead, be so kind? Although Go Jin couldn't guess what Tang Zheng was about to do, he could vaguely sense that it was definitely not a good thing. You guys stay, the rest of you can leave. Tang Zheng raised his hand and waved, speaking lazily. Everyone exchanged glances, then Go Jin stood up silently and turned to walk out of the castle, accompanied by the White Mist Witch. Soon, only Tang Zheng and the other 5 remained in the hall. How's your mastery of cloud operation? Tang Zheng turned and looked at the lizardman, Kuruksu, still wrapped in straw. I can now release it independently, the lizardman Kuruksu said respectfully. Tang Zheng nodded, a look of satisfaction on his face. Over the course of a month, the constant supply of dragon blood had raised the lizardman Kuruksu's strength to level 25. At last, the precious dragon blood hadn't been wasted. Well then, let's go, everyone. Tang Zheng let out a sinister laugh through his magic item, grabbing everyone present with a touch. Teleport. Swish. In the next instant, everyone in the hall vanished. When everyone's vision stabilized again, they found themselves standing on the summit of a mountain. A chilling wind blew in. The Blue Maggot King and the Queen of Pondes trembled slightly, their squirming bodies tinged with fear. Teleport magic. The demonic being Najarini exclaimed. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Tang Zheng, momentarily unsure of what he intended to do. See that overcast sky? Facing the tense, fearful gazes of the crowd, Tang Zheng raised his arm and pointed toward the dark clouds gradually enveloping the hills in the distant sky. Clearly, a heavy rain was coming. This season was naturally a time of abundant rain. Rain breathes new life. Tang Zheng spoke hoarsely, slowly raising his arms and spreading them, his back to the crowd. Alas, I hate new life. So everyone, starting today, I plan to ensure that no more rain falls on the entire Ablion Hills. What do you think? Crack! A loud bang erupted. Thunderbolts crashed down along with the dark clouds in the sky. The lightning illuminated Tang Zheng's figure, permeating an invisible sense of terror and horror. Chapter 280. The demonic beings Najarini and the others present looked at Tang Zheng's silhouette, illuminated by the lightning. Fear and other emotions were replaced by shock. A sense of absurdity washed over them. Stop the rain in the entire Ablion Hills? How could this be possible? Changing the celestial phenomena was beyond their common sense. Their first thought was madman. If everyone present hadn't been terrified by Tang Zheng's terrifying display of strength, they would have likely laughed at this naive and unreasonable person. Not even a child born young would dream such a crazy dream. In contrast to the stunned and irrational expressions of the other demi-humans, only shock shone through the crimson eyes of the lizardman Kuruksu. It was unknown when this had begun. In the lizardman Kuruksu's mind, no matter how unbelievable a thing was, it was possible for the human adult before him. At this moment, the lizardman Kuruksu suddenly understood why the human master had been giving her this power-boosting potion, so precious it was unheard of. Could the human master be trying to do something like... Crack! Silver electric snakes burst forth from the pitch-black clouds, snaking and circling across the sky, brightening the gloomy world with an unusual brightness. Boom! Thunder roared, and the sky, thick with dark clouds, seemed poised for a downpour of rain. Begin! Tang Zheng turned, his red robe swirling, a rustling sound in the cold wind from the mountaintop. He had brought these demi-humans here not to watch the spectacle, but to harness the power of these magic casters. Following Tang Zheng's reminder, the Blue Maggot King and the others finally noticed that behind them, a special magic circle constructed from various magical materials was placed. The intricate magical patterns, shrouded by the gloomy sky above by dark clouds, emitted a faint, pale blue glow. Is this a magic ritual? Demon Immortal Najarini's four slender arms trembled, her pupils constricting. As a race naturally endowed with the ability to wield magic, this was her first time witnessing a true magic ritual. This was a power only mastered through a long history and inheritance. Those demon-like beings, though long-lived, lack such a foundation. At this moment, Demon Immortal Najarini's eyes widened, scrutinizing the ritual with almost avidity. Whatever the purpose of this ritual, it was always a good idea to memorize it. Kuruksu, you and I stand in the middle. Tang Zheng, unconcerned with the demi-human's current emotions, spoke in a hoarse, cold voice. The rest of you, each stand at your respective positions on the periphery of the ritual. As if aware of their complete lack of understanding of the ritual, a specially drawn circle was created around the perimeter. The Blue Maggot King, Queen Pondes, and the Demon Manifest Najarini formed a triangle, standing at the outermost edge of the ritual. Tang Zheng and the lizardman Kuruksu moved to the very center of the ritual. As the five took their positions, the dim blue light emanating from the ritual suddenly brightened several degrees, triggering the magical power contained within the magical materials. Tang Zheng glanced at the Blue Maggot King and the other two, who were observing the entire ritual, and sneered inwardly. The process of performing a magic ritual is extremely complex, changing moment by moment. To learn it, one must begin by teaching from the very beginning, starting with the initial setup of the ritual. When Tang Zheng first learned this magic ritual, he barely grasped the basics thanks to the step-by-step, hands-on instruction of a lizardman priest. He then had the priest write down the entire process in greater detail, and continued to study it until he finally mastered it. To learn the ritual during its execution, one must have a memory comparable to a computer. Even if one did manage to memorize it, what good would it do? The magic ritual is the key, and magic rise is even more crucial. Without mastering this special ability to enhance magic, even if one learns the ritual, it won't work. This is why Tang Zheng also wants to be at the center. Unfortunately, this ritual can only accommodate a maximum of 5 people. Tang Zheng sighed inwardly, raised his palm, and placed it on the lizard man Kuruxu's shoulder. He spoke coldly, inject magic power into the magic circle. Boom! 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 The Blue Maggot King, Queen Pandes, and the demon manifestation Najarini dared not delay, and immediately injected their own magic power into the magic. Buzz! A dazzling, blazing blue magic light enveloped everyone. The magic power of 2 4th-tier magic casters and 1 5th-tier magic caster instantly made the lizardman Kuruxu feel the immense surge of magic power. The lizardman's body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Sure enough, it was magic of that level. The lizardman Kuruxu was shocked, and a sense of excitement she had never felt before surged within her. That was the legendary magic her tribe's previous priestess had told her about. She had never imagined that she would one day be able to unleash it as a spellcaster. Magic rising. Tang Zheng's cold voice rang out. The lizardman Kuruxu immediately held her breath, raised her hands to the sky, and released all the magic within her body. She excitedly said, 6th level magic. Climate manipulation. A powerful, invisible force, invisible to the naked eye, condensed from the magic ritual, forming an invisible pressure that shocked everyone present. And then, this invisible, immense force soared into the sky, instantly disappearing into the horizon. Dark clouds gathered, thick and heavy, emitting a constant rumbling of electric snakes. The entire cloud layer began to spin, slowly forming a swirling sea of clouds. A flash of golden light shone from the very center of the cloud vortex. The Blue Maggot King, Queen Pandes, and the demonic manifestation Najarini were all shocked and looked on in disbelief. This isn't 4th level cloud manipulation. Don't try to control the clouds. Seeing the lizardman Kuruxu using cloud manipulation to alter the clouds, Tang Zheng immediately called out to stop him. While climate manipulation far surpasses cloud manipulation in power, it's still far from enough to control the climate of the entire Ablian Hills. This direct method of altering the celestial phenomena is a head-on collision. Not even the lizardman Kuruxu, who casts magic through a magic ritual, would be able to do it. However, while cloud manipulation focuses on the clouds, climate manipulation naturally focuses on the climate, or rather, the weather. Create hot air that rises in temperature, generating strong winds, and blowing the clouds northwest. Tang Zheng spoke again. Yes, sir. The lizardman Kuruxu gritted his teeth, gradually giving up the idea of controlling the clouds, and then following Tang Zheng's instructions to generate a strong wind. Compared to the head-on confrontation just now, she immediately felt much more relaxed. Discover the 6th-tier magic climate manipulation, requiring a believer with a caster level of 36 to 42. The current conditions are met. Do you want to spend 1 skill point to learn it? The information on the panel appeared. Learn. Tang Zheng thought to himself without hesitation. Skill points. 64 to 63 with the mastery of climate manipulation. Tang Ning's eyes widened. While the magic ritual was being performed, the dazzling blue magic light and surging magic fluctuations, leaving the demonic Najarini and the others completely unable to distract or discern. Tang Zheng also activated climate manipulation, forming a dual magic control with the lizardman Kuruxu. In the sky, the rising air currents intensified, and a fierce wind blew. Soon, thick, dark clouds began to slowly shift, gradually moving northwestward. Wisps of light began to emerge from behind the clouds, illuminating the ground below. Seeing this, Tang Zheng thought to himself, success. The entire Ablian Hills consists of 2 mountain ranges. One is the northernmost range, completely separating it from the kingdom of Riestage. The other is the southeastern range. Tang Zheng and his companions are currently located on the southeastern range. Although he wasn't very good at geography in his previous life, he has a good understanding of it. Mountains can block air currents, but they can also help them move. To the northwest lies the border between the Holy Kingdom and the hilly region, and even the sea. In fact, the air currents can also be manipulated to blow westward. However, Tang Zheng had no intention of flooding the Holy Kingdom. The main stage of this plot, from beginning to end, was the Ablian Hills. Tang Zheng's goal was to leverage the terrain's advantages, using updrafts to blow all the rain clouds above the hills toward the northwest sea. Once this trend was established, the clouds above would gradually be drawn in, eliminating the need for magic to assist, thus indirectly preventing rain from falling across the entire hilly area. A moment later, as the magic ceased, the dark clouds above them had long since vanished, leaving a clear sky. The clouds in the distance continued their previous trajectory, moving northwest. Bang, bang, bang! As soon as the magic rising ceremony concluded, the 4 demihumans, the lizardman Kuruxu, the blue maggot king, the queen of Pandes, and the demon manifesting Nazarini, all collapsed to the ground. Only Tangjung remained standing at the center of the ceremony. Is this magic? Tangjung gazed at the clear sky. Though his expression remained calm behind his black mask, a strange sense of wonder welled up within him. When he had previously used high-level magic, he hadn't felt any fuss, simply treating it as pure power. Now, looking at the scene before him, Tangjung suddenly realized he had gained a deeper understanding and appreciation of magic. The magic power consumption completely exceeds the normal amount required for spellcasting. Tangjung glanced at the magic power readings on the panel and narrowed his eyes imperceptibly. Even he had consumed this much magic power, let alone the other demihumans. Was what I just saw real? The blue maggot king twisted his body, raised his wart-covered head, and spoke tremblingly. The queen of Pandes kept muttering, 6-tier magic actually exists. The demon manifesting Nazarini slowly rose from the ground, her 4 slender arms folded across her chest, staring into the distant sky without a word. That reverent posture, as if witnessing some kind of miracle. A long moment passed. This ritual. How on earth is this done? The demon manifesting Nazarini lowered her upper body to the ground, her 4 hands repeatedly rubbing against the ground, the magical ritual now completely ineffective. She muttered to herself in shock, is this the power of the legendary demon god? Even the lizardman Kuruxu sat on the ground, dazed, as if still unable to believe that she had unleashed such a formidable force. Chapter 281. The power of a demon god? Tangjung remained noncommittal. According to the understanding of the Celian theocracy and the Dragon Kings, the 7th tier represents the power of a demon god. To be honest, the Celian theocracy's grand ritual can activate magic of the 8th tier. Rituals of this level are generally unusable without the support of a national-level magic caster. Flutter of the Empire couldn't activate the grand ritual because he hadn't mastered Magic Rise. But these problems. To Tangjung, these were completely non-existent. The current situation was a deliberate disguise, making outsiders believe the true initiator was the lizardman Kuruxu. Looking at the group of demihumans prostrating themselves on the ground. As assisting forces, you are fortunate to witness this level of power. Tangjung spoke in a sinister tone, his voice unfazed by any trace of arrogance and disdain. He carried out his disguise to the end. This time, the several demihuman kings didn't harbor any rebuttal or disrespect. Such tactics were displayed. It was clear that the terrifying human before them truly possessed the power to destroy their entire tribe and clan. The Blue Maggot King and the Queen of Pandes were too frightened to speak. Great human lord. The demon-manifested Nazarini was filled with awe and admiration, her lower hand supporting the ground and her upper arms clasping her shoulders. We will, under your protection, assist you in all you need to accomplish. Tangjung nodded calmly. All you need to do now is ensure you have sufficient mana in your bodies. As soon as it rains in the hilly area, I will summon you all again to cast the spell. Tangjung paused, a hint of warning in his tone. Don't reveal what happened today. Besides, facing a higher level of magical power might be a good thing for you. I don't want to replace you either, right? The Blue Maggot King, Queen Pandes, and the demonic manifestation Nazarini lowered their heads in panic. For over a month, the nobles behind the major caravans had tacitly agreed not to interfere with each other, even covering up for each other. But with such high-frequency trading, the participating nobles, both large and small, were using up their surplus wheat, rice, and other crops at an alarming rate. Even some old and rotten crops were mixed in with the traded goods, thanks to the low-IQ ogres, who didn't even bother checking them. Not cheating these foolish ogres would mean severing the gold coins. While nobles, both large and small, were reaping the rewards, they also had to face a new reality. Their surplus food had been completely consumed. In this situation, the nobles weren't foolish enough to trade all their grain for gold. Instead, they resorted to purchasing grain from the common people. This seemingly insignificant action, however, indirectly drove up grain prices. Northern Holy Kingdom, Holy City, Hobans. Inside the royal palace, in a luxurious and imposing room, its decor reminiscent of a religious and royal style. A blonde woman, dressed in a pure white priestly robe embellished with blue, sat behind a throne table intricately carved with patterns and royal insignia, reading a letter in her hand. This blonde woman possessed a face that was both cute and stern, a flower-like beauty radiating integrity and kindness. The most striking feature was her long golden hair. Unlike ordinary blonde hair, each strand shone a dazzling, bright yellow. Looking up, one felt an inexplicable sense of holiness. This woman was the Holy Kingdom's first queen, Carco Besares, also known as the Holy Kingdom's greatest treasure. She looked at the contents of the letter in her hand. Holy Queen Carco's smile, known as the angel wheel, gradually faded, and anger and shock appeared on her fair face. How dare they do this? Carco exclaimed in disbelief, her fingers turning pale from the pressure she placed on the letter. So? What exactly happened? A brown-haired woman, with equally refined features, spoke in confusion, her demeanor tinged with coldness. Heh heh. A cold laugh echoed from the side, followed by, of course, some idiots did something stupid. The one who sneered was also a woman, with brown hair, and a face very similar to the brown-haired woman. The only difference was the direction of the corners of her eyes and mouth, giving her a sinister aura. These two were the arms of the Holy Princess Carco. The brown-haired woman was Remedios, and the brown-haired woman was Quirit. These two were sisters, and among the most powerful people in the entire Holy Kingdom. One commanded the Holy Kingdom's most powerful military group, the Holy Knights, and was known as the most powerful paladin leader of all time. White, one of the 9 colors. A priesthood wielding the temple's greatest power, the High Priest, the head of the corps, was also known as a genius and, ostensibly, the most powerful priest in the surrounding nations. The Holy Princess Carco was able to become the first queen, and remain firmly on the throne despite the presence of male members in the royal family, thanks to the support of these two sisters. After a brief bickering, the two sisters fell silent again, quietly waiting for Holy Princess Carco to finish reading the letter. Colette folded her hands over her stomach. Though her gesture was graceful, a thoughtful expression and a hidden, dangerous glint flickered in her eyes. It was unknown what countermeasures she was pondering. Remedios was far more curious. As far as she knew, there weren't many things that could cause Holy Princess Carco to lose her composure. These letters were brought by her sister, Colette, so she was the only one who didn't know their contents. A few minutes passed. Holy Princess Carco had read all the contents and information contained in the letters. Simply reading the letter shouldn't have taken that long, but that was why it took longer. He was clearly contemplating something as he read the letter. Here. Holy Princess Carco's pale blue eyes shifted from the letter, her expression regaining its composure. She gazed at the curious Remedios beside her, and handed the letter over. Remedios took the letter, and examined its contents. After only a few glances, anger crossed his features. Your Majesty Carco. I kill them! Remedios' eyes seemed to burn with flames. How dare they trade with demihumans, even with such a vital commodity as food? They're crazy! If it weren't for the fact that they were in the palace, and had to maintain decorum before His Majesty Carco, Remedios would have nearly roared. These idiots have betrayed their people, violated justice, and forgotten the casualties the demihumans once inflicted on the kingdom. Remedios gritted his teeth. Sister. Karat looked up, helplessly gazing at Remedios, who seemed ready to burst out in a bloodbath. What are you trying to say? Remedios glared. There's no rush to deal with these idiots, and they can't escape. Quirit shook his head slightly, his dark eyes grim. The real problem right now isn't these idiots. Holy Princess Carco nodded and said solemnly, What exactly happened in the Ablian Hills? As expected. Your Majesty Carco, I'm thinking the same thing. Quirit's lips curled with a hint of smile, his voice tinged with confusion. The relationship between the demihumans in the Ablian Hills and us is self-evident. Why would they trade with us humans? And it's a race as low intelligence as the ogres. I suspect something's going on in the hills. Furthermore, the individuals controlling the ogres are different from the usual demihumans. This kind of trading isn't something the demihumans of the hills would come up with. Holy Princess Carco nodded in agreement at Quirit's analysis. Based on the intelligence we've gathered, the ogre tribes in the hilly region should have been unified. They've traded so much food. Quillet said this with a look of worry in his eyes. Will the demihuman who rules the ogres want to start a war? War. We're not afraid of them. Remedios said coldly. No. Quillet looked up at his sister. What I mean is that they want to start a war, and rule over all the demihumans in the hilly region. While the possibility was low, even unbelievable, it certainly existed given the current situation. Remedios was puzzled, as if he didn't understand why he was worried about such a thing. The demihumans fighting each other was a good thing. The demihumans killing each other wouldn't pose a threat to them. However, Holy Queen Carco and Quillet both had a hint of concern on their faces. They were collecting food in large quantities and trading with them, using a method that was different from the wisdom and approach of normal demi-humans. From this series of events, both of them could vaguely sense a certain confidence emanating from the depths of the hills. The air grew slightly quieter. First, we must determine what exactly happened in the hilly region, Saint Princess Karko muttered softly to herself. Should we send an elite team deeper? Chapter 282. Kalinxia has been experiencing frequent heavy rains lately. Sometimes, the sky would be clear, then suddenly, a huge dark cloud would appear from nowhere, and a torrential downpour would follow. In this kind of weather, Inri had no choice but to carry an umbrella with her, as she trudged along the still wet ground towards the potion workshop. The weather in the Holy Kingdom is so unpredictable, Inri thought to herself. Seeing a small puddle ahead, she pushed off with a powerful push of her front feet and leaped over it. Paw! The tall figure of the evil dog followed Inri leisurely, carelessly stepping on the puddle and sending up a stream of muddy water. Xiao Hei, you got your paws dirty again, Inri exclaimed, a headache at the sight. Ouch, the evil dog replied lazily. Tick, 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 the sky darkened, and the rain fell without warning. Inri quickly took down her umbrella, opened it, and held it over her head. Why is it raining again? Pedestrians on the street also opened their umbrellas one after another, and voices of complaint and dissatisfaction echoed among the crowd. The streets were a bit chaotic due to the rain. Inri held her umbrella tightly in both hands and walked forward. Under the deterrent of the evil dog, pedestrians on the street voluntarily made room for her wherever she passed. It's a little late today. I need to get to the workshop as soon as possible to deliver the potion. I can't keep the customers waiting. Inri's pace quickened as she thought of this. When she was in the kingdom, she always sold potions with Miss Sueya, but the people of the Holy Kingdom didn't like demi-humans very much. To prevent any trouble, she was now accompanied by the evil dog. Demi-humans aren't all bad people. Is this the prejudice you mentioned? Inri had always thought Miss Sueya, though a bit aloof, was a good person. The downpour came and went quickly. The moment the potion workshop appeared before my eyes, the dark clouds in the sky had already retreated. The residents of Kailansha said that this season is always rainy. The Holy Kingdom is surrounded by the sea on 3 sides, so unusual weather conditions always occur every year. A few quick steps. Enli arrived at the door of the potion workshop, hesitated, signaled the evil dog to wait outside, and then walked inside. Taking the alchemical potion to sell at another potion workshop, Enli naturally did not intend to provoke, because this was the location designated by the trader. A solemn atmosphere permeated the potion workshop. 10 figures in gray raincoats stood quietly in the hall. As Enli arrived, they all looked over, faced with numerous gazes. Enli paused as she entered the workshop and whispered, I'm here to deliver some potions. A figure emerged from the crowd, a middle-aged man with a visible scar the length of a finger. Excuse me, where are the potions? The scarred man examined Enli and spoke calmly. Enli quickly pulled out 20 bottles of regeneration potion from the magic leather pouch at her waist and said calmly, Here are your potions. After so much, Enli was no longer the timid, cautious village girl who had just left Khan village. These 10 people looked a bit like adventurers. Judging by their attire, they resembled guerrillas and bandits. Enli scoured them quickly, muttering to herself. But she felt these people didn't look like true adventurers. They resembled the elite soldiers she often encountered in Kailansha. 20 bottles? So few? The scarred man frowned, turning his head and shouting to a figure nearby, check. Another young man, also wearing a raincoat, stepped out of the crowd. He took 20 bottles of potion from Enri's hand, raised his palm to the bottles, and whispered, Identify item. A magical light flickered. A look of surprise crossed the young man's face. What's wrong? No problem. This is the first time I've seen this kind of healing potion. It's even more effective than the rumors say. It might actually save our lives in a critical moment. Hearing this, the scarred man also smiled and looked at Enri. That's good. How many gold coins are there in total? Enri immediately said, 10 gold coins per bottle, a total of 200 gold coins. What? So cheap? That's not the price I heard. The young man holding the potion suddenly raised his head in disbelief. Then, as if realizing something, he said, Mr. Pavel, you're so influential. Pavel? He was the tall, thin, and slightly intimidating sergeant with sharp eyes, who visited the captain from time to time. No. Enri raised her head and spoke seriously, the potion the captain makes has always been priced this way, but those who buy it will simply bid up the price. The captain can only make a very small amount of the high-grade regeneration potion each day. This time, it was commissioned by Mr. Pavel. Our captain worked up all night to make it for you. Henry's tone was faintly dissatisfied. Hearing this, the 10 figures in raincoats present exchanged glances. Some looked expressionless, some sullen, and some chuckled. Thank your captain for me. If I can still live. The young man looked at Inley and spoke gently, his words halfway through. Ahem. The scarred man coughed. Ha. The young man laughed heartily, while the other figures wore varying expressions. Everything is ready. Everyone, we should leave, the scarred man said calmly. He took the gold coins. Inley looked curiously at the men in gray raincoats disappearing into the street, then turned and followed the hound back. Inside the inn, Tang Zheng sat on the sofa, looking at the prices of crops and meat he had copied down, lost in thought. Inley is back. Those people didn't leave the fortress wall, but left Kailan Shah, the green leaf which stood respectfully by, reporting quietly. By sea? Tang Zheng waved his hand nonchalantly, unsurprised. They're planning to exploit the caravan's trade routes and infiltrate the hills. Hopefully, these people can return alive. The emerald leaf witch's bright yellow eyes flickered. It seemed her master felt they wouldn't make it back alive. Even if her master didn't intervene, with their abilities, they wouldn't be able to gather any useful intelligence. Or perhaps, the information they could gather was simply what her master wanted them to know. Aborian Hills. South. In March, the hills, normally blessed with abundant rainfall, showed no sign of rain at all. Furthermore, the sun was blazing brightly. Winter had barely ended, yet the heat was already palpable. Kill! Kill these ogres! Grab everything! A cacophony of shouts and cries echoed through the air, mingling with the ogres' furious roars. Gray and brown torrents collided, and a brutal fight erupted in the forest. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, emitting a thick, bloody odor. Fighting the ogres were a group of gray demi-humans, rat-like demi-humans, who walked on 2 legs. They were a powerful race in the hilly region. The Iron Rat Men. Bang! The ogre swung his sturdy wooden club, striking one of the Iron Ratmen's heads with force, knocking it to the ground. However, to the ogre's astonishment, the Iron Rat Men merely shook their heads and climbed back to their feet. It hurts. I'm going to tear you apart. The Iron Rat Men screamed in pain, raising their sharp claws and lunging at the ogre's chest. Claws swung up and down. The ogre was gutted on the spot, pierced through the chest by the Iron Rat Man and forced to emerge. Foul-smelling red blood dripped down the Iron Rat Man's metallic gray fur, making his already crimson eyes appear even more ferocious against the backdrop of the blood. The Iron Rat Man was born with fur as strong as steel, which made both his teeth and claws extremely sharp and hard. This also gave him a high resistance to physical attacks. The powerful ogre was powerless against these Iron Rat Men. Moreover, the Iron Rat Men far outnumbered the ogres, clearly coming prepared. In less than a moment, dozens of ogres were completely slaughtered, while the Iron Rat Man lost only 7 or 8 of their own kind. Cheers echoed through the forest. Many Iron Rat Men began clearing the battlefield, carrying away the bodies. They also took away the food the ogres had brought. For over a month, the commotion caused by the ogres and humans trading large quantities of food had attracted the attention of the Iron Rat Men from the southern territories, also located in the hilly region. As one of the 12 major subhuman races in the hilly region, the Iron Rat Men were not a rare race like the demonic mankind, but rather possessed a vast population. This attack was not a spur-of-the-moment attack, but part of a long-planned plan. At this moment, a force of approximately 800 Iron Rat Men was assaulting the ogre encampment. Hand over all the food. Foolish ogres, how dare you trade with humans? You have betrayed the hills. An Iron Rat Man, wearing a belt around his waist resembling a magical item, roared with excitement, his crimson eyes filled with greed. Bang! An ogre charged from a distance, but before it could get close, the Iron Rat Man swung his claws and easily dismembered the ogre. It was clear the two men were on a different level. Haven't you found the food cache yet? The Iron Rat Man shook the blood off his claws and looked impatiently at the 2 Iron Rat Men beside him, who were sniffing away. Chief, these ogres seem to be masking the smell of the food somehow, one Iron Rat Man said cautiously. Don't worry, Chief, the food is nearby. Another special Rat Man sniffed hard, reassuringly. Ah! Ah! Suddenly, a scream rang out from a nearby tribe member. The Iron Rat Man chief froze, narrowing his eyes, as he looked in the direction of the screams. There they were! In the direction of the screams, 3 superior species, far larger than normal ogres, were striding towards them. Chapter 283. The water elemental ogre let out a cruel laugh, its 2 sharp fangs gleaming coldly in the sunlight. He swung his nail hammer. Bang! An iron rat man in front was sent flying by the blow. While its fur, harder than steel, remained intact, it was dented where the hammer had made contact. Pieces of internal organs and blood erupted from the iron ratman's mouth. The terrifying force sent his body flying, knocking over several other iron rat men, causing them to scream in unison. The iron rat man leader, upon seeing these three ogre superiors, a look of surprise crossed his fine gray-haired face. Water elemental ogre Taki, earth elemental ogre Heap. Squeaky, if I remember correctly, these two guys always prefer to be solitary and rarely get along, yet now they've gathered together. The Iron Rat Chief's beard curled upwards, his sharp fangs bared, as if he had witnessed something surprising. These two powerful ogre superiors were quite famous in the hilly region, and given their solitary nature, he naturally knew something about them. Who's the ogre in the middle? I'd never seen him before. The Iron Rat Chief's gaze fell on Go-Jin, the center. With the arrival of Go-Jin and his two companions, the ogres, originally at a disadvantage, quickly rallied, and the Iron Rat, facing the powerful Go-Jin and his three companions, were forced to retreating behind the Iron Rat Chief. The two sides faced each other. What's going on with these demi-humans? Go-Jin's expression grimaced. He had been found in his lair without realizing it, and he was particularly angry when he saw the badly damaged ogres around him. Iron Rat Man, tough and unpalatable, the water ogre Taki smacked his lips and commented. The earth ogre's pupils constricted as he took in the figure. Grey King. The tongue that had been severed had now grown back. The Grey King, one of the 10 greatest demi-humans? Go-Jin's spirit trembled, his piercing eyes fixed on the taller, more powerful Grey Rat Man standing at the front of the group. Squeak, squeak. I remember who you are. Grey King, the chieftain of the Grey Rat Men, squinted at Go-Jin, his beard twitching as he turned fierce. I heard about you months ago, the outsider big troll who challenged the mightiest of the hills. You were able to subdue Taki and Dui. It seems you're even more powerful than the rumors say. No wonder so many ogres gathered together and traded with humans. Crack! 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 Grey King raised his arms, his sharp claws clashing, sparks flying. He roared, you damned wretch. You're a disgrace to the subhumans. You're telling those lowly humans how weak you are. Hand over all the food you traded with humans, or I chop you into pieces and feed them to the filthiest and weakest goblins. Go-Jin's face was expressionless, yet a chill emanated from him. I hate the name Big Troll. Gore King raised his heavy mace with one hand and glared coldly at the Grey King across from him. Grey King? I've long wanted to test the skills of you, the so-called 10 greatest demi-humans. A flash of divine skill. The ground beneath Gore King's feet exploded, a faint light flashing across his body. He rushed to the Grey King at an incredible speed. The heavy mace swung. Bang! The Grey King's sharp claws crossed over his chest, colliding with the mace with a resounding thud. A surge of air surged. A crack appeared in the ground beneath the Grey King's feet. He lowered his arm slightly, blocking Go-Jin's heavy blow. I kill you! The Grey King's eyes darkened, and he snarled sharply, rat-tied. A shimmering gray light enveloped the Grey King's entire body. Pairs of crimson eyes flashed from his body, each the size of a fist. Instantly, a dense swarm of rats swarmed from the Grey King's body. Due to the close proximity, the rats quickly climbed onto Go-Jin's body. A multitude of rats chirped, seemingly attempting to gnaw at Go-Jin's flesh. What kind of power is this? Go-Jin, encountering this situation for the first time, immediately retreated, simultaneously invoking his martial arts skill, Skin Strengthening. Seemingly uneasy, he used his martial arts skill again. Super Strengthened Skin. Using 2 defensive techniques consecutively, Go-Jin's skin had become as hard as ordinary metal. Paw! With one smack, Go-Jin pounded the rats that were nibbling at him, reducing them to a pulp. Ordinary rats? Seeing they could no longer harm him, and were merely ordinary rats, Go-Jin paid them no attention and charged forward again, brandishing his mace. Bang, bang, bang! The two figures clashed in the open field, causing the ogres and Iron Rat Men behind them to hold their breath. Such strength far exceeded their imaginations. Many Iron Rat Men were in disbelief that the ogre could actually fight their chief on equal terms. However, the fierce battle didn't last long. The seemingly powerful Go-Jin began to be suppressed. Even outsiders could see that Go-Jin's movements had slowed significantly compared to the beginning. Squeaky, catching your eye? The Grey King swung his claws, repeatedly colliding with Go-Jin's mace, and laughed triumphantly. My rat swarm isn't just any rat. These adorable little creatures continuously release a toxin. Go Jin's expression changed. Strike. Bang. A powerful blow separated the two men again. Go Jin retreated quickly, gasping for breath. He could feel his arms and body gradually becoming numb. You despicable fellow. Go Jin glared angrily at the smug Great King. Hey you outsider, where do you think we are? This is the Aborian Hills. The Great King sneered disdainfully, then turned his head and glanced at the Water Ogre and Earth Ogre behind him. I thought they would warn you, but they didn't do anything. It seems they don't really obey you, big troll. The effects of the poison. Go Jin felt the numbness in his body grow worse. This was clearly no ordinary poison. He shook his head. I told you, I hate that title. You're quite strong, you know. The Great King looked at Go Jin, who, despite being poisoned by the plague, had managed to fight him for so long, even standing still. His crimson eyes flashed with admiration. Will you submit to me? Hearing these words, Go Jin felt a surge of anger within him. Such words again. Recruit my men right in front of me. I can't pretend I didn't see it. Suddenly, a sinister sneer echoed from above. The Great King's gaze froze, and he quickly raised his head to gaze upwards. At some point, a figure wrapped in a red robe was hovering in midair, silently gazing at them. Dragon Thunder. Tang Zheng had no intention of rambling. These Iron Rat men had slain so many ogres. That was experience. A dazzling dragon-shaped lightning condensed in the air, then, in the blink of an eye, struck the Great King. Ah! The Great King screamed. The lightning dissipated. Great King's fur shone black, arcs of electricity flickering through its steel-hard fur. He screamed piercingly, it hurts. Get off me! Huh? Thunder resistance? Tang Zheng was surprised to see Great King, despite taking the Dragon Thunder strike head-on, escape serious harm. So Fire Dragon. Red flame swept across the sky, transforming into a pillar of fire that fell from the sky. Wait! The moment Great King saw the flames, a look of terror crossed his eyes. He turned and tried to flee, but it was too late. Boom! The high-temperature flames enveloped Great King, causing him to explode. Under the influence of his passive ability, Elemental Blessing, the magic's power was further enhanced and destructive. The tough fur offered no protection from the flames. Enveloped in flames, Great King let out a shrill wail and scream. This one of the 10 great demi-humans was turned into charcoal in the flames without any resistance as everyone watched. Experience points gained. 32,789 experience slot. For 62, 311/410, 000, all the Iron Rat men's faces were filled with disbelief. For a moment, they were speechless and panic spread. Fire Dragon. Tang Jing's calm voice rang out again. Crimson, high-temperature flame slammed into the Iron Rat men's location, transforming into a sea of fire that engulfed a large number of them. Fire Dragon. Fire Dragon. 2 more Fire Dragons, and Tang Zheng annihilated approximately 800 elite Iron Rat men in one fell swoop. Experience gained. 271. Experience gained. 325. Experience gained. 308. Experience slot. 730, 623/410, 000. The strength of these Iron Rat men, each one above level 10, gave Tang Zheng approximately 250,000 experience points. These demi-human races, most of which possess special abilities, generally provide far more experience points than monsters of the same level. Tang Zheng's eyes flashed with surprise as he manipulated his flight magic to descend from the air, landing before an Iron Rat man, standing at the edge of the flames, half its body scorched and barely breathing. All race enchantment. Tang Zheng's eyes flashed with magic. Tell me where your tribe is. He had indeed given up on conquering other demi-human races for a while. He thought that once the drought lasted a long time, these demi-humans would become restless, and that would be the perfect time to reclaim them. But now, since the enemy had come to him, there was no reason not to respond. Tang Zheng lifted the last remaining Iron Rat man with one hand, and turned to look at the figure behind him, who was still barely standing. You're in such a mess, Go Jin. I underestimated them. Go Jin's cheeks twitched a few times as he spoke in a low voice. He had assumed the other party, one of the 10 great demi-humans, would fight in the same warrior style, but he hadn't expected such a trick. This is the hills, not the arena you were in before. Tang Zheng spoke calmly, looking past Go Jin at the 2 elemental ogres behind him. Go Jin will stay and deal with the bodies. You two, take all the ogres and follow me. Yes. Yes. The water and earth ogres spoke excitedly. The Iron Rat people are a very large clan. This is because the Iron Rat people have low environmental requirements, are primarily omnivorous, and even have a relatively high fertility rate. Of course, compared to goblins, their fertility is much weaker, and the Iron Rat people take a longer time to grow. Originally, the Iron Rat people were divided into 3 tribes. Since the appearance of the Grey King, he has unified all 3, bringing their total population to over 18,000. They are the largest ethnic group in the southern hill country. Under normal circumstances, most of the hill country is vast and resource-rich. Furthermore, the Iron Rat people are omnivorous and undemanding of their environment, so their numbers shouldn't be so small. The reasons for this aren't complex. Besides the hill country's inherent chaos and the frequent intertribal warfare, there's another significant factor. Their origins are from another subhuman race. The man-spiders? The 2 subhuman races share a blood feud, as one of the man-spider's food sources is the Iron Rat people. The man-spider is one of the 12 major races in the hilly region. It is a subhuman with 4 very slender arms and legs, shaped like a spider. The Iron Rat are naturally endowed with iron-like fur, but the man-spider can spit silk from their mouths. This silk is as hard as steel, and is often made into clothing by the man-spider. The iron hardness of their silk, combined with their slender stature and agility, puts the Iron Rat at a distinct disadvantage against the man-spider. These subhuman races are truly more peculiar than the other. Humans are indeed far weaker than these subhumans. Tang Zheng sighed, as he learned about the other race from the Iron Rat in his hand. Boom! Boom! Explosions of flames exploded across the Iron Rat territory. Tang Zheng, riding a bone dragon, ignored the magical attacks from the Iron Rat tribe below and, with the powerful force of his 5th-tier magic, blasted through the Iron Rat's defenses. The Iron Rat people's angry roars, miserable wails, and cries of pain filled the tribe. The incredibly powerful area of effect magic, transformed from Dragon Thunder into Fire Dragon, continuously transformed the area below into a sea of fire, facing Tang Zheng in the sky above. All the Iron Rat people's magic was ineffective, and their bows and arrows couldn't reach very high, even if there were archers with classes like Gorilla Soldier. Tang Zheng only needed to expend a small amount of magic power to create magic arrows, easily neutralizing these arrows. Facing the magical bombardment of powerful magic casters, and the invasion of thousands of ogres from the periphery, after only half a day of resistance, the entire Iron Rat people were completely defeated. Tang Zheng controlled one of the Iron Rat priests, and made him declare surrender. Only then was he able to gather around 5,000 Iron Rat people. Aside from the Iron Rat he killed, most of the Iron Rat people fled. Experience slots. 11010524100000. Tang Zheng had no idea how many Iron Rat men had died at his hands, but he checked his experience points through the stats panel, which had once again surpassed 1 million. Chapter 284. Gorjin found a herbalist among the demons, and used herbs and magic to cure the plague poison in his body. His face darkened. He headed towards the Blue Maggot clan's territory, near the mountains. Along the way, Gorjin saw numerous goblins, grouped in small groups, carrying the bodies of Iron Rat men, other subhumans, and monsters, all heading towards the Blue Maggot clan. As they approached their destination, the number of blue maggots gradually increased, and a faint, nauseating stench filled the air. This odor was not emanating from the blue maggots themselves, but rather from a deeper source. Gorjin held his breath slightly, and continued forward. Most of the blue maggots nodded in greeting upon seeing him. "Your Excellency," a respectful female voice called from the front. Gorjin stared at a blue maggot approaching, his face expressionless and silent. It wasn't indifference, but rather uncertainty about who it was. "Okay." In his eyes, all blue maggots looked the same. "I'm Bei Bei Bei." Bei 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 introduced himself, as if realizing Gorjin couldn't tell them apart. "Where are you going, Your Excellency Gorjin?" "The Grey Pit," Gorjin said. "I see. Please wait a moment. The brood is enjoying themselves." Bei 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 understood and apologized. This Lord Gorjin before him was not only powerful, but also held the same status as a king. He demanded respect. Gorjin paused. "Okay." The so-called Grey Pit was a pit dug by the mysterious human who had taken control of the Blue Maggot and Pandey's tribes, and had them assign a portion of their members to dig. Gorjin couldn't determine the depth of the entire pit. He only knew that all the corpses were transported here, and then dumped into the pit. This looked like food for the blue maggots and the other races. However, while these demi-human races didn't know, Gorjin, having spent time in the human world, knew what they were doing. The undead. There were many reasons for the emergence of the undead, and Gorjin didn't know much about them. However, having spent so much time in the Empire, He knew that every time the Empire and the kingdom went to war, the bodies were taken to the cemetery and mourned to prevent the dead from becoming undead. The chance of becoming undead was particularly high for those who died in an untimely manner. That human, building the cemetery and dumping so many demi-human corpses into it, was likely intended to generate negative energy from these corpses, thus giving rise to the undead. Not likely, but definitely, Gore King thought to himself. As a warrior, he couldn't sense the presence of negative energy. He specifically asked the magic caster of the demonic man. The other party replied that they hadn't sensed the presence of negative energy either. Gore King wasn't sure if the living could sense negative energy, or if it was because the Great Pit had existed for so short a time. But over time, it was very likely that powerful undead would truly emerge. That would be a disaster not only for the entire demi-human race, but for all living beings. Gore King had originally intended to tell the other demi-human kings about this matter, but he had recently sensed that the Blue Maggot King and his companions were extremely afraid of that human. Especially since the Blue Maggot King and his companions would disappear along with that human every once in a while, this made Gore King somewhat hesitant. Lower Water Moon. March 9th. Two figures crouched on the edge of a hill. Following their gaze, they could see goblins, ogres, and iron rat men amidst the mountains. Three demi-human races, so dissimilar in appearance, were actually transporting together the meat and food they had traded from their human counterparts. Those human traders. They'd do such a thing for money. One of the two young men gritted his teeth. The middle-aged man next to him, his weathered face much calmer, his eyes fixed intently on the demi-humans passing below. If Henry were here, she would have recognized them. They were 2 of the 10 people who had purchased the regeneration potion. The young man was the one who had inspected the potion. "Caleb, do you want to go deeper?" the young man asked. Caleb shook his head, his narrowed eyes etched with seriousness. "This is the limit. Any further, and we'd definitely be discovered." They were the elite troops sent to investigate the unusual movements in the hills, 10 in total. After re-entering the hilly area, they split into pairs to investigate. The Aborian hills were extremely dangerous, and dispersing forces was not an option. This meant that if danger arose, the chances of survival would be extremely low, but they had no choice but to do so. Their most important task was to gather intelligence. Everyone knew they could die on this mission. "Have you noticed anything unusual?" Caleb suddenly whispered. "These different demi-humans." The young man lowered his voice, but was interrupted before he could finish. "It's not these demi-humans that are unusual, it's the environment." Caleb raised his head slightly, gazing at the clear sky above. "Have you noticed? Since entering the hilly area, the weather has been unusually good, even a bit hot. This isn't expected for this season and month." The young man was stunned by this, puzzled by the concern for the weather at this moment. "Okay. The weather here is indeed wonderful. It hasn't even rained. However, Mr. Caleb, I personally think that's not the point right now." The young man muttered, his gaze fixed on the last demi-human team carrying cargo below him. "The intelligence we've gathered so far is limited. We need to question these ugly demi-humans ourselves." Caleb also glanced over, understanding the young man's meaning. "Okay." Swish. Swish. The gray cloaks draped over the 2 men, resembling raincoats, slowly began to fade, taking them with them and vanishing. The cloak was a magical item, possessing the 2nd level invisibility ability. Furthermore, the boots could muffle footsteps, and the magic ring on their wrists could eliminate odors. In short, all their equipment was specially provided to them by Her Majesty, the Holy Queen, for this mission. Silence! Suddenly, an invisible wave of magical energy spread. The ogre, walking in front, hadn't even reacted when Caleb suddenly appeared to his right. The dagger pierced the air. It pierced the ogre's weapon-wielding right arm, precisely under the armpit, twisting it with force. "Aho!" The ogre howled in pain, instinctively releasing his weapon and raising his arm. "Thick-skinned fool." Caleb moved swiftly, grabbing the ogre's wrist before him. With a roll, he used the upward momentum of his arm to easily land on top of the ogre's head. Throat slash. Caleb clamped his legs around the ogre's head, immobilizing it. He thrust his dagger swiftly into its neck and slashed with a powerful force. The ogre, about to struggle, suddenly lost his strength and fell to the ground with a thud. Caleb stood atop the ogre's corpse, looking to the other side. The young man had already dispatched the scattered goblins. In the blink of an eye, only one Iron Ratman remained. Faced with the sudden appearance of 2 humans, the Iron Ratman was visibly stunned. Then, reacting quickly, he let out a sharp cry, "Enemy attack!" "It sounds just like a rat," the young man commented, standing behind the Iron Rat Man. With Caleb in front and behind, they blocked its path. Under the silencer spell, no matter how loudly the Iron Rat Man shouted, his voice could not penetrate. "Is there any way to make this rat answer questions honestly?" the young man shouted. They killed the goblins and ogres first because those two races were too insanely intelligent, while the Iron Rat Men were more intelligent, making it easier to extract useful information from them. "I don't know." Caleb narrowed his sharp eyes, examining the Iron Rat Men. "If it were as humans, I know how old he was, and whether he peed his pants in just one night. As for the demi-human, they should be able to hold out longer. Let's destroy him first." After hearing what his companion said, "Yes, Mr. Caleb," the young man shuddered inexplicably, suspecting that before joining this elite exploration team, he had been working in some unspeakable place. Tang Zheng had been living a routine life lately, teleporting between the Holy Kingdom, the Ablian Hills, and the Kingdom. Fortunately, he could use the 7th-tier upper teleport spell, otherwise, ordinary teleportation magic would require several transfers between countries. Currently, events in the hills were becoming increasingly complex and intense, but Tang Zheng was generally under complete control. But even without speculation, Tang Zheng could foresee that a major conflict would soon erupt in the hills. The Iron Rat race had already discovered the intensive trade between ogres and humans, and it was only a matter of time before the other subhuman races discovered it. Add to that the destruction of the powerful Iron Rat race, the scattering of many Iron Rat people, and the death of the Great King, one of the 10 great subhumans. This series of events was bound to attract the attention of other races. Thus, for the time being, Tang Ding's main focus had been on the hills. There wasn't much to worry about between the Holy Kingdom and the Kingdom. Where was the Empire? Tang Zheng had sent someone there in advance, leaving a magical mark there. He had also made several secret visits, but he still couldn't pinpoint Flutter's location. Royal capital Liestage. Night. In the noble courtyard, Linus and Emina were clashing in the spacious courtyard, the two graceful figures rapidly increasing their distance with each collision. Linus wielded a spear, her long, golden braid swaying in the air as she moved. Her heavy spear shot, leaving afterimages in the night, continued to fire. Emina, on the other hand, was agile, showing no intention of engaging Linus in close combat, instead harassing her from a distance with her bow and arrow. Neither seemed to be able to defeat the other. The gap is still quite noticeable. Tang Zheng sat on a wooden chair on the periphery, watching Renas and the other two. He didn't think their skills were evenly matched. Emina's attacks aren't very effective against Renas, but if Renas's attacks hit, she'd be seriously injured. That's the power of high-level classes. Ninjutsu, detection. Using detection magic, Renas and Emina's levels had both reached level 28. Stuck at this level again? Tang Zheng frowned, pondering silently. Ever since developing the Dragon Blood Potion that boosts life force, Tang Zheng had naturally not been stingy. He had been traveling back and forth to the kingdom. It was to provide Dragon Blood Potion to Emina and Renas. Tang Zheng had been too lazy to make the other Dragon Blood Potion, which could provide the frenzy effect. It was useless and a waste of dragon blood. So far, only 4 people could provide the Dragon Blood Potion. Green Leaf, which 28th level, Lizardman Kuruksa 25th level, Renas 28th level, and Emina 28th level. The 4 had reached a point where their levels, no matter how much Dragon Blood Potion they took, could no longer be raised. Could this be the so-called bottleneck? Tang Zheng pondered inwardly. The Dragon Blood Potion clearly states effective up to level 30, yet it was stuck at level 28. Heroic Realm might be more than just a simple name. These 4 people comprised 2 demi-humans and 2 humans. By comparing the effects of the Dragon Blood Potion on these individuals, Tang Zheng gained a clearer understanding of its true effects. The most unusual case was the Emerald Leaf Witch. Originally, the Wild Transformation Ritual had already raised the Emerald Leaf Witch to level 28, but after taking the Dragon Blood Potion, the effect was completely negligible. Normal leveling ultimately comes down to class advancement, but the increased life strength from the Dragon Blood Potion will, to a certain extent, drive class advancement. This likely relates to the user's proficiency in the class they specialize in. The more proficient they are in a particular class, the more emphasis they place on increasing that class's level. Tang Zheng speculated after analyzing the 4 people's leveling process. But in reality, the most direct improvement should be their HP. When Tang Zheng first took Dragon Blood, the biggest increase was in HP, and the level detected by detection magic isn't 100% accurate. For example, when Bone King used detection magic to detect the Elf King, he found his HP to be above level 70, and his magic power to be similar to Shaltir's. Thus, his overall level was judged to be above level 70. This is because the class data on the attribute panel is invisible to everyone except the player, especially those from another world, who don't have attribute panels. The level Tang Zheng detected using ninjutsu is closer to the HP value, so he guessed that the true class levels of Renas and the other three were more or less different. It's just that the HP value was significantly increased by the Dragon Blood Potion, reaching a life strength of level 28. Chapter 285. Bow and arrow bursts. Water speeds up. Swoosh. Bang. The attacks of Renas and Imina collided again in midair, dazzling sparks flashing against the night sky. Imina's slender legs slammed against the grass, closing the gap between them and Renas. Stop! Stop! No more fighting. Imina panted, raising her hand to signal a halt. Renas gripped her spear in one hand, the tip pointing to the ground, a bright smile on her face. Are you giving up, half-elf? Give up? Imina sneered. Unless it's a life or death fight, the style you just used to just now won't determine the winner anytime soon. Watching the two men about to quarrel again. Snap! Tang Zheng raised his hands and clapped them vigorously. All right, both of you, how are you adjusting to your newfound strength? Renas and Imina, about to start a quarrel, glanced at Tang Zheng simultaneously, a smile flickering in their eyes. Master, I've completely adapted. With my current strength, if I were to fight Gazef again, I'm confident I could defeat him. Renas weighed the spear in her hand, a touch of excitement. Imina was happy about her own strength, but also felt a pang of pain. If word got out about a potion that could make people stronger, no one would believe it. She knew Tang Zheng was known as a genius alchemist, possessing skills far beyond those of ordinary alchemists, but she couldn't imagine him developing such a potion. Indeed, master. Renas nodded, speaking seriously. The potion has no effect on us anymore. Don't waste it on us. As users of the Dragon Blood Potion, they could clearly feel the dramatic increase in their strength in a short period of time. Renas and the others understood the preciousness of this potion. To even describe it as precious would be an understatement. This was a national treasure. A national treasure enough to drive everyone, especially the most powerful, crazy. Even once the name Genius Alchemist Tang became known to the world, he would be remembered like a legendary hero. Renas and Imina couldn't imagine it, as it was far beyond their comprehension. However, Renas and Imina knew one thing. The ingredients in this potion must be extremely precious. Thinking that Tang Zheng was still consuming so much potion on them even though their strength had clearly stopped growing, they felt a pang of pain. Potions are meant for human use. Tang Zheng shook his head nonchalantly, and then asked, describe your current strengths. The consumption of dragon blood was actually quite high. To fully craft it, one needs to use the magic crucible, a treasure of the lizardmen, to refine and purify the dragon blood, then neutralize it with the blood of the lizardmen Kuruksu. Although only the four of them, including Imina, are currently using the dragon blood potion, half of the ancient fire dragon's dragon blood has already been consumed. The remaining blood, refined into a potion, should only be sufficient for 3 or 4 more people. Furthermore, following this principle, Tang Zheng also crafted the Sun Anglerfish potion, which possesses the effects of detoxification and additional fire attack. This potion should be quite practical and powerful for those in the other world, but for Tang Zheng, it holds little significance. After making a batch and inspecting its effects, he tossed it into his item box. Imina and Renas began describing the changes they experienced while drinking the dragon blood potion, and what it was like after gradually mastering the seemingly unrealized increase in life force. Tang Zheng's eyes flickered as he understood more clearly. As he had suspected, the increased life force from the dragon blood potion needed to be digested and absorbed by the user before it could gradually transform into a career-enhancing force to enter the heroic realm. For Tang Zheng, a single level increase was sufficient, while those from another world might require a more gradual and intensive improvement. Ultimately, the dragon blood potion isn't strong enough. The ancient fire dragon is only around level 48. A potion crafted from its blood will inevitably only provide limited power. If the potion were crafted from the blood of a true Dragon King, like the Platinum Dragon King, it might easily break through the level 28 bottleneck. Tang Zheng pondered silently, sighing with a hint of frustration. The human level cap should be 42. Even if Renas and the others were truly leveled up in the remaining 2 years, they still wouldn't be able to reach the level of the maids. Their average level is around 50, let alone the high-level combat power of the great underground tomb of Nazarick. Compared to the demihumans and xenomorphs, the gap between the human race and the human race is no longer just a matter of level, Tang Zheng thought with a headache. He suddenly sensed the world's hostility towards the human race. In the game Yggdrasil, whether demihuman or xenomorph, Once reaching the specified racial level, one can gain special racial skills. An ultimate ruler of the dead like Bone King possesses the special ability to create 4 high-level undead, 12 mid-level undead, and 20 low-level undead per day. This isn't a problem in the game. It's simply a specialization of the undead, allowing them to summon more undead at once. However, in the real world, this special skill has changed. The undead created by Bone King's special skill exists forever. It's not like in the game, where the summoned undead disappear after a specified time, just like the level magic undead summoning. This leads to a problem that Tang Zheng has to face. Even without the vast resources of the Great Tomb, given Bone King enough time, he can still build an army of undead. If only I could create angels that last forever like Bone King. Tang Zheng took a deep breath, calming himself. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Renas noticed Tang Zheng's distraction and spoke softly. Nothing. Tang Zheng came to his senses and gently shook his head. Master, Princess Lana has been researching information about the Holy Kingdom for a while now, and claims to have made some new discoveries. Lena stood straight and spoke softly. I've had a subordinate tell you she wants to meet with you. Heh. Tang Ning's eyes were calm. He could guess her true intention. She probably just wanted to meet him. Otherwise, he could have informed Lana of the new findings. He had already told Princess Lana that she was his. Huh? Tang Zheng suddenly remembered something, his expression shifting. He turned to Lana and Emina in front of him and said, I have other things to do. I leave the kingdom to you too. As soon as the words fell, before Renas and Emina could react, Tang Zheng had vanished, facing the empty wooden chair. He's always so hurried, Emina sighed, speaking softly. Renas remained silent, her pearly smooth teeth bared as she suddenly smiled. I don't know what the master is going to do, but I know we can't help him yet. Emina folded her slender arms across her chest, and they remained silent. Even though their current strength was already among the top among all nations, and among adventurers, they were adamant adventurers. Still, Renas and the others felt that the gap between them and Tang Zheng never seemed to narrow. Ablian Hills Castle. The White Mist Witch, somewhat puzzled, stood respectfully before Tang Zheng. Master, do you remember when we first met, when you used your special ability to merge into the body of an angel? Tang Zheng smiled and looked at the White Mist Witch. I remember. The White Mist Witch, unsure why her master had suddenly brought this up, whispered fearfully. Your merge ability not only allows you to merge into the bodies of living beings, but you can even control them, right? Yes, master. It won't work against someone too powerful, or with an overly strong will. How long can it last? This subordinate knows this. It lasted a long time inside my sister's body. Try again. Use your merge ability to enter an angel. Tang Zheng stopped talking and waved his hand, summoning a third-level flame archangel. Yes, master. The White Mist Witch, doubtful, immediately followed Tang Zheng's instructions, transforming into a cloud of white mist and surging into the flame archangel's body. This flame archangel wasn't summoned by a scroll, but rather by Tang Zheng himself, using his own magic power. The moment the White Mist Witch entered the flame archangel's body, Tang Zheng immediately sensed something unusual. With his current spellcasting level, he could have expelled the White Mist Witch from the flame archangel with a single thought. But Tang Zheng didn't do so, allowing the White Mist Witch to control the flame archangel. Time passed slowly. The flame archangel remained suspended in midair. Angels summoned by scrolls only last half an hour, while those summoned by magic last longer, around 40 minutes. It's already been an hour. Tang Zheng raised his pocket watch, his pupils dilating slightly. Under normal circumstances, the flame archangel should have dissipated long ago, yet, even while possessed by the White Mist Witch, it persisted. Shock, astonishment, excitement. A complex mix of emotions filled Tang Zheng with a sense of disbelief. If there's no problem, continue this state. Tang Gang's face was solemn as he addressed the White Mist Witch, who had merged into it. Since angelic monsters cannot speak, their bodies resembled constructed creatures, and their faces were covered in silver armor, they could only flap their wings twice in response. A day and a night passed. The Flame Archangel still existed, confirming with absolute certainty that the White Mist Witch's merge ability allowed angels to persist for extended periods of time. It's all right. Tang Zheng, having waited a whole day for this result, felt no sign of fatigue, but rather unusually clear-headed. A white mist emerged from the Flame Archangel's body. Bang! As soon as the white mist which left the Flame Archangel's body, the Flame Archangel transformed into a point of light and dissipated in midair. Tang Zheng frowned. Master, the white mist which spoke with a relaxed and respectful demeanor. In the lush forest, shrill cries rang out from time to time. Caleb and the young man, blood-drenched, ran desperately, while several Iron Rat men pursued them from behind. The aura of death approached. Caleb and the other man no longer cared about saving their energy. They had to quickly shake off these Iron Rat men, otherwise, the longer they dragged on, the more they would gather. These demi-humans are actually cooperating. The young man's eyes were filled with fear, his previously calm demeanor long gone. They had recently captured an Iron Rat man and, after considerable effort, extracted a wealth of useful intelligence from him. The blue maggots, the pens, the demonic mankind, the Iron Rat man, and the ogres, 5 subhuman races, had unexpectedly united. This was beyond their human understanding of the subhumans of the hill country. Especially, they learned from the Iron Rat man that their own tribe had been overrun by the ogres in a single day and had now submitted to them. This information made both the young man and Caleb realize that something unusual had occurred in the hill country beyond anyone's expectations. This crucial information must be reported back. Caleb ran forward, his head tilted to the side, watching the Iron Rat man closing in on him. He realized that if this continued, neither of them would be able to escape. "You go ahead, I hold them back." Caleb licked the corner of his dry, pale mouth, his small eyes gleaming with ruthlessness as he growled at the young man beside him. The young man froze in shock. "How can this be? Stop your bullshit. Get out. We can die here, but we have to get the information out." Caleb abruptly stopped and turned to face the Iron Rat man. "No, we can't escape." The young man also stopped and reached out to grab Caleb's arm. "Get out of here. I don't want to die with you." "No, I stay and stop them. You're stronger and have a better chance of escaping the hills." "You idiot, you admit I'm stronger now? It's because I'm the strongest that I can stop them." Looking at the approaching Iron Rat men and the hesitant young man, Caleb's eyes flashed with anxiety. "Escape? None of you can escape, human." A muffled, malicious voice suddenly rang out. The hair on both the young man and Caleb stood on end, goosebumps and cold sweat covering their bodies. The sound was incredibly close, right below them. Caleb was the first to react, raising his foot and delivering a powerful kick to the young man's chest, sending him flying. Bang! The ground exploded. Earth Wanderer. The massive figure of the Earth Elemental Ogre burst out from the ground, its thick, earth-brown hand grasping the nearest human. Caleb's face paled, and he quickly retreated, but one arm was still grabbed. A powerful force surged through it, pulling him back toward the Earth Ogre, who had emerged from the ground. "Damn it!" Caleb drew the dagger hanging from his waist, and swung it with all his might, severing his arm. Blood spurted out, and he retreated quickly again. "Mr. Caleb," the young man said. "Hurry! For the Holy Kingdom, and for Her Highness the Holy Princess." Caleb roared, charging at the Earth Ogre with a death-defying determination. The young man bit his lip, quickly turned, and continued his escape. "You go and capture that human, and I leave this one to me," the Earth Ogre said to the Iron Rat man, watching Caleb charging at him with great interest. In a matter of moments, most of Caleb's body had been reduced to a pulp, completely lifeless. So weak, so boring. The Earth Ogre grabbed the other's head and lifted it from the ground, blood gushing out. Bang! Bang! Heavy footsteps echoed from behind. Are these the humans who sneaked in? King, that's right, those weaklings. One even managed to escape. The Earth Ogre turned and grinned broadly at Gorjean. Gorjean watched the scene with a stern expression. Then, looking down, he noticed a gleaming object on the ground and stepped forward to pick it up. It was the potion bottle that had fallen from Caleb's body. Is this a regeneration potion? Gorjean's eyes froze. Chapter 286. Gorjean stared at the regeneration potion in his palm, his white eyes filled with surprise. He recognized this potion. Unlike the blue of ordinary potions, it had a deeper luster. The healing effect was even greater, and most importantly, it was made from the blood of ogres, a magical alchemical potion completely different from ordinary herbs. Gorjean's mind flashed to Tang Zheng. Genius alchemist Tang, is he in the Holy Kingdom now? Thinking of this human he disliked, Gorjean felt an inexplicable surge of joy at seeing an old friend. He had left the Bahar's empire, and come to the Ablian Hills, because of the black-haired boy. Gorjean was certain that the black-haired boy was in the Holy Kingdom, and the reason was the bottle of regeneration potion in his hand. Back in the Empire, Gorjean had learned that only that black-haired boy could refine this alchemical potion made from subhuman blood. The amount of potion the other party could brew in a single day was extremely small, which was a key reason why the herb and potion workshops within the Empire hadn't completely turned on him and harassed him. The small amount of regeneration potion the black-haired boy brewed daily would be snatched up by the city's nobles, adventurers, merchants, and other wealthy humans before it could even be circulated. If the black-haired boy weren't in the Holy Kingdom, such a potion wouldn't even be in the hands of the people there. Snap! Go-Jin clenched the potion in his hand, his eyes flickering. The mysterious red-robed figure was too dangerous, especially since he harbored the veiled intention of creating undead creatures. Allowing humans to intervene wasn't a bad idea. However, given his status, humans couldn't trust him. Perhaps they could use the black-haired boy's hands. I go after that fleeing human. King glanced coldly at the earth elemental ogre toying with the corpse nearby, then strode off in pursuit. Oh, okay. The earth elemental ogre scratched his head with a rough brown claw, puzzled. The fleeing human was weak, and the Iron Rat Men could handle him. He didn't understand why King would chase him. Back here, when King arrived, he saw the young human already locked in a fight with several Iron Rat Men, his clothing stained red with blood. Puff! A ferocious-looking Iron Rat Man circled behind the young man and swung its claws, tearing off large chunks of flesh from his back. The intense pain caused the young man to scream, "You damn demi-humans, die together!" The young man's eyes were bloodshot, and he clutched a dagger in each hand, brandishing them frantically, completely oblivious to his injuries. His style of attack was completely reckless. A closer look revealed that the young man's wounds were healing at an astonishing rate, a testament to the sustained healing effect of the regeneration potion. Alas! Faced with the siege of several Iron Rat Men, the young man's injuries had completely exceeded the potion's healing capacity. Weak. His vision blurred. The young man's palms were cracked, and his arms, gripping the daggers, felt numb and weak. Despair filled his heart. Am I going to die? At this moment, the young man felt no fear, only the feeling of helplessness at being unable to pass on the information he had obtained. For gods, please bless the other teams so that they can relay this message. The young man prayed with a heart he had never felt before. Suddenly, the young man felt the pressure around him ease significantly. Even the pain from the continuous attacks lessened considerably. A last gasp of energy? No! Through his blurry vision, the young man looked ahead as a massive ogre of superior rank advanced toward him. The several Iron Rat Men who had been besieging him retreated behind it. You're clearly a thief, yet you possess the spirit of a warrior. Human, you deserve to die at my hands. A steady, resolute voice reached the young man's ears. In the brief respite, the young man took a few deep breaths to replenish his oxygen-deprived lungs. His blurry vision cleared slightly, and he could finally make out the massive, dark green figure standing before him, over 3 meters tall. It looked like a troll? The conspicuous white beard caught the young man's eye, and even in this precarious situation, he subconsciously analyzed the information. Recalling the information he and Mr. Caleb had extracted from the captured Iron Rat, the man bore a striking resemblance to the king the Iron Rat had mentioned, who ruled the ogres. Who are you? The young man's frail body trembled as he spoke dryly. From the scant information he had gathered, he and Mr. Caleb had gathered a startling discovery. The demi-humans were ruling over these races and engaging in trade with their holy kingdom. This was definitely not done by the original demi-humans of the hilly region, but by an outsider, perhaps even one who knew them intimately. My name is War King Go-Jin. To die by my hand is your honor, Go-Jin said calmly, raising his mace and swinging it upwards. Rumor has it, when faced with imminent death, time slows down. The young man didn't know if it was true or not, but he noticed that the opponent's attack wasn't very fast, and he could detect the weapon's trajectory. Fortress! The young man, with all his strength, raised the daggers in both hands to block his chest. A pale white light flashed on the daggers. The heavy mace struck the dagger, and the remaining strength could only absorb a portion of the force, the remaining force exploding. Ah! The young man spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying uncontrollably. Coincidentally, the location where the young man flew was a flowing river not far away, which flowed to the sea south of the Ablind Hills. Plop! With a splash, the young man disappeared into the river. King calmly watched the figure disappear into the current, turned to look at the several Iron Rat Men behind him, and swung his mace. Puff! Puff! The Iron Rat Men were instantly crushed to pulp without so much as a scream. After a brief moment of treatment, Go-Jin left the scene. Not long after, 2 figures appeared on the riverbank. Master, Go-Jin held back. That human must not be dead. The white mist which glared at the flowing river with bright yellow eyes, angrily speaking. She had long suspected something was wrong with Go Jin, but she hadn't expected him to actually help the human escape and ruin her master's plans. "I chase him down and finish him off." The white mist witch said this, already preparing to stand. "No need to chase." Tang Zheng raised his hand to interrupt the white mist witch. Facing her puzzled gaze, a hint of a smile appeared on his face behind his black mask. "How can you be sure this isn't part of my plan?" "Master." The white mist witch was stunned. Tang Zheng gazed toward the river beyond, not saying anything more. If the young man didn't survive to pass on the message, how could the Free Will Adventurer team legitimately intervene in this incident? It's almost time for a new character to enter the scene. Tang Zheng turned, disappearing with the white mist witch. Oriental. In the vast communal cemetery west of the outer wall, a distinctive beast-like roar had recently been heard at midnight. This made the guards and adventurers stationed outside the cemetery nervous, fearing that some terrifying undead creature had been born within. They dared not enter at night, and immediately searched during the day, but found nothing. This situation had persisted for several days, causing concern and vigilance among the Adventurers Guild and the mayor of Oriental. Both sides immediately assembled a joint team of elite soldiers and adventurers, and at night they entered the common cemetery to subdue any powerful undead that might have emerged. The result? Aside from slaying a few ordinary undead, nothing was found, and days of searching yielded no results. The only reassuring thing was that with this subjugation, the strange noises had completely disappeared. This led many adventurers to suspect a prank, or perhaps the noises of some unusual, low-level undead, mistaken for ordinary undead during the subjugation. Night fell once again. The guards and adventurers outside the common cemetery walls, their tense nerves finally relaxed, and cheerful laughter occasionally echoed from the high platform. Yet no one noticed. Someone had already secretly infiltrated the common cemetery. A pale, gaunt figure, draped in a black magical robe, walked through the dark and eerie cemetery. Looking at the familiar graveyard surroundings, Khajiit's sunken eyes were filled with gloom. No one who returned to the place of their death would have good memories or a good mood. A cold wind whistled. The branches of the withered trees in the cemetery swayed in the pale moonlight, like clawed hands. The few undead that had originally inhabited the cemetery had been cleared out by the combined forces during this period. The entire common cemetery now seemed remarkably quiet. The only sound remaining was Khajiit's footsteps, echoing endlessly through the empty space and among the tombstones, adding a certain eerie quality. Thump, thump, Khajiit's face was gloomy. He held a staff in his hand, using it as a crutch, rubbing against the pavement as he walked, as if on purpose. With every step, the base of his staff thumped against the ground. Did the leader ask me to return here because of the recent rumors? Khajiit pondered silently. Although over half a year had passed since his resurrection from the dead, his strength had yet to fully recover. For some time before, he had accompanied the leader into the terrifying undead realm of the Shadow King, one of the 3 legendary night liches. From Khajiit's observation, the leader seemed to be seeking some kind of cooperation with that legendary being, but the results so far hadn't been smooth sailing. Recalling the scene he had witnessed, Khajiit felt immensely excited. Only an undead as powerful as the Shadow King, capable of easily destroying entire nations, and even occupying them as his own territory, could truly be called the king of the undead. If I possessed such immense power, I would surely be able to develop a powerful resurrection magic to bring my mother back to life. Deep within the shared cemetery, a dilapidated temple appeared before me. Khajiit's eyes darkened, his expression darkening even more. He radiated a chill as he approached the temple. This was the place where he had died. In a trance, he could still feel the burning pain of the Archangel of Fire's flaming sword piercing his chest. Khajiit placed a hand on his chest, ascended the cracked, weed-covered steps, and stood atop the temple. He raised his head and scanned the surroundings with a cold gaze. Nothing. Asshole, get out. Khajiit, suppressing his rage, slammed his magic wand against the ground and roared. The angry voice echoed through the cemetery, spreading far and wide, startling the sleeping crows, birds, and insects. He waited for a moment, but saw no one emerge. Khajiit snorted coldly, "You're a cowardly fellow. Last time you hid behind closed doors and played dirty tricks. What are you planning this time?" The air remained silent. It was as if Khajiit was muttering to himself in the graveyard. "It's been so long, and you're still so angry." Suddenly, a sinister chuckle rang out from the front. Khajiit quickly raised his head and looked ahead. He saw a figure swathed in red robes, his face shrouded in a black mask, even the few visible eyes obscured by a red hood. Their positions remained the same as before. Khajiit still stood on the steps of the ruined temple, while Tang Zheng stood about 100 meters across from it. The only difference. Khajiit was surrounded by a group of undead, while Tang Zheng was surrounded by the Archangel of Fire. After all, we're old friends, Tang Zheng chuckled. I wanted to keep your body as a souvenir, but it vanished with a bang. It's amazing. From that moment on, I knew we would meet again. Look, just like we're meeting now. Though Tang Zheng's attire was different, the moment Khajiit saw him, he knew he was the one who had killed him. As the saying goes, enemies see eye to eye. Khajiit's eyes glowed crimson, and he raised his hand in anger. Die. Negative laser. A dark gray beam shot out from Khajiit's palm, streaking through the darkness as it swiftly attacked Tang Zheng. Faced with this incredibly fast beam attack. Dimensional shift. Tang Zheng's figure flashed, disappearing from his original position and reappearing nearby. Bang! Negative light beam struck Tang Zheng's previous location, blasting a hole in the ground with a loud bang. Dimensional shift? Mana-based magic? Why not use Angel Summon? Khajiit said, his eyes bloodshot with anger as he looked at Tang Zheng. After his resurrection, and after the Alliance leader's reminder, he realized that the reason this bastard could summon so many angels at once was because he used scrolls. Chapter 287. Tang Zheng wasn't surprised to see Khajiit guess that the method used to summon multiple angels was the magic scroll. The mysterious leader who resurrected Khajiit should have been able to guess it. You know, third-tier magic scrolls are extremely valuable. Tang Zheng shrugged. To cast magic using a magic scroll, one must possess the same magic system. For example, Tang Zheng must possess a faith class to use the angel summon scroll. Being a dual system spellcaster isn't a surprising feat. The Khajiit before him was one example. Originally a faith system magic caster, he later abandoned this power and switched to the mana system. But within his class structure, he still possessed faith classes. Tang Zheng had long considered the possibility of Khajiit's resurrection and used the angel summon magic scroll as a disguise. This led Khajiit and the leader behind him to further believe that Tang Zheng, the mysterious spellcaster, was merely using angel summon as a disguise. He wasn't actually skilled in it. This distinguished him from the genius alchemist Tang, the adventurer skilled in the use of angel summoning. This was also the moment Tang Zheng displayed his magical prowess, and Khajiit wasn't the least bit surprised. Damn it! Khajiit stared intently at Tang Zheng, his staff creaking in his grip at his casual, dismissive attitude. The rage of being killed was not easily extinguished. Even after so long, he still couldn't forget the chilling feeling of death, the powerlessness of struggling in the darkness. But more than all this, what filled Khajiit with even greater resentment was that Tang Zheng had destroyed everything he had worked for, a profound desire for death. It's you, it's you. Khajiit exuded a thick aura of negative energy, his suppressed anger and resentment roaring out. You've destroyed everything I have. The gnashing roar echoed through the dark graveyard, sending a chill down his spine. Facing the exasperated Khajiit, death spiral. Tang Zheng uttered the words calmly. Khajiit's expression faltered, his breathing quickening. He stared at Tang Zheng in disbelief. How could you possibly know? Death Spiral is a sinister ritual mastered by the Chironon. Their leader once transformed a city into a place where the undead run rampant. A completely dead city. This is why the Chironon is so reputable, so feared and considered an enemy by so many nations. But the true name of the ritual, Death Spiral, is known only to those within their organization. Surprised? Tang Zheng extended his right arm from his red robe, and a dark bead, as black as an ordinary stone, appeared in his palm. Of course it told me. Khajiit knew exactly who it was. He gazed at his former treasure with cold eyes, a mixture of fear and desire. It was a terrifying magical item with its own consciousness. The Orb of Death naturally knew everything he had done. That's mine. Khajiit took a step forward, then paused, emphasizing loudly. His already pale and earthy face betrayed a complex mix of emotions, primarily greed and longing. After his resurrection, without the Orb of Death, he gradually realized that his mind had been unconsciously influenced by it. Even so, without the Orb of Death, his true transformation into undead became even more difficult, even impossible. In a trance, Khajiit suddenly woke up. He wasn't stupid. He knew that Tang Zheng hadn't brought him here just to reminisce. He was eager to kill him. Although Chironon consisted of only 12 disciples, except for a few true loners, each disciple had a group of disciples who swore allegiance to them. Even someone with Khajiit's personality had a group of followers. Recently, rumors of the birth of a special undead being spread in the common cemetery. Disciples hidden within Irantal passed this news to him. Since his resurrection, Khajiit had remained at the leader's side, serving him. Originally, he only needed to stay a few months, but after witnessing the mighty being known as the Undead King and the legendary terror of the Night Lich, Khajiit lingered in the Undead City, feeling its grandeur and the deep love of negative energy. However, after reporting this news to the Alliance leader, he was dismissed, ordered to investigate Urantil to see if any special undead had truly emerged. This was, in effect, a disguised form of expulsion. Khajiit felt a little uneasy, but he could only obediently follow orders. After returning to Urantil, he gathered information and, vaguely, sensed that the man who had killed him might be behind this. So, after entering the common cemetery, Khajiit deliberately made a noise, trying to test the waters, only to discover it was actually him. Speaking of which, this was his territory, and it was this bastard who had ruined everything. A trace of bloodshot crossed Khajiit's eyes, but they became much clearer. He quickly considered Tang Jing's true intentions and said coldly, "You should know my identity, right?" If he could learn about the death spiral ritual from the death orb, then knowing he was a disciple of Chironon shouldn't be a problem. In fact, perhaps the other party knew his identity from the beginning, which allowed them to kill him with foresight and even steal his death orb. "I do know a little." Tang Jing let out a leisurely chuckle, his head slightly raised from beneath his red hood. Rumor has it, Chironon is a sinister secret society that relies on the undead to take drastic actions and possesses immense power. In addition to the organization's ruler, the leader, there are 12 formidable disciples. Oh, what a formidable force. The other party was clearly praising their organization. Khajiit felt it was a mockery. This disciple of his had died at their hands, and now there are only 11. What a pity. Tang Jing looked around and shook his head, seemingly in frustration. It's been so long, and no one else has appeared. I had hoped to meet the leader of your Chironon, and would like to collaborate with him. I'm very interested in the ritual of the death spiral, where a human body is transformed into an undead, achieving a near-eternal state. A long lifespan, a power bordering on immortality. This is a realm untouchable by the legendary 6 gods. Curse of death? No, it's the blessing of death. Tang Jing's voice was a little excited at the end, but his eyes were remarkably calm, even a hint of regret. He had just used ninjutsu, detection to survey the surroundings, and besides Khajiit, there was indeed no one else. Tang Jing's original plan was to lure out the leader of Chironon and, by demonstrating his own strength, use this as proof of his membership in Chironon. And the reason? It was the death spiral ritual and the magical item death orb. If he could successfully join, the incident at Ablion Hills could be perfectly pinned on Chironon. If he couldn't join, they could still collaborate. The blame could also be placed on Zillinon. Throughout this entire process, there was only the possibility of a conflict with the Zillinon leader. However, Tang Jing could simply unleash the power of his 5th-tier magic and summon a few bone dragons. Combined with the common cemetery location, the likelihood of a violent clash between the two sides, a direct fight to the death, would be reduced. Also, there was a more practical reason. Tang Jing wanted to confirm the identity and strength of the Zillinon leader. He was a very mysterious individual. So mysterious that, even with Tang Jing's current strength, he needed to be wary. Analyzing the limited intelligence available, there were many disciples within Zillinon who had reached the heroic realm. The one Tang Jing had killed in the Great Wetlands was one of them. The fact that the leader was able to suppress this group of individuals clearly demonstrated that his strength was, at the very least, at the heroic realm. If that were all, Tang Jing wouldn't have needed to be described as cautious, given the limited indirect intelligence he had. Khajiit had once arrogantly stated, a magic caster can't defeat a bone dragon, but if their leader had asked, can you say the same thing to me again? He would have bowed his head with all his might. This means that the Alliance leader possesses the power to defeat a bone dragon. 7th-tier magic? Tang Jing wasn't sure. In addition to using magic above the 6th tier, one could also attack a bone dragon through summoning magic. After all, a bone dragon is only a level 16 monster, its inherent strength at the level of a platinum-level adventurer. Is this your goal? Khajiit half-lowered his head. The shadow cast by the ruined temple prevented him from seeing the other man's expression. His shoulders shook constantly. Suddenly, Khajiit raised his head again, his decayed, aged face distorted. Ha ha ha, you presumptuous fellow, who do you think you are? Humph, you're worthy enough to cooperate with the leader? You provoked Chironon, and you even dare to appear before me, you bastard. Your presence undermines Chironon's dignity. If this is your last words, then let it end here. At this moment, Khajiit felt he had completely understood Tang Jing's purpose. He coveted the eternal life of the undead. It was likely due to the influence of the Orb of Death. As the former owner of this magical item, Khajiit was well aware of the influence and bewitching effects of the Orb of Death on its possessor. Facing Khajiit, whose manic laughter was radiating an increasingly intense aura of negative energy, Tang Jing gazed at him quietly, his eyes calm. This fellow's strength level, as detected by ninjutsu, was even lower than before, yet he now displayed a certain overconfidence. Chapter 288. Khajiit stood atop the ruined temple, glaring coldly at Tang Jing across from him with a cruel, evil smile. I've been thinking about revenge, but I never thought you'd come to me on your own, even bringing the Orb of Death with you. Although you've ruined my original plan, killing you and retrieving the Orb of Death is nothing more than a waste of time. A chilling aura permeated the air. Pa! Pa! Tang Jing raised his palms and gently patted his red robe, as if brushing off dust. You look so confident, old friend. Tang Jing was equally curious. Khajiit had been able to hold back until now before deciding to strike. Besides wanting to know his true motives, he must have been so confident of complete victory that he dared to act so arrogantly. You conceited fellow, you simply cannot comprehend the power of Chironon, much less the terror of the Alliance leader. Khajiit's eyes grew colder. He gripped his magic wand with both hands and thrust it forcefully into the ground. A dense negative energy surged. This is a new power I've mastered, a gift specially prepared for you. Boom! A stream of dense negative energy surged from the wand, pouring into the ground, followed by a vibration like the beating of a drumstick. A dark blue magic circle appeared beneath Khajiit's feet. Instantly, a roar, imbued with a certain intimidating effect, echoed from within. Crash! A rotting zombie monster, seemingly formed from a multitude of undead, emerged from the magic circle, its massive bulk straddling the two sides. Its height even surpassed the ruined temple, reaching over 4 meters. Boom! The magic circle's light didn't dissipate. Another monster emerged from the magic circle. Compared to the massive undead giant, this one was of normal height, resembling a skeleton warrior summoned by a third-tier undead. But its bones were a dark red. It wielded a dark red bone sword, a dark red shield, and even carried a combined longbow on its back. All three weapons were imbued with a dim glow of magic. These were armed skeletons wielding magical items. The magic circle's light dissipated, and two undead monsters, one large and one small, appeared before Tang Jing. Seeing these two monsters, undead aggregate giant, red skeleton warrior, Tang Jing raised his eyelids. One is a clustered zombie monster, the other a subspecies of skeleton warrior. Although both are tier 3 undead, their true combat power is far greater, reaching tier 4. These are not ordinary undead. They cannot be summoned using normal magical means. Just like the Bone King's favorite Death Knight, these are usually created or summoned using special skills. Arrogant bastard. For your own sake. Repent for your naivete. Khajiit, sensing the powerful negative energy emanating from the two monsters, a look of satisfaction crossed his gloomy face as he roared. Khajiit's time in the legendary city of the undead hadn't been in vain. He harnessed the negative energy there, and the power of his leader to create these two undead monsters possessing the power of 4th-tier undead. With Khajiit's specialized necromancy abilities, he could control 100 ordinary undead at once. However, his ability to control powerful undead, like this one, was severely limited. Controlling these two was already his current limit. With these two undead monsters, he was confident he could kill Tang Jing, recalling their earlier battle. Khajiit knew Tang Neng's strength wasn't strong. Even if he was stronger than him, he was at most a 4th-tier magic caster. With such a level, he still wanted to cooperate with their leader? What a joke. Kill him! Khajiit controlled the two undead, charging towards Tang Jing, looking expectantly at the other side. The other side panicked as expected, but that didn't happen. How boring. Looking at the two charging undead, Tang Jing raised his palm expressionlessly. Dragon Thunder. A dazzling blue light instantly illuminated the night, transforming into a surging dragon-shaped lightning bolt that shot out, a flash of blue light in the air. The two newly summoned undead instantly dissipated into ash. The terrifying lightning, though mostly dissipated, still released a ranged aftermath attack and continued to blast Khajiit. Experience gained, 3721. Experience gained, 3907 experience slots. 11123222/410000 5th tier magic. Electricity defense. Khajiit's sunken eyes trembled as he stared in disbelief at the terrifying lightning. His previously calm demeanor vanished, and he cried out in terror. Boom! Ah! Khajiit's position was enveloped by lightning. With a scream, the figure standing on the steps of the ruined temple was blown back, landing on the graveyard floor. The blue lightning dissipated. Khajiit lay sprawled on the ground, his electricity defense holding him back, combined with the sheer force of the dragon's aftermath. He didn't appear seriously injured, though his hands, face, and neck, exposed outside his magic robe, bore numerous burn marks. How could this be? How could you possibly possess such immense power? Khajiit, hands on the ground, raised his head in dismay, looking at Tang Zheng not far away, his words trembling with fear. The other party was clearly a powerful magic caster possessing 5th-tier magical power. Why had he resorted to a disguise like angel summoning? With the terrifying power of that magic just now, he could have easily been killed. Khajiit's eyes twitched, a hint of confusion rising within him. An indescribable sense of frustration welled up within him. This bastard. With such immense power, yet he's still so cautious. Too cautious. Rustle, rustle, footsteps approached him. Failed again. Khajiit cried inwardly, suddenly feeling ridiculous for his own presumptuous confidence. Is he going to die? Khajiit knew the leader might allow him to fail once, but not a second time. How unbearable. All his efforts had ultimately led to failure twice against the same person. Tang Zheng approached Khajiit, looking at the figure who had given up resistance, and suddenly asked, "Do you want to become undead?" Prepared for death, Khajiit looked up at Tang Zheng blankly. "I originally wanted to cooperate with your leader. Since you also possess the ritual of the death spiral, it's not a bad idea to work with you," Tang Zheng said. Khajiit's despair and dejection gradually faded, and a strange light appeared in his eyes. "Why?" Khajiit asked incredulously. "As I've said, what interests you Chironon is the death spiral ritual. I want to determine if it can truly transform humans into the undead. Since you're so eager to become undead, then all the better. I can test it on you." Tang Zheng sneered, unconcealing his purpose. To Khajiit's ears, these words were like a divine response to his inner resentment. What had seemed certain death was a reversal. Khajiit excitedly rose from the ground. Even facing Tang Zheng, his enemy who had killed him once, pales in comparison to his profound desire to become undead. The mysterious figure before him was formidable. Relying on his strength might help him make up for lost time, and even accelerate his original plan. "You're seriously serious," Khajiit said, his hands trembling, still a touch incredulous. "What do you think?" Tang Zheng pulled out the orb of death, and, channeling his magic, a massive magic circle appeared beneath his feet. The next moment, boom! A roaring bone dragon flew out of the magic circle, hovering above the two men. A white bone shimmered in the moonlight. Bone dragon. How did you do that? Khajiit's eyes glazed over. He had spent over a year gathering negative energy, yet still couldn't meet the requirements to summon a bone dragon. And the orb of death had only been in the other party's hands for a short time. No wonder this mysterious figure so confidently wanted to cooperate with their leader. With the bone dragon's power, the remaining disciples, aside from the leader, were no match for him. Looking at Tang Zheng, wrapped in a red robe, who seemed to be watching him intently, Khajiit bowed slightly, a wickedly excited smile on his face. "I will tell you everything I know, and fully assist you in completing the death spiral ritual." As the weaker party, Khajiit needed to demonstrate his value. Happy cooperation. Tang Zheng smiled behind his black mask. On reflection, working with Khajiit was much more reassuring and manageable. Death spiral? While others might not know, how could Tang Zheng not know the true origins of this magical ritual? Khajiit simply couldn't succeed. Even if he could actually perform it properly, it would take at least several years. Happy cooperation, old friend, Khajiit grinned, keeping his composure low. The scene not long ago, when he longed to kill Tang Zheng, seemed like an illusion. Bang! Khajiit suddenly felt a pain in the back of his neck, his eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness. Tang Zheng mentioned Hun Khajiit and disappeared. Even on the other side. In the Holy Kingdom. The 10-man exploration team that Holy Princess Karko and Quirit had secretly dispatched without alerting any of the great nobles finally received news amidst their anxious anticipation. These 10 men were guerrilla soldiers, masters of these skills, recruited from scouts of various armies within the Holy Kingdom. No one was more suited to gathering intelligence than these 10. Such an elite force was nearly annihilated, with only one surviving. He was already near death when he discovered the enemy. If it weren't for his tenacious willpower, holding on until he was recovered by a ship, he would have been completely wiped out. Inside the palace, Holy Princess Karko confirmed that the young man had regained consciousness after being treated by several priests, and she felt relieved, as long as he survived. At the same time, she felt a wave of guilt and sadness. The remaining 9 had all perished in the Ablian Hills. Their bodies might never be found. Your Majesty, you need to rest well. The middle-aged secretary and maid, a well-mannered and solemn-looking maid, stood by and reminded him. You are aware of the current situation. It must be dealt with swiftly. Princess Calco, hearing the solemn voice beside her, let a helpless smile cross her fair face as she softly explained. You don't need to explain to the servants. The middle-aged secretary's voice remained stern. Her Majesty is good in every way except that she is too kind and gentle. Chapter 289. Knock. Knock. The door, engraved with the royal crest and inscriptions, was gently knocked. Enter. Click. The door swung open, and Quillet, wearing a priest's robe with blue decorative patterns sewn on the sleeves and hem, walked in with a young man. Your Highness. Your Highness. Quillet and the young man both bowed respectfully. The middle-aged secretary and maid, observing this, bowed slightly to the holy Princess Carco, picked up the exquisite teapot on the table, and slowly left the room, closing the door behind them. Your name is Roberts, right? The holy Princess Carco gazed at the young man, and said gently, Thank you for your hard work. Everything is for the Holy Kingdom, Your Majesty. This is Robert's honor. Roberts knelt on one knee, bowed his head deeply, and spoke solemnly and seriously. Rise, Roberts. I've reviewed the written intelligence you collected, and there are still some areas of confusion that require detailed explanation. Holy Princess Carl spoke, glancing at the expressionless face of Quirid beside her. Knowing his personality, she naturally knew Quirid was in a very bad mood. No one would be in a good mood after reading the intelligence on the Ablian Hills. Yes, Your Majesty. Robert stood up solemnly. Holy Princess Carl might be too kind-hearted, but her abilities were exceptional. Once she got into the flow, her meticulous thinking and exceptional talent were on display, and she quickly pointed out some ambiguities and oddities in the written intelligence. Kirat stood respectfully by, making no attempt to interrupt. She and His Highness Carl were indeed very close friends. Yet, she also knew that, in this situation, her advisor didn't need to speak for the time being. After getting answers from Roberts one by one, Holy Princess Carco's expression grew increasingly serious as she nodded gently. Her crystalline, bright blue eyes suddenly noticed a hint of hesitation on Robert's face. Roberts, the information you provided is extremely important. If there's anything else that stands out, feel free to share it, Holy Princess Carco said gently. Yes, it's true, Your Highness. Roberts, unsure, whispered, my teammate, Mr. Roberts, also discovered something peculiar. The weather in the Aborian Hills is excellent. From the time we infiltrated until we left, there wasn't a single cloud or rain in the hills. I'm not sure if this is considered unusual. At the mention of Mr. Caleb, Robert's eyes welled up. If he hadn't sacrificed his life to get him to leave, he wouldn't be standing here safely now. Is the weather too good? Holy Princess Carco raised her slender fingers and gently pressed her left temple, a hint of fatigue in her eyes. Weather didn't seem to have any direct bearing on the situation in the hilly area. Wait! Kalate suddenly spoke, the compassionate smile that had always been on his face frozen in time, a hint of anger rising. Why didn't you write this information down in the written materials? Lord Carco. Roberts was stunned, unsure how to respond. Kalate. Holy Princess Carco's voice rang out. Roberts, thank you for your hard work. Go back and rest. After Roberts respectfully left the meeting room, the atmosphere in the room relaxed. Karat, what's going on? Saint Princess Carco finally looked at Karat, puzzled. I'm sorry, Your Highness, I'm a little unsure right now. Karat opened her mouth, then shook her head and said softly, the situation is already very serious. Based solely on the information revealed in the intelligence, 5 subhuman races in the hilly region have already united, regardless of the method used. This is a very dangerous signal for the Holy Kingdom. Simply put, the chaotic Ablian Hills are the good hills. If the various subhuman races in the hilly region truly show signs of unification, even forming a so-called unified state, it might seem unbelievable. But historically, 200 years ago, the hilly region was once ruled by the hill dwarves. And now, it's no longer unimaginable. The 5 subhuman races have already shown this trend of unification. Their holy kingdom is practically separated from the Ablian Hills by a wall. With the two sides so close, if all the demi-human races in the hills united, the threat posed would be so great that it would require the entire nation's defense. Holy Queen Carco and Quirid both wore tense and grim expressions. No one could have imagined that the hills, already in chaos for hundreds of years, would suddenly and silently experience such a situation. What's going on with that war King Go-Jin? Asked Holy Queen Carco. We've already investigated it. Marshal King Go-Jin, a powerful demi-human who appeared on the border of the Bahar's empire 8 years ago and caused chaos, was invited by OSK, the operator of the Imperial Arena, to join the Imperial Arena. He became the most powerful martial king in the history of the arena, and was called the symbol of the empire. Last September, apparently influenced by the captain of the adventurer team Free Will, he left the empire. His whereabouts and reasons remain unknown. Based on the bounty offered by the empire on the adventurer team Free Will, the departure of Marshal King Go Jin is likely closely related to the captain of the adventurer team. At this point, Quirit's tone shifted, his narrow eyes raised, and he sneered, "Adventurers, as expected, are a bunch of troublemakers. The Marshal King Go Jin in the hilly area is likely the one who left the Bahar's empire. Given his strength, he should be on the same level as the 10 outstanding demihumans in the hilly area." He finished speaking in one breath. Quillet licked the corners of his dry mouth, looking troubled by a headache. Holy Princess Karko pondered. Marshal King Go Jin has lived in human countries, and possesses a consciousness different from those demihumans in the hilly regions. Ruling the ogre tribes in the hilly regions, and trading food with us humans is very likely his doing. I think so, Your Highness. But there's something strange. This description may be a bit disparaging of Roberts, but with Marshal King Go Jin's strength, there's no way Roberts could escape. The way he introduced himself is consistent with the character of Marshal King Go Jin, as revealed in the intelligence, but it's also a bit foolish. Quirit frowned, feeling something was amiss. What do you mean? Saint Princess Karko asked. Did Marshal King Go Jin deliberately release Roberts? That's what I think. Quirit spoke calmly, her tone clearly firm. So, Staff Officer Quirit, what are your thoughts? Saint Princess Karko leaned back slightly, looking at Quirit. Quirit looked up, reached out, and brushed back her waist-length brown hair, smiling confidently. Perhaps we could ask someone familiar with Marshal King Go Jin. Saint Princess Karko was surprised. The Holy Kingdom and the Bahar's Empire don't have much contact. Not only the Empire, but even the nearest kingdom of Riestais rarely communicate. Even if we were to send someone to the Bahar's Empire now, not only would the time frame be too great, but the mere fact of a state would complicate matters. No, Your Highness. That person is within our Holy Kingdom. They're the adventurer team of Free Will. Kirat smiled, said Kirat, but before that, there's something more important. Holy Queen Karko was surprised at first, then her expression grew grave, a rare, invisible pressure etched across her gentle features. It's time to deal with those nobles and merchants who dare to trade with the demihumans, said Holy Queen Karko coldly. Remedios has been waiting impatiently for a long time. Kirat's lips curled upward, her eyes sinister and cold. The reason they hadn't stopped these nobles from trading with the demihumans was because they had sent exploration teams into the hilly area. To prevent alerting the enemy, and to gather further evidence, these nobles were allowed to continue trading. Now, it was naturally time to close the net. Princess Kalko stood up and walked out the door, with Quirit following at a leisurely pace, 2 steps behind. Your Highness, what about the Southern Holy Kingdom? Same. Seeing His Highness, who had always taken a gentle approach toward the Southern Holy Kingdom, now display a tough stance for the first time, a smile played in Quirit's eyes. That's how it should be. If the Southern Holy Kingdom dared to shield them, when it came to the demi-human issue, she wouldn't mind ruthlessly slaughtering a few of their great nobles. Kirat suddenly felt that this might not be such a bad thing. With the order issued, in just one day, the Northern Holy Kingdom's coastline was completely blocked, and all merchants trading with demi-humans were arrested. 56 barons, 17 viscounts, and 5 earls were escorted by the paladins to the Holy King's city, Habance. During the process, all the nobles who resisted were mercilessly executed by Remedios. At the same time as a major earthquake shook the nobility of the Northern Holy Kingdom, the church temples of the Southern Holy Kingdom began to mobilize, resulting in the arrest of even more nobles, and causing an even greater uproar. However, in both the Northern and Southern Holy Kingdoms, the highest-ranking nobles implicated reached the rank of Earl, with no marquises or dukes implicated. This caused both fear and relief among the highest-ranking nobles. Princess Karko, the Holy King's first display of such force since ascending to the throne, left many nobles unaccustomed. However, when it came to the issue of demihumans, even the most foolish noble knew they could not side with the wrong party. Chapter 290. Kalinxia. Xiaoshuiwe, March 20th. Colorless Tranquility Inn. The enormous figure of the evil hound crouched at Tang Zheng's feet, occasionally wagging its tail. Even lying down, its head towered above the table. 2 black horns exposed to the air, gleaming coldly. The atmosphere in the room was somewhat quiet. Tang Zheng placed one hand on the back of the evil hound's neck, gently rubbing its thick, black fur. His other hand rested on his lap, a thoughtful expression on his face. Opposite Tang Zheng, 3 figures sat. Black Pavel, one of the 9 colors of the Holy Kingdom, a short-haired, blonde youth wearing light armor, and a priest wearing an aqua-blue holy seal. I'm sorry, although I know Marshal King Go-jin, we're not as familiar as you might think. Tang Zheng shook his head, speaking softly, breaking the silence. But according to rumors, Marshal King Go-jin's departure from the Empire is closely related to His Excellency Tang. The priest said, his hands folded flat on the table, maintaining a touch of respect. As a member of the temple's priest corps, he had always been indifferent to the Adventurers Guild and adventurers. However, the man before him was not only powerful but also a devoted priest. Facing a powerful magic caster of the Faith School, the male priest naturally had to be respectful. This matter is full of rumors, making it seem like there are many hidden secrets. Tang Zheng, somewhat helpless, explained softly, actually, the whole thing is not that complicated. Marshal King Go-jin originally joined the Empire's arena to become stronger. It's just that fighting in the arena can no longer make him stronger. I mentioned to him that within the Ablian Hills, there exist powerful demi-humans known as the 10 greatest demi-humans. But I never expected that King of War Go-jin would actually leave the Empire. And because of this, I received a bounty from His Majesty the Blood Emperor. Tang Zheng sighed and sarcastically said, how stingy. This remark caused Pavel and the priest to exchange glances, without responding. After all, His Majesty the Blood Emperor was the king of a nation. As an adventurer, Tang Zheng might have been able to make his assessment without too much hesitation. But they represented the Holy Kingdom. No matter the reason, they could not arbitrarily comment on the kings of other nations. This was not only disrespectful, but could also lead to serious diplomatic issues. Off to the side, a young man with short blonde hair suddenly clenched his fists and spoke with a tone of uncontrollable emotion. Is this why Marshal King Go-jin appeared in the Ablian Hills? Roberts. Pavel placed a hand on Robert's shoulder. Tang Zheng looked at the 3 of them, a puzzled look on his face. So what exactly happened? Is it related to Marshal King Go-jin? Tang Zheng asked. Tang, you don't know how much trouble this Marshal King Go-jin has caused us. Thinking of the events of this period, Pavel's cold, calm face flickered with a rare hint of anger. Those news might have been hidden from ordinary people, but not from him. He, a member of the nobility, felt anger and sorrow for those fools who dared to trade with the demi-humans. Pavel felt the urge to crack open those pig-like creatures' heads and see what was going on inside those useless creatures. I have one more question about War King Go-jin, the priest suddenly interrupted Pavel, speaking seriously. Tang Zheng's eyes flashed. It seemed that Pavel, the highest ranking of the 3, wasn't the leader, but rather the priest. Quillet's people? The thought flashed through Tang Zheng's mind, and he nodded without changing his expression. The priest's questions were mixed with truth and falsehood, clearly concealing some information, particularly regarding the situation in the Ablian Hills. Tang Zheng naturally feigned ignorance. After a brief pause, he said, from what I've learned, Go-jin's personality would indeed lead him to such an act. Although he is a demi-human, he is a warrior with a noble spirit. I am certain of that. Here he went. Tang Zheng stared at the priest across from him. Of course, there's another possibility. What? The priest shuddered. Intentionally, Tang Zheng replied. Pavel and the priest exchanged glances, their expressions growing more serious. This confirmed their earlier speculation. The situation in the Ablian Hills might be more complicated than they had anticipated. Sir Tang, I know you have many questions, so we wanted to invite you. The priest looked at Tang Zheng eagerly. According to Lord Quirit's intentions, if King Go-jin truly had deliberately let Roberts go, then he must be sending them some kind of message. They needed to contact King of War Go-jin as soon as possible to further ascertain the situation in the Ablian Hills. The threat posed by the united demi-human races was simply too great. I refuse, Tang Zheng addressed the priest directly. The priest's expression stiffened. Pavel, unsurprised, glanced at the priest with his sharp, narrow eyes, thinking to himself, too impatient. I don't mind providing you with some information. But don't forget the 3 of you. I'm an adventurer, and have no interest in participating in any of your Holy Kingdom schemes. Tang Zheng paused after stroking the evil hound's hand and spoke seriously. Of course, if you require any assistance from our free will, please first submit a request to the Adventurers Guild. These words made the priest feel somewhat ashamed, realizing the inappropriateness of his words. I will report this matter to my superiors, Pavel said promptly, his tone very serious. Free Will is no ordinary adventurer team. Although they are currently rated gold, all intelligence indicates they possess the strength of an adamantine steel team. They can be described as a force of national domain, a testament to the strength of a nation. To attempt to solicit the assistance of such an adventurer team with just a few words is not only contemptuous, but also a form of ignorance. I personally apologize, Your Excellency Tang. The priest stood up and bowed. A moment later, Pavel and the other two departed together. I didn't expect it would be so soon. Has the Holy Kingdom already begun planning its second foray into the hills? Tang Jing pondered. This time, the purpose was clearly more specific. Tang Jing picked up a book on the table titled Biography of the Holy Kingdom of Lobel and flipped through it. It contained a record of the Holy Kingdom's history, anecdotes, and legends, providing a better understanding of the kingdom. Currently, the grain trade between the hilly region and the Holy Kingdom had been completely severed. The Holy Princess Karko and the temple launched a thunderous attack, allowing Tang Jing to witness a crackdown firsthand. A large number of nobles were invited to the holy capital. Aside from a few rebellious nobles, who were dealt with by the paladins, most of the nobles were not in any danger of death. This did not mean forgiveness. On the contrary, these nobles were all stripped of their titles, a fate far more painful than even their own execution. Not only that, according to the intelligence gathered by the Green Leaf which, despite this major incident, there was no unrest among the nobility, and no rumors of nobles trading with demi-humans had spread among the people. Only nobles up to the Earl level are being dealt with in order to stabilize the situation. Given the state of the Holy Kingdom, all factions will do their utmost to prevent the spread of the news of trading with demi-humans, otherwise it will inevitably cause unrest throughout the country. Tang Jing flipped through the book in his hand, a thoughtful look on his face. The territories left behind by those stripped of their titles not only strengthen the royal family's power, but also represent a valuable asset. After this incident, Tang Jing suddenly realized that all the unfavorable situations were now developing in a direction that was favorable to the Holy Princess, Karko. This ruthless tactic must have been the work of his close friend and advisor, High Priest Quirit of the Holy Kingdom Temple. Facing the halting grain trade, Tang Jing remained relaxed, unfazed. This was entirely expected, even lasting longer than he initially anticipated. The entire grain trade had lasted 2 months, from late January to late March. The massive influx of food from both the northern and southern Holy Kingdoms had allowed Tang Jing to amass a vast stockpile of food. The quantity was so vast it was almost impossible to calculate. In short, it was enough to easily support the farming program in the Tob Great Forest and the Ablian Hills. The only truly useful resources I have are blank level 10 scrolls, and I've already accumulated 65 of them. Tang Jing sighed softly, thinking of the truly useful items he had. He crafted these level 10 magic scrolls one by one by using the paper-making technique 10 times daily. Meanwhile, on the other side, while the Holy Kingdom was shaken by the complex situation in the Ablian Hills, the Celian theocracy, located immediately to the east, also discovered anomalies within the hilly region. In the deepest reaches of the theocracy, in a sacred and holy room, housing 6 statues of gods, 6 figures of varying ages, all over 40, were wielding various cleaning tools, sweeping the already spotless room. Each one wore a solemn demeanor, as they diligently performed their cleaning tasks. The room was silent, the only sounds being the faint sounds of breathing and sweeping. All wore tall hats, and closely resembled priestly robes, though the colors of the embellishments differed slightly. The identities of these 6 individuals are not simple. Red corresponds to the High Priest of Fire, Bernice Nagia Santini. Cyan corresponds to the High Priest of Water, Cyan de Langelfi. Green corresponds to the High Priest of Wind, Dominique Iyer Betos. Tawny represents the High Priest of Earth, Raymond Zagularon San. White represents the High Priest of Light, Jan Gassner Delacroix. Last, the High Priest of Darkness, Maximilian Oriol Laguille. The slain theocracy, unlike other human nations, possesses a deeply religious atmosphere. The Holy Kingdom is its closest analogy. However, even the Holy Kingdom is governed by a holy king at its apex, collaborating with the temple, rather than relying solely on religious principles like the slain theocracy. Because of this, the political system is relatively uncomplicated, with the highest positions held by the High Priest and the 6 chief priests. Next came the heads of the 3 institutions, judicial, legislative, and executive, and the 6 Miko princesses. As the 6 most highly respected individuals in a nation, personally cleaning the room would be unthinkable in other countries. Such a small task could easily be delegated to servants. Each of the 6 high priests swept the room with meticulous precision. With their abilities, even a single use of the first-tier cleaning spell would have been enough to clean the entire room. No one would do this, as it would be blasphemy against the gods. It took a long time to thoroughly clean the room. Thank you, God. The 6 high priests bowed in unison before the statue, their heads bowed deeply. After a moment's silence, they slowly rose. Everyone gathered at the round table in the room, and slowly sat down. There was one empty chair, the seat of the high priest. Today's topic didn't require the high priest's presence. The meeting will begin, said Dominic, the wind priest, speaking first. He would be the MC for today's meeting. He was a seemingly gentle old man, once a member of the Sunshine Festival. Given his current appearance, no one would have guessed he had annihilated countless alien races. Who knows how many subhumans and alien species have perished at his hands? As a staunch adherent of the doctrine of human supremacy, Dominic's lifelong pursuit was to eliminate all alien races. According to Astrology Chinley's unexpected discovery, unexpected anomalies seemed to be occurring in the Apollon Hills. At the mention of Apollon Hills, Dominic's mellow demeanor vanished, and his tone tinged with hostility. He had long been furious at the numerous alien races in the hilly region, yet he hadn't yet eliminated them despite being right before his eyes. If the former high priests hadn't forbidden any drastic action, he would have led the Sunshine Festival into the Apollon Hills long ago. Abnormal? Has something happened? Asked High Priest Benice. She was the only female among the 6 high priests, with a rounded figure and a friendly face, exuding a reassuring aura. The hills were home to numerous powerful demi-human groups, and the 10 great demi-humans were even powerful demi-humans who had reached the heroic realm. This power required even the slain theocracy to treat with caution. In the eyes of the high priests, maintaining chaos in the hills was sufficient. Chapter 291. The expressions of the chief priests grew serious. Regarding the demi-humans of the Apollon Hills, no caution or seriousness could be overstated. As the first topic, nothing could be more important. Dominic, the chief priest of the wind, sensing the inquiring gazes of the crowd, spoke with a stern face. Astrology 1,000 Miles of the Dark Festival, during their recent mission to monitor the hills, unexpectedly discovered a coalition of several demi-human races. The air fell silent. Demi-human race coalition? Did I see it wrong? How could those demi-humans be united? Could it be that the weaker demi-human races are relying on the stronger ones? A series of discussions arose. The chief priests were clearly surprised by this development. They were considered old friends with the people of the hills. While they didn't fully understand them, they had a wealth of intelligence, and it was somewhat difficult to imagine that these demi-humans could actually unite. Snap! A strong hand pressed down on the table, a muffled sound that brought stillness to the air. Well, since this is the result of Astrology 1,000 Miles' detection, there's no chance of error. Earth High Priest Raymond spoke expressionlessly. What are the specific circumstances? He was a relatively young high priest with a sharp gaze, appearing to be in his 40s, a middle-aged man with a stern, imposing demeanor. This former member of the 6-colored sacred scriptures, the most mysterious of the black sacred scriptures, possessed a greater understanding and appreciation of Astrology 1,000 Miles' abilities than anyone present. According to Astrology Chinley's account, the demi-human races known to have united are the blue maggots, the ogres, the pandes, the demonic mankind, and the iron rat mankind. The previously calm expressions of the chief priests changed, and they simultaneously raised their gazes, staring in surprise at the wind priest Dominic. They had originally assumed that the so-called demi-human alliance consisted of only 2 or 3 races, and even speculated that it was just the weaker demi-human races in the hilly areas. But I didn't expect them to be all-powerful races. Windlord Commander Dominic seemed oblivious to the crowd's surprise, and continued in a cold voice. Currently, I've assigned Astrologer Chinley to focus on monitoring the hilly area, based on past and currently available intelligence analysis. The number of individuals from the 5 subhuman races who have united is unknown. Among the powerful, the Queen of Pandes, the Blue Maggot King, and 2 individuals from the demonic man race have reached the 4th level of magic. The powerful individuals in the hero realm include the demonic man Queen Ice Flame Thunder and the Iron Rat King Grey King, among the 10 outstanding subhumans. The situation of the ogres is unclear. There has never been any sign of unification. It's suspected that a powerful ogre superior is controlling the ogre population. Possibly the water elemental ogre Taki, or one of the earth elemental ogres. Here, Dominic, the high priest of the wind, looked at the other high priests, who had fallen silent, leaned forward slightly, and said coldly, I've said it all along. These damned alien races in the hilly region must be dealt with. Maintaining chaos might be a solution, but if a wise man emerges among the demi-humans, we might achieve the feat of unification similar to the hill dwarves achieved 200 years ago. At this remark, several high priests frowned slightly, but more than anything, they were filled with a gloomy mood after hearing this news. Dark High Priest Maximilian spoke. All right, Dominic, this strategy is the unanimous decision of all the previous high priests. He was a bespectacled, elegant-looking old man from the judicial institution, one of the three major institutions. Several magic books hovered around him, representing magic created by modifying the floating board. The other high priests nodded imperceptibly, agreeing with the previous high priest's strategy. As God's chosen people, humans are still too weak. The high priests, understanding the nature of humanity, knew that once placed in a comfortable environment, infighting, laziness, comfort, and selfishness would become the dominant themes. The presence of the Central Asians in the hilly region was a warning bell. At least, the Holy Kingdom's current development was meeting their expectations, surpassing other nations in both comprehensive national strength and military power. Of course, they now also saw another possibility. The Bahar's Empire. Led by an abnormal and an exceptional king, it had achieved results far beyond their expectations. How bizarre. This is sheer nonsense. These subhuman races, not to mention their appearance, simply based on their habits, have no chance of uniting. Light High Priest Ion extended a withered finger and tapped the table hard. He was a gaunt figure, his skin seemingly devoid of moisture, his wrinkled face giving off a sinister air. If it weren't for the insignia of the Light High Priest, anyone who saw him would doubt he was the true Dark High Priest. High Priest of Earth, Raymond, strange or not, the problem has now emerged. This group of demi-humans, united together, possesses the power to easily destroy cities and breach national defenses. Indeed, High Priest of Darkness, Maximilian, continued gravely, the most crucial issue is that once a trend forms, there is indeed a possibility of unifying the demi-humans of the hilly regions. The expressions of the other high priests grew increasingly serious, realizing that if they continued to let this go, it would likely lead to serious trouble. Suddenly, High Priest of Water, Zinedine, who had been silent until then, coughed softly, attracting everyone's attention. He was also an elderly man, so old that his age was almost invisible. Even his skin had a distinct earthy color. High Priest Zinedine's half-closed eyes gleamed with wisdom, as he slowly said, "Shouldn't we be the ones most worried about right now? The Holy Kingdom is closest to the hills, not to mention they know nothing right now. The Ablayan Hills directly border the Holy Kingdom. Although the Celian theocracy lies east of the hills, it's separated by the mountains, so its security isn't a concern." At the mention of the Holy Kingdom, some of the high priests present had blank expressions, some had cold eyes, and some uttered a barely perceptible snort. As a country steeped in religious tradition, the Holy Kingdom should normally have a good relationship with the Celian theocracy. But the reality is, while the relationship between the two countries isn't exactly terrible, it's also hostile. This issue is complex, and if one must single out a single reason, it's the issue of faith. The Celian theocracy believes in the 6 great gods, while the Holy Kingdom believes in the 4 great gods. There are 2 gods that the Holy Kingdom explicitly disowns. That's the second thing I want to talk about, said High Priest Dominic, pulling out several documents containing intelligence from his pocket and spreading them out on the table. The other high priests took up the information and examined it one by one. Soon, disgust and anger crossed their faces. The hatred with the hill demi-people has lasted so long, and yet these nobles still commit such foolish acts. High Priest Ion of Light spoke coldly. High Priest Dominic of Wind, the nobles' stupidity and greed are like a plague. The longer it persists, the worse it gets. High Priest Maximilian of Darkness sighed softly. Because of that wall, a peaceful mind will only be corrupted by desire again. How on earth did Holy Princess Carco manage the country? It took over 2 months to deal with those nobles, and so much food entered the hills. High Priest Ion of Light's face furrowed even deeper. It's a good thing, after all. A soft voice caught the attention of the high priests. At least one thing is certain. The demi-humans of the hills won't trade with humans. They're likely outsiders. I mean, this unusual situation might be related to this outsider. Captain Dominic's gaze flickered. Aimless, 1,000 miles astrology observation alone is limited. We can start with the Holy Kingdom. Yes. Use hidden agents to determine the exact situation. We must not allow the demi-humans of the Ablayan Hills any opportunity to unite. If the Holy Kingdom doesn't take action, give them a push and have the Sunshine Festival on standby. Second. Aborian Hills. The sun hung high in the sky, shrouding the entire hills, radiating light and heat wantonly. This should have been a season of abundant rainfall, but 2 consecutive months had passed without rain. Drought had already set in, and the moist rainforest, grasslands, and other surfaces had become dry. The rainy season not only brings abundant rain, but also allows plants to grow, providing food for beasts and monsters. Without this link, a chain reaction would quickly set in, leading to food shortages. The Great Grassland. This was an area located in the central part of the hills, a vast grassland occupied by a powerful and well-known race of beast-bodied four-legged beasts. At this moment, a figure exuding a domineering aura walked across the grass. Tall and muscular, his body covered in dark gray fur. The upper body was that of an orc, with a face more like a leopard and a pair of downward-pointing fangs, while the lower body was that of a beast. Wejia, the king of the four-legged beasts. At this moment, anxiety crossed Wejia's face. Stretching with his powerful limbs, he stepped across the dry, cracked grass and looked up. A lush green scene appeared in the distance, but it was only an illusion. Wejia retracted his gaze and zoomed in, clearly making out the sparse grass sprouts on the ground, barely reaching half the height of a thumb. Normally, the grass on the vast grassland would have been a palm's height. This situation was beyond Wejia's expectations. Demon Claw, despite his immense power, and the 200-year-old nickname Demon Claw, Wejia felt a surge of worry deep within him that he had never felt before. The title Devil's Claw had been passed down through the family, and he inherited it from his father. Ever since inheriting the title, Devil's Claw, Wejia had two dreams. One was to prove his strength to the other tribes of the hilly region, worthy of this great title. The other was to lead his tribe to greater strength. But now, a problem emerged that he had to face. Food and water. The four-legged beasts favored cattle and horses, raising these animals on the vast grasslands. Devil's Claw Wejia looked at the sparse grass sprouts on the ground, and knew full well that there was not enough to feed cattle and horses. Food shortages were inevitable. But that was for later. Now, water was the serious problem. This unprecedented crisis, with no experience to draw on, made Devil's Claw Wejia feel inexplicably panicked. Bang! Bang! A violent tremor rippled through the grasslands. Two equally tall figures sprinted towards them, creating gusts of wind in their wake. Two figures quickly appeared before Devil's Claw Wejia. King! King! Two voices rang out, one respectful, the other more indifferent. The respectful voice came from a fellow tribesman named Muapraksha, a fellow worthy of his respect and serious attention. His Devil's Claw reputation came from his ancestors, while the fellow before him had earned the title of Black Steel, one of the 10 outstanding demi-humans, through his own strength. Devil's Claw Wejia looked at the other one. The other was a half-human, similar in appearance to his tribe, except that his upper body was more human-like, while his lower body had the muscular limbs of a beast. He was also one of the 10 great demi-humans, known as the Beast General. Faced with his indifferent attitude, Devil's Claw Wejia was actually somewhat annoyed. The other party was here because the half-beasts were dependent on the beast-bodied four-legged beasts. He called him king simply because of his race, not his strength. If the other party were known for his personal prowess, he wouldn't mind a fight to prove his might. But the other party wasn't. Beast General Hector Weishur was widely known as a renowned general capable of overcoming a tenfold disparity in military strength. Once he led his troops into battle, he displayed formidable prowess. Keeping the other party's personal strength in check, knowing they lacked it, and insisting on defeating them through force would be utterly disgraceful. King, the tribe has been pacified. The most urgent task now is to find a water source that the tribe can rest assured. Black Steel Muwa took a breath and spoke. If the drought continues, the water source must be able to guarantee a long-term supply for the entire tribe. Devil Claw Wejia was of course aware of this. The question was how to solve it. He subconsciously raised his gaze to the Beast General Hector Weishur beside him. As far as I know, there are 2 water sources in the hilly area that will never dry up. Beast General Hector Weishur said in a steady voice. One is the river left by the northern mountains, and the other is the southern mountains. However, large numbers of tribes gather near these 2 mountain ranges. As the drought worsens, these tribes will desperately try to secure their water sources. Chapter 292. Kill! Kill them all! Slender, terrifying-looking spiders, covered in short, black and orange fur, leaped nimbly and swiftly through the jungle. Like a mass of dark shadows, they swiftly descended upon the iron rat men and ogres below, engaging in a melee in the blink of an eye. Roars and cries of killing echoed through the air. The brutal clash of races quickly filled the air with the scent of blood. Behind the iron rat men and ogres, dozens of magic casters from the demonic realm offered assistance and magical attacks. The spiders were exceptionally formidable. Not only were they swift, but the steel-hard silk wrapped around their bodies also blocked most physical damage. Magic arrows, wind. Tang Zheng stood beneath a lush tree, waving his hand and chanting. Whoosh! 10 streaks of white light instantly coalesced and flew into the spiders, accurately piercing their uncovered heads. Experience gained, 270. Experience gained, 369. Tang Zheng stood still, unleashing a stream of magic arrows one after another. Dense streams of white light flew out, effectively crushing a spider attacking from afar. The power of first-level magic is admittedly low, but it depends on who wields it. Tang Zheng's magic attack stats are considerable, and these spiders lack any magic resistance. The power of Tang Zheng's magic arrows alone is indeed abnormally high, naturally due to the class bonus. Crazy Mage's passive, Elemental Attribute Change, grants magic the power of elemental attributes. The passive ability Super Magic Master of Magic Transcendent further enhances the maximum variable amount in magic. Elemental Blessing increases the damage and effect of elemental magic. In addition, reduced mana cost allows Tang Zheng to cast spells below the 4th tier with only a small amount of mana. This series of passive bonuses allows Tang Zheng to use ordinary magic arrows with minimal cost and maximum damage. Each magic arrow possesses the power of a 2nd tier magic. A single magic arrow can basically eliminate a human spider. If it can't, just fire another one. The situation in the hilly area has become utterly chaotic due to the drought, creating a water and food crisis. Tang Zheng cast his magic, observing the relentless attack of the human spiders and silently pondering, these human spiders are here to seize the water source. The Demon Man tribe lives near the water source, but this source has naturally been occupied by the demi-human tribe led by Tang Zheng. In reality, even without the water source, the demi-humans under Tang Zheng's control would still have no shortage of water in the current arid and scorching climate. With the Lizardman Karuksu's abilities, he could unleash the 4th level cloud control to create a small dark cloud, ensuring rain. Whoosh! Whoosh! Huh? Tang Zheng raised his eyelids and saw dozens of human spiders spraying out and surrounding him from all sides, clearly sensing the threat he posed. Black and orange figures leaped and dashed across the jungle and the ground. In an instant, dozens of human spiders leaped from the sky overhead, forming shadows that enveloped Tang Zheng. Human spiders also appeared in the forest, surrounding him from below. Whoosh! Whoosh! Dense, strong spider silk emanated from the spiders, forming webs in midair that enveloped the entire area. Faced with this scene, Tang Zheng nodded and commented, excellent coordination. Dimensional movement. Swish! Tang Zheng's figure vanished into thin air, effortlessly escaping the encirclement and reaching the periphery. Looking at the panicked human spiders, having lost their target, Tang Zheng raised his palm and aimed it at the group of human spiders that had gathered near him. Fireball! Boom! A basketball-sized fireball flew out of Tang Zheng's palm, transforming into a streak of crimson flames that ignited the group of human spiders in front of him before exploding. On the attribute panel, numerous experience points flashed continuously. Should we leave some behind? Forget it. It's best to take advantage of the chaos to eliminate a few of these subhumans. Tang Zheng turned, looking at the still charging human spiders. Raising his hand, 10 streams of white light shot out. The human spider clan initially attacked aggressively, but as time went on, they quickly fell into a disadvantage and began to retreat. The smell of blood grew stronger. The excited roars of ogres, iron rat men, and demon men echoed from time to time. Tang Zheng paused, looking upwards, obscured by the lush branches and leaves. Again, the 5th tier spell, Clairvoyance, was discovered. It requires a mental caster level, 29 to 35, and the current requirements are met. Astrology 1000 Miles has been quite busy lately. Tang Zheng glanced upwards briefly before looking away. Ever since the Holy Kingdom cut off food trade, the Black Festival's Astrology 1000 Miles has begun surveying the hilly area, indicating that the Celian Theocracy has noticed the anomaly here. With such a high frequency of surveys, the Celian Theocracy is far more concerned than the Holy Kingdom. As expected of a place that advocates human supremacy and prioritizes the suppression and extermination of demi-humans. A thought flashed in Tang Zheng's eyes, and then his brows raised as he said calmly, has the surveying sight left? Whether it came from a warrior's intuition, a spellcaster's keen perception of magical power, or the bonus provided by the ninja class, he could vaguely sense the subtle sensation of being watched, emanating from the detection magic. However, Tang Zheng didn't care. His player characteristics allowed him to avoid this kind of prying magic. He also possessed the 2nd tier magic spell, Detection Interference, obtained from the monk class, which could be used for counter-detection. The magical effect of clairvoyance is similar to a bird's-eye view from a high altitude. While it can see a wide area, it can't clearly identify specific locations. Closer observation is only possible with positioning magic. Astrology Qinli has been observing not just the southern region controlled by Tang Zheng, but the entire hilly area, so naturally, he won't stay in one place for too long. Looking at the attribute panel. Experience slots. 20123222/410000 experience points have accumulated to approximately 2 million during this period. Skill points. 63 to 62. Skill, Clairvoyance, Level 5, Cost, 25 MP, Continuous Consumption. Description, a detection spell, useful for observing distant scenes. While it has the advantage of long range, it lacks strong detection capabilities, and is easily blocked by anti-detection magic. It can be used in conjunction with positioning and marking spells. Tang Zheng had already learned this spell a while ago. He coveted it when he dealt with Funny Man. Unfortunately, he didn't have the necessary level stacking for his psychic class back then, so he couldn't learn it. Now, he'd definitely not let it go. Although this spell is called Clairvoyance, its actual range doesn't even reach 1,000 miles. It can only be used in conjunction with positioning or marking spells, with a clear target, for relatively long-range detection. However, it's also affected by this. One can only see images within a certain range of the located target. At least, I've finally mastered a decent detection spell, Tang Zheng sighed inwardly. Even with the passive bonus of Super Magic Master, he couldn't quite match the effect of Astrology 1,000 Miles use of it. Astrology 1,000 Miles' innate ability, Divining Eyes, greatly enhances detection spells. Furthermore, the opponent possesses magical items left behind by the 6 gods, further enhancing their abilities. This information was gathered bit by Tang Zheng from the 3 questions he asked each time he resurrected Funny Brother when he first dealt with him. Looking at the defeated human spider clan, Tang Zheng gave orders to clean up the battlefield, and then disappeared in a flash. His vision shifted. He was now standing on a hill not far from the jungle battlefield. A faint stench of decay filled Tang Zheng's nostrils, causing him to frown slightly. The strange odor came from a massive, decaying ogre undead. Beside it stood a shriveled figure. Old friend, you've chosen a truly magnificent place. Khajiit immediately retracted his gaze from a distance upon seeing Tang Zheng appear. His eyes, bulging from their sunken sockets, gleamed with excitement. What a foul smell! Tang Zheng, his face obscured by a red hood and black mask, glanced at the ogre undead beside Khajiit. Fireball. Red flames erupted from Tang Zheng's hands, striking the ogre undead, instantly bursting into flames. Roar! The ogre undead let out a hoarse growl, struggling and twisting its body, but was quickly reduced to a cloud of ash by the flames and dissipated. Experience points gained 31. Is this the only experience gained from crafting such a low-level undead? Tang Zheng's eyes flashed, confirming that even after a demi-human's death, crafting into undead, it could provide experience. Had it been in the past, Khajiit would have been furious to see his recently crafted ogre undead killed by Tang Zheng. But at this moment, Khajiit not only maintained a broad smile, but also showed no concern. The corpse pit contained countless demi-human corpses, more than they could possibly use. Arguing over such a small matter would be completely counterproductive. Next time, I use the odor eliminator to remove the odor. Khajiit forced a smile across his pale face, half bending as he spoke, his eyes glancing at the demi-human melee that had just concluded. I want 20 Iron Ratman corpses. Mutilated ones are fine. Tang Zheng glanced at Khajiit and nodded nonchalantly. Sure. Khajiit's eyes lit up, and he rubbed his hands together. His hoarse voice continued, Can you give me 20 more human spider corpses? As a specialized spellcaster, Khajiit could control 100 low-level, ordinary undead. Compared to undead created from human corpses, these low-level undead created from demi-human corpses were far more powerful. Especially the demi-human melee just now. The immense strength of the ogres, the formidable defense of the Iron Ratmen, the nimble speed of the human spiders, and their tough silk all made Khajiit's eyes sparkle. And the demon-manifested humans, creating them as ordinary, low-level undead was a waste. More importantly, the demon-manifested queen, Najarini, was terrifyingly powerful, making Khajiit wary. Khajiit glanced cautiously at Tang Zheng beside him, his eyes filled with fear, but also with a greater sense of disbelief. He had been in the hilly area for some time, and Khajiit had seen all the demi-human kings. None of them were weak. To be more precise, all were stronger than him. This group of demi-humans were completely obedient to the mysterious figure before him. Kajit couldn't imagine how he managed it. Yes, Tang Zheng continued calmly, then changed the subject. How are the preparations for the death spiral ritual going? Kajit's eyes immediately lit up at the mention of what he was working on. We're already setting up the corpse pit, but it will take quite a while for the death spiral ritual to truly take effect. Kajit clenched his staff tightly, his face filled with excitement. It won't take too long. Give me 5 years. No, 3 years will be enough. After these demi-humans die, the negative energy they can channel through the undead is far greater than that of humans. 3 years? Hearing Kajit's excited explanation, Tang Zheng sneered inwardly. Forget 3 years, even if they didn't have half a year, the chaos in the hills would already have begun, which meant that all parties were about to take the stage. Tang Zheng knew from the beginning that Kajit would not succeed, so he didn't care about Kajit. He simply wanted to observe the death spiral ritual up close. After reaching a cooperation with Kajit, Tang Zheng also indirectly learned from him how to set up the entire death spiral ritual. After further understanding the death spiral ritual, Tang Zheng suddenly realized that the ritual had similarities with the wild transformation ritual, specifically, the method of absorbing energy. The death spiral ritual exploited the characteristics of the undead. When a large number of undead gather together, the negative energy generated will give rise to more undead, and in this process, there is a chance that even more powerful undead will be born. The death spiral ritual exploits this, channeling the negative energy accumulated when a large number of undead are created into the caster's body. Simply put, the death spiral ritual can absorb vast amounts of negative energy. The wild transformation ritual, on the other hand, absorbs the corpse of a wild beast or monster, allowing the caster to transform into that beast or monster. These two magical rituals, one absorbs energy, the other absorbs physical matter. This gave Tang Zheng a glimpse of possibility. He wondered if it was due to the effects of the Magic Master passive ability of the Magic Transcendent. Tang Zheng felt as though he could easily understand and digest this complex ritual. Chapter 293. Kajit grew increasingly heated, an uncontrollable, devilish smile spreading across his face. He had originally thought that Tang Zheng was collaborating with him to rebuild the common cemetery of Urantal. Instead, he was led to the Apollon Hills, a land ruled by various demi-human races. What he hadn't expected was that Tang Zheng had already gained control of a demi-human faction there. Chaos, death, and conflict. These were the true themes of the Apollon Hills. Compared to hiding in Urantal, there was no need to worry about such things here. Haha, this place is simply magnificent. From his perch on the hill, Kajit gazed at the vast hills in the distance, unable to resist opening his arms to embrace this chaotic place. His goal had always been to gather strength to destroy all of Urantal, creating a dead city where even humans wouldn't care, let alone these demi-humans. Excited as he was thrilled. Kajit was well aware that his ability to safely deploy the death spiral depended on the mysterious figure before him. Without the demi-human tribes he controlled, let alone the vast numbers of demi-human corpses he could gather, his strength wouldn't allow him to survive for more than a few days. The heroic realm was too powerful. This was the realm he so desperately desired to reach. Among all nations, he would be among the most powerful, even worthy of being sung about by bards. Who was this person, and why had he never been heard of? This thought flashed through Kajit's mind, his smooth, hairless head gleaming faintly in the blazing sunlight. Old friend, how did you manage to subjugate those powerful demi-humans? Kajit asked respectfully, bowing with curiosity. He didn't know the identity of this mysterious person, and he had never been told, so Kajit naturally didn't bother asking. Old friend became a kind of name, even though those 3 words were humiliating to Kajit. Heh, what do you think? Tang Zheng snapped back from his thoughts on the 2 rituals. Kajit's expression froze, realizing he asked a foolish question. Tang Zheng glanced at Kajit indifferently. The atmosphere fell silent. This group of demi-humans was indeed difficult to control, especially the demon-manifested Nazarini, one of the 10 great demi-humans. The reason these demi-human kings now so obediently submitted to Tang Zheng was entirely because he could initiate a ritual that allowed the lizardman Kuruksu to unleash the 6th-tier magic, Heavenly Marquee Operation. The power this represented, if these demi-human kings weren't foolish, would understand what to do. The ordinary demi-humans offered no resistance, especially because the hilly region was clearly suffering from drought, lacking water and food. Tang Zheng possessed the ability to provide them with sufficient food and water. Speaking of drought, Tang Zheng felt a stirring within him, sensing the scorching heat. His gaze shifted upward, gazing at the cloudless sky and the blazing sun. Lately, he had rarely assisted the lizardman Kuruksu and others in casting weather operation magic. because it was no longer necessary. Even Tang Zheng hadn't initially realized that the continuous casting of the 6th level weather operation was blowing away the rain clouds, leaving the hilly region permanently exposed to the sun. This persistent impact has now gradually evolved into a true drought. Climate phenomena have always been unpredictable, and constant magical intervention has actually gradually altered the course of the climate, Tang Zheng thought silently. The more one understands tiered magic, the more one senses that some of it cannot be simply judged by tier level. The ritual arrangements need to be... Huh? Tang Zheng spoke coldly, but before he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly sharpened. Suddenly, after enduring the baptism of death, you can still ask such a foolish question. Khajiit, your wisdom is almost as rigid as that of the undead. A dry, hard voice echoed from the flat ground on the hill, like two bones rubbing against each other. The sound, which should have been harsh, had a unique magnetism that made it quite pleasant. Almost the moment the voice rang out, behind Khajiit, the empty air suddenly rippled, then twisted and vanished. A black figure appeared out of thin air. 5th tier teleportation magic. There was no need to look at the information displayed on the attribute panel. As a frequent user of this magic, Tang Zheng recognized it immediately. Knowing Khajiit, a member of Chironon? Khajiit possessed something resembling location magic. Several thoughts flashed through Tang Zheng's mind, his gaze cold, as he gazed at the black figure that had appeared out of nowhere. The figure's entire body was enveloped in a black mist-like energy, making it impossible to discern their features, only their size being barely discernible. A chilling aura spread. The initially scorching temperature dropped several degrees with the other person's appearance. That black mist was negative energy. Khajiit's pupils trembled. Upon hearing the familiar voice, his expression hardened, and he slowly turned around in disbelief. When he saw the figure standing behind him, Tang Zheng noticed that Khajiit shuddered imperceptibly, his already pale face seeming to turn even paler. Noticing this slight change in emotion, Tang Zheng's gaze narrowed, a flash of magical power in his eyes. Ninjutsu. Detection. Swish. A deep, dark light suddenly flashed through the thick black mist surrounding the other person. Blocked? It's anti-detection. Tang Zheng's eyes quickly scanned the attribute panel, finding no response. A passive ability? Or some kind of magic item? Detected the 2nd tier spell magic detection. It requires a magical casting level, 8 to 14, and the current conditions are met. At the same time as Tang Zheng cast the detection spell, the opponent also cast one. Magic detection is a type of detection spell that can detect whether the opponent is carrying any magical items. While it can't obtain intelligence about the opponent, it can analyze the opponent and locate their location based on the number of magical items. Detection interference. A faint light flashed from Tang Zheng's body, blocking the opponent's detection ability. Neither side spoke yet. The brief detection attack and defense was completed in the blink of an eye. Alliance leader. Khajiit frantically knelt on the ground, hands on the ground, head bowed, and spoke in panic. The leader didn't look at the terrified Khajiit, but instead stared at Tang Zheng across from him. In this world, only an irresistible force can compel a savage subhuman race to submit to another race. The leader slowly responded to Khajiit's question. I now realize that resurrecting you might have been a foolish decision. What do you think, my disciple? Wow! Khajiit was instantly overwhelmed with fear. He dropped his head to the ground and said in panic, Master, I have absolutely not leaked any information about the organization. Zillanon, Master. Tang Zheng's eyes flickered beneath his red hood at Khajiit's address. He had thought he might meet the Master in the future, but he hadn't imagined it would happen so soon. Then, hearing Khajiit's panicked words about no information leaked, a sneer crossed his face behind the mask. In reality, Khajiit didn't know much. Zillanon was a loose organization, let alone this mysterious master. Even the other disciples rarely met each other, let alone knew each other well. Faced with this suddenly appearing leader, Tang Zheng felt wary, but he wasn't worried. With his current strength, he could only be a distant third, like a true dragon king or a divine being. As for the others, Tang Zheng didn't mind unleashing a 10th tier spell, heat intensification. He was wary of whether their sudden appearance would affect his plans. According to Khajiit, this leader should currently be in the territory of the Terror, one of the 3 legendary Night Liches. It was a small, destroyed nation east of the Baja's empire, and the Cat's Plains, now a true land of the undead. This is indeed a good place. Why didn't I think of taking advantage of the chaos among these demi-humans before? I think I thought about it, over 20 years ago. Strange, how did I give up on that idea then? The leader raised his arm, shrouded in black mist and negative energy, and touched his chin, muttering to himself, oblivious to the surroundings. Neither Kajit, sprawled on the ground in fear, nor Tang Zheng, standing a short distance away, seemed unconcerned. Over 20 years ago, Tang Zheng remembered that this was also the time when Chiron became truly famous across the world as a cult. The leader had occupied a ruin and used the death spiral ritual to cause chaos, indirectly destroying a city. I remember now, the leader spoke again. There are quite a few powerful demi-humans here, but it would be a waste of energy, and the extent of the chaos we could create in secret would be limited. Most importantly, this place is too close to the Celian theocracy. Hee hee, the anomaly in the hilly area right now is your fault, right? I don't think you have the ability to do it. Tell me, how did you do it? The leader extended a bony, dry finger from the black mist and pointed to the sky. Your constant barrage of questions made me forget that this is supposed to be my territory. Tang Zheng's voice was hoarse and cold. I don't like uninvited guests. It's hard to tell if they're guests or enemies. A tense atmosphere permeated the two sides. Enemy? Huh? Wait a moment, I hear it from you in person. Until then, the leader ignored Tang Zheng, his tone filled with arrogance and disregard, his gaze coldly fixed on Kajit, who lay prone on the ground. Tell me why you suddenly appeared here. You should be in Oriental right now. I've used teleportation magic several times before finally finding your exact location. If you don't give me a satisfactory answer, death will not be your final destination. The leader performs a special magical ritual on every disciple who becomes a Chiron. This ritual not only confirms their location, but also allows for resurrection in the unlikely event that a disciple is killed. After noticing Kajit's sudden, unexplained disappearance from Oriental and reappearance in a more distant location, the leader rushed over to investigate. After all, the deaths of two of his disciples in recent times made him suspect someone was targeting Chiron. Kajit, crawling to the ground, spoke without hesitation, it's the death spiral ritual. Before Kajit could finish, he spoke. The leader seemed to understand something. As expected, this ritual is the only thing about you that could draw attention. It's been ages since anyone dared to covet Chiron's possessions. The leader chuckled, as if he had discovered something interesting. He raised his arm and pointed it at Kajit. Fire. He naturally wouldn't believe Kajit hadn't leaked any information about Chiron. He had originally thought he had considerable talent and was worth cultivating. Now, die! Leader. The orb of death is on him, and he can summon a bone dragon. Kajit roared sharply, sensing death approaching. The leader paused, as he felt a flash of lightning approach from afar. Dragon thunder. A blinding white flash illuminated the surroundings. The terrifying, flaming lightning flashed through the air, transforming into a bolt of lightning that swiftly blasted away. Teleport. The leader's figure flashed, instantly disappearing from the spot. A mighty roar echoed. Where the leader had been, a massive, charred crater was blasted by the lightning. The intense heat generated by the lightning's passage created a gust of air that toppled Kajit from the prone position. Puff! Puff! The debris released by the ground's explosion transformed into flying bullets, scattering in all directions. Ah! Kajit had no time to react. He was toppled over, rolling several times on the ground before being struck by the scattered debris, causing him to scream in agony. Sharp intuition. Tang Zheng immediately spotted the leader, who had teleported to a height of more than 10 meters. He looked up and asked, "What are you going to do to my partner?" Kajit couldn't die now. The death spiral ritual wasn't complete yet. Fly! The leader, appearing in the air, immediately used the fly spell to levitate himself in midair. You're courting death. The distinctive magnetic sound of two bones rubbing against each other carried a hint of anger. No one can escape unscathed after provoking Chiron. The leader's pale eyes, hidden behind the black mist, were icy cold. 5th level, ruined bone prison. Puff, puff. The ground beneath Tang Zheng's feet cracked, and sharp black-gray bone spikes protruded from the ground. A sense of restraint surged from the ground, reminding him that this magic could affect the use of teleportation. The leader, knowing he had also mastered teleportation, used a magical attack that restricted movement. The 7th level upper teleport could easily break free of this restraint, but Tang Zheng didn't need to use magic of this level. Come out, Bone Dragon. A faint light flashed across the surface of the orb of death held in Tang Zheng's hand. Buzz, a massive magic circle appeared beneath his feet. A pale bone dragon emerged from the ground, easily destroying the magic of the ruined bone prison rising beneath Tang Zheng's feet. It was actually possible to summon a bone dragon. The leader was a little surprised. Just now, he hadn't completely believed Kajit's words. He knew about the magic item Orb of Death. Kajiat had spent years collecting negative energy, but hadn't been able to summon a single bone dragon. How long had it been since that magic item was lost? Chapter 294. Tang Zheng, stepping on a bone dragon, soared into the air, confronting the alliance leader, who hovered in midair. I told you, this is my territory. As for your men, they're mine now. Tang Zheng deliberately let out a sinister sneer, displaying the arrogance of possessing a bone dragon. Zillion, the alliance leader, is quite mysterious. What Tang Zheng was most interested in, besides whether he truly possessed the power of 7th-tier magic, was his identity. So, should we confront him directly and extract information from him? Tang Zheng's eyes flickered beneath his hood. A powerful being of this caliber must possess a wealth of useful intelligence. There was only one Kajiat present. There was no need to worry about leaks. Even if he truly possessed the power of 7th-tier magic, a single strike from the purifying throwing spear would be enough to inflict severe damage. If he still had the strength to resist, a single chain dragon thunder would suffice. The only thing holding Tang Zheng back was the identity of the leader of the Chironon Alliance. He had long speculated, and there were only 3 possibilities. 1. The leader was an independent individual, perhaps connected to the nation whose empire was destroyed 200 years ago. 2. A member of the Body of the Abyss, a deeply hidden organization in another world. 3. A member of the Celian theocracy. The first 2 were easy enough, but the third was a bit more problematic. The Celian theocracy had just noticed something unusual in the Abelian Hills, when the leader suddenly appeared there. Tang Zheng couldn't help but think in this direction. A bone dragon, truly a powerful and unique undead being. The leader exclaimed in admiration, the murderous intent in his voice suddenly fading. With enough negative energy to summon a bone dragon in such a short time, the leader began to wonder if Tang Zheng possessed some kind of rapid negative energy gathering ability. He set his sights on the death spiral ritual. So that's it. The leader seemed to have a thought, and the black negative energy mist surrounding his body trembled slightly. A bone dragon completely resistant to magic? Overconfidence is not a good thing. The leader sneered. The area on his left side, shrouded in black mist, squirmed. A strange, dark gray bone staff emerged, grasped by a bony hand. The power of magic is boundless. The existence of a bone dragon renders magic casters helpless. Haha, that's simply ignorance, having never truly seen a greater power. There are many ways to deal with a bone dragon, such as the 5th-tier undead summon, the skeleton griffin. Dense negative energy gathered in midair. From the black energy, a bone griffin, barely the height of a man, emanating a thick aura of death, materialized. Hiss! The skeleton griffin flapped its wings, twisting and twirling in midair, its lion-like skull emitting a faint roar. Go, the leader whispered. Whoa! The skeleton griffin flapped its wings violently, its body soaring like an arrow, perhaps because its body was composed entirely of lightweight bones. Displaying terrifying speed far exceeding that of ordinary flying creatures, it transformed into a white afterimage as it sped through the air. Using summons to launch a head-on physical attack is not what I want. Tang Zheng understood the leader's intentions. He had thought the leader was going to unleash 7th-tier magic, but it turned out to be using a countermeasure against the summons. After all, the bone dragon was only a level 16 monster. Dragon Thunder. Tang Zheng naturally wouldn't allow the skeleton griffin to get any closer. He raised his palm and unleashed a blinding, turbulent bolt of lightning. Unexpectedly, the magic spell missed. It wasn't the Alliance leader's intervention, but the skeleton griffin dodged the attack. Boom! After dodging the magic attack, the skeleton griffin rushed to the bone dragon's side, easily crushing half of its wings with its body. Crack! Broken white bones rained down in midair. Due to the damage to its wings, the bone dragon's entire body tilted, but it was barely able to maintain flight, preventing a complete fall. The strike was complete. The skeleton griffin didn't continue its attack, but turned back, swiftly retreating to the Alliance leader's side. The skeleton griffin not only possesses tremendous speed, but also excellent evasive abilities. Using a single magical attack would be a mistake. The Alliance leader chuckled triumphantly, as if to prove his earlier statement, the bone dragon was no formidable opponent for magic casters. You're quite impressive, both in your ability to wield 5th-tier magic and summon a bone dragon. These are far beyond the ordinary human's comprehension, like those steel-class adventurers hailed as national heroes. Join us, Chironon. The leader looked toward Tang Zheng and invited him in a resounding voice. Tang Zheng's current strength alone is unparalleled among the 12 disciples. Leaving aside other things, with just the bone dragon and his mastery of the flying magic, the other disciples would be powerless against Tang Zheng. Being overconfident isn't a good thing, leader of the Zillinon Alliance. Tang Zheng chuckled at the invitation. The leader's face darkened. He had just said that, and besides, the other party didn't seem surprised by the destruction of the Bone Dragon. Join Zillinon? That's ridiculous. What would I gain from joining you? It wouldn't just be a useless title for a secret society to scare ordinary people. Tang Zheng shrugged, his voice suddenly cold. I still think killing you would make me happier. Magic resistance breakthrough gravity reversal. Buzz, buzz. A shocking gravitational force suddenly surged from the ground. Boom. The skeleton griffin's speed was useless at this moment. It plummeted uncontrollably from the sky, slamming heavily to the ground, leaving a deep crater. The skeleton griffin struggled to get up, its bones crackling, but it couldn't break free. Whoosh! The leader's figure followed closely behind. His flight magic clearly couldn't shield him from gravity, and his entire body plummeted towards the ground as if filled with lead. Compared to the skeleton griffin's falling speed, the leader was clearly struggling, but it wasn't doing much. Shield wall. The leader chanted quickly. A translucent magical barrier enveloped his entire body, offsetting the damage of the fall the moment he landed. He stood on the ground, somewhat awkwardly. You've irritated me. The figure, shrouded in black mist, raised his head, his once magnetic voice now dry and hoarse. Dragon Thunder. Don't think you're the only one who knows this magic, Dragon Thunder. Two surging bolts of lightning collided in midair, a dazzling white light illuminating the air. A startling roar echoed, and the terrifying magical collision created an invisible impact that spread further. After a brief stalemate, Tang Zheng's Dragon Thunder shattered the Alliance leaders with unstoppable force. How could this happen? The Alliance leader let out a startled cry for the first time since his appearance. With his caster level, he actually lost in a magic confrontation. Thunder attribute defense. The Alliance leader raised his strange staff and struck the ground forcefully. A pale blue magical light enveloped his entire body. Though Tang Zheng's Dragon Thunder had broken through his own, its power was greatly weakened, and the Alliance leader's defense blocked it. Could it be that the opponent's skill is specialized in thunder attributes? The Alliance leader speculated, his pale eyes, obscured by the black mist, growing even colder. It seemed he wouldn't be able to defeat the other party unless he displayed greater strength than his opponent. Powerful individuals of his level were indeed proud and arrogant. With his strength, he could single-handedly capture a large city or a small country. No wonder he could cause such a commotion in a hilly region. Not far away, the two men, who had engaged in combat in the blink of an eye, retreated in panic. He had never expected the mysterious man to actually engage in combat with the Alliance leader. And judging by the situation just now, the mysterious man actually had the upper hand. But the Alliance leader's strength was far more than that. Did you block it? As expected of the Alliance leader. Tang Zheng, standing on the Bone Dragon, looked down at the Alliance leader. He had no intention of letting it end. Regardless, we must further test the leader's strength. Fire Domain All. A shocking surge of magical power surged from Tang Zheng's body, and in an instant, a massive magic circle appeared on the ground. Crimson flames erupted from the magic circle, transforming into a sky-high blaze as soon as they appeared, rising like a prairie fire. This was the magic originally designated Sand Domain All, transformed into fire through the passive ability elemental attribute conversion. At this moment, on the ground. The moment he saw the flames rising beneath his feet, the leader immediately cast a teleport spell, but his body only swayed slightly before he remained in the same spot, the spell's effects forcibly interrupted. The ability to bind magic? The leader's pupil shrank, and then he felt the flames on the ground envelop his legs. The blazing flames continuously exerted a powerful magical suppression, some of which transformed into flaming vines that entangled the leader's legs. Even with the negative energy blocking the way, the intense heat from the flames still penetrated the black fog. Fortunately, he possessed magical items that protected him from fire attacks. The leader's feet were bound to the ground by the flames, unable to move. He quickly controlled the nearby skeleton griffin, commanding it to carry him away. Bang! But the next moment, the skeleton griffin could no longer withstand the scorching flames, and its body was reduced to ash. Fire and divine energy both inflict multiple damage to the undead. The skeleton griffin hasn't broken free either? How could this be? This magic is more than just a binding effect. The leader's face flashed with panic, realizing he had underestimated the opponent and had fallen into a trap. The negative energy of the black mist surged continuously, resisting the intense heat of the flames. An unprecedented sense of crisis descended. 6th-tier magic, pale flame, the leader shouted. In midair, Tang Zheng looked down at the leader, completely engulfed in flames, and raised an eyebrow slightly. He won't be so easily defeated, will he? Or was I a little too heavy-handed? Fire domain, derived from the sand domain, naturally possesses the same effects of hindering the opponent's movement, blinding them, silencing them, and distracting them. Suddenly, Tang Zheng looked up, and a vast curtain of white flames appeared above him. In the next instant, the curtain of fire transformed into a torrential rain of pale flames, enveloping Tang Zheng below. This was a magical attack composed of both fire and negative attributes. At first glance, it evoked a chilling, unavoidable sense of dread. Each drop of pale fire easily scorched the air as it fell, emitting a sizzling sound of corrosive negative energy wherever it passed. 6th-tier magic? Tang Zheng first scanned the attribute panel, noting the spell's level. This is... Then he noticed another spell appearing on the attribute panel immediately following the previous one. So that's what you're planning to do? Realization flashed in Tang Zheng's eyes. He paused for a moment, gazing at the rapidly falling pale fire overhead, and chanted, "Teleport." Swish. Tang Zheng quickly vanished from his original position, reappearing outside the pale fire's reach. At the same instant, a figure appeared not far from Tang Zheng. It was none other than the leader, who was supposedly trapped in the fire realm. Ahem. The leader groaned in pain as he appeared, retreating quickly and without hesitation, putting distance between him and Tang Zheng. You managed to escape my magic? So that's it, a one-sided duel? Tang Zheng looked surprised at first, then suddenly realized, what an unexpected strategy. 3rd-tier magic, one-sided duel. The specific effect is that even if the opponent escapes by teleportation, this magic establishes a connection with the opponent, allowing them to reappear at the same location as the opponent. The leader first used a 6th-tier area magic attack, forcing Tang Fong to use teleportation to evade. He then used the magical effect of one-sided duel to break free from the constraints of the fire domain. The power of that magic just now was terrifying. It must have surpassed the 5th tier. Tang Zheng let out an unconcealed exclamation. He raised his arm and waved, sending the bone dragon at the center of the attack flying unscathed. Rumor has it that 4 humans have entered the realm beyond humanity, becoming the legendary deviant. One of them is from the Baja's empire. The remaining 3 are quite mysterious, but I imagine that as the leader of the secret society Chironon, feared by all nations, you must have also reached this realm. Across from him, the leader was in a state of disarray, the black mist that had once enveloped him thinning. Through the negative energy, one could vaguely discern a pale, emaciated figure clad in loose magical robes. I underestimated you. The leader's pale eyes shone with fear, and even more so disbelief. If he hadn't reacted in time, he would have been completely trapped in that strange magic and unable to break free. Chapter 295. High in the sky. The Alliance leader, suspended in midair, the easily dissipated black mist of negative energy around him condensed again, obscuring his faintly visible figure. Tang Zheng was also suspended in midair, the bone dragon beside him flapping its half-broken wings. A tense atmosphere permeated the air, as if the two would clash again at any moment. After a tentative exchange, Tang Zheng had a relatively clear understanding of the Alliance leader's strength. Even in the crisis of the Fire Realm, he hadn't used 7th-tier magic. There were only 2 possibilities. Let's talk, the Alliance leader suddenly said, his tone still condescending, but much calmer. What? Tang Zheng was slightly startled, a little surprised. On the ground, Khajiit occasionally looked up at the 2 men in the air, sweat dripping down his forehead. He had a feeling that things were unfolding beyond his expectations. He had initially thought he would die, and the mysterious man would also die at the hands of the Alliance leader, but the situation was unfolding in a completely different direction. But Khajiit's real concern now was his own survival. Not long after, under Khajiit's gaze, Tang Zheng and the Alliance leader descended from the sky and landed steadily on the ground. It looked as if they had reached some kind of agreement. Khajiit's heart skipped a beat, feeling as if he would be killed at any moment. Escape? With the Alliance leader and the other's strength, where could he possibly escape to? The Alliance leader wanted to kill him, and if the mysterious man had truly reached some kind of agreement with the Alliance leader, then he would be of no use to him. Khajiit was already sweating profusely. Khajiit? The leader's voice came faintly. Khajiit shuddered, his voice trembling with fear. Leader. How's the death spiral ritual you set up going? Khajiit wasn't sure why the leader suddenly asked this question, and replied cautiously, yes, it will take some time. Since entering the hilly area, his main focus had been on creating undead to better mobilize negative energy. Take me to the ritual location. The leader spoke, then glanced at Tang Zheng beside him. Demi-humans aren't so easy to control. There are two other kingdoms nearby, the Holy Kingdom and the Celian Theocracy. Be careful, you've been targeted. Faced with this incoherent question, Tang Zheng, seemingly understanding the leader's intention, said calmly, I keep an eye on it. We each get what we need, the leader replied. Throughout the conversation, neither Tang Zheng nor the other paid any attention to Kajiat, who was perked up at the side, listening intently. The leader left with Kajiat, heading for the corpse pit near the mountains. Tang Zheng stood there, watching the leader and the other two depart. He paused for a moment and said, Come out. Whoosh! A white figure emerged from the woods on the hill behind. It was the White Mist Witch. Master, should we send someone to keep an eye on them? The White Mist Witch's eyes flashed with fear. She had witnessed the entire horrific battle. Keep an eye on them? Tang Zheng shook his head. I'm the only one in the entire hilly area who can keep an eye on the leader. No need to waste your energy. This situation is becoming increasingly interesting. He had reached a tentative verbal agreement with the Alliance leader. Tang Zheng agreed because the leader mentioned that the death spiral ritual in Kajiat's possession was incomplete. Tang Zheng wasn't sure whether this was true or not, but it had clearly become the other party's negotiating factor. The Alliance leader seemed well aware of the importance of the death spiral ritual to people like Tang Zheng, or rather, anyone who set their sights on the ritual had a simple goal, to become an undead and gain eternal life. To then delve deeper into magic and gain immense power. Being a deviant was the limit of humanity, but not for the undead aliens. In the Alliance leader's eyes, Tang Zheng possessed such immense power that he had nearly reached the upper limit of humanity, which was why he had set his sights on the death spiral ritual. What is this Alliance leader's specific purpose? Tang Zheng's eyes reflected a thoughtful expression. He felt the other party's stated purpose was untrustworthy, and was pondering the Alliance leader's deeper motives. As if Tang Zheng was deliberately displaying his appreciation for the death spiral ritual, in reality, his only interest in the ritual was its method of absorbing negative energy. I originally thought it would be a bit difficult for a small-time figure like Kajiat to completely shift the blame onto Chironon. Now, there's no need for disguise. Tang Zheng hadn't expected the Alliance leader to appear directly and address the White Mist Witch. What's going on with Go Jin? We've already contacted the Holy Kingdom. Just as the Master suspected, not only did we fail to reach an agreement, but Go Jin even engaged in a fight with him. The White Mist Witch immediately responded with a grin. Both sides have barriers and taboos. Trying to communicate without complete trust will only be meaningless. Tang Zheng understood. He wasn't surprised by this outcome. Ever since the Holy Kingdom sent someone to inquire about Go Jin, Tang Zheng had guessed that the Holy Kingdom intended to establish a private contact with Go Jin. However, both sides were naive. Go Jin's knowledge was limited, and much of it was his own speculation. The Holy Kingdom, already hostile to demi-humans, was even less likely to trust Go Jin's words completely. Go Jin was no longer just an individual, but the king of a species, with far more concerns. Go Jin's movements. Tang Zheng had always been keeping a close eye on them. They held a crucial card in his hand. But now, with the appearance of Alliance leader Zillanon, the situation became somewhat complicated. Tang Zheng was somewhat unsure of the Alliance leader's intentions. The only thing he could be sure of was that he was plotting something. The other party must be aware that the Celian Theocracy had set its sights on this place. Furthermore, knowing that the Celian Theocracy had set its sights on the hills, yet they didn't leave, was even more bizarre. White Mist, Tang Zheng suddenly said. Master, said the White Mist Witch. For now, there's no need to keep an eye on Go Jin. Focus on the lizardman Kuruksu. The White Mist Witch nodded respectfully. Understood. Tang Zheng stood at the edge of the hill, gazing at the vast hills in the distance. He raised his hand and pulled at his red hood. A thought flashed through his mind, and he summoned the attribute panel. In the brief exchange between the two sides, of all the magic used by the Alliance leader, only 3 were unknown to him. Tier 3 magic, one-sided duel. Tier 5 magic, ruined bone prison. Tier 6 magic, pale flame. One-sided duel prevents the opponent from using teleportation magic to escape. The only caveat is the possibility of the opponent teleporting near your teammates, making them vulnerable to siege. Broken Bone Prison is a binding spell. Tang Zheng possesses Sand Field, which can transform into 4 attributes and possesses a variety of effects, but it's of little use to him. Pale Fire is an area of effect spell, an energy attack with fire and negative attributes. In the hands of the Alliance leader, it only has 2 attributes. But in Tang Ding's hands, any attribute magic can be transformed into 4 attributes, allowing this magic to manifest in a variety of forms. Just like his compound elemental spirits summon. Skill points. 62 to 60 with the depletion of 2 skill points, one-sided duel and pale fire were mastered. Even on the other side, the Alliance leader, Khajiit, walked on the somewhat cracked wasteland with withered short grass. The scorching heat and water shortage left the ground bare, with only a few dead blades of grass and shrubs dotting the landscape. The shadowy figures of the Alliance leader and Khajiit, radiating an eerie aura of death, made the area seem like a death trap. Khajiit lowered his head, following closely behind the Alliance leader, his sunken eye sockets casting shadows over his vision. Not having been executed again by the Alliance leader didn't make Khajiit feel safe. Instead, it intensified his fear. During his time with the Alliance leader, he come to know him all too well. He was a profoundly cold and aloof man. Isn't that strange? The Alliance leader's voice, like the grinding of bones, echoed. Khajiit's dirty yellow fingers trembled as his body swayed slightly. You should be thankful. This red-robed spellcaster wishes to see the possibility of your transformation from human to undead. I hope you succeed even more than you do. The leader let out a strange laugh, a hint of subtle sarcasm. For you, this is a rare opportunity, and your last. Khajiit's eyes fluttered. The leader seemed unconcerned with Khajiit's current emotions and thoughts. He raised his finger and pointed at the sky. Do you know what this is? Khajiit raised his head blankly and said subconsciously, I don't know. This was his first time in the hilly area, and he was unfamiliar with the climate, so he hadn't noticed anything strange. The Abelian Hills haven't experienced such drought in hundreds of years. This isn't normal climate change, but rather the result of magic. Only the 6th-tier faithful magic, heavenly manipulation, can alter the celestial phenomena on such a large scale. The Alliance leader slowly unleashed a piece of information that shocked Khajiit with disbelief. 6th-tier magic. Isn't that the realm beyond the human realm? The Alliance leader's level? The thought flashed through Khajiit's mind. TSK. The Alliance leader sighed softly, the black mist of negative energy enveloping his body shifting slightly, his pale eyes gleaming faintly. From the exchange just now, I can confirm that the red-robed spellcaster isn't the one using this magic. You've been here for a while. Have you noticed anyone using faith-based magic? Faced with the question, Khajiit could only shake his head. He truly didn't know. His energy had been focused on arranging rituals and creating undead, leaving him with only a passing understanding of these demihumans. Fool! The leader frowned, tapping his staff with withered fingers as he muttered to himself, with the power of the red-robed spellcaster, combined with this mysterious magic caster of faith, they are indeed capable of ruling the entire hill country. First, create a drought, thereby causing chaos, and then gradually control the hill country. An unimaginable strategy. Khajiit, following nearby, grew increasingly alarmed as he listened, gradually realizing what the leader seemed to be planning. Master, what do you need from me? Khajiit gritted his teeth and asked. Heh heh. He chuckled faintly in response. Khajiit's heart sank. He wasn't foolish. He realized he might have been completely abandoned by the leader. The only way to survive was to successfully transform into the undead through the death spiral ritual. But was there still time? No matter how deeply hidden, there will always be a moment of revelation. The leader let out an expectant, hoarse laugh. Then add fuel to the fire and let me see what's hidden. If he remembered correctly, Khajiit had died at the hands of an angel summoned by the scroll. Since the red-robed spellcaster was the one who killed Khajiit, could that deeply hidden magic caster of the faith system be the one who created the scroll? The leader wasn't sure, but it was a possibility. There were only a few scroll-making masters capable of creating third-level magic scrolls. As for whether there were other masters working in secret, no one knew. This might represent a mysterious force. The leader was extremely curious, knowing that this world held many secrets. Could it be from that legendary, mysterious organization, so mysterious that no one even knew about it? The leader shook his head again at this thought. While thinking, the leader flung his arm out of the black mist, and a corpse was pulled from a magical leather bag and tossed out. A muffled bang sounded. Khajiit couldn't help but look. It was the corpse of a demi-human, a strange combination of the upper body of a beast and the lower body somewhat resembling a centaur. A quadruped with the body of a beast. Khajiit knew this powerful demi-human race, and his pupils suddenly constricted. He realized something. The leader had already arrived in the Aborian Hills, not teleported to his side upon entering the hills, as the leader had initially claimed during the confrontation with the red-robed spellcaster. In other words, the confrontation with the red-robed spellcaster was intentional on the part of the leader, abandoning the demi-human corpse. The leader no longer paid any attention, letting the body lie carelessly on the ground. Khajiit's breathing quickened. The leader's words and the information he revealed weren't a sign of favor towards him, but rather that, in his eyes, he was already a dead man. A dead man doesn't reveal any secrets. In the leader's eyes, it seemed he had neither the time to complete the ritual nor the possibility of success. Only those who have experienced death once can truly understand the powerlessness and terror of death. He still had things he had to do. He couldn't die. He absolutely couldn't die. Khajiit didn't want to face the endless abyss of darkness again, as a weakling, caught between these powerful magic casters. It felt like a lone boat on the sea, ready to be swallowed by the water at any moment. A deep sense of resentment welled up in his heart. Khajiit hid his hands in his loose sleeves and clenched his fists tightly. Chapter 296. The death of a beast-like quadruped demi-human wouldn't be a big deal, but when that beast-like quadruped demi-human is Black Steel Moa, one of the 10 greatest, then an inevitable war is inevitable. In order to cope with the ongoing drought, the beast-like quadrupeds and the half-human beasts sought water sources, naturally targeting the water sources of the North Mountain Range and the South Mountain Range. Black Steel Moa was a demi-human among the beast-like quadrupeds, who relied not on brute force but on stealth. He was known as the ghostly shadow that scurried across the darkness, hence the name Black Steel. As a top-tier guerrilla soldier, Black Steel Moa was sent as a vanguard to investigate the demi-humans at the water source. The result was the death of the entire squad. And Black Steel Moa, one of the 10 greatest and a top-tier guerrilla soldier, was nowhere to be found. The disappearance of such a powerful individual clearly signified. The beast-like quadruped leader, Devilclaw Wagia, was enraged. He led his entire tribe, and the half-human tribe in an attack. Strange Castle. A solemn atmosphere permeated the hall. The Blue Maggot King, the Queen of Pondes, Gojin, the Iron Rat Priest, and the Demon Man Najarini, the leaders of the 5 subhuman tribes, sat at the round table with varying expressions. In addition to the 5 subhuman leaders, Tang Zheng and the Alliance leader sat nearby, with the White Mist Witch and Khajiit standing behind them. The beast-like quadrupeds have invaded the Heartland. They've seized a water source as their base. Our old Demon Man tribe can't resist them. The Demon Man Najarini's expression was grim, and her 4 arms pressed against the table, revealing her current agitation. The beast-bodied quadrupeds are an extremely powerful race, their individual strength far surpassing that of ordinary demi-humans. Even a small group of Orichalcum-level adventurers would find themselves in a difficult situation. How many troops does the Iron Rat people have now? In response to the demon manifesting Najarini's plea for help, Tang Zheng turned to the Iron Rat people priest standing nearby. With sufficient food and water, we've been able to recapture over 3,000 of our comrades, who had previously fled. The Iron Rat people priest quickly leaned forward and replied respectfully, "Our numbers have returned to 8,000. Tang Zheng nodded slightly at this answer. The Alliance leader and Khajiit, standing nearby, were both surprised and astonished. The Alliance leader, in particular, realized he had somewhat underestimated the red-robed spellcaster before him. His pale eyes, hidden beneath the black mist and deathly aura, scanned the crowd. Aside from the demon-manifesting Najarini, who was worthy of some attention, the remaining demi-humans were unworthy of mention. There are no magic casters of faith among these demi-humans, the leader thought to himself, unsurprisingly. Tang Zheng pondered briefly. Send 3,000 Iron Ratmen, 2,000 ogres, and 1,000 each from the Blue Maggots and Pondes to support the demonic mankind, Tang Zheng said calmly. I know you don't want to fight, but the enemy has already penetrated our heartland. If you wish to let our water and food fall into the hands of others, then please do so. The demi-humans, who had been initially resistant, raised their heads. They knew that Tang Zheng possessed a vast store of food, acquired through trade with humans. If such a large amount of food fell into the hands of the enemy, it would be even more disastrous than killing them. We, the Iron Rat people, will fully assist the demonic man. The Iron Rat priest was the first to speak. The Iron Rat people have the greatest need for food. The entire hilly region is currently mired in drought. Without sufficient food, many of our people will starve to death. As the Iron Rat priest spoke, the other tribes immediately responded. At this moment, Gojin, with a sullen face, spoke in a humming voice. Black Steel Moa's body has been discovered. He was indeed found dead in our territory. What on earth is going on? As soon as these words were spoken, all the demi-humans turned their attention to Tang Zheng, who sat at the head of the group. Black Steel Moa was a top-tier guerrilla fighter. No more than 3 of them were capable of defeating the enemy, and Black Steel Moa couldn't even escape. In the eyes of the demi-humans, only Tang Zheng could do it. Faced with a barrage of stares, Tang Zheng turned his head to the alliance leader beside him. Master, what on earth is going on? Oh! The leader responded softly, as if realizing something, his voice evocative and strange. So that demi-human is called Black Steel Moa? Seeing him acting so stealthy, we took care of him. Since you've been in so much trouble, I assist you. I see. Tang Zheng nodded slightly, his voice cool and calm. Then I trouble you, master. The brief exchange reached everyone's ears. All the demi-humans present looked at the leader in disbelief. They had assumed the other two humans were Tang Zheng's subordinates, but the content of their conversation clearly wasn't the relationship they'd imagined. Even more so. The human before him, known as the alliance leader, seemed even more powerful than Tang Zheng in terms of momentum. Go Jin looked at the figure shrouded in negative energy and death. Alliance leader? To be addressed by that abominable mysterious figure, this alliance leader before him couldn't possibly be the one rumored among the human nations. Go Jin was startled at this thought. Amidst the divergent thoughts of the demi-humans, the combined forces of approximately 7,000 demi-humans marched forth in a mighty force, descending upon a water source occupied by the beast-bodied quadrupeds. Demi-human wars have always been simple and direct. No nonsense. The moment both sides discovered each other, they roared and collided. The powerful beast-like quadrupeds and half-human beasts surged like a torrent, crushing the ogres and iron ratmen, renowned for their strength and defensive prowess, the moment they met them. There's more water and food here. Kill them! Revenge for Lord Moa. Kill! Cries of slaughter instantly resounded through the air. Gorking clenched his mace, watching the chaotic battle ahead, the blood and flesh flying everywhere. A suppressed rage slowly rose. What the hell am I doing here? He clearly only sought greater power. But somehow, he had found himself trapped in this situation, watching countless demi-human races slaughter each other. Gorking's eyes were filled with bewilderment. He wanted to stop it, but he felt he had no idea where to begin. Those demi-humans wouldn't listen to his advice, and even if he wanted to cooperate with humans, they wouldn't trust him. These hills were demi-human territory. How could humans easily intervene? Bang! The dull thud of flesh colliding could be heard. The tall, powerful ogre was slammed into the ground by a charging beast-like quadruped, sending it careening toward Go Jin's side. The resounding thud of a heavy object hitting the ground, the ogre's screams, and the scene of blood and flesh flying everywhere reappeared before his eyes. Go Jin's breathing became heavier. The beast-like quadrupeds, thanks to their size and species, were not only extremely powerful individually, but once in motion, they were like human heavy cavalry. Even a demi-human the size of an ogre could not withstand the impact of a beast-like quadruped's charge. After dispatching one ogre, the beast-like quadruped noticed the even taller and more conspicuous Go Jin. A bloodthirsty grin spread across its panther-like face. Bang! The quadruped stomped the ground fiercely. The beast-like quadruped roared, displaying astonishing explosive power and agility as it charged towards Go Jin. From a racial perspective, a bestial roar signifies a lack of emotional control, but on the battlefield at this moment, only savagery and strength could conquer another race. The beast-like quadruped held a wooden shield before it, charging swiftly, while its other hand held a spear behind it. In the blink of an eye, the beast-like quadruped had reached Go Jin, its shield slightly raised, and charged fiercely. Fortress! Faced with this terrifying charge, Go Jin's eyes gradually darkened with a fierceness, and he raised his mace. Boom! The mace made contact with the shield, but instead of being knocked away as imagined, the beast-like quadruped only felt as if it had hit an indestructible wall, and could not be shaken at all. Strangely, there was no recoil from the impact. It's the same power called martial arts used by the king. The beast-like quadruped was shocked and quickly retreated, trying to keep some distance. A flash of divine skill. The ground beneath Go Jin's feet exploded, and with a single stride, he was at the side of the beast-like quadruped, swinging his enchanted mace. Bang! A stream of blood, mixed with flesh, blossomed in the air. The beast-like quadruped screamed, its body tumbling to the ground, and with its remaining strength, it hurled its spear. Go Jin simply dodged the opponent's final blow with a single sidestep. Looking at the beast-like quadruped's sunken lower body, its twitching, blood-spattered body before him, what a bastard. Go Jin cursed, unsure whether to curse the opponent or himself, and swung his mace again, intending to deliver the final blow. Declaration of duel. A roaring roared. Go Jin paused his enchanted mace, ready to swing, and his body uncontrollably rushed in the direction of the sound. What's going on? Go Jin's eyes were filled with astonishment. While struggling to regain control of his body, he looked at the figure charging from afar. It was a more powerful beast-like quadruped, wielding a long-handled, double-edged enchanted battle axe in each hand. He wore a thin layer of leather armor that shone with a magical sheen. Bang! The enchanted mace and double-edged battle axe collided in midair, the powerful force unleashing a terrifying roar. A wave of air swept through the air, centered around the two men. It tossed away many of the surrounding demi-humans, who had been caught unawares. After the powerful collision, the beast-like quadruped took a step back, regained his footing, and looked at Go Jin in surprise. Who are you? I'm actually outmatched in strength. I don't recall any ogres among the 10 heroes. Devil's Claw Wei Jie clenched his double-edged battle axe again, his crimson eyes fixed on Go Jin across from him, his face brimming with excitement. Go Jin's gaze also gained a hint of solemnity. Before questioning the other party, shouldn't you state your name? I am the king of the four-legged beast clan, Devil's Claw Wei Jie. Devil's Claw Wei Jie shouted. The 10 greatest demi-humans? No wonder. Go Jin thought to himself. He had been in the hilly area for several months and hadn't encountered a single powerful member of the 10 greatest demi-humans. Now, meeting several of them in such a short time is truly ridiculous. Go Jin is currently the king of the ogre clan. Go Jin spoke in a deep voice, slightly shelving his enchanted mace. He then said seriously, too many demi-humans have died in this war. How about calling it a day? A truce? Devil's Claw Wei Jie seemed to have heard something funny. Even if you united demi-humans are ready to surrender, it's too late now. I will not forgive you. Black Steel Muwa's death will depend on you. Bury them with us. You tribes have united without a word. If you are annihilated and conquered, the name of Wei Jie Legandra will surely resound throughout the hills. Devil's Claw, Wei Jie said, his eyes ablaze with excitement. He raised his double-edged axe and charged again. Please me with your death. You won't listen, a bunch of self-righteous fools. Go Jin opened his mouth, revealing sharp teeth. At this moment, at the outermost edge of the battlefield, Tang Zheng, surveying the battlefield, could clearly see his demi-humans losing ground. A small group of half-human beast men, led by a small group of half-human beast men, was constantly interspersed across the battlefield, uniting the forces of the entire quadruped and half-human races. Beast General Hector Weiss. The name flashed through Tang Zheng's mind. This was the first time he had witnessed a true commander among these demi-humans. If this continues, your group of demi-humans will lose, the Alliance leader, standing nearby, said calmly. Tang Zheng nodded and said calmly, indeed so, Lord Alliance leader, it's your turn to take action. 5th tier undead summoning, skeleton griffin. The Alliance leader, clutching a strange staff, emerged from the black mist of negative energy. Amidst a surge of dense negative energy, a skeleton griffin appeared beside the Alliance leader. Go! The skeleton griffin flapped its wings, transformed into a pale shadow, and charged into the battlefield. And then, teleport. The Alliance leader waved his staff again, and his figure also vanished from its original position, directly entering the battlefield below and appearing next to an ogre. The ogre scratched his head in confusion at the Alliance leader's sudden appearance beside him. Unable to tell if the Alliance leader was an enemy, his intelligence was incapable of discerning him. He stared at this strange creature, shrouded in a black mist of negative energy, and after a brief hesitation, he raised his wooden staff and struck out. Humph! The Alliance leader snorted coldly, waving his staff again. 5th tier magic, undead creation. A thick aura of death instantly enveloped the ogre, its corrosive negative energy causing it to wail in agony. In the blink of an eye, as the dense negative energy dissipated, the ogre transformed into a heavily armored skeletal undead creature, roughly the height of a human, wielding a shield and a long sword. Heavily armored skeleton warrior. After the Alliance leader created a second 5th tier undead creature, he led the heavily armored skeletal warrior and leisurely walked deeper into the battlefield. Outskirts of the battlefield. Tang Zheng subconsciously frowned. The Alliance leader's action struck him as strange. As a disguise, Tang Zheng displayed the strength of a 5th tier spellcaster, which the Alliance leader was not. Unleashing the 6th tier spell, Pale Fire, would have easily altered the situation, but the Alliance leader chose not to do so. Deliberately killing Black Steel Moa, provoking the current war, and then risking his life entering the chaotic battlefield as a magic caster. These bizarre actions. Tang Zheng rejected his previous suspicion that the Alliance leader wanted to demonstrate his power and gain control over the demi-humans. Alliance leader, you want? Khajiit, whose presence had already become extremely low, suddenly thought of something and subconsciously took a step back. Complete the ritual that was unfinished 20 years ago. What are you talking about? Tang Jung jerked his head to look at Kajiat. Yes. Kajiat opened his mouth, but the words remained unspoken. Fourth tier magic, Yin, 5 elements, Thunder Lord summons. Fourth tier magic, Yang, 5 elements, Thunder Lord summons. Suddenly, 2 bolts of lightning emerged from behind, flashing and pulsating with lightning as they blasted towards Tang Jung. The double 4th tier magic sneak attack left Kajiat and the White Mist Witch, who were also within the attack range, with no time to react, and their hair stood on end. Chapter 297. 2 white bolts of lightning, each as thick as an arm, exploded in midair, twisting and turning into long, winding lightning spears that blasted towards them in an instant. The pupils of the White Mist Witch and Kajiat constricted, their vision enveloped by a dazzling flash of lightning before they could even begin to panic. Dragon thunder. Crack! An even more dazzling, dragon-shaped lightning bolt erupted from Tang Jung's arm, colliding with the 2 incoming white bolts. Boom! A blue-white crack appeared in midair, splitting into thousands of branches in the instant it exploded, releasing a burst of explosive lightning. The astonishing heat generated by the collision of lightning and thunder gave the air a faint smell of burning. A shockwave, invisible to the naked eye, spread out. The White Mist Witch and Kajiat took 2 steps back in panic and shock, steadying themselves. Tang Jung stood quietly, his red robe rustling in the blast. He lifted his hooded face and gazed behind him. Unexpectedly, the attackers were 2 warty maggots of slightly different coloration. They were none other than the Blue Maggot King and Queen Pandes, who had always been incredibly submissive. Today shouldn't be a special holiday for you demihumans, right? Tang Jung, somewhat surprised, clearly taken aback by this sudden development, said calmly, I don't recall preparing such a surprise. So you 2 have had enough, right? Queen Pandes shrank her warty legs, still a little afraid of Tang Jung. The Blue Maggot King, wriggling forward, said, That's it. Do you really think we demihumans will submit to you humans? I am the king of the Blue Maggot clan. I am also the Queen Mother of Pandes, and one of the subhuman tribes in the hilly region. Even if I sacrifice my life today, I will expel you humans. The Queen Mother of Pandes uttered a slightly melodious, yet resolute voice. Tang Jung couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he saw the Blue Maggot King and Queen Mother of Pandes, who always acted respectfully and fearfully before him. If he hadn't known that the 2 before him were the real Blue Maggot King and Queen Mother of Pandes, he would have thought they had been switched. Are you 2 crazy? The White Mist Witch took a light step forward, staring at the 2 who had suddenly betrayed her in disbelief. The princes and princesses of both your tribes are in the hands of our master. This scene had happened so suddenly. The White Mist Witch was shocked and furious. If the Blue Maggot King and Queen Mother of Pandes rebelled, it would also mean that both tribes had completely revolted as well. The master's plan might be seriously affected. The problem is, the princes and princesses of the 2 tribes are usually under her care, and there's a very real possibility something's wrong now. Tang Jung was equally curious. The reason the 2 tribes were so obedient to his control was because the heirs were in his hands. My descendants, Bebe Jia and Princess Pandes, have been rescued. The Blue Maggot King snorted coldly, glaring at Tang Jung angrily. As for the cursed power that you, a despicable human, left within them, the guardian spirits have helped dispel it. Now we're free. No wonder. Tang Jung's eyes narrowed slightly. These demihumans were indeed behind his back, and he hadn't paid much attention to it before, only to receive such a surprise. Guardian fairies? He knew this special demihuman race was extremely rare and scarce. It was said to possess the ability to grow or shrink at will, and some individuals possess special abilities. Tang Jung raised his arm and brushed off the dust from the previous magical shockwave. I commend you 2 for your courage. But your 2 powers aren't enough. Right? The Demon Queen has another one. Tang Jung glanced past the Blue Maggot King and the other, looking further back. Since the Blue Maggots had problems, Tang Jung didn't think the other demihuman races would be immune. Sure enough, we've been discovered. I told you not to resort to such tricks, a steady, seasoned, and rugged voice echoed. The demon Nazarini's voice followed closely behind. Underestimating this human will lead to great harm. The Great King died at his hands. As these 2 voices arrived, behind the Blue Maggot King and the other 2, in the empty space, the air twisted and revealed the demonic being Nazarini and a pure white, ape-like demi-human, adorned with armor gleaming like golden ornaments. Second-level invisibility lifted. The Blue Maggot King and the Queen Mother of Pandes each stepped back, clearing a path. Great King? Humph! That stinking rat, relying on his iron-hard fur and plague-infected methods, thinks he's so self-righteous. The white, hairy ape spoke to itself, striding forward with heavy steps. Its pair of animalistic eyes, shimmering purple, sizing up Tang Zheng, a ferocious grin spread across its face. It's only natural to be killed by a magic caster you can't get close to. A pure, bloodthirsty malice emanated from the white-haired, long-haired ape, as if being stared at by a ferocious beast. The white mist witch and Kajiak clearly felt a sense of pressure. Faced with the undisguised hostility and overwhelming aura, cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. Unlike the magic caster, the stronger the warrior, the more they exude a unique aura from within. It was a sense of oppression, akin to the difference in life levels. Unless a magic caster engaged, it was difficult to discern the strength of their opponent. The demonic being Najarini stepped forward and stood alongside the long-haired ape. Well, it looks like there's a new character. Tang Zheng's gaze fell on the long-haired ape, and he already had a suspicion. Najarini, it seems you've also chosen to betray. Betray? What humans are you talking about? The demon man Najarini clenched her fist. You've killed so many of your people. Do you really think I truly join you? For you humans, 100 years is a lifetime, but our demon man's lifespan is 3 or 4 times longer. For an inferior race like you to want to conquer us demi-humans is simply ridiculous. At this point, the demon man Najarini suppressed her inner anger and suddenly laughed. Come to think of it, I really have to thank you, human, for gathering such a large amount of food for us. The air grew quiet at that moment. The white mist which looked at Tang Zheng nervously, her eyes filled with panic. That wasn't fear of the situation, but rather a fear of completely angering her master. Clap. Clap. Sure enough, I'm still a little easily influenced by appearances. Tang Zheng raised his hands and clapped, letting out a soft sigh. Remember the last demi-human who impressed me was a giant goblin named Mugwa. Humph. The demonic human Najarini clearly didn't understand what Tang Zheng was saying, but she couldn't help but snort angrily at the comparison she made to a lower species, like goblins. Ha, interesting. The white, hairy ape could hear the contempt for them in Tang Zheng's tone, and its purple eyes grew even colder. I'm Harish Ankara, the king of the stone-eating apes, and I'm the one who finished you off. So, do you have any last words, human? Old White Harish, also one of the 10 outstanding demi-humans, raised his sturdy, slender arm, covered in long white hair, and clenched his fist. Tang Zheng flipped his palm, and his right hand emerged from his sleeve, clutching the orb of death. 2 of the 10 great demi-humans, 2 magic casters mastering 4th-tier magic, finally piqued my interest. Tang Zheng sneered. Attack! Najarini, the demonic being, spoke first. 4th-tier magic, Silver Knight Lance. 4th-tier magic, Yin, 5 elements, summon the Thunder Marquis. 4th-tier magic, Yang, 5 elements, summon the Thunder Marquis. The Blue Maggot King and the Queen of Pandes, without hesitation, unleashed their magic again. 2 surging bolts of lightning struck from the left and right, while a 2-meter-long Silver Knight Lance, rapidly condensing in midair, also flew over, facing magical attacks from 3 directions simultaneously. The Orb of Death in Tang Zheng's hand emanated a faint glow. Roar! A beastly, dragon-like roar echoed through the air. A massive magic circle emerged, and a bone dragon emerged from it, blocking the path of Tang Zheng and the others. 2 bolts of lightning and the Silver Knight's spear, carrying astonishing power, simultaneously struck the bone dragon. However, a flash of magical light flashed across the bone dragon's body, and the 3 seemingly formidable magical attacks vanished like bubbles. At that moment, Old White Hairy Xia also moved. His seemingly bloated figure leaped forth in one leap, appearing not far in front of the bone dragon. Puff! Puff! Old White Hairy Xia puffed out his cheeks, and quickly spat out 2 pebbles. Spit stones. The pebbles, imbued with special powers, struck the bone dragon's wings with pinpoint accuracy like 2 missiles. The stone-eating ape tribe can regurgitate the stones they've swallowed, easily sending them flying hundreds of meters away, and causing dents in armor. If they use their special powers, the stones they regurgitate become even more powerful. Crack, crack, bang! The extraordinary force shattered both of the bone dragon's wings simultaneously, and the bone dragon, just about to take flight, fell to the ground with a dull thud. Success? Old White Hairy Xia saw this, grinning widely, and striding over to the fallen bone dragon. Golden Bare Hand Strike. Old White Hairy Xia shouted, his fists, and the golden magic items adorning his body radiating a golden glow. Powerful fists vanished into shadows, pounding the bone dragon with a flurry of blows, sending shattered bone shards flying. The entire bone dragon was shattered into dust by White Old Hairy Xia. Watching the scattering of bone dust, White Old Harish's eyes flashed with astonishment. So weak. Didn't Nazarini say this bone dragon was terrifying? He felt he could have shattered the bone dragon with a single punch, but he had listened to the foolish words of the demon-manifesting Nazarini and wasted a special skill in vain. The bone dragon was destroyed. Seeing Tang Zheng close at hand, White Old Harry Shaw felt he could reach him with a single stride and tear the human spellcaster apart. But magic casters possess strange abilities, just in case and according to plan. Bang! The ground shook. Old White Harry Shaw didn't advance any further. Instead, he pushed off the ground with his feet, quickly retreating to create space while maintaining a close distance. Almost simultaneously, Thunderstorm Night Spear, Ice Burial Night Spear, Flame Night Spear. Triple magic spells were unleashed simultaneously, blasting towards Tang Zheng from behind. Old White Harry Xia felt the three spells fly overhead, and a chill ran down his spine. His purple eyes fixed on Tang Zheng, his sturdy legs slightly tensing to exert force. If the opponent couldn't block it, that would be too much fun. If he could, he would seize the moment the human was resisting the magic and launch an instant attack, finishing him off. Don't let me down, human. Old White Harry Xia's face revealed a bloodthirsty grin. Buzz! Suddenly, another magic circle appeared beneath the human's feet. A brand new bone dragon flew out from the magic circle, easily blocking the triple night spear magic attack. How could this happen? Nazarini, the demon-manifesting demon, cried out weakly in surprise. Even though she didn't know much about the undead, as a magic caster, she knew full well that special undead creatures, like bone dragons, couldn't be summoned through normal means. There must be some kind of restriction. I never said you could only summon one bone dragon, Tang Zheng said calmly. TSK, then just deal with it again. Old by Harry Shaw didn't care, laughing loudly as he prepared to charge forward. You have no chance. Tang Zheng raised his two fingers, chanting, Fire Domain All. Crash! Scorching flames erupted from the ground, transforming into fiery snakes in an instant, binding Old White Harish and his companions to their positions. The multiple negative effects of blinding and silencing descended simultaneously. The three magic casters, the Demon Man Nazarini, the Blue Maggot King, and the Queen Mother of Pondes, were instantly rendered powerless. Only Old White Harish, a warrior monk, could still struggle, roaring furiously, trying to break free from the flames. Sprint. Strengthen your skin? Strengthen your magic resistance? How could that be? Damn it! I tear you human apart. Old White Harish struggled relentlessly, his long, white fur charred black. The intense heat continued to drain his opponent's strength. Compared to the sand domain, the fire domain not only produces the same effect, but also inflicts continuous damage. The flames themselves also inflict continuous damage, especially when enhanced by the passive elemental blessing, making the magic even more powerful. It seems this is your limit. Then goodbye, everyone. Tang Zheng looked indifferently at the several demi-humans burned by the flames, screaming in pain and roaring in anger. He calmly raised his palm and pointed it at them. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the Alliance leader, currently in the chaotic battlefield, under the protection of a 5th-level undead heavy-armored skeleton warrior, steadily approached the center of the battlefield. Oh! It seems quite lively over there. The Alliance leader suddenly stopped and turned to glance in Tang Zheng's direction. I need to speed up here too. This direction was exactly where the fierce battle between Go Jin and Devil's Claw Weijia was. If someone were looking down from above at this moment, the skeleton griffins, constantly attacking the demi-humans on the ground, could be seen dumping their bodies into specific locations. The vast amount of demi-human corpses and blood gradually formed a ritual. Chapter 298. The skeleton griffin, a flying undead, caused panic and fear among the demi-humans every time it appeared. Facing the undead. Even in the chaotic situation of a battlefield, most demi-humans subconsciously regarded them as a common enemy. This was an undead that held hatred for all living beings. As some demi-humans' attention was drawn to the skeleton griffin, the sound of fighting echoed across the battlefield overhead. The Alliance leader, accompanied by a heavily armored skeleton knight, was silently approaching the center of the battlefield. Both he and the heavily armored skeleton knight were enchanted with invisibility. This second-tier magic wasn't exactly a particularly effective stealth method. Those gifted with keen hearing and exceptional perception, or skilled professionals, could detect any anomalies. In particular, most demi-humans possessed a keener sense of perception than humans. However, in this environment, problems like footsteps that couldn't be concealed by invisibility simply didn't exist. Only along the leader's path did the inexplicable deaths of some demi-humans leave many of the hostile demi-humans baffled. But without time to reflect, they quickly focused their attention on other enemies. In an open area at the center of the battlefield. Bang! Bang! Two powerful warriors, each 3 meters tall, engaged in a relentless battle, each collision unleashing a terrifying force. The enchanted mace in Gu Jin's hands, and the enchanted double-edged axe in the hands of Devil's Claw Wei Jia were both heavy weapons, but in their hands, they resembled light sticks, transforming into intertwining afterimages. Strike! Strike! Two beast-like roars echoed, as the two weapons clashed once more. Bang! A muffled thunderous roar echoed across the battlefield, unleashing a piercing shockwave so deafening that it shook even ordinary demi-human weapons. Brilliant! Come on, Gu Jin! Only an opponent like you is worthy of my unwavering devotion. Devil's Claw Wei Jia roared with blazing eyes, suppressing the trembling in his arms as he charged forward once more, roaring, "Your head will be one of my most memorable honors." You talk too much nonsense. Gu Jin was now brimming with passion, his previous thoughts and ideas long forgotten. He simply wanted to defeat his opponent. As a token of my appreciation for you, after I kill you, I will devour your flesh and make your power part of mine. In an instant, Gu Jin and Devil's Claw Wei Jia were locked in combat once more. A few dozen meters away, the leader looked at the battle zone, which had been deliberately cleared by the demi-humans on both sides, and his pale eyes turned to Gu and King. His gaze was filled with greed, as if he were looking at a priceless object. I should have known long ago that no matter how superior a human's physique might be, it can't match the disparity in demi-human racial talent. The leader muttered to himself. This gap will become increasingly pronounced as strength increases, a level that no amount of effort or training can achieve. Only demi-humans, who have reached the hero realm level, can withstand such a massive amount of negative energy. The leader's gaze lingered between Gu Jin and Devil Claw Wei Jia. Gu Jin was the stronger of the two, but in terms of physical strength, the beast-bodied quadrupeds of Devil Claw Wei Jia held the advantage. The leader hesitated briefly, his gaze finally settling on Gu Jin. Bang! 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 Suddenly, the earth shook violently. On the raging battlefield, the demi-humans simultaneously halted their attacks and looked around in bewilderment. Beast General Hector Weiss, leading a force of about 100 centaurs, immediately raised his hand, signaling all the centaurs to halt. And then, Beast General Hector Weiss, oblivious to the blood and mangled remains on the ground, immediately dropped to the ground, listening for any movement. The sound comes from behind. Beast General Hector Weiss's eyes changed. He was about to stand up and redirect his troops when he lowered his ears again. No, it's not just behind. Large numbers are approaching from the east and west. Could they be reinforcements from this united tribe? Beast General Hector was slightly incredulous. He could barely accept an outflanking attack from the east and west, but how did an unknown number of demi-humans suddenly appear from behind them? Crack! Crack! The dull sound of rapid footsteps on the ground drew closer. Across the chaotic battlefield, all the demi-humans stopped what they were doing and looked at each other warily, suspecting each other of being reinforcements. That's enough, everyone. A loud, high-pitched voice, amplified by magic or magical items, echoed across the battlefield. All of you, stop! A large number of lean, sturdy demi-human figures rushed out from the rear and to the east and west, appearing in everyone's sight. This even larger group of demi-humans was divided into two subhuman groups. One had bluish-green skin, white hair on their heads and arms, and resembled apes, but their eyes had vestigially degenerated. Cave people. The other had horseshoe-shaped legs, a healthy dark brown skin, and markings of various ethnic groups. Centaur. As soon as these two subhuman groups appeared, each sent out thousands of demi-humans, rapidly moving northward. Before anyone could react, they completely surrounded the battlefield. Silence! Beast General Hector Weiss looked at the restless tribesmen behind him and shouted sternly, his face etched with solemnity behind his dark yellow helmet. Even though his vantage point prevented him from seeing the entire battlefield, Beast General Hector Weiss was well aware that they were surrounded. The most important thing now was to break out. However, Beast General Hector Weiss didn't immediately act because the situation before him was too bizarre. It was clearly just a simple conflict and retaliation over a water source, but so many twists and turns had arisen. The cavemen and centaurs' territories were located in the far north, making them the last people to appear there. Something must have happened that the beast-bodied quadrupeds and half-human beast men were unaware of. Beast General Hector Weisher's face was stern, and he thought to himself, Lord Wei Jia's actions this time are a bit too reckless. All my tribesmen. Beast General Hector Weisher raised his long sword, pointing the tip to the sky, and said to the bewildered tribesmen, "Gather here. Move. Quick." The enemy now was no longer the united demi-humans across the way. He needed to quickly gather all his tribesmen and fellow beast-like quadrupeds to prepare for what might happen next. Beast General Hector Weiss observed quickly, secretly calculating that the strength of the cave dwellers and centaurs wasn't particularly strong, even with their numerical advantage. By combining their strengths, they could still break through the encirclement. Bang! Sandstorm. Ah! Ah! A storm of yellow sand surged from the front of the demi-humans, instantly sweeping dozens of them away. The muffled thud and screams of heavy objects falling echoed. I knew these cave dwellers and centaurs couldn't hold their own. A bold voice emerged from the dust. "Stop! I don't like having to say things twice." The same magical voice echoed throughout the battlefield. As the sand dissipated, a tall, burly figure emerged. The overwhelming pressure made the surrounding demi-humans tremble. The horns on his head were twisted like those of a goat, and his fur was a dark silver white, making him a distinctly goat man. But this person possessed a size and physique far beyond that of an ordinary goat man. He wore a green breastplate with tortoiseshell patterns, and a reddish-brown cloak made of an unknown animal's fur draped over his shoulders. In his left hand, he held a shield inlaid with a large yellow gem, and in his right, a transforming sword with a pale yellow blade. Even the horns on his head were adorned with golden gemstones. This array of magical items and the powerful, oppressive aura spoke volumes about this person's strength and status. "Glorious King Bassar," Beast General Hector Whisper exclaimed in disbelief. The atmosphere grew tense. The situation before them repeatedly exceeded everyone's expectations and imagination. Beast General Hector Whisper quickly gestured to retreat, commanding his tribesmen and the summoned quadrupeds to retreat together. Glorious King Bassar turned his head, his eyes indifferent. "Hector Whisper, it's been a long time since we last met. The most troublesome of these people is you, the one who boasts a 1 against 10 force. However, we're not here to fight. There's no need to be so defensive." King Bass spoke in a resounding, bold voice, then, raising his tone, he shouted to everyone through his magic item, "This playful war ends here. All of this is caused by humans. We demi-humans. King! Damn ogre! I will kill you! Master Claw, how could you possibly lose?" Wailings and roars echoed from the beast-like quadrupeds and half-human beastmen, interrupting King Bass's words. The situation, just beginning to stabilize, shifted again. All the demi-humans of the beast-like quadrupeds began to move frantically. Beast General Hector Whisper's expression changed drastically. He had realized the unusual situation and began to deliberately stabilize it. But at this moment, Beast General Hector Whisper knew that the beast-like quadrupeds were about to lose control. Devil's Claw Wagia is dead. Beast General Hector Whisper stared into the distance with bloodshot eyes. There were only two figures, the ogre Gojin and the Devil's Claw Wagia, lying on the ground, his head tumbling from his head. On this side, Gojin roared in fury. Devil's Claw Wagia hadn't been killed by him, but rather had been attacked unexpectedly. Using his warrior's intuition and keen observation, he had already spotted the attacker, lurking in the shadows, and wanted to pursue him immediately. But the beast-like, quadrupedal demi-humans were already charging in from all directions. Bang! Bang! Wait! Gojin tried to explain, but no one gave him the chance. Faced with the frenzied attacks of the beast-like, quadrupedal demi-humans, he could only retreat defensively. And the ogres, already relatively low in intelligence, whose king, the one who built and ruled their tribe, had come under attack, roared and continued their attacks. In the blink of an eye, the situation, just beginning to calm down, erupted into chaos again. In the invisible state, the leader's gaze flickered grimly as he observed the battlefield returning to chaos. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity has finally presented itself. How could you, a bunch of demi-humans, easily prevent it? As he spoke, the leader's gaze shone brightly as he gazed at the furiously roaring King Boozer in the distance. TSK, compared to the ogres and quadrupeds, this demi-human seems a more suitable target for the ritual. The leader murmured softly with satisfaction, looking up at the skeletal griffin circling in the sky. He nodded imperceptibly. The rich blood energy is sufficient. What's lacking now is a surge of negative energy and death energy to mobilize. Then, swish. Invisibility lifted. The leader and the heavily armored skeleton warrior appeared out of thin air in the center of the battlefield, like ghosts. A dark figure, shrouded in a thick haze of death and negative energy, stood out instantly. A chilling sensation, chilling even the very soul, spread rapidly from the leader. He knew the war he had reignited wouldn't last long, so he had to complete the ritual as quickly as possible. Is it human? That's the undead. That's the guy controlling the skeletal bird in the sky. The demi-humans immediately locked onto the leader. King Hal Boozer's eyes were icy, and his figure suddenly moved. You're responsible for the death of Demon Claw. On the gamble of my title, I use your head as a urinal. Die, human necromancer. King Hal Boozer roared coldly, murderous, like an angry ram. Facing the demi-humans charging from all directions and the hostile, angry gazes, death, chaos, blood, wailing, screaming. The leader, oblivious to everything around him, raised his arms to the sky, as if praising, yet also chanting softly, only true death and chaos can be worthy of true birth. Let these wailing and screaming be even more melodious. Magic rising. Buzz. A shocking wave of magic emanated from the leader's body and poured into the ground. A faint wave, composed of corpses and fresh blood, the blood-linked magic ritual connected to the leader's position. 7th tier magic, undead army. Boom. Boom. The earth covering blood and corpses was broken open. Skeletons, zombies, ghouls, visceral eggs, animated corpses, beast zombies, bloated zombies, crumbling corpses, and so on. Thousands of densely packed undead, centered around the leader, suddenly emerged from the ground. All demi-humans stopped moving, and the atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point. On the cliff, the bodies of Old White Harish, the Blue Maggot King, and the Queen of Pondes lay on the ground, emitting a roasted, burnt aroma. Tang Zheng, holding the faintly breathing demonic figure Nazarini in his hand, gazed down at the battlefield below, which felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured on it as thousands of undead appeared. The astrological detection magic has arrived too. It's really too lively. Tang Zheng raised his head slightly and glanced skyward. Chapter 299. The stench of decay and stench spread with the appearance of thousands of undead. The fear of the living facing the undead mingled with this nauseating odor. It caused some timid demi-humans to vomit. Across the battlefield, every demi-human stopped fighting, bewildered and terrified, looking at the dense masses of undead crawling out of the ground. Even the beast-like quadruped demi-humans besieging Gojin paused. A brief silence. Ah! A visceral egg shot out from its twisting, writhing flesh. Its bloody intestines bound the nearest demi-human and pulled it into its belly. A scream echoed. This shattered the eerie, panic-stricken atmosphere. Glorious King Boozer, the most prestigious figure on the battlefield, immediately roared through a magic amplification device. Everyone, stop fighting. Deal with these undead first. As soon as he finished speaking, Glorious King Boozer's face lit up with an unprecedented solemnity. He raised his shield and grasped the one-handed heavy sword known as Sand Archer. Hector Weiss. And that ogre Gojin. Help me. Deal with this necromancer first. Glorious King Boozer shouted to the two most powerful demi-humans on the battlefield. He had heard of necromancers among humans, who could summon the undead, but they could only summon one or two. Summoning thousands of undead at once, such a scene, was something he had never seen before, not even in legends. This was undoubtedly a magic caster who could be described as terrifying. Faced with such a formidable foe, even the proud demi-human king, King Halbasai, had to resort to the strategy of besieging such a weakling. On the cliff, Tang Zheng looked down, instantly becoming the leader of all demi-human enemies, his brows furrowed slightly. Making himself the target of everyone's hostility? 7th tier magic, undead army. This special type of magic, capable of summoning thousands of undead, appears mighty, but in reality, it's just a swarm of low-level undead. Tang Zheng wasn't even interested in spending skill points to learn such magic. There were already tens of thousands of demi-humans on the battlefield, and 1,000 or so undead wouldn't hold out for long before being annihilated by this horde. What was the point of doing this? Tang Zheng lowered his head and glanced at the barely breathing demon Nazarini, held in his arms. He had already learned the entire story from the other party, and had originally assumed that everything that had happened today was the Alliance leader's doing. This inexplicable war was, after all, deliberately provoked by the Alliance leader, who had killed Black Steel Moa. Later, he learned from the demon man Nazalini that many demi-human races had been aware of the large-scale food trade with humans, but had not acted rashly. Instead, they had secretly communicated with the demon man, the blue maggots, and other races. Therefore, even if today's war hadn't occurred, a rebellion by the Blue Maggot King and other demi-humans would have occurred anyway. Tang Zheng was neither surprised nor shocked by this situation. He didn't regard these demi-humans as fools, and there were certainly intelligent demi-humans among all races. The original plan was to disrupt the entire hills, using his abundant food and water resources to win over some and kill others. Then, leveraging the effects of the drought, he would quickly establish control over the demihumans, thereby threatening the Holy Kingdom and the Celian theocracy and forcing them to resign. Free will could also smoothly intervene, gaining access to high-level officials from both countries. The Holy Kingdom was a minor issue. When it came to the Celian theocracy, Tang Zheng was always cautious, insisting on engaging them in a reasonable manner. In this process, demi-human rebellion was inevitable and necessary. A forced alliance would inevitably lead to a rebellion. The scenario Tang Zheng had given himself, the mysterious red-robed spellcaster, was a route for defeat. What truly surprised him was the change in the situation caused by the appearance of the alliance leader. He didn't believe the other party had instigated this. Khajiit. Tang Zheng recalled what the other party hadn't said before. What did you mean when you said your leader would continue the ritual that was unfinished 20 years ago? Khajiit stood aside cautiously, nodding at first, then shaking his head blankly. At that time, I hadn't yet joined Chironon. I only heard from other disciples that what happened 20 years ago was an operation by the leader to create high-level undead through a ritual. It failed in the end, and I don't know the specific reason. Khajiit replied timidly. Creating high-level undead? Tang Zheng returned his gaze to the battlefield, somewhat surprised. Yes. Khajiit, with no intention of concealing the information, quickly replied in panic. The undead summoned through undead summoning and undead creation are generally limited in strength. The bone dragon summoned by you using the Orb of Death, while not particularly powerful, possess immunity to magic and completely suppress the power of the magic caster. This type of special undead cannot be created through summoning or creation. The Alliance leader wishes to create these special, high-level undead through ritual. He understood Khajiit's meaning. Create chaos, exploit this war, and use the death energy and negative energy generated by the death of demi-humans to complete this ritual. Tang Zheng's gaze narrowed slightly. He understood what the Alliance leader intended. The fundamental purpose of the spell, Undead Army, was to leverage the negative energy generated by summoning thousands of low-level undead to fully unleash the even greater negative energy and death energy on the battlefield. This 7th-tier spell was merely the prelude to the ritual. Tang Zheng's eyes flickered with magical light. Within his field of vision, the entire battlefield, streams of negative energy and deathly aura, invisible to the naked eye, were being drawn by the magical ritual constructed from the countless demi-human corpses and blood on the ground, constantly converging towards the leader's position. A grand gesture. Tang Zheng had previously speculated, but he had never expected the leader to harbor such thoughts. A thought flashed through his mind, and the magical radiance in his eyes intensified. This magical ritual. The death spiral ritual? No, the core isn't right. Something like the core of a blood sacrifice ritual? The blurry, vast ritual on the battlefield, its patterns and structures, gradually coalesced in Tang Zheng's mind, becoming clearer. In the past, he might not have noticed the ritual at all, or even the distinctions within it. But now, under the influence of the Magic Master passive ability of Magic Transcendence, he was no longer aware of it. Tang Zheng could easily discern the difference between the ritual arranged by the Alliance leader and the Death Spiral ritual. Although the framework was the same, the core had changed. Tang Zheng observed with all his might, a terrifying magic and pressure gradually emanating from him, making the air around him seem thicker at that moment. The White Mist Witch and Khajiit both felt cold sweat on their foreheads, breathing with difficulty. Should I intervene? As Tang Zheng analyzed and observed the entire ritual, this thought crossed his mind. No. Tang Zheng's eyes gleamed with a sharpness, and he thought to himself. Although the Alliance leader's appearance had disrupted his original plans, the current situation did not contradict his original plan. The Celian theocracy's astrologers were still watching this place, so there was no need to find a reason now. The only thing that concerned Tang Zheng was whether this ritual could truly succeed and create a high-level undead. The high-level undead Khajiit referred to might not be the high-level undead he imagined. Let me see everything you planned, Your Excellency. Don't let me down. Tang Zheng gradually subsided from the invisible pressure he just unleashed from mobilizing his magical power. After a moment's reflection, he began to issue an order. White Mist. Master. The White Mist Witch felt the pressure ease, and quickly responded with a breath. Since all the demi-humans have rebelled, Kuruksu must be in trouble just as we are. I go now. The White Mist Witch was startled, then realized what was happening. The series of events that had just occurred had prevented her from considering this aspect. No need. Tang Zheng shook his head. There's no need to worry about Kuruksu's safety. Whether it's to alleviate the drought in the hilly areas or to address the water shortage, these demi-humans need Kuruksu's assistance. She's actually quite safe now. These demi-human races won't trust humans, but they will trust you, their fellow demi-humans. Go to Kuruksu and pretend to be assisting these demi-humans for now. After hearing the master's instructions, the panic in the white mist witch's bright yellow eyes vanished. Hee, I understand. The master wants us two to be pawns. You even know the word pawn, Tangjing said. The white mist witch relaxed and quickly left. Well, sir, where are I? Kajit whispered. Tangjing glanced at Kajit and returned his gaze to the chaotic battlefield below. Watch the show. Kajit could only shut his mouth. He couldn't see through Tangjing at all. He had clearly emphasized what the leader was going to do, and the dangers involved. The man before him remained unmoved. The dreaded sense of death constantly assaulted Kajit's heart. In the eyes of the Alliance leader, he was already a dead man. To survive, he could only rely on the mysterious red-robed spellcaster before him. In just a short time, more than half of the thousands of undead summoned had perished. These low-level undead weren't particularly powerful, with the exception of individuals like the Visceral Egg. Most demi-humans, once freed from their fear, could easily dispatch these low-level undead. The Alliance leader's breath was weak at this moment. Casting a 7th-tier spell was no easy task. His focus now focused solely on the 3 demi-humans. Go Jin, Beast General Hector Weiss, and Glorious King Basser. Like sharp arrows, the 3 of them pierced through the layers of undead defenses from 3 directions, swiftly charging towards the leader's position. Stop him, heavy-armored skeleton warrior. The leader's hoarse voice rang out. Bang! The heavy-armored skeleton warrior's footsteps made a dull thud, and as he ran, his bones scraped against each other, making a sharp, crackling noise. He collided with Go Jin first, stopping him. Skeleton Griffin, the leader exclaimed. Hiss! The skeleton griffin, circling overhead, flapped its wings and swooped down rapidly, sending a hissing sound through the air. It also stopped Beast General Hector Weiss. The 2 5th-level undead departed, leaving the leader seemingly protected only by a group of lower-level undead. Sandstorm! Glorious King Boozer swung his one-handed heavy sword, releasing a cloud of earthy yellow sand from the blade. The undead blocking his path were blown away. The pervasive yellow dust not only obscured Glorious King Boozer's form, but also obscured the Alliance leader's vision. The most dangerous aspect of a magic caster is their bizarre magic. Glorious King Boozer understood this well, and so, using his magical equipment, he made it impossible for his opponents to determine his exact location. Get close, and you win. Glorious King Boozer moved swiftly through the yellow sandstorm, his massive body surprisingly silent, a testament to the magical shoes on his feet. Swish! A silver-haired figure circled behind the Alliance leader in a flash. Seeing the leader seemingly still unresponsive, he said, Die, human. Glorious King Boozer sneered inwardly, a ferocious grin on his face, as he suddenly charged forward. Attack without hesitation. Strong wrist strike. Strong strike. Swoosh. The golden pendant item on his horn flashed, its power activated. Glorious King Boozer's massive figure appeared before the Alliance leader in the blink of an eye, his one-handed heavy sword slashing fiercely. Dragon Thunder. The Alliance leader, whose back was facing him, suddenly turned, as if having noticed him. A blinding blue lightning flashed from his arm. Ha ha, I knew you had the ability to detect magic. Glorious King Boozer laughed mockingly, and with a powerful push of his left foot, his massive figure appeared beside the Alliance leader. How could a magic caster's reaction speed possibly match that of a powerful warrior like him? His seemingly all-out attack just now was clearly just a facade. Swoosh! A single-handed heavy sword swung. Bang! A massive, 2-meter-tall black shield, emanating a deathly aura, appeared out of thin air, blocking the leader's side. Shield? Glorious King Boozer paused briefly, his sword swinging without changing its form. Instead, he slashed down with even more ferocious force. Using armor in front of me is foolish. Weapon destruction. A faint stream of light emanated from Glorious King Boozer's body, and his sword struck the massive shield hard. Clang, dang. The single-handed heavy sword struck the black shield, emitting a sharp metallic hiss and dazzling sparks. How could this be? Glorious King Boozer's eyes widened. Not only was the black shield undamaged, but there wasn't even a scratch on it. Chapter 300. Besides being known as King of Heroes in the Hills, Boozer also holds the title King of Destruction. This title, lauded by the demi-humans of all races, stems from his combat style, which excels at destroying enemy weapons, claws, fangs, horns, and the like. Looking at the Black Tower shield, which hadn't been damaged in the slightest by his all-out attack, King of Heroes Boozer's face grimaced, and he quickly moved away, intending to reposition himself and continue his attack. However, the leader's magic was even faster. Destroy Bone Prison. Crack, crack. A magic circle emerged from the ground beneath King of Heroes Boozer's feet, followed by dozens of bone spikes piercing out rapidly. Buzz, a translucent film of light released from King of Heroes Boozer's green magic armor, blocking the impact of the bone spikes. Such magic can't hurt me. I don't know what kind of armor this is, but if a magic caster like you can block my attack once, how can you possibly block it a second time? King of Glory Boozer took advantage of the moment the light barrier blocked the bone spurs and tried to leave the magic's range, but found his legs unable to move. He quickly looked down. He saw his legs were trapped by bones protruding from the ground. Asshole. Boozer's face turned pale. He raised his shield to block himself and activated his martial arts to break free, attack without hesitation. A staggering force erupted from him, and the bone spurs encircling his legs began to crack. The Alliance leader, however, slowly emerged from behind the Black Tower shield. Are you surprised? This shield can block even powerful 6th-tier magic, not to mention attacks of your level. The leader made the magnetic sound of bone rubbing against each other, the black mist surrounding him vibrating constantly, a testament to his rising emotions. I found this in the ruins, a legendary possession of the undead, but unfortunately, there's only one. This arrogant human. You don't think you can rest easy just by restricting his movements, do you? King Hal Boozer's eyes lit up when he saw the leader emerge from behind the solid black tower. He grasped his one-handed heavy sword in his backhand, looking for an opportunity to strike. Common sense tells us that an individual cannot defeat a group. The leader seemed oblivious to King Hal Boozer's subtle movements, continuing his conversation with a sudden rise in his voice. Wrong. That's simply because the individual's power is too weak. At this point, the leader suddenly looked at King Hal Boozer. The magnetic sound of bone rubbing against each other was tinged with a strange tone of joy. How about I give you this legendary magical armor? King Hal Boozer was stunned. No, no. This magical armor is yours. Simply return to its original owner. The leader suddenly chuckled. Bang! King of the Mighty Boozer completely broke free from the bone spurs, leaping high into the air and slashing at the leader with his one-handed heavy sword. You lunatic, die! Teleport. The leader moved, vanishing into thin air. King of the Mighty Boozer's attack missed again. He glanced around, unable to spot the leader. Then, realizing what was happening, he raised his head and gazed upwards. The leader, who had vanished, had reappeared at the highest point in the center of the battlefield. Fly! The leader cast another spell, levitating himself in the air. He gazed down at the thousands of low-level undead below, now completely annihilated, and muttered, The final step is complete. Let me witness your form. Legendary undead. The leader raised his hands, forcing all the magic within him to surge forth frantically, chanting in a high voice, 6th stage, undead creation, change. Boom! The black tower shield at the center of the battlefield vibrated without warning, and dense black negative energy burst forth from within. Instantly, it poured down upon glorious King Boozer, who was closest to the black tower shield. What is this? Bastard. Ah! Glorious King Boozer had no time to dodge before he felt the negative energy surging through his body, uncontrollably howling in pain. At the same time, all the negative energy, death energy, and faint blood mist on the battlefield began to converge upon the black tower shield, then, through its transformation, infused into glorious King Boozer. The horrifying scene instantly shocked every demi-human on the battlefield. Wailing screams. This brought the demi-humans back to their senses, especially the Bafok warriors, who desperately rushed towards glorious King Boozer's position. But as the demi-humans approached, the dense negative energy in the area engulfed them, reducing dozens of Bafok to skeletal remains. The demi-humans outside this area retreated in terror. The negative energy and death energy grew increasingly dense. Glorious King Boozer's cries grew weaker and weaker, finally fading completely as his entire body was completely enveloped by a thick black energy. An oppressive aura spread. A faint roar emanated from the black energy. I bear it. I bear it. The leader's entire body radiated weakness. His withered, bony hands aimed at glorious King Boozer below, constantly controlling the flow of energy and the infusion of magic throughout the ritual. You are truly a powerful demi-human who has entered the hero realm. Any human would have long since collapsed from the encroachment of this deathly aura and negative energy. What a shame! Only one magical piece of equipment from the legendary undead remains. A thought of regret flashed through the leader's mind, but it was quickly replaced by excitement. He could already sense the impending birth of the legendary undead below. Boom! A thick black negative energy suddenly expanded like a heart, then suddenly and rapidly contracted. A rotting arm, covered in a black iron gauntlet, emerged from the black mist, grasped the heavy, 2-meter-tall black tower shield resting on the ground, and lifted it. With this simple movement, the hearts of all the demihumans watching this scene involuntarily skipped a beat. And then, an indescribable chill ran down their backs. Though the entire hilly area was arid, and the blazing sun shone brightly above, at this moment, the demihumans felt an inexplicable chill running through their bodies. Crack! A sound like armor rubbing against each other was heard. The dense black energy enveloping gorgeous King Boozer completely dissipated at that moment. The knight, clad in full black armor and a tattered black cape, stood at least 2 meters tall, though not enormous. Deep crimson veins resembling veins edged across his armor. Thick, gleaming black spikes protruded from the joints of his armor. His helmet, crowned with demonic horns, revealed his face. It was a completely rotten face, somewhat resembling gorgeous King Boozer. A glowing red light of hatred gleamed in his hollow eye sockets. It was an intense hatred and resentment for all living beings. A chilling fear crept up in all the demihumans caught in that crimson gaze. Ha! Finally succeeded. The leader hovered in midair, his voice faintly weak, yet unfailingly excited. The legendary undead. The Death Knight. Go! Show me your strength. Bang! The Death Knight stomped his foot on the ground and broke into a swift run, sending screams of agony from the demihumans in his wake. It was an overwhelming devastation. All the attacks against the Death Knight were ineffective, and few demihumans could withstand a second blow from the Death Knight. Even more terrifying, every demihuman slain by the Death Knight rose from the ground in an instant, transformed into undead, and attacked other demihumans. And the demihumans of their respective ethnicities, slain by the undead demihumans, also became undead and joined in the fight against their former companions. In a matter of moments, hundreds of undead gathered around the Death Knight. Monster! Monster! Run! Witnessing their companions transformed into undead, and the successive deaths of 2 of the renowned 10 great demihumans, King of the Mighty Boozer and Devil's Claw Wagia, most of the demihumans collapsed and fled. This made killing them even easier for the Death Knights. On the cliff. Snap! Khajiit took a step back, his steps unsteady, and he sat down on the ground, his face filled with shock and fear. At this moment, Tang Zheng couldn't help but twitch his lips. So all this fuss and noise was just to create a Death Knight. A strange look crossed Tang Ning's face. He had long known that the so-called high-level undead were shoddy, but he hadn't expected it to be so much. Death Knight Intermediate Undead. This is around level 35, the 6th tier. Its attack power isn't high, only at level 25, but its strength lies in its defense, boasting a level 40 strength. Whoosh! A sound of air-piercing came from afar, and the Alliance leader's figure landed in midair, approximately 50 meters from Tang Zheng's position. As expected of someone I recognize, your problem appears to have been perfectly resolved. The Alliance leader gazed at the dead demihumans behind Tang Zheng, a flicker of admiration in his eyes. He spoke, I'm lucky too. That's the legendary undead Death Knight. You may not know much about this undead, but just know that it's a powerful undead capable of destroying an entire nation. Join Chironon, and together we will transform the Aborian Hills into a true kingdom for our undead. Khajiit sat on the ground, gazing at the Alliance leader's unbridled aura. He was deeply impressed. If only he weren't dead in the Alliance leader's eyes. At this moment, Khajiit would immediately drop to his knees, celebrating loudly and reveling in this honor. Subconsciously, Khajiit twisted his stiff neck, looking at Tang Zheng, who stood nearby, shrouded in a red robe, his expressionless and devoid of emotion. Heh! Tang Zheng chuckled softly, exerting a slight pressure with his hand. Crack! The last remaining breath of the demonic being Najarini had her neck crushed. Experience gained. 51,076 experience slots. 2, 162, 396/410, 000. The Celian Theocracy. Black Festival member Zhan Xingqian Li lived in a somewhat cluttered room, replete with a girlish atmosphere. Zhan Xingqian Li observed the hilly area through her clairvoyance while sitting on the sofa, a teacup in her left hand, and a dessert in her right. The demi-human melee in the hilly area was a spectacle. Zhan Xingqian Li hoped the demi-humans would slaughter each other, thus saving the Celian Theocracy from having to intervene. Originally, Zhan Xingqian Li's expression, seemingly relaxed and at ease, grew increasingly serious as time went on. A sharp ding. Clatter sound echoed through the room. The teacup slipped from her hands and shattered on the ground. Zhang Qianli abruptly stood up, her relaxed expression vanishing, and she gradually became solemn and serious. That's a death knight. How is this possible? To be artificially created? Who is that person? Zhang Qianli muttered to herself, incredulous, her eyes filled with shock. The Death Knight's difficulty level was over 100. While their individual strength was indeed formidable, it wasn't enough to shock even Astrology Qianli, a member of the Black Festival. The truly terrifying and catastrophic aspect of the Death Knight was that it could transform the living it killed into follower zombies. And the living killed by follower zombies would also continue to transform into follower zombies. Given enough time, a Death Knight could easily destroy an entire nation and create a vast army of undead. The gathering of so many undead could naturally trigger the birth of even stronger undead. This was catastrophic. When Astrology Qianli thought of the hilly region and the vast number of demi-humans transformed into undead, a chill ran deep within him. The Death Knight and the Soul Devourer, two types of undead, are both legendary creatures of calamity. She dropped the dessert in her hand. Astrology Qianli rushed out of the room quickly. She needed to report this information to the head priests immediately. The longer time dragged on, the greater the undead army assembled by the Death Knight would become. Water Month. On March 27th, Kailan Shah was drenched in rain. In colorless tranquility. The raindrops pattered against the glass, making a crisp sound. The spacious inn was quiet. Tang Jing flipped through the book he was holding, reading about the records and stories of the legendary 13 heroes of the past 200 years. The green leaf which sat on the sofa with her eyes closed, as if she had fallen asleep. Only the faint ripples of magical energy around her proved she was not asleep, but meditating. Henry, meanwhile, was perched on the table in the center of the room, scribbling on a piece of paper with a pen, occasionally extending her hands and tapping her fingers. She was calculating the money she earned. It was a lot. Henry was both happy and thinking about sending the money back to Karn village and handing it over to the village chief. That would probably help everyone. Well, if I want to send it back, I need to ask other adventurers for help through the Adventurers Guild. Henry's heart tightened at the thought. She felt uneasy about entrusting so much money to someone else to send back. She shook her head and muttered quietly, forget it. I wait until the captain returns to the kingdom, and then personally deliver the money to the village. At this thought, Henry's face reappeared with a smile. She looked up at Miss Suya and the captain in the room, a smile on her fair cheeks. Knock. 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 Suddenly, there was a loud knock on the door. Henry, who was closest to the door, stood up and walked towards it first. Chapter 301. Creaky. Henry pulled open the wooden door and peered curiously outside. It was almost evening, and she had no idea who was there at this hour. The first person that came to her mind was Mr. Pavel, the night watchman. Those terrifying eagle eyes always seemed a bit scary. But what caught her eye was a middle-aged man who didn't look old, but his hair was already graying, and fine wrinkles dotted the corners of his eyes. The middle-aged man saw Henry opening the door, and a smile forced a hint of worry across his face. Is your leader here? I'm the president of the Kailan Shah Adventurers Guild. President? Henry was a little surprised, and quickly opened the door. The middle-aged man nodded slightly at Henry, lifted his foot, shook off the mud on his shoes, and strode into the room. Following movement at the door, Tang Jing's gaze shifted from the page in his hand, unexpectedly glancing at the middle-aged man who had entered. He asked, somewhat surprised, President Birkin? Due to the Holy Kingdom's universal conscription system, truly capable and talented citizens often choose to join the army, which in turn has led to the Adventurers Guild having a very low presence in the Holy Kingdom. However, as an adventurer himself, Tang Jing naturally visited the Adventurers Guild upon his arrival in the Holy Kingdom, and thus knew the president. Sir Tang. President Birkin looked at the surprised Tang Jing, a wry smile forming on his worried face. He opened his mouth, wanting to reminisce or find a suitable introductory point, but realized they were unfamiliar with each other. Two adamantite commissions. The bluntness of his words, coupled with the solemnity of his tone, clearly conveyed the seriousness of the commissions. The air in the room was briefly still. The green leaf which opened her eyes and looked over, causing even Henry to subconsciously clench her fists. Steel-level commissions. These are the highest-level commissions in the Adventurers Guild, and two of them at once. Tap. Tang Jing's gentle smile faltered. He set down the book in his hand and spoke slowly. It seems something serious has happened, President Bakken. You, the president of the Adventurers Guild, have come here in person. So, one of these two steel-level commissions is an emergency commission for the Adventurers Guild, right? Emergency commissions are a relatively rare type of commission within the Adventurers Guild. Higher-level commissions are usually issued by the Adventurers Guild itself. According to the Adventurers rank, gold-level adventurers can indeed reach this level, but steel-level emergency commissions are not eligible for them. However, that applies to ordinary adventurer teams. President Bakken was well aware that, aside from the ordinary girl named Enri, the remaining two had already reached the level of adamantium-grade strength. Indeed, President Bakken nodded gravely. What about the other commission? Though these two adamantium-grade commissions differ slightly, their purpose is the same. Sir Tang, your team is the only one in the entire Holy Kingdom qualified and capable of accepting this commission. From the perspective of the Holy Kingdom Adventurers Guild, I hope your team will accept it. From the perspective of myself and the entire Adventurers Guild. President Bakken said this, emphasizing, please be cautious, even more cautious. This matter is extremely dangerous. It has reached a level that cannot be resolved by individual force. President Bakken looked at Tang Jing seriously, offering a blunt warning. The Adventurers Guild and the adventurers share a close and cooperative relationship. For example, powerful adventurers with exceptional abilities or special talents. The Adventurers Guild must protect them to prevent the unnecessary loss of these powerful individuals and talents. Faced with this unusually serious atmosphere, Tang Jing raised his arms, spread his palms, and said with some resignation, President Bakken, while the situation you've described is serious, we still don't know the exact nature of the commission. Could you please share the specific details? President Bakken shook his head briefly, then nodded. Based on the brief intelligence the Adventurers Guild has gathered, this matter is overly complex, and there are also concerns about the impact. If you choose to accept the commission, I will personally inform you. If you choose not to, it will remain confidential. A flash of realization crossed Tang Jing's eyes. No wonder President Bakken had warned him that just now. Huh? Tang Jing smiled calmly, his gaze growing serious. Now that you've mentioned this, I'm even more curious. Are you sure, Mr. Tang? Indeed. Hearing this answer, President Bakken felt a mixture of emotions, then a slight sigh of relief. He pulled out a parchment scroll with a faint magical effect from his bosom and handed it over. This is the content of the commission. Tang Jing took the parchment scroll and, with a slight force, opened it. The magical effect immediately dissipated. A secret magical enhancement method. Tang Jing felt the magic power dissipate, muttering to himself. His gaze fell on the scroll, and a thought struck him, decipher the magic. President Bakken's expression, initially calm as he watched Tang Jing examine the scroll's contents, gradually shifted to astonishment and shock. There was no trace of surprise. When he first received the news, he was even more surprised than the other party, perhaps even thinking it was a joke. Considering the current situation in the Ablian Hills, President Bakken's expression grew increasingly grave. Snap! A muffled sound. Tang Jing placed the magic scroll on the table, abruptly stood up, and stared at President Bakken. Are these contents true? Yes. According to the intelligence we've gathered, tens of thousands of undead have appeared in the Ablian Hills, and the number is still increasing. President Bakken's face darkened as he spoke in a deep voice. The contents of this parchment scroll are a commission jointly signed by the Adventurers Guild and Her Majesty, the Holy Queen, Karko. The conversation between the two fell into the ears of the Green Leaf Witch and Enri. Enri's face suddenly turned pale. The Green Leaf Witch was startled at first, then a thought struck her. Her bright yellow eyes glared at her shock master, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Don't tell me now that we adventurers are the only ones here, Tang Jing said, staring at President Bakken. A matter this serious cannot be handled by the Adventurers Guild alone. President Bakken spoke, turning to gaze out the window at the drizzling rain. The sky had already darkened. According to the schedule, the Holy Kingdom's most elite paladins and priests departed several days ago, and should arrive in Kalen Shah by midnight tonight at the latest. Also, the Celian Theocracy has also dispatched an elite corps, arriving by tomorrow morning at the latest. This series of information clearly demonstrates the seriousness of the situation. The Holy Kingdom and the Celian Theocracy have a troubled relationship, yet they've managed to achieve a brief period of cooperation under these circumstances. It's clear that the two countries have already reached some kind of hidden consensus. Tang Jing narrowed his eyes slightly. Judging from the timing of the arrival of each party, and the fact that the Adventurers Guild had only just arrived with the commission, it was clear that there was still some confusion on all sides, a sense of haste. But this is also normal. The living killed by the Death Knight will continuously transform into undead, increasing their number. In the game Yggdrasil, this number is limited, but in the alternate world, it's theoretically unlimited. The longer the time drags on, the greater the number of undead, and the more difficult it will become to control. The most terrifying scenario is that tens of thousands of undead will gather together, potentially giving rise to even more terrifying undead. Therefore, swift action is necessary to contain and eliminate them. The leader has really made quite a fuss, Tang Zheng thought to himself, but he had a vague feeling that the leader's true purpose wasn't the so-called Death Realm he claimed to be building in the hilly area. And what about the other commission? Tang Zheng continued. Without further delay, let's go meet the commissioner now, President Bakken responded immediately. The other party used the adjective commissioner instead of the more common term client. Tang Zheng noticed this, his eyes flashing. Cui Yi and Li, you two get ready. Take out all the potions you've stored and be ready to go at any time. After giving his instructions, Tang Zheng left with President Bakken. Enri couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Since joining the Free Will Adventurer team, she had never accompanied the captain on a commission mission. She hadn't expected her first commission to be a steel-level mission. As Tang Zheng exited the inn, he saw a carriage, quietly parked in the rain and fog. President Bakken said nothing, quickly boarding the carriage, pulling the door open and motioning Tang Zheng to join him. Where are we going? Tang Zheng was genuinely curious this time. President Bakken's expression was slightly complicated. You know when we get there. Snap. Grumble. With the crack of the whip, the carriage sped away, its wheels spinning rapidly, spurting raindrops. It was already approaching evening, and because of the rain, the streets were sparsely populated, so the carriage's speed wasn't affected. The atmosphere inside the carriage was somewhat quiet. With such a major event unfolding, Guild Master Bakken was naturally in a bad mood, his face tinged with melancholy and worry. Although the location was in the hilly area, it was incredibly close to the Holy Kingdom. No matter how much they hated the demi-humans, they pale in comparison to the undead. Tang Zheng also remained silent, a thoughtful look in his eyes. Things were going much more smoothly than originally planned. Compared to the threat posed by the demi-humans alone, the threat posed by the undead was a far greater concern to both the Holy Kingdom and the Celian Theocracy. He was curious about what forces the Celian Theocracy would mobilize. Furthermore, next, he might have to fight on two fronts, simultaneously assuming the identities of adventurer and mysterious red-robed wizard. This point, Tang Zheng had already prepared for it, the ninja-class skill, Shadow Clone. Although the ninja clone had drawbacks like muteness and a stiff expression, the mysterious red-robed mage he disguised himself as was already shrouded in red robes, his face completely covered. So, the expression and inability to speak weren't a big deal. Furthermore, as a magic caster, he didn't need to come into close contact with others. The real difficulty, the shadow clone only lasted for 10 minutes, with a full hour of cooldown. 10 minutes was clearly not enough to handle the situation ahead. However, he had found a solution. While it was a bit of a waste of talent, it was the only way. Tang Zheng raised his gaze, looking at the curtains that were vibrating with the rapid speed of the carriage, and occasionally blown up by the cold wind outside. This route. Tang Zheng was slightly startled. Judging from the street outside, and the direction the carriage was traveling, they were leaving Kalinxia and heading east. That direction was the fortress. After nearly an hour of carriage travel, the Great Dun Fortress, the center of the fortress, appeared in front of the carriage. Even in the rain. Still stationed in front of the city gate was a group of over 20 soldiers. At the front of this group stood a thin figure wearing a black round hat, his face wrapped in black cloth, revealing only a pair of sharp, fierce eyes. This person was none other than Pavel, Black, one of the 9 colors, known as the captain of the Night Watch. The mist obscured the distant view. Even the rumbling of the carriage was muffled by the rain. However, Black Pavel's eagle-like eyes seemed to easily see through the rain and fog, their gaze fixed on the carriage heading in their direction. I knew you would accept this commission. Black Pavel raised his hand and adjusted his round hat. A hint of relief and a smile now crossed his formidable, narrow eyes. What had happened in the Ablian Hills was far beyond the capabilities of adventurers. This was no longer simply guarding, exterminating monsters, or collecting items in dangerous areas. Let's be honest. This was a problem that required a national solution. When faced with such a situation, a normal adventurer would have avoided it as soon as possible. Furthermore, the Free Will Adventurer team wasn't from the Holy Kingdom, but rather from the kingdom itself. Clack! The carriage pierced the rain and fog. With the neighing of the horses, it stopped at the gates of central Dunburg. Tear! Snap! President Bakken was the first to draw aside the carriage curtain and step out. He disregarded the falling rain and gently jumped off. Mr. Pavel. President Bakken looked at the figure approaching, his tone soft and respectful. Black Pavel nodded, his gaze not lingering on President Bakken, but on the figure emerging from the carriage immediately behind him. The loose, slightly modified, pure white priest's robe shone brightly in the dim light. What a nasty day today. Tang Jing stepped out of the carriage, wiped his soaked hair, and spoke half-jokingly. Black Pavel silently stepped forward, reaching Tang Jing's front. He suddenly extended his hand and said earnestly, "Thank you. The undead are the enemies of all the living, aren't they?" Tang Jing was startled, then raised his arm and grasped the hand extended by Black Pavel, smiling gently. Friend. Chapter 302. Inside the central fortress of the walled fortress. It wasn't as spacious as one might have imagined, but rather cramped and confined. On either side of the hard stone floor, at intervals, were wall lamps infused with eternal light magic. Even so, the interior remained oppressive and dim. Tang Jing, Guild President Bakken, and Black Pavel stepped down the spiral staircase. With each footstep, a faint echo echoed off the walls. And now, Tang Jing finally knew the identity of the recipient of the Second Steel Grade Commission. Marshal King Gujin? Tang Jing's voice was surprised, and he glanced at Guild President Bakken, who had deliberately lagged behind him. The Adventurers Guild also accepts commissions from demi-humans? I mean, in the Holy Kingdom. Black Pavel remained silent, seemingly unfazed by Tang Jing's description. It's impossible to say that this is normal. Let alone the Holy Kingdom, even in other countries. Well, this kind of thing probably wouldn't happen. President Bakken's expression was somewhat complicated, and he spoke slowly. This matter is indeed a special one. We don't know the specific conditions and topography of the Ablind Hills. We need the assistance of the demi-humans in this matter. Tang Jing waved his hand. That's not what I meant. My relationship with that War King Gojin isn't as good as you think, Tang Jing replied. But that War King Gojin specifically wants to see you. Black Pavel suddenly spoke, his step slowing down, his tone worried. The demi-humans don't trust us humans, and likewise, we humans don't trust the demi-humans. And this War King Gojin took the initiative to fight his way through the hills to seek help and brought back detailed intelligence. Worthy of admiration. We need the assistance of the demi-humans, otherwise that vast hilly region would be a deadly place for us. He spent 10 years in the Baja's Empire. Perhaps there are people there whom War King Gojin trusts more, but time is running out. Right now, you and Gojin are the only ones who already know each other. Only the two of you can barely maintain this fragile partnership between humans and demi-humans in the coming situation. Once Tang Jing realized it was Gojin, he understood the whole story and looked thoughtful at his words. His eyes were calm. From the very beginning, Gojin had been Tang Jing's contact with the Free Will Adventurer team. Such a major matter shouldn't be decided by you. Tang Jing looked at Black Pavel beside him. Yes. Black Pavel tapped his chin and responded seriously, "This is the strategy determined by Her Majesty the Holy Queen. Otherwise, even with the status of 9 colors, I wouldn't be able to withstand the repercussions and consequences of allowing humans and demi-humans to collaborate." I see. Tang Jing sighed. Your Majesty is as gentle and kind as the rumors say. Black Pavel glanced at Tang Jing with narrowed eyes, opened his mouth to say something, but swallowed it back. Using gentle and kind to praise a king wasn't exactly a good description. He knew Tang Jing didn't mean that, and besides, there were rumors of such a thing throughout his own country. Black Pavel couldn't help but feel a headache. If you said what you just said in front of His Majesty's admirers, you'd definitely be challenged. Black Pavel chose to offer a warning. Tang Jing chuckled softly. The three of them were heading towards the cell where Gojin was being held. To be more precise, Gojin had allowed himself to be imprisoned. It was a way of demonstrating sincerity, albeit a somewhat clumsy one. Tang Jing didn't think this method would quickly gain the Holy Kingdom's attention. The reason for mobilizing elite troops so quickly was probably a reminder from the Celian theocracy. Before they even reached the cell, Tang Jing heard faint arguments echoing in the air. Sir Alrond, leave it to me from now on. You've been sitting here for a day and a night. You need to rest. A steady voice rang out. Hey, I've already said I personally guard this demi-human. A gruff voice followed, its tone thick with impatience. Or are you planning something else? Don't think I'm unaware of your feelings. Those eyes, brimming with resentment towards the demi-human, can't even hide. The gruff voice roared. This is the mighty man who defeated me, a true warrior I recognize. How can I hand him over to you? Heh. Those filthy nobles, who barely survived being deprived of their territories a while ago, Are you planning to vent your anger on this truly powerful warrior? Lord Alrund, please be careful. We have no such intentions, and you're not the only one who clings to the so-called warrior spirit. We are soldiers following orders. Even if we harbor personal grudges, we won't let them interfere. The sounds of heated arguments grew clearer, reaching the ears of Tang Zheng and the other two approaching. Black Pavel's already sharp and dangerous gaze grew colder, and he involuntarily quickened his pace. Soon, the three arrived at the cell where Go Jin was being held. They saw a burly man wearing a horn helmet, sitting at the cell door, facing off against a small group of soldiers. With the arrival of Tang Zheng and the other two, the arguing paused. The small group of soldiers were the first to notice Black Pavel, who was walking quickly in the front. Their expressions suddenly changed, and they quickly bowed their heads respectfully. Soldier Captain! Soldier Captain! The burly man also turned and looked at Black Pavel, a wild animal grin on his face. You're back. As he spoke, the burly man looked at Tang Zheng, his eyes filled with curiosity. Alrund, is this how you treat your superiors? How many times have I told you this? Black Pavel spoke coldly, causing the soldier standing nearby to shrink back in fear. Excuse me, Sergeant. Alrund finally rose from the ground, saluting with a seemingly standard yet somewhat casual gesture. Alrund, one of the 9 colors of the Holy Kingdom, a powerful figure who had earned the title 9 colors solely through his strength. Although he belonged to the same 9 colors as Black Pavel, his rank in the Holy Kingdom soldier hierarchy was only that of a squad leader. This situation stemmed from Alrund's dislike of following orders. He needed someone stronger than himself to command him. This led to frequent clashes with superiors and nobles, resulting in dozens of demotions. In the entire central fortress, the only person he could obey orders was Black Pavel, who had defeated him once before. Red Alrund? Tang Ning's heart skipped a beat when he heard his name. In his opinion, his personality and approach made him more suitable to be an adventurer, rather than a soldier who followed rules and obeyed orders. You should go back first. Black Pavel addressed the nearby squad. Yes, Sergeant, the squad leader replied respectfully, quickly leaving with his squad. Tell me what's going on. Black Pavel's face sullenly sneered. Hee hee. Red Alrund chuckled softly. I just think these young soldiers might cause unnecessary trouble. This cage won't hold that guy. If any of these soldiers with a grudge against the demi-humans were foolish enough to provoke Go Jin, things would become troublesome. If anything unexpected were to happen, in the absence of Black Pavel, he would be the only one who could stop Go Jin. You're the adventurer Go Jin is concerned about. Our sergeant has mentioned you before, and you seem quite capable. Would you like to fight? Red Alrund responded, then immediately turned to Tang Zheng and spoke excitedly. Alright, Alrund, leave this to us, Black Pavel interrupted. Okay. Red Alrund shrugged, brushed the dust off his pants, and yawned, then I go back and rest for a while. Huh? You don't have much time to rest right now. Get ready. We're heading to Kalen Shah soon, Black Pavel warned sternly. Oh, okay. Red Alrund brushed his stubble, grinned, turned, and quickly left. Black Pavel shook his head, looked at Tang Zheng and the others, and said embarrassedly, Excuse me, you two. Follow me. As he spoke, Black Pavel had already opened the cell door and walked in. With each step, a new cell door appeared. After opening 3 doors in succession, a rather spacious prison cell appeared before the group. Go Jin, a massive figure over 3 meters tall, sat quietly in the center of the cell. Some food and water lay beside him, but he didn't seem to have eaten them. Swish. Gore King opened his eyes, and looked at the 3 people standing outside through the iron bars. His gaze immediately fell on the white figure. Your aura has become stronger than the last time we met, Gore King said softly. Tang Zheng observed Gore King, whose expression hinted at fatigue. It seems a lot has happened recently. How did you know I was in the Holy Kingdom? Because of the regeneration potion. I see. After a brief exchange, the air fell silent again. Black Pavel and Guild President Bakken exchanged glances, neither interrupting. From their exchange alone, they realized that Tang Zheng's earlier statement, our relationship isn't as close as we'd imagined, wasn't a hint of modesty. We've only met once. Why would you trust me? Tang Zheng was genuinely curious. Trust? Go King shook his head. To be honest, I don't like you, who uses demi-human blood to make potions. But of all the people I've come into contact with, you're the only one who looks at demi-humans the same way Osko does. In your human terms, you're a good person. Suddenly given the good person card, Tang Zheng was speechless, his expression helpless. Your presence here means the Holy Kingdom is safe. Can we leave? Go King asked. Of course. Black Pobble exchanged glances with Tang Zheng, then, seeing Tang Zheng nod in response, spoke, pulling a key from his pocket and preparing to unlock the cell door. No need. Go King stood up, a powerful aura emanating from him. With a simple tug of his rough hand, he tore through the seemingly solid iron bars. Chairman Botkin's eyelids twitched. With Go King, the key demi-human, confirmed, everyone left together. Late night. The rain outside had stopped. A half-moon appeared in the sky, obscured by a light mist. When Tang Zheng and his group emerged from the central fort, the sky had already completely darkened. Everyone boarded the carriages again, but this time, 2 carriages left the central fort, carrying Black Pobble, Red Orand, and Go King. The 2 carriages simultaneously headed back towards Kailan Shah. Gulp! Gulp! The carriage wheels whirred rapidly on the wet ground, making a rhythmic humming sound. Tang Zheng sat by the window, gazing out from time to time with a thoughtful look in his eyes. He understood why everyone was so anxious. According to the Adventurers Guild president, the Holy Kingdom's elite paladins and priests would arrive in Kailan Shah tonight. As the Holy Kingdom's top fighters, Black Pobble and his companion would inevitably participate in this war against the undead. Given the current state of affairs, they would quickly depart for the Ablian Hills in a day or 2, perhaps even sooner. At midnight, the fortress city of Kailan Shah reappeared in front of the 2 horse teams. President, take this. Tang Zheng, leaning against the carriage, spoke to President Botkin beside him. But he was only halfway through his words, when he suddenly reached out, drawing back the carriage curtains and peering outside. Bright, dazzling white rays of light streaked from the distant sky. Dozens of them, strikingly bright in the night. They're heading this way. President Birkin exclaimed in shock. Angels? Tang Zheng narrowed his eyes. President Birkin couldn't see clearly, but he could see clearly. Those streaks of white light were summoned creatures resembling angels, adorned with silver armor and resembling Pegasus. 3rd-tier angel summoning, steed angels. Tang Zheng knew this type of angel summon. These special angels lacked offensive power, but possessed the ability to travel long distances, similar to mounted monsters. In his field of vision, each horse angel bore 2 figures adorned with strange and bizarre attire. Such attire. Sunlight scripture, it's here so quickly, Tang Zheng thought to himself. Chapter 303. Under the night sky. Dazzling white streaks of light flew over Tang Zheng and his companion's carriage and entered Kailan Shah. Whoa! The carriage curtain fell again. President Botkin asked, somewhat dazed, what was that? The astonishing sight had left him with an incomparable shock. If it weren't for the divine aura emanating from those lights, President Botkin would have thought they were under attack. They arrived even faster than the president had previously predicted, Tang Zheng said with a calm smile. You mean, the sunlight scripture? President Botkin exclaimed. The sunlight scripture within the Theocracy's scripture core is one of the few Celian Theocracy forces revealed in international intelligence. Even so, little is known about this force. After a brief pause, the 2 carriages continued toward Kailan Shah. As they approached the city gate, the situation was completely different from when they had left. As a fortress city, Kailan Shah was protected by an incredibly strong fortress known as a fortress, but it maintained a constant military presence. In history, a subhuman race called the Thresh, using their ability to change their skin color and the suction cups on their palms, secretly scaled the fortress during rainy nights and infiltrated the Holy Kingdom. After the tragedy that destroyed dozens of villages, a detachment of elite veterans guarded the gates of Kailan Shah day and night. But now, the gates, which should have been closed long ago, were not only completely opened, but even the elite veteran station there had vanished, replaced by knights clad in silver-white armor. The blue emblem of the Holy Kingdom was emblazoned on the chest armor of these knights. This wasn't equipment worn by ordinary knights. It was the standard equipment of the Holy Kingdom's elite paladin order. 2 carriages stopped at the city gate. It seems I won't be able to sleep well tonight, Tang Zheng said to President Botkin, who sat across from him, looking increasingly worried and anxious. He stood up, pulled aside the curtain, and walked out of the carriage. Sir! President Botkin suddenly said. Tang Zheng paused as he stepped out of the carriage and turned his head in confusion. My own safety is paramount, even if this mission to subdue the undead in the hills fails. President Botkin spoke seriously at first, then lowered his voice to the end. I hope to see the day when Free Will becomes an Adamantite-class adventurer team. Thank you for your good wishes, President. Tang Zheng smiled in response and stepped out of the carriage. Considering the danger of this incident, the 2 Adamantan-level commissions far exceeded the normal upper limit for commissions at that level. Regardless of success or failure, The Free Will Adventurer team would essentially secure advancement to adamantine-level adventurers. The prerequisite was that they returned alive. President Bakken took a deep breath, his expression regained its composure, and he followed. From another carriage, Black Pavel, Red Orand, and Go King also disembarked. This carriage had clearly been modified and reinforced to accommodate a demi-human of Go King's size. Ordinarily, Go King, who had the closest relationship with Tang Zheng, should have shared a carriage with Tang Zheng, but for various reasons, Black Pavel and the other two rode in the same carriage with Go King. In reality, it was a disguised form of guarding. Even though Go Jin had made his stance clear, the people of the Holy Kingdom remained vigilant and alert in the face of the demi-humans. As soon as Go Jin's conspicuous figure appeared, it was still clearly visible even in the darkness. The several paladins guarding the city gates immediately stared at Go Jin, slightly agitated, but without any hostile gestures such as drawing their swords. Crack, crack. A warrior wearing the same standard armor, with a gray-white cloak at his back, emerged from behind the city gates. The heavy armor made a low, metallic sound of friction. The rhythmic, emotional clacking sound of his iron boots against his knee armor, especially as they struck the ground, conveyed a sense of heavy power. The man had a fearless face, short blonde hair, and neatly cropped bangs, giving him the appearance of a calm and composed person. Long time no see, Pavel and Orand. Before they even approached, a brisk, steady voice rang out. Long time no see, Gustavo? Black Pavel nodded. Red Orand raised his hand. Oh, it's you. After a brief greeting, the warrior named Gustavo arrived before Tang Zheng, a steady smile on his face. Hello, Gustavo Montañez. Current Vice Captain of the Paladins, on behalf of the Holy Kingdom and the Paladins, I thank you for your assistance. Vice Captain Gustavo stood firm in front of Tang Zheng, raised his right hand to his chest, and gave a knight's salute, displaying an extremely solemn attitude. Young? The young man before him was much younger than he had imagined. He seemed to have a calm demeanor, and should be easy to approach. This thought flashed through Vice Captain Gustavo's mind. If the Adventurers Guild hadn't provided false information, no one would have guessed, based on appearance alone, that this young man possessed the strength of an adamantium-class adventurer. Perhaps even stronger than he was. Vice Captain Gustavo's attitude was neither humble nor arrogant, yet also held a hint of respect. Hello, Vice Captain Gustavo. Tang Zheng spoke gently, briefly responding before glancing back at Go Jin. In that case, I returned to the colorless Tranquility Inn. For now, his temporary mission was complete. In Calinxia, the paladins and priests had recently arrived, and even the Sunlight Scripture troops, who were supposed to arrive tomorrow, had arrived early. The relationship between the Holy Kingdom and the Celian theocracy was likely still in a state of chaos. Tang Zheng had no intention of joining in the fun. He now represented the Adventurers Guild, which was as powerful as any other, but still outnumbered. Since the paladins had arrived, then the paladin leader, Remedios, that simple-minded and reckless woman, should have arrived as well. Nigan, the captain of the Sunlight Scripture, was not someone to be trifled with. Tang Zheng was most interested in who would lead the priest corps. Quirret? He wasn't sure, and he didn't bother to guess. He would know soon enough. Thank you. Deputy Captain Gustavo felt an inexplicable sense of relief, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He was already fretting over whether Tang Zheng would proactively request a meeting with their leader or inquire about the expedition plan. None of this was properly prepared. If he tried to evade the issue, he worried that Tang Zheng would feel slighted or suspicious. Since the other party didn't ask too many questions and didn't seem to be interfering, Gustavo clearly sensed that the Tang Zheng before him was different from the adventurers he had encountered before. Thank you for your hard work, Captain Tang. I will send someone to inform you immediately if anything happens. Vice Captain Gustavo bowed again. I will also return with your Excellency Tang. President Bakken followed suit. He had already done what he needed to do, and naturally had no intention of staying any longer. Late at night? 107. Tang Zheng returned to the inn, and the Emerald Leaf Witch and Inley were the first to greet him. Captain, Inley's brown eyes flashed with nervousness. What is that adamantine grade commission? She was no longer the naive little girl she had been before. The dangers of a commission of this level frightened Inley. It wasn't just the commission itself, but also because she was just an ordinary person, and she worried she wouldn't be able to help at all, and would only hinder the captain and Miss Sueya. In fact, until now, Inley still remembered the captain's words about her having some kind of talent, though it had been so long. She didn't even know what talent the captain was referring to, and she didn't dare ask, fearing it was just a casual remark. Inley, this is a bit dangerous. Tang Zheng looked at Inli, who was forcing herself to appear calm, and raised his hand to gently ruffle her chestnut blonde hair. Captain! For the first time, before Tang Zheng had even finished speaking, Inli spoke loudly. I want to join too. I help. Maybe she die? Inli isn't afraid. Looking at Inli, who had always been gentle and vulnerable, suddenly revealing a stubborn side, Tang Zheng was silent for a moment before smiling gently. Okay. Inli's slightly chubby cheeks lit up with joy. Fearing Tang Zheng might regret it, she quickly promised, I won't hold the captain and Miss Tsuya back. But Tsuya, which remained expressionless, only glancing at Inli from the corner of her eye. After this period of contact, the Tsuya, which found herself quite fond of this kind and gentle human girl. Compared to her sister, the White Mist Witch, she was much more obedient and easygoing. But she liked her. She still didn't believe Inli was a gifted human, and she couldn't understand why her master valued her so highly. Before the mission begins, you two should get some rest, Tang Zheng said to the two. The Tsuya, which was fine. Inli was, after all, just an ordinary person. Yes. Inli nodded emphatically, and left the room. Master, Bai Wu. The green leaf which remained, whispering worriedly. She hadn't seen her sister in ages, ever since the master had her handle matters in the hilly region. Now, hearing about the large number of undead appearing in the hilly region, she remained somewhat concerned. Even within the master's plans, she was still somewhat worried. She can come back after this matter is over. She still be useful to me, Tang Zheng said calmly. Compared to his attitude towards Inli, Tang Zheng was much colder towards the twin witches, and it was precisely this attitude that reassured the green leaf witch. The two of them knew too many of their master's secrets. Compared to emphatic words like safe and reassuring, the phrase useful to the master actually reassured the twin witches. The soft glow of eternal light illuminated the room. The night outside the window was deep, and the moonlight had dimmed due to several days of overcast skies. Tang Zheng sat on the sofa, a thoughtful look on his face, repeatedly recalling the entire incident, checking for any gaps. No problem for now. The only flaw lies with the lizard man Kuruksu. But there's the White Mist Witch, plus the remaining lizard men in the Great Wetlands. The lizard man Kuruksu knows what to do. Tang Zheng reflected on the situation, checking for any gaps, and felt certain. After all, the people he was dealing with weren't fools. Even if they were limited by their limited knowledge, they might not overthink things. Tang Zheng needed to clear up any doubts beforehand. After the hill incident, this matter, currently suppressed by the Holy Kingdom, the Celian Theocracy, and the Adventurers Guild, will surely be disseminated and publicized, reaching even more people. The Free Will Adventurer team can also leverage this incident to leapfrog into a steel-level adventurer team. That's right. The Alliance leader will lose. This isn't Tang Zheng's plan to directly defeat the Alliance leader through sheer force. Not to mention the Holy Kingdom, the Celian Theocracy must have made thorough preparation simply by deploying the Sunlight Scripture. In the future, even facing warrior Captain Gazef, he'd be willing to use the demon sealing crystal containing the 7th level angel summoning. This time, against the legendary undead Death Knight in the eyes of those from another world, the slain Theocracy wouldn't be so stingy. At least, Tang Zheng felt that the Alliance leader's chances of winning were indeed slim. It was precisely because of this that Tang Zheng suspected the Alliance leader's goal wasn't to establish a kingdom of death in the hilly region. So what is it? As Tang Zheng pondered, he stretched out his hand and grasped at the void. A translucent, slightly blue potion appeared in his palm. Item: Magic Alchemical Solution, Fusion Potion, Level, Advanced, 31 to 40. Description: This alchemical solution, crafted from a mixture of various special bloods, grants the drinker the special states of weakened breath and fusion. A certain degree of compatibility with the object being fused is required. The higher the compatibility, the smoother the fusion. Conversely, a lower degree of compatibility results in more severe damage and damage to the user. Tang Zheng gazed at the fusion potion in his hand, his eyes growing more solemn and serious. This potion was brewed using the demi-human blood of the White Mist Witch, the Green Leaf Witch, and the Ogre, using the magical item, the Magic Crucible. The Dragon Blood potion gave Tang Zheng a new idea. He could experiment with brewing potions using a mixture of demi-human blood. Previously, he had seen the White Mist Witch fuse with a summoned angel, allowing it to persist for extended periods of time. Tang Zheng was excited, believing he had found a way to extend the lifespan of summoned creatures, similar to the Bone King. He put in a lot of effort before finally creating the fusion potion. The results were significantly different from those achieved through the White Mist Witch's own racial talent. The fundamental reason lay in the degree of compatibility. Chapter 304. Compatibility. Tang Zheng stared at the light blue, translucent fusion potion in his hand, his eyes flickering. Ninjutsu, shadow clone technique. Illuminated by the perpetual light overhead, the shadow beneath Tang Zheng's feet began to wriggle, as if a ball of black liquid were rising from it, condensing into shape in the blink of an eye. A shadow clone, identical in appearance to Tang Zheng, emerged from the shadow and stood before him. No need to adjust the strength of this aura. Tang Zheng examined the summoned shadow clone, a look of satisfaction in his eyes. Besides the issue of its short duration, the shadow clone, used as a magic caster, could indeed serve as a standalone combat force. After summoning the shadow clone, Tang Zheng didn't stop. His body trembled, and a sacred power gathered within him. He then said calmly, "Heroic spirit." Swish. The air contracted. A pure white figure appeared instantly, as if already there, standing in the room out of thin air. A powerful pressure dissipated, and a vortex of air instantly formed and spread out from the pure white figure's center. Swish. The objects in the room were blown by this vortex, causing slight vibrations. The heroic spirit stood quietly by, exuding a sacred aura while emitting a powerful and sharp aura. One didn't even need to perceive it. At a glance, it was obvious that the heroic spirit was far more powerful than the shadow clone. After all, the shadow clone only truly inherited Tang Zheng's magic power and agility, and these two values were not his highest. The heroic spirit completely inherited Tang Zheng's attributes. Its stats alone were overwhelming. Although Tang Zheng had always used magic, his warrior abilities were no less impressive. Using my trump card skill for this incident is truly a waste. Tang Zheng sighed, unscrewing the stopper of the merge potion in his hand, opening the vial and pouring it over the heroic spirit. The light blue, translucent liquid landed on the heroic spirit, instantly emitting a pale blue glow that enveloped it. The next moment, ripples spread across the heroic spirit's body, creating light blue ripples and emitting a faint glow. Under Tang Zheng's control, the heroic spirit arrived in front of the shadow clone and charged directly into it. Instead of knocking it away as expected, the heroic spirit completely merged into it. The pale blue light flashed again. The two clones completely merged into one. This solves the problem of only being able to exist for a short time, Tang Zheng thought to himself, observing the completely fused heroic spirit and shadow clone. The shadow clone's existence is shorter, but the heroic spirit can last for an extremely long time. This is similar to how the white mist which merges into a summoned angel, allowing the angel to exist for a longer period of time. Both the heroic spirit and the shadow clone belong to Tang Zheng's own power, so their compatibility is extremely high, and there's no need to worry about integration issues. My control has also become stronger and easier, Tang Zheng thought. The shadow clone immediately performed all sorts of bizarre moves. These were street dance moves from his previous life, which Tang Zheng had only mastered briefly. However now, relying on his strong and agile physique, he could easily replicate all sorts of complex moves. Let's go to the hilly area. Tang Zheng took the clothes he'd been wearing from his item box, and tossed them to his shadow clone. After donning them and disguising himself as a mysterious red-robed spellcaster, the shadow clone cast a teleport spell and vanished into the living room. Tang Zheng closed his eyes, and clearly sensed the shadow clone, now in the hilly area. Controlling it was effortless. It was a bit like a summoned creature. After giving it a basic command, it could move freely based on that, but some details still required Tang Zheng's personal control. The leader's identity is currently unknown. It's uncertain whether he's from the Celian Theocracy. Just in case, when you contact the Celian Theocracy next time, have the shadow clone show up in front of the leader as well. This will completely eliminate suspicion. Tang Zheng made this arrangement to prevent any possibility. The situation in the other world was complex, and there were countless old perverts, especially those who had lived for a long time. The shadow clone didn't need to communicate with the leader. Simply showing up from time to time would be sufficient. Tang Zheng's current partnership with the Alliance leader was already on the verge of collapse, though neither side had fully resolved the issue. It's still a matter of compatibility. If that can be resolved, the integration potion might actually offer a chance for a turnaround. Tang Zheng's gaze fell on the empty transparent potion bottle in his hand, his eyes gleaming with a keen glint. The angels he summoned himself naturally had the highest compatibility, but when it came to integrating with other demi-humans or humans, the results of his experiments so far were unsuccessful. Tang Zheng pondered this. Is the so-called compatibility of merging with angels related to justice or class? Or perhaps something else entirely? The Bone King possesses a supreme necromancy build, allowing him to use special skills to create ever-present low dash, mid dash, and high-level undead. He tried to achieve this by trickery, but it was clearly not as simple as he imagined. The night deepened. The moon was lowering. March 28th, 3:37 a.m. In the corridor, outside the room, the creaking sound of iron boots on wooden planks reached Tang Jing's ears. Looks like we need to leave early. Tang Jing turned his head, gazing out the window at the night, and whispered softly. A moment later. Dang, dang, a soft knock on the door sounded. Tang Jing walked to the door and opened it. Standing there was a paladin. Captain Tang, sorry to bother you so late. The paladin member first examined Tang Jing curiously through the slit in his helmet, then quickly spoke respectfully. The man was fully armed, his face covered by a helmet, making it difficult to discern his features. Only by his build and tone of voice could one deduce that he was a young man. It's okay, Tang Jing said. Our leader invites the Free Will Adventurer team to discuss a battle plan. The paladin member explained the purpose of his visit. Click. Click. The doors of the guest rooms opposite and to the right of Tang Jing's room opened, and the green leaf witch and Inli emerged. Since you two are awake, let's get ready. Tang Jing knew neither of them had slept, especially Inli. Inri could see faint dark circles under her eyes, and her spirits were clearly high, a bit overly nervous. It would be strange if she could sleep in this state. The battle meeting took place in a fortress near the city wall of Kailansha. There were actually more suitable locations, but to avoid causing too much commotion, they didn't hold it in the city center. When Tang Jing and his group arrived, they found a large number of elite troops already gathered. A glance revealed three factions: the paladins, the priests, and the sunlight scripture. The three factions were dressed differently, making them easily distinguishable. The paladins wore full armor, with a blue emblem of the Holy Kingdom on their chests. The priests wore white priest robes with blue markings on the hems and cuffs. They also wore light armor on their upper torsos and arms. Although their attire differed, their overall characteristics remained consistent. The outfit of the Sunlight Holy Scripture on the other side was even more peculiar. Primarily black, its coats were visible upon closer inspection, constructed entirely of a special metallic thread. Under the moonlight, they reflected a cool, metallic sheen. On their heads, they wore silver helmets shaped like bottle caps, revealing only a fist-sized circular opening for breathing and vision. The three armies, each stationed in their respective areas, cast numerous glances at Tang Jing and his group. Ninjutsu detection. Tang Jing silently activated his magic detection technique, his brows raised slightly. The Holy Kingdom hasn't mobilized all its elite troops, has it? The Sunlight Scripture was fine, as one of the Celian Theocracy's ace troops, requiring a minimum of a third-tier faith-based magic caster to join. The Paladins were more normal though, with the lowest level being above level 7. The average level of the priests was a staggering 10+. Amazing! Imri leaned against the Devil Hound, carefully observing the three elite troops. Her heart skipped a beat. Even though the three troops were resting, their aura, unmistakable, still exuded a powerful sense of oppression and a conviction that no enemy could match. This kind of conviction, in particular, could only be possessed by troops steeped in religious aura. Bang! Bang! The paladin led Tang Jing and his group to the combat meeting room, extending his armored arm and gently knocking on the door. Come in. A calm voice echoed from the meeting room. The paladin pushed open the door, stepped to the left, and signaled Tang Jing and his group to enter. Tang Jing peered into the room. The first thing that caught his eye was a large rectangular table in the center of the living room, with several figures seated at it. The room was relatively empty, devoid of unnecessary objects. Several paladins stood at attention in various corners. As the door opened, everyone's gaze darted inward, a mixture of curiosity, inquiry, and, more often than not, suspicion. I'm not late, am I? Everyone. Tang Jing spoke calmly and quietly, without any hesitation. He took steady steps and entered the makeshift meeting room. The Greenleaf Witch's nerves tensed slightly. She could clearly sense that several people in the room held auras no less powerful than hers. Interestingly, compared to the Greenleaf Witch, who rarely showed any signs of emotion, Inli was less nervous this time, her expression relatively calm. I can't embarrass the captain. Inli took a deep breath, repeating to herself, no matter how powerful these people are, they're not as high-ranking as His Majesty the King. Back in the kingdom, she had already met the king, the princess, and the prince, and the thought made her feel more at ease. As a common person, Inli wasn't very sensitive to the powerful auras emanating from the people in the conference room, unless they were deliberately targeting her. Deputy Captain Gustavo leaned over, raised his arm, and greeted, "We just arrived a while ago, too, Captain Tang. It's urgent." Sorry to bother you making another trip so late. Of all the Holy Kingdom personnel present, he was the only official representative to have met Tang Zheng before, making him the perfect person to greet and explain. The young man before him not only possessed the strength of an adamantium-class adventurer, but was also a representative of the Adventurers Guild, assisting the Holy Kingdom. In terms of attitude, caution and seriousness were essential. The undead are the enemies of all living beings. There's no need to be polite about such trivial matters. Tang Zheng simply responded to Vice Captain Gustavo, making his stance clear. The undead are the enemies of all living beings. The already somewhat ambiguous atmosphere in the meeting room paused, and everyone's gaze towards Tang Zheng changed. The Holy Kingdom and the Celian theocracy had always been at odds with each other. Now, the Celian theocracy had not only been the first to discover the problem in the hilly area, but had also entered the Holy Kingdom's territory with a relatively high profile. It was said to be assistance, but the attitude was more like urging. Tang Ning's words set the tone quite high. Both parties were staunch believers, like paladins and priests. This statement was absolutely perfect for the current situation. In the combat meeting room, the paladin guard standing around looked at Tang Zheng with a look of recognition. At the same time, the several intelligent individuals at the conference table quickly perceived the other meaning or subtle intention behind Tang Zheng's words. At the main seat at the front of the long table, a girl with waist-length brown hair rested her chin on one hand, a benevolent expression on her face. After hearing Tang Zheng's words, their light brown eyes immediately fell on the tall, conspicuous figure of Go Jin, perched in the corner of the long table. Ha ha, the enemy of all living beings, not just humans. The brown-haired girl's narrow eyes twitched, and she thought to herself. There were only 8 people at the conference table. With the exception of one person, Tang Zheng knew who everyone else was. Seated at the head of the long table was a young girl with long brown hair. Judging by her attire, she looked like a priestess. She bore a striking resemblance to the armored woman to her left. Like twins. If it were just one person, Tang Zheng might not have been sure, but based on their appearance and attire, it wasn't hard to guess. Quillet, the leader of the priest corps. Remedios, the leader of the paladin order. Quillet is here too? Tang Zheng was surprised. The fact that both her right and left hands were dispatched by the Holy Queen, Carco, showed the seriousness of the situation and her attitude towards it. However, Quillet would actually agree to this. The Holy Queen Carco had just completed a purge of the Holy Kingdom's nobles. Leaving at this moment might not be a good idea. Next to Remedios sat 2 middle-aged men, also wearing paladin armor. One was Vice Captain Gustavo. Tang Zheng didn't recognize the other man, nor did he have any impression of him. Then came Red Arend and Black Pavel. Across from the Holy Kingdom group sat a man with short blonde hair, ordinary features, a scar on his face, and a stern, unapproachable demeanor. The captain of the Sunlight Scripture. Negan. Though he was just one man, his aura was no less impressive than the Holy Kingdom's. Finally, in the corner sat Go King. Chapter 305. Tang Zheng's gaze didn't linger on the people at the conference table for long, just a quick glance. He turned and headed towards Go Jin's position. He took 2 steps. Whoosh! A sharp sound of piercing the air echoed from behind him. Magic armor. The Greenleaf Witch shouted coldly. Ding, dang! The sharp weapon pierced Greenleaf Witch's chest with precision, but was blocked by a layer of translucent magic armor, making a crisp sound at first. Then the force of the short spike increased, causing the armor to emit a dull sound, but it was still blocked by the magic armor. The sudden situation startled everyone in the hall, or perhaps the person who attacked was so quick that they were not noticed until the moment they attacked. Inside the conference room, the paladins standing guard drew their swords in unison. The short sword thrust at the green leaf, which was a specialized stabbing weapon called a short spike, not a particularly effective one. On the other hand, anyone who could wield this type of weapon must be extremely skilled. It's blocked. A brisk, deliberately drawn-out voice came from the person wielding the short spike as they launched the attack. It was a brightly colored woman with fluffy blonde hair that covered her forehead. Her smiling purple eyes gave her seemingly cute, feline-like features the menacing aura of a carnivorous beast. When Tang Zheng turned and looked over. "Hey, cute little brother." The short-haired woman, still holding the short spike in one hand, continued to apply force. While raising her other hand, she greeted Tang Zheng with a familiar air. Tang Zheng certainly didn't look very old, only about 17. The short-haired woman across from him was clearly older, in her 20s. Corrosion break. Faced with the sudden sneak attack, the green leaf, which was clearly enraged, chanting coldly and casting a spell. If it weren't for the power of the wild transformation ritual bestowed upon her by her master, even without transforming, she would have gained a certain boost. Otherwise, the opponent's sneak attack would have been impossible to avoid. "Stop," Tang Jing said. The anger in the green leaf witch's eyes froze, and she immediately stopped preparing to cast magic, glaring fiercely at the short-haired woman. Seeing the green leaf witch, a demi-human known in intelligence reports, so obedient, everyone present's eyes flickered slightly. "I want to know what's going on," Tang Jing said in a serious and somewhat cold tone, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. "Clementine, why is Miss Funny here?" Tang Jing was a bit surprised and astonished. She was a member of the Black Scripture, so the implications of this were quite intriguing. Judging from her appearance, hadn't she defected yet? "Don't be so nervous. Just a quick hello to your demi-human teammates, really. Clementine also put away her short spike, feigning a cute look. Her eyes flicked to the golden nameplate hanging from Tang Jing's waist, and she popped out her cheeks slightly. "What? A gold-level nameplate at that?" Hearing this light sarcasm, Tang Jing's heart stirred. "TSK. Clementine licked the corner of her mouth. "The magical defense is quite strong. Using martial arts should be able to break it." Clementine quickly analyzed the information she had gained from the previous attack. The green leaf witch bluntly rebuked him. "I don't think that's a greeting." Bang. "Enough." Remedios slammed the table and stood up, his sharp eyes gleaming like a blade. "Are the only brave adventurers the Adventurers Guild can still dispatch the demi-human teams? And you, a woman who appeared out of nowhere, barging into a combat meeting? Don't you even have basic etiquette and the rudiments of obeying orders?" Remedios harshly rebuked, expressing his dissatisfaction. With that, the atmosphere froze. Quirit's outstretched arm froze in midair. He had noticed Remedios' movement to rise, and was about to reach out to grab him. This inexplicable conflict was between the adventurer team Free Will and the Celian Theocracy. The Holy Kingdom could just watch the show. They could also use this opportunity to gain intelligence on both sides, a win-win situation. In the end, he was still a beat too late. After all, a magic caster's reflexes couldn't match a warrior's. How adorable. Clementine tilted her head, her eyes full of amusement, her tone rising at the end. Her fiery gaze was unabashedly fixed on the Holy Kingdom's national treasure, one of the 4 holy swords, hanging from Remedios' waist. "Clementine, what are you doing? Are you not interested in this meeting?" Captain Negan frowned, speaking for the first time. He knew Clementine wouldn't obediently follow his orders. As someone with a status, he was naturally aware of Clementine's situation. The selection of members for the Dark Festival prioritized selection from the other 5-color Sacred Scripture teams. As captain of the Sunlight Sacred Scripture, he was also a candidate. However, Negan knew full well that neither his strength nor his talent could compare to these true monsters. It was precisely for this reason that Negan was deeply surprised by Clementine's involvement in this incident, and the fact that the head priests above her even agreed to it. "I've already said it. Just a greeting. This Kalenshaw fortress is boring." Clementine shrugged and said casually. This nonchalant attitude caused Quirit's eyes to suddenly change, and he looked at Clementine seriously, taking in the scene before him. "So." Tang Jing raised his head, his usual calm expression completely gone, a hint of indifference in his eyes. "No explanation, right? Then I say hello too." Tang Jing straightened his back, suddenly smiled, and the sleeves of his naturally drooping white priest robes moved. Bang, bang, in an instant, a dazzling, sacred white light converged in the hall, and a powerful aura suddenly emerged. Quirit, Captain Negan, and the others' expressions changed. The air vibrated. 2 4th-tier angels, the Angel of Surveillance and the Angel of Tranquility, appeared simultaneously above Tang Jing's head, radiating tiny specks of white light. Dual angel summons? Captain Negan's eyes widened. With his strength, he could only summon a single 4th-tier angel. Kirat leaned forward, pressing her slender hand against the table, her eyes equally startled. The information provided by the Adventurers Guild wasn't very detailed. She only knew that this team possessed adamantium-grade adventurers. Even adamantium-grade adventurers had their strengths and weaknesses, not to mention the rumor that the other party was a genius alchemist. One of the main reasons for inviting Free Will to participate was to leverage their regeneration potion. Before you see, 2 4th-tier angels. This is simply the power of the hero realm. Boom! The Angel of Surveillance flapped its wings, and its massive form appeared in front of Clementine, not far away, as if teleporting. A silver short hammer appeared, and it swung heavily. Clementine's eyes flickered with silence, then a flash of excitement. Without a second's hesitation, she raised her short mace and swung it out as well. Fortress of Unfall. However, the Angel of Surveillance's short hammer didn't strike down, but suddenly stopped mid-strike, rendering Clementine's defensive technique useless. With a swish, the Angel of Tranquility flew out from behind the Angel of Surveillance, a spear and staff materializing in its palm, and swung it down immediately. A strike against evil. Clementine's expression changed. Fortress of Unfall had just been unleashed, and she had no time to dodge. She could only barely twirl the short mace across her chest. Bang! With a heavy, muffled thud, Clementine's body was uncontrollably blasted out of the combat meeting room and toward the courtyard. Tang Jun watched the scene calmly. Clementine's sudden attack had clearly contained murderous intent, directed not only at the Emerald Leaf Witch, but also at him. Is it related to the Alliance leader? Has Clementine secretly joined the Chiron at this point? Tang Jun thought, raising his arm and waving it. The Angel of Tranquility and the Angel of Surveillance both flapped their wings and flew out of the combat meeting room simultaneously, charging towards the recently blasted Clementine. Immediately afterwards, outside, the cries of the resting Holy Knights and other elite troops could be heard, along with the cries of Clementine engaging two fourth-tier angels in fierce combat. Ignoring the sudden silence and eerie atmosphere, Tang Jun led the Emerald Leaf Witch and Enri to the conference table. Under Go Jin's gaze, he sat down beside him. Can we begin the meeting? Tang Jun calmly glanced at the various expressions on the table. Remedios rested one hand on the hilt of the sword at his waist, ready to speak. Remedios, sit down first. Clack kicked Remedios with his foot, then stood up, his eyes curved slightly, and he smiled softly. This is Remedios, captain of the Paladins. He's been troubled by the recent undead situation in the hilly area, and he's been feeling a bit anxious and agitated. On behalf of the Holy Kingdom, thank you all for your support. These simple words brushed aside Remedios' recent offense against both sides, while simultaneously regaining the initiative. Remedios glanced at his sister, who wore a fake smile, and sat down in silence. Knowing that his words had caused a negative impact, he was indeed not as good as his sister in handling this matter. Sir Negan, are you here? Colette asked with a smile. Let the meeting begin. Captain Negan glanced at Tang Jun, but made no other move, simply nodding his head and responding calmly. Is that so? Colette was a little surprised and astonished. The previous conflict and the battle outside didn't seem to have affected Captain Negan at all. Perhaps it was this reaction that was surprising. Colette thought a few things and sat down again, his eyes becoming serious. Then let the meeting begin. It seemed to me that these people's behavior was a little different than expected. Tang Jun leaned back in his chair, his gaze lingering briefly on Remedios and Captain Negan. Remedios didn't have the overly radical, prickly, paranoid air of the original novel. This was partly due to the fact that the Holy Princess Carco and her sister Colette hadn't died, but Captain Negan's behavior was peculiar. The legendary Undead Death Knight, estimated to have a difficulty of over 100, can create zombie companions, which in turn create more zombie undead. Based on current intelligence, the number of undead in the hilly area is estimated to have exceeded 30,000. Faced with such a large number of undead, and the terrifying abilities possessed by the Death Knights, ordinary soldiers are useless. On the contrary, if killed, they will become one of these undead. Therefore, we must rely on the absolute elite to quickly eliminate and destroy these undead. The rapid flow of information poured out made the expressions on everyone's faces grow increasingly serious. The strength of ordinary undead is not high, but when their numbers reach tens of thousands, they become extremely terrifying. The undead are tireless, but humans are not. Furthermore, the gathering of a large number of undead will naturally lead to the birth of even stronger undead, Captain Negan said with a cold and serious tone. The Paladins have 300 members, the priests have 200, and there are 80 members of the Sunlight Scripture. The total number is less than 600. Quillet pondered, the other issues aren't serious. The key is supplies. Kalen Shaw, as our nation's fortress city, does have a considerable supply. But without logistical support, the supplies each person can bring are truly limited. The Ablayan Hills are vast, and the annihilation of the undead likely won't be completed in a few days. Without logistical support, food becomes the biggest challenge. If we rely solely on local supplies, there are too many variables. Huh? Go Jin, whose presence was low and who everyone pretended to ignore, suddenly sneered in an odd tone. The next moment, Keelalat and the others all turned their gazes. Sensing the undisguised disgust and resistance in their gazes, Go Jin sighed inwardly and glanced at Tang Jun, who sat beside him. He had indeed disliked the black-haired boy before. But after interacting with the humans before him, he found them even more annoying. It's just a food issue, no need to worry. Gorking's gruff voice echoed, saying calmly, we demi-humans just traded a large amount of grain with you humans a while ago. Have you forgotten? The air fell silent. Embarrassment crossed the faces of everyone in the Holy Kingdom. Oh, is there such a thing? Tang Jing feigned surprise, patted Gorking's shoulder, and spoke with a surprised smile. Yeah. Gorking nodded in a humming voice. Captain Negan's face darkened slightly, and he unabashedly cursed, stupid. No one had expected that the food trade would now become their most important resource, but this only made the Holy Kingdom even more embarrassed. Remedio's face flushed red with anger, staring intently at Gorking. If that's the case, then the supply problem is solved. Once we reach the hilly area, I have to trouble Lord Gorking. Karat placed a hand on Remedios' arm, his expression still gentle as he spoke. Next, another question concerns the terrifying magic caster who can control the Death Knight. The entire meeting proceeded at a brisk pace. Besides exchanging intelligence, the action was anticipated and planned. There was no disagreement throughout, clearly indicating that both the Holy Kingdom and the Scion Theocracy had prepared a plan. Snap! Well, everyone. Karat pressed the table, stood up, and said sternly, to prevent the appearance of more powerful undead and unexpected situations. Depart immediately. Any further comments? No one responded. Then, let's go! Karat began. Chapter 306. As everyone left the combat meeting room, they saw Clementine, still locked in combat with two 4-tier angels. So entertaining, hee. The leisurely, playful laughter echoed through the night. Clementine's nimble figure constantly moved between the Angel of Tranquility and the Angel of Surveillance, a short spear in each hand, rapidly engaging in attack and defense. The two massive 4-tier angels, facing the incredibly agile Clementine, could only suppress her. Ding! 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 The dense sound of metal clashing echoed across the square like a torrential downpour. The elite troops of the paladins, the priests, and the sunlight cannon, stationed nearby for rest and recuperation, all looked at Clementine in awe. Powerful. Crazy. This was everyone's first reaction upon seeing Clementine's display of power, and her perverted laughter. So strong. Red Orin pursed his lips, his head, adorned with a horn-shaped helmet, swaying slightly, as if eager to join in the action. Black Pavel lowered his black round hat, his eagle-like gaze fixed, and warned, don't do anything stupid. As he spoke, Black Pavel quickly scanned the crowd, taking in their expressions. He then glanced at the unremittingly calm Tang Jing, his heart pounding. Were the two angels not surprised to fail their opponents? Could it be that this Captain Tang was even more powerful than that? At this moment, Clementine, currently being besieged by two angels, also noticed the person emerging from the conference room. This boring meeting is finally over. Clementine pushed her legs down, then leaped with all her might, somersaulting midair to avoid the angel's attack. She landed headfirst, her short, fluffy blonde hair drooping as she smiled. I'm getting bored just sitting here. Drop. Just as she was about to hit the ground, Clementine braced herself with one hand, spun around, and landed easily in a half squat. Little brother, thank you so much for summoning these two little toys to keep me company. Little toys? The elite soldiers present froze at the mention of this. Boom! Boom! The Angel of Surveillance and the Angel of Tranquility flapped their wings, charging towards Clementine again. Snap! Tang Jing raised his palm and snapped his fingers, causing the two 4th-level angels to simultaneously stop and hover in midair. The next moment, white light emanated from the two angels, transforming into numerous points of light and dissipating. Miss Clementine, I'm glad you like it. Tang Jing spoke calmly, then continued, also, I hope Miss Clementine can use any extra energy she has on the enemy she's about to face. Oh huh. Clementine's smile grew even brighter, and she stared at Tang Jing through half-closed eyes. Tang Jing smiled back. Two level 28, 4th-order angels were unable to defeat the other. Clementine's strength is indeed among the best among human warriors. Conversely, given Clementine's personality, her inability to destroy the two angels suggests that the opponent's attack power is weaker than its speed. Among the people present, besides himself, the only one who could rival Clementine in terms of physical strength was probably Remedios. TSK. A soft, neither too loud sound emanated from Remedios' lips, his silver-armored hands folded across his chest. Are you still wasting time? Clementine, have you forgotten what the head priest instructed you to do? Captain Negan's face had already darkened, his expression sullen as he suppressed his anger. If it weren't for Clementine's unique situation and status, he wouldn't have wanted to join her on this mission. There are 2 Quintia in the Black Scripture. Compared to the other, this woman is a psychopath possessing the power of a hero. It's a pity that the other Quintia died. It even led to the terrifying near annihilation of the Water Scripture investigating this matter. This matter is a closely guarded secret within the church, and even he only knows a few details. Hearing the words head priest, I know. Clementine averted her gaze, a bored expression on her fair face. She gripped the short spear in her hands, and sheathed it on her back. Captain Tang, Captain Negan, you too. Glancing at the scene before him, Quirit's eyes were solemn, but his expression remained gentle as he spoke. The slain theocracy actually has such a powerful being? I've never heard of him. Quirit glanced at Remedios from the corner of his eye, and noticed his sister's serious expression. He immediately understood Clementine's strength. What was the slain theocracy's intention in sending such a mysterious and powerful being? No wonder Captain Negan remained so calm, unfazed, even after seeing Captain Tang and Clementine clash. And then, there's Captain Tang. The level of these 2 angels is definitely not that of ordinary 4-tier angels. This situation is urgent. Captain Negan, still sullen, spoke coldly to Quirit. Then, turning to look at Tang Zheng beside him, a smile forced through his stiff features. Captain Tang, Clementine has a rather erratic personality. Please don't take what happened just now to heart. This attitude surprised Tang Zheng. Because of Clementine, his first encounter with the slain theocracy was not a pleasant one. It was also his first meeting with Captain Negan, who was rather friendly towards him. No, Tang Zheng replied simply. One thing. Remedios suddenly spoke, his gaze fixed on Inri, who was a little uneasy behind Tang Zheng. Before we go out, I'd like to ask Captain Tang, are you sure you want to take this ordinary person with you? Remedios did dislike Clementine, despite her obvious personality issues and her formidable abilities, but he wouldn't say much. The opponent's power could play a significant role in the upcoming battle against the undead, but this ordinary girl from free will. Remedios had a more serious opinion. Inri. Yes, Captain. She die? Inri isn't afraid. The girl clenched her fists, her eyes determined, her earnest voice ringing out under the gaze of everyone. Tang Zheng turned and smiled gently, saying, this is her will, and the will of the free will team. Humph. Remedios stared at Inri, then at the smiling Tang Zheng. His sharp gaze softened, and he snorted coldly, turning away. If you die, don't blame others for not warning you. Ha ha! Gee! King let out a hearty laugh and raised his hand to pat Inri's shoulder, but paused in an instant, realizing that with his strength, a slap would likely injure her. He grinned, I admire you, human girl. Don't worry, even if your captain can't protect you, I won't let you get hurt. Inri puffed out her cheeks. The brief interlude quickly ended, and the 3 parties. No 4. The Holy Kingdom, the Celian Theocracy, the Adventurers Guild represented by Tang Zheng, and the Demihumans represented by Ji. King all knew that the relationship between them was more fragile than they had imagined. If it weren't for a common enemy, the 4 parties would never have come together. Under the urging of their respective captains, the resting elite troops quickly gathered. Captains Quirit, Remedios, and Negan returned to their respective units. Black Pobble, Red Orand, Ji, King, Clementine, Tang Zheng, the Green Leaf Witch, and Inri gathered together. Each of them had distinct fighting styles and methods, acting independently from the 3 armies, providing a certain degree of support and supplementary function. The middle-aged paladin, the only one whose identity Tang Zheng hadn't known, now also knew his identity. The other vice-captain of the paladins. Pink Eye Sactro? Remedios was also one of the 9 colors, given the title White. Of the 9 colors of the Holy Kingdom, 4 have gathered here alone. From this lineup, Tang Zheng could sense the Holy Queen Karko's determination to annihilate the undead in the hilly region. The 9 individuals in the 9 colors weren't awarded titles solely based on their strength. Those who had made significant contributions to culture or the nation were also given titles. The few before me could be said to be the 4 strongest of the 9 colors. Xiaoshui Yu. March 28th, 4:59 a.m. The night sky was dotted with only sparse stars. Nearly 600 of the absolute elite left Kalen Shah and arrived first at the walled fortress. The gates of the central stronghold, unopened for decades, opened, and everyone passed through the walled fortress, heading straight for the Abelian Hills. The scorching sun scorched the earth. The dry air and withered grass filled everyone's view. It was already dawn, and after several hours of travel, they finally entered the hills at daybreak. Though not far from the Holy Kingdom, the climate difference between the 2 places seemed drastic, leaving many people astonished and puzzled. There's something wrong with the climate here. Captain Negan looked up at the sky, his heart sinking. This didn't contradict his previous inferences. The group was currently located in a somewhat desolate forest. Due to a lack of water and the extremely hot temperatures, the leaves of many trees were extremely sparse or even yellowed. Everyone rest. Karak gave the order at this moment. The Celian theocracy had sent the sunlight scripture as an auxiliary, so ostensibly, Karat of the Holy Kingdom was the overall commander. According to the pre-planned deployment, all members of the Paladin Order dispersed, forming a circle to protect the priests and magic chanters of the scripture core within, to prevent any unexpected events. Hills, southern area. Corpse pit. Densely packed mounds of earth dotted the landscape. Even though the scorching sun hung high in the sky, an inexplicable chill permeated the entire area. Beneath the mounds and the ground, countless undead slumbered. A dense mass of negative energy and deathly aura, imperceptible to the naked eye, constantly flowed and converged within the area. At the edge of the vast corpse pit, a stench of decay, as if fermenting for decades, steadily rose from the deepest recesses of the pit. It was a stench that would make any ordinary person faint. Mosquitoes and flies swarmed skyward, enveloping the area like a black cloud, their buzzing sound tingling the scalp. I said I'd give you a chance. The leader, shrouded in a pitch-black negative energy, stood quietly at the edge of the pit, his pale, half-disappearing eyes fixed on a figure within. Kajiat! The other party had already fallen into a coma, lying in the center of a pile of rotting corpses. Turning around, the leader ignored the stench and walked outside. A dense swarm of thumb-sized mosquitoes and flies flew around, but never dared to approach the area where the leader was standing. Bang! Heavy footsteps followed closely behind. It was a towering Death Knight, following the leader step by step. Its terrifying aura and pressure seemed even stronger than when it was first born. A faint black energy emanated from his eye sockets and limb joints, even making the red lines on his armor look even scarier. When the leader left the area and reached the periphery, he saw two figures, each sitting on a raised mound of earth. An elderly man, wearing a dirty, dark gray robe, with graying hair and a stern face, looked to be in his 60s. Black insects hovered around him, and before him stood a strange demi-human, a species known as the blade worm. Another man, a middle-aged man clad in black armor, his face covered in wounds as thick as fingers, looked exceptionally ferocious. The dark armor was emblazoned with images of beasts, a rugged, brutal quality. An icy aura emanated from him, and at his side lay a long sword, equally black, its blade gleaming with a faint yellow magical glow. These two were two of the 12 apostles of Chironon. Excluding the deceased and Kajiat, there were 10 other disciples, all of whom had to do something, barring those too far away or requiring special arrangements. The leader had summoned only these 2 disciples. Alliance Leader. Alliance Leader. The gray-robed elder and the black-armored warrior both turned their heads and spoke respectfully. How are those rebellious demi-humans being dealt with? The leader's hoarse voice echoed. I've dealt with a few. The gray-robed elder's expression was slightly awkward. The demi-humans are now huddled in a corner, led by the Snake King known as the Seven-Colored Scale. They're a bit troublesome. The leader remained silent. The air was still, and an invisible pressure seemed to emanate from the leader, causing a trace of cold sweat to break out on the gray-robed elder's forehead. Roar! Suddenly, the Death Knight, who had been standing quietly behind the leader, his crimson eyes lit up, and he roared with a dry, hoarse voice, as if he had lost his vocal cords. The leader tilted his head slightly, to look at the Death Knight. It looks like the guest we've been waiting for has finally arrived. The undead are most sensitive to the presence of the living, and a large number of undead corpses are already buried in this land. The Death Knight can sense the presence of the living as soon as they approach. Crack! The black-armored knight raised his head, a twisted smile on his scarred face. I heard the Holy Kingdom's paladin leader wields Saphirigia, one of the 4 holy swords. I wonder if she come here. As he spoke, the black-armored knight drew his black long sword from the side. I really want to know, which is stronger, her holy sword or my rotten sword? Chapter 307. Looking at the sword in the black-armored knight's hand, its blade gleaming faintly with a faint yellow light, he said, the corrupted sword, crocodile. The gray-robed mage's withered eyes shone with envy, and he chuckled softly, after you die, I will carefully preserve this sword for you. This sword is one of the 4 weapons of the Black Knight, one of the legendary 13 heroes. Besides the scarred figure before him, the other sword is in the hands of the woman from the Kingdom Adventurer Team Blue Rose. As for the other 2, the Evil Sword and the Death Sword, their whereabouts are unknown. This is a truly remarkable collection. What a pity! He's not a warrior. Otherwise, to wield and use such a weapon would be a true blessing. The gray-robed mage's fiery gaze chilled the black-armored knight's gaze. Take your filthy gaze away from this sword. A stinking creature like you should stay with your insects. Faced with this undisguised disgust and mockery, the gray-robed mage paid no attention, but the greed in his eyes had subsided somewhat. Two senior disciples were arguing. The leader ignored them, instead gazing into the distance, lost in thought. After a brief silence, he said calmly, "What is that guy doing?" The gray-robed mage's expression froze. He knew the leader was asking about the mysterious red-robed magic caster. He had only met him a few times, though they had never exchanged a single word. But he could sense that the mysterious red-robed magic caster's strength was perhaps even greater than his own. He's been frequenting the demi-human gathering area lately. He seems to be searching for something? The gray-robed mage spoke doubtfully, then continued, "Alliance leader, do we need to call them over to join this operation?" "No. You two, plus this one, are enough," the leader's hoarse voice echoed. The Death Knight stepped forward, his terrifying crimson gaze and chilling pressure spreading across the air. The temperature around them seemed to drop several degrees again. "Oh, it's the enemy." The black-armored knight raised his rotten sword and whispered in amusement. The gray-robed mage's heart trembled. He had originally thought that the red-robed spellcaster might become one of his most talented disciples, but now the Alliance leader doesn't seem to be interested. Or perhaps he's changed his mind. "I'm not interested in playing hide-and-seek with these people. Since you're here, don't leave. We're just in need of a few strong corpses." The black negative energy permeating the Alliance leader's body trembled slightly, and his cold tone echoed in the terrifying atmosphere before him. In popular tales, like heroes' tales and adventure tales, heroes and adventurers always gradually whittle away their enemy's strength, gathering intelligence and ultimately achieving victory. Reality is not a biographical novel or a tale told by a bard. "Yes, leader. Yes, leader." The gray-robed wizard and the black-armored knight nodded respectfully in unison, then turned and departed. Watching the two gradually disappear, a hint of anticipation flickered in the leader's pale eyes. Does that legendary secret society really exist? Yes, it definitely does. After this incident, it should be enough to draw their attention. The leader's faint muttering echoed faintly across the empty landscape, teeming with undead. And now, on Tang Xing's side. After a brief rest, the three elite troops immediately set out, heading towards the hilly terrain to the south. They had to travel as quickly as possible during the day, reaching the southern water source within 3 days to reunite with the remaining demi-human tribes. They only carried 3 days' worth of food and water. Any more would slow their progress. According to the normal route, with the demi-human Go-Jin leading them, 3 days would be enough to easily reach the destination, but in reality, it would take much longer. First, they had to maintain sufficient stamina. Second, they had to guard against undead attacks. These two factors alone reduced their travel time by a third. Click, click, the evil hound trotted along at the rear of the group, while Henry clutched the bone chain tightly, sitting on its neck. "Captain, Henry's cheeks tinged with shame. Everyone else was marching on foot, leaving her sitting on the hound. Feeling the occasional strange glances from all around, Henry naturally felt a little embarrassed. "Just sit back there and relax." Tang Xing shook his head, his eyes surveying his surroundings as he spoke calmly. At the same time, his body moved forward with a brisk, light step. This was a magic caster from the priesthood, casting a lightness spell on everyone, conserving energy and increasing speed. But Henry lowered her head slightly, her fingers turning pale as she gripped the bone chain. "Henry." "Captain." Tang Xing gestured to Henry to focus her attention on the 3 people ahead. "Observe those 3 closely, and pay attention to how they lead their troops." "Ah, yes." Henry nodded, puzzled, and quickly looked over. The 3 were Captain Remedios, High Priest Quirit, and Captain Nigan. They'd begun moving over there, even faster than expected. Tang Xing frowned slightly. The information transmitted through his shadow clones had allowed him to immediately detect the Alliance leader's actions. Strange. The Alliance leader would actually directly declare war on the Holy Kingdom and the Celian theocracy. No matter how you think about it, it's a bit strange. Winning or losing wouldn't benefit the Alliance leader much. The intelligence is too limited, missing some key information. It's impossible to discern the Alliance leader's true intentions based on mere speculation, Tang Xing thought to himself. "Tang." A familiar voice came. Tang Xing looked at Black Pavel, who was following closely behind. As a top archer, stationed at the rear of the team, the opponent didn't need Black Pavel's skills during the day. His sharp eyes, capable of seeing clearly even in the darkness, truly shine in the darkness. Clementine, on the other hand, was at the forefront of the team. With her agility and speed, she was well suited to the role of scout. Pavel, Tang Zheng replied softly, tilting his head. The two had long since become familiar with each other, so they addressed each other by their respective names. You truly value this companion. Black Pavel glanced at Inri, seated on the devil hound, from the corner of his eye. Tang Zheng raised his eyelids, realizing that Pavel had overheard his brief conversation with Inri, which was why he spoke so. Everyone thinks she has no talent. Tang Zheng shrugged and chuckled. But I don't think so. I've always believed that everyone has talent. It's just that they lack the opportunity to discover it, and the effort to realize it. Hearing this, Black Pavel's eyes widened. The usually calm and unmoved man showed a rare change of expression. Tang, that's a brilliant point. You know, I have a daughter who has a great talent for archery, but I really don't understand why she chose to become a paladin. Oh, I don't mean to say that paladins are bad. She's a bit timid. She cries at the sight of a caterpillar. For a girl. Black Pavel seemed to have flipped a switch, and he spoke incessantly about his daughter. Tang Zheng's face was filled with helplessness, and he could only pretend to listen. Speaking of which, the other person's daughter was Nia, one of Tang Zheng's most disliked humans. But that was Nia in the future. Right now, she was just an ordinary girl. Not far away, Orange Red also approached Go Jin, seemingly seeking instruction in combat techniques and skills, something Go Jin found rather tiresome. Quirit didn't stop their relaxed, casual demeanor. Instead, it seemed like a deliberate indulgence. It was precisely because of this that the tension that should have permeated the air, along with the fear of death facing tens of thousands of undead, was greatly alleviated. However, the faint stench of corpses in the air kept the elite soldiers' nerves on edge. Along the way, a sense of desolation pervaded everywhere. Forget the sight of normal beasts, monsters, or even demi-humans. Even the chirping of insects and birds was completely absent. What this signified was self-evident. The place they were in seemed like an utterly dead place. This oppressive atmosphere hung like a mountain over everyone's heart. As the sun set high in the sky, the atmosphere grew even more oppressive and tense. As the nominal commander, Quirit immediately ordered the camp to rest and began deploying magical precautions and protective measures before nightfall. Magic lights flickered continuously from all directions. Although the undead could move during the day, as dead beings, they rarely appeared on their own initiative unless controlled by humans. Night was the time when the undead truly moved. This was why everyone traveled so quickly during the day and rested before dark. The scorching heat filled the air with a stifling feeling. Tang Zheng glanced at the group of people, a renowned general with his helmet removed, his face drenched in sweat, guzzling water from his water skin. After a brief moment of thought, he stepped forward. Deputy Captain Gustavo, Tang Zheng called out to Gustavo, who was mid-instruction among the paladins. Deputy Captain Gustavo turned in surprise. When he saw it was Tang Zheng, he quickly approached. Captain Tang, what's going on? Everyone's water skin should be empty by now. That's right. The climate in the hills is unusual. It shouldn't be this hot in this month. In that case, there's something I need to discuss with you, Tang Zheng said softly, expressing his thoughts. Vice Captain Gustavo was initially surprised and hesitant, but then a look of delight crossed his face. Excellent, Captain Tang. I need to report this to the captain and Lord Quirit. No problem, Tang Zheng nodded. Having sensed the impending attack through his shadow clone, Tang Zheng wasn't about to remain indifferent. He intended to assist everyone to the best of his ability. He wanted to see if the Alliance leader truly intended to annihilate them. Quickly, Quirit, Remedios, and Captain Nigan approached. Captain Tang, your suggestion is a good one, Quirit said with a smile. Remedios, in a rare display of friendliness, rested his hand on his holy sword and said casually, Thank you for your help. Not a big deal. Tang Zheng shook his head and replied softly. Thank you, Captain Tang, but wouldn't this waste the already limited water supply? The paladins will consume even more. Another vice captain, Pink Eye Sadro, nodded to Tang Zheng before speaking with concern. Then prioritized the paladins. Half a bag of water from the sunlight scripture and the priests should be enough. Captain Nigan offered his proposal. All right. Quillette paused and nodded. Quickly, dozens of paladins began to move, collecting water bags from the priests and the sunlight scripture troops. They gathered all the water inside and poured it into a makeshift large water bag made from cloaks. Inri took 10 bottles of regeneration potion from the limited supply carried by the devil dog and poured them all into the large water bag. Alchemy. Tang Jing's hands radiated magical light, allowing the poured regeneration potion to completely dissolve in the water, creating a diluted version. With his abilities, it could be completed in the blink of an eye, but to avoid suspicion, he had to delay. Thank you very much. These guys are much more energetic after having your potion. Deputy Captain Gustavo looked at each paladin as he distributed the diluted potion, a look of gratitude on his face. This potion was created by genius alchemy, and even in its diluted form, it relaxed the paladins' tense nerves and even brought a few more smiles to their faces. No need to thank me. Tang Jing said nonchalantly, then changed the subject. By the way, Vice Captain Gustavo, can I see the sword in your hand? In unfamiliar situations, rashly touching or asking for someone's weapon is rude and can easily provoke hostility. After what just happened, the relationship between the two sides has clearly grown closer. This is the standard weapon of our paladin order. It's nothing special. Vice Captain Gustavo raised his hand and scratched his knuckle-length blonde hair, then reached out and pulled out his weapon, handing it over. The other party spoke lightly, but Tang Jing knew that such a weapon was not so easy to obtain. It was a silver-white blade, engraved with the insignia of the Holy Kingdom's Paladin Order. The faint magical reaction confirmed that it was a magical item. Besides its inherent value, obtaining this weapon was also part of the ceremony to become a paladin. In short, it was of great significance, unique to every paladin. Buzz. Touching the weapon, longsword, revealed basic class information. Paladin. Are you ready to take the position? A striking weapon. Tang Jing observed the longsword in his hand with an unwavering expression. After a sigh of admiration, he raised his hand and returned it. Haha, this weapon has been with me for over 10 years. It may not be as valuable as some truly expensive weapons, but its significance is extraordinary. If Captain Tang likes it, you can request one from our captain. However, the heraldic mark on it will need to be removed. Deputy Captain Gustavo said half-jokingly as he retrieved the weapon. Forget it. I'm a magic caster. Holding such a weapon would be a waste. Tang Jing shook his head and smiled in response. His fingers deliberately brushed the other man's silver-white armor, lingering briefly. Buzz. Touching armor, paladin armor, obtaining intermediate class information, Holy Knight. Are you ready for the position? Chapter 308. Holy Knight. They actually found it. Tang Jing was stunned at first, then a look of surprise crossed his eyes. He had originally been thinking of giving it a try. The classes of the leaders of the Paladin Order weren't difficult to guess. What interested Tang Jing were the mid-level Holy Knight and the Evil Slayer, whose status wasn't clear whether it was low-level or mid-level. Besides the latter, which only Remedios possessed, the Holy Knight class wasn't uncommon. Vice Captain Gustavo also possessed it. After a brief exchange, Tang Jing excused himself by saying he had just finished refining a potion and needed to recover his mana. He went to where the evil hounds were and leaned against Xiao He, appearing to rest. In reality, his attention was already focused on the attribute panel. Job! Tang Jing muttered to himself. He had long wanted to obtain this class, but had never had the opportunity before. If it were a high-level class, Tang Jing wouldn't have taken it under everyone's watch. However, the small stat boost from an ordinary mid-level class wouldn't be apparent due to the ninja class's suppression. Buzz. Taking the Holy Knight class requires the basic class Paladin as a prerequisite. Already possessing the prerequisite class, taking the job successfully. Tang Jing's eyes lit up slightly, a faint divine light gleaming in them. Class, Holy Knight. Level, mid-level class. Looking at the information displayed for the Holy Knight class. 2 passives? That's one more than the Swordmaster and Shaman classes I acquired previously. Tang Jing's eyes were calm, yet a hint of surprise remained. After reviewing all the information, a subtle smile crossed his face. As expected of a Paladin class, the passive abilities and stat boosts are clearly geared towards tankiness. Aside from the eye-catching passive power of Faith, all other class abilities are pretty standard. Upgrading by 1 level increases the experience bar's depth, from 410,000 to 460,000. To gain 2 million experience points, I need to upgrade my class before downgrading, eliminating the Sword Saint class. Tang Jing thought with a pang of pain. When I upgraded Sword Saint to level 10, I activated the high-level class Magic Swordsman. Now that I have the basic class Paladin, combined with the mid-level class Holy Knight, I should be able to activate a high-level class. This is the normal way to trigger class advancement. He hadn't dared to use it before. After all, there was no way to downgrade. The traditional class advancement method is easier to learn. Tang Jing thought, and began to level up. Holy Knight LV2. Experience slots 1702396/510000. Holy Knight LV3. Experience slots 1192396/560000. Combined level 51 Holy Knight LV4. Experience slots 562396/630000. Skill points 72. Oh! Tang Zheng noticed a change in the experience slot depth after reaching level 50, increasing from 50,000 per level to 70,000. Continuously activating the ninja passive, Concealed Aura Expertise, he quickly suppressed the aura fluctuations caused by the rapid leveling. He raised his head. The sky had already darkened completely. No one lit any fires, letting the moonlight shine on the paladin's armor, casting a cold, white glow. Seeing no one noticed his movements, Tang Zheng must have thought to himself, I didn't expect such good luck this time. Acquiring a class by touching a weapon is one of Tang Zheng's methods. However, Tang Zheng rarely uses this method. First, the class acquired by touching a weapon is uncertain. It's likely to be a basic class. Second, this method is too cumbersome, far less convenient and discreet than indirectly acquiring a class by acquiring skills through skill points. The only benefit is that it saves skill points. Unfortunately, Genius directly converts all basic classes. Before he's mastered the downgrade technique, Tang Zheng wouldn't randomly choose a mid-level class, so he rarely uses this method. In reality, this isn't the biggest problem. The biggest difference between touching a weapon to acquire a class and acquiring a class by skill points is with high-level classes. Take the Cursed Knight as an example. Touching a weapon to acquire a class requires the prerequisite class to be acquired, which is not a problem with mid-level classes because of the Genius high-level classes, however, lack the prerequisite mid-level classes. Skill point employment didn't present this problem. Due to the unique circumstances of this other world, it didn't have to be like a game. Skills could be learned first, and then classes could be acquired through those skills, without any prerequisite classes. No fires were lit. The area where they were stationed was shrouded in darkness. While most demi-humans could see normally in the dark, humans were far from capable of such an ability. Everyone present was not ordinary, and by the moonlight, they could still clearly see nearby objects. Black Pavel, the only archer capable of maintaining night vision, was specifically responsible for nighttime vigilance. Tang Zheng's team, Go King, and Red Auron sat together on the ground, each clutching a water skin and eating stale bread. It's strange we haven't encountered a single undead yet. Red Auron rested his horned helmet on his knees, took a deep swig from his water skin, and said in confusion, "This actually means something bad is happening," Tang Zheng said softly. "What do you mean?" Red Auron's face, like a rock weathered by years of wind and rain, showed a puzzled expression. Go King's expression was serious. "This means that the vast undead are gathering together," Tang Zheng said slowly, swallowing the bread in his mouth. "Yo!" Just then, brisk footsteps sounded from behind. Clementine, draped in a black robe, strode over with a cheerful smile. "Hi, little brother, ogre, big beard, demi-human, and—" "Well, never mind." Clementine smiled, her eyes narrowed as she swept over everyone, greeting them by nicknames. When her gaze finally rested on Inri, she simply passed them by. "Hey, hey!" Red Auron raised his head in disapproval, his thick beard and thick eyebrows becoming more prominent, a feral air etched across his face. "I don't like being called names." "Really, big beard?" Clementine grinned and, oblivious to the others, sat down next to Tang Zheng. She sniffed, ignoring Red Auron, and tilted her head. "Little brother, your scent seems to have gotten stronger." "Really?" Tang Zheng continued to nibble on his bread, calmly replying, "Maybe it's because I haven't showered." "Ah ha ha ha." Red Auron couldn't help but burst into laughter at this response. Clementine looked at Red Auron with displeasure. "A fight?" "Sure." Then, the gruff voice replied without a hint of weakness. "Whoa!" A sharp whine suddenly echoed overhead. Then, the boundary magic deployed on the periphery was triggered, emitting a red glow that was striking against the night sky. Almost simultaneously, "Enemy attack!" Black Pavel roared. Boom! The air pierced. A burst of arrows emitting white light flew high into the sky, seemingly colliding with some creature, with a muffled sound. Everyone reacted immediately. "Holy light! Holy light!" Several magic casters from the priesthood unleashed their magic together. A soft, unobtrusive holy white light suddenly blazed in the night, illuminating the entire area in an instant. Even the monsters in the sky were clearly visible. They were low-level undead skeleton vultures, composed entirely of bones, with fine, pale hair growing from their necks, and capable of flight. There were hundreds of them. This flock of skeleton vultures had been flying high in the sky, so they weren't noticed until they were directly overhead. The holy light had limited range and power, so it couldn't affect the skeleton vultures hovering overhead. Puff, puff. Perhaps it was the influence of the holy light, but the previously tranquil ground began to tremble with movement. White bony claws or decaying bodies crawled out from the ground. Undead creatures appeared in all directions. Paladins, alert! Remedios roared, holy sword in hand. Priests, prepare to attack. Karat followed closely behind, issuing orders. Attack! Eliminate these filthy creatures. Captain Nigan was even more blunt. In an instant, a flood of white holy light surged forth, summoning a full 280 second-tier guardian angels. The white, holy light illuminated the night, which had darkened again after the holy light had dissipated. Each guardian angel was like a pillar of light. The sight was inexplicably awe-inspiring. Like the priests, the sunlight scripture did not summon third-tier angels, but instead summoned guardian angels, which consumed less mana. Swish, swish, swish. 280 guardian angels flew out in dense formations, attacking the undead that had emerged from the ground. Some flew straight into the sky, engaging the skeleton vultures. Tang Jing stood up, observing the undead battling the angels. They're just ordinary undead, not very strong. Everyone, watch your step. Undead might emerge from the ground, Tang Jing warned. The others also stood up, looking around warily. Clementine looked around excitedly, as if searching for an enemy that interested her. However, the anticipated difficult battle did not occur. The undead were not numerous, and including the skeleton vultures flying in the sky, there were only about 500 or 600 of them. Under the more powerful and restraining attack of the guardian angels, these low-level undead were completely annihilated in less than 10 minutes. Part of this time was wasted because the undead were too scattered. What a bummer. Clementine rested her arms behind her head and spoke in boredom. These undead are so weak. It feels like they can be killed with one sword. Indeed, it doesn't look that difficult. Ha, if it's just the sheer number, even tens of thousands of undead of this level would be enough to handle. Quiet murmurs echoed from various locations. The unexpected ease of the situation filled the tense crowd with a strange sense of disbelief, as if they hadn't expected this potentially fatal mission to be so easy. However, some people's expressions were dignified. Quillet's eyes flickered, his nostrils wrinkling slightly, his pale blue pupils reflecting a dangerous light. Those skeleton vultures are being controlled. Elsewhere, Tang Jing noticed the undead being quickly dispatched. His gaze swept over the patrolling guardian angels hovering in midair, and a flicker of realization crossed his face. So that's what you're planning to do? It's dangerous. Tang Jing's eyes narrowed, realizing something. He looked up and met Quirret's gaze. The relaxed atmosphere didn't last long. About an hour later, the previously calm ground began to shake again, and the sky above echoed with the cries of flying skeleton vultures. This time, the undead were even more numerous, appearing like black shadows, charging towards the group. In that hour, the guardian angels summoned by the priests and magic chanters had long since dissipated. A normal summoned creature can't last more than an hour. Humph! Captain Negan snorted, his eyes filled with disgust and murderous intent towards the undead. Offer your faith to the gods. The members of the Sunlight Scripture performed a simple prayer together, and once again, a wave of sacred magic emanated from them. Stop! Wait! Karat and Tang Jing's voices rang out simultaneously. Everyone paused, looking at the two in confusion. Mr. Nigan, we must not waste our mana now. The enemy is using the undead to attack in batches, depleting our mana. Quillet said sternly, glancing at Tang Jing. Captain Tang, I think you're thinking the same thing. Indeed. Now, we need to not only conserve our mana, but also leave this place as quickly as possible, otherwise we'd be harassed by waves of undead. Tang Jing's expression was equally serious. We need to reunite with the demi-humans as soon as possible. Chapter 309. Swish. 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 A holy white light appeared again. 50 guardian angels were summoned by the priests and immediately dispersed to the periphery. This time, the guardian angels did not completely disperse to actively attack the undead. Instead, they were distributed around the entire elite army. They served as both illumination and a simple outermost defense line. With the reminders of Tang Jing and Quillet, the crowd realized that the undead that had attacked them earlier were not mindless attacks, but rather manipulated harassment. This proved that their presence had been discovered by the enemy behind the scenes. If they continued to stay in place, they would only be met with a constant stream of undead. Low-level undead moved slowly, so they needed to move to ensure they were not completely surrounded by the massive undead army. Clementine and Go Jin led the way. Tang Jing's free will team, along with Black Pavel and Red Alrond, were placed at the rear of the group to protect them from unexpected attacks. Under the pale light of a half-moon, the entire elite force moved swiftly under the thick night, like a sailboat sailing on a dark sea. Only the 50 guardian angels radiating holy light hovering above them, like candlelight in a ship's cabin, prevented the entire group from being completely lost in the darkness. Wherever they passed, the scattered undead were quickly eliminated by the outermost members of the Paladin Order without the need for the guardian angels to intervene. At the forefront of the Paladin Order and the Priest Order, Karat. Remedios pressed the hilt of her sword with one hand, preventing it from colliding with her armor as she moved. An irritated expression crossed her face. We're too passive right now. Can we use detection magic to pinpoint the enemy's location? Rather than running away, Remedios would rather charge the enemy directly. She didn't see the need for the demi-human's cooperation. Also, why cooperate with that adventurer named Tang? I don't think traveling overnight is a good idea. It will only drain the soldier's stamina, especially your priests. The paladins, after years of training, were the finest warriors in the entire Holy Kingdom in terms of willpower and physique. Traveling overnight wasn't a big deal. As magic casters, the priests might not be able to keep up. Although magic casters relied on magic to fight, physical strength was still crucial. Huff huff. Quirit's breathing was a little rapid. Years of working as a secretary had made her feel a little unaccustomed to the marching-like combat. The members of the priesthood, who master detection magic, have already cast it to investigate Sister. Aside from the undead, we haven't found any enemies. They're in the shadows, and we're the ones in the light, Karat said helplessly as she moved quickly, tucking her long brown hair behind her ears. Even so, why are you cooperating with that Tang? Remedios asked unhappily. In her eyes, her sister possessed the brightest mind in the entire Holy Kingdom. She had always considered her a gift from God. Intelligence, talent, and beauty. Even Her Majesty, the Holy Queen Karko, recognized these three gifts. Remedios didn't think Karat could come up with a more effective solution. Do you know who our enemy is? Quirit's eyes grew dim, and she spoke softly. The magic caster who could manipulate the legendary undead Death Knight was far more powerful than I am. Facing such an enemy head-on would be too much to lose. Publicly, Karat was a spellcaster capable of wielding the power of a fourth-tier believer, and Remedios, as a close friend, knew this all too well. My sister could wield the power of fifth-tier magic. She had reached the level of a hero. But Remedios began to speak. Quirit raised her head slightly, her eyes narrowing at the corners of her pretended gentle face, revealing a sinister look. Sister, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A chance to completely annihilate the demi-humans of the Aborian Hills. We need to let those demi-humans die for us, and then we can wipe them out in one fell swoop. End the centuries-old hatred between the nation and the demi-humans. If this can be accomplished, Her Majesty Karko will surely become a holy queen unsurpassed throughout history, no, even into the future. As she spoke, Quirit reached for the magic belt around her waist, a glint of madness and fiery passion in her eyes. A faint murmur echoed in Remedios' ear, wiping away any trace of his previously tangled and discontented expression. Elsewhere, the Sunlight Scripture troops also advanced at a steady pace. Captain Negan was listening to his subordinates' reports. The exploration magic yielded no results. The enemy likely possesses counter-detection methods, a subordinate reported solemnly. Heard this result, Captain Negan wasn't surprised, but his expression remained somewhat grim. He waved his hand to signal his subordinates to continue their focus, his gaze fixed on the Holy Kingdom. Troublesome, he cursed under his breath. The Sunlight Scripture is a shadowy, secretive unit within the theocracy, primarily engaged in illegal activities, and tasked with basic tasks like annihilating demi-human tribes. Even though most other nations knew of their existence, collaborating with another nation's forces was a first for Captain Negan. Treat it as a new training exercise. Perhaps it would be a valuable experience. Captain Negan could only console himself with this thought. The most important reason for cooperating with the Holy Kingdom on this mission wasn't just the threat posed by the undead. There was also the awkward location of the hilly terrain. There was another reason he couldn't tell anyone, to ensure the demi-humans weren't completely wiped out. How funny! That's right, a force tasked with annihilating demi-humans would actually one day protect them. Captain Negan's mouth twitched slightly, but this was the unanimous decision of the High Priests. According to the High Priests, the strategy of maintaining the demi-human presence in the hilly region had been set long ago. If there were no demi-humans, The hilly region would become a no-man's land, and the Celian theocracy, the Holy Kingdom, and the Kingdom of Riestais would indirectly border each other. With the resources of the hilly region, no country would voluntarily give it up, and this would inevitably trigger the possibility of a human civil war. Rather than inflicting inevitable losses on humanity, it's better to leave this land to the demi-humans. The weak will ultimately find ways to protect themselves, Captain Negan thought to himself, feeling a mixture of anger and resignation. This is a necessary perspective. This weak doesn't refer to the demi-humans, but rather to the humans themselves. Clementine, that woman, must have been specially assigned to deal with emergencies and confront Remedios, the leader of the Paladins. In the rear, Tang Zheng looked ahead with considerable interest at Quirit, Captain Negan, and the others, who seemed united but actually had their own agendas. He might not know the true plans of either side, but he could guess a little. The Holy Kingdom, the Celian theocracy, Chironon, and even the demi-humans who have suffered heavy losses, I'm afraid they all have their own ideas and plans. This thought flashed through Tang Zheng's mind, yet he remained calm. Those who treat others as fools are the true fools. Although he had set the stage, from the very beginning, Tang Zheng had never intended to truly control or dominate it. Even the most meticulously planned would have loopholes. Rather than wasting time, it was better to let all parties take their own course. He only needed to reap the benefits. But? A smile flashed across Tang Zheng's face. I really want to see which side will truly dominate in the end. Captain, Enri's voice came softly from the hound back. Would you like some water? This is some water that I boiled and cooled down. Tang Zheng took a deep breath, looking a little tired. He nodded, took the water bag, and drank. Isn't it a waste of energy to march like this? Enri asked nervously, glancing at the dark surroundings, a darkness that seemed to conceal countless undead. We've been discovered by the enemy. Only by moving can we avoid being surrounded by so many undead. Fighting at night is not advantageous for us. This was the first time Enri had asked such a question. Tang Zheng put the cork in his water bag and patiently answered. The big guys are coming. Suddenly, Red Auron's ears twitched, and he warned in a deep voice. The ground shook. 3 giant globs of flesh, seemingly made entirely of corpses, appeared from behind, pursuing the group. The stench of decay, and the screams and wails of the undead instantly became overwhelming. Puff! 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 3 intestine-like objects flew out of the giant globs of corpses, first wrapping around the conspicuous guardian angel in the group, pulling it from the air and slamming it to the ground. Be on guard! Remedios roared. Not low-level undead, but visceral eggs. A paladin shouted. Quirit's voice followed closely behind. Slow down, take care of these 3 visceral eggs first. Leave one to me. Red Auron laughed, stopped, turned, and rushed towards a visceral egg behind him. Give me the one on the left. Black Pavel had already unsheathed his bow and arrows, and turned to draw the string. Suya, you take care of the one on the right, Tang Zheng gestured. Yes. Suya's bright yellow eyes gleamed coldly. She raised her staff and chanted softly, corruption and destruction. The sour liquid easily corroded most of the visceral egg's body. While being pursued by 3 visceral eggs from behind, bizarre undead figures surged towards them from all directions, at speeds far exceeding those of ordinary low-level undead. Paladin, prepare for battle. Deputy Captain Pink-Eye Sacro issued a solemn command. All priests, cast your protective magic. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. These figures, moving at speeds far exceeding those of ordinary low-level undead, could be clearly seen under the light of the guardian angel to be the corpses of wild beasts and monsters. They were a type of low-level undead collectively known as beast zombies. Transformed from the corpses of various animals, such as wolves, snakes, and monsters, they possessed the toughness of zombies and the agility of animals. Thanks to the undead's invulnerability to fatigue, these beast zombies were far more terrifying than they had been in life. Everyone's expression suddenly darkened. They overlooked a serious problem. The hilly lands weren't just inhabited by demi-humans. There were also various beasts and monsters, far more numerous than the demi-humans. If the Death Knights had also transformed these beasts and monsters into undead, the expected number of undead would likely multiply several times over. No wonder we haven't seen a single living creature along the way. Captain Nigan's face was filled with an unprecedented solemnity. Kill these undead. For the Holy Kingdom. Exorcise the evil. The paladins on the outermost perimeter were the first to charge into the undead. The crackling sound of swords striking bone, the roars of the undead, and the roars of the paladins blended instantly. Tang Zheng stood beside the evil hound, his gaze fixed on the dense, surging undead figures in the darkness. Have you changed your strategy after seeing us move? The one controlling the undead shouldn't be far from here. Realizing this, Tang Zheng first thought of the Alliance leader, but then dismissed this suspicion. If it were the Alliance leader, his approach might be more direct. It was those two from Zilenon. Through his shadow clones, Tang Zheng knew of these two individuals. To prevent his clones from being discovered, he hadn't had much contact with them. He didn't have much information. Based on speculation, to be recruited by the Alliance leader under such circumstances, their strength must have reached the heroic realm. So that's the case. Tang Zheng grasped his loose sleeves, and an angel summoning scroll appeared in his palm. With a firm squeeze, a dazzling divine light suddenly appeared in the sky, transforming into the massive figure of the surveillance angel. Following this, Tang Zheng used his magic power to summon another surveillance angel. Two massive figures flew out from above Tang Zheng's head, each standing at the top of the elite troops. All lower defense enhanced. All lower defense enhanced. The paladins in battle immediately felt the impact of this power. The two surveillance angels activated this ability, covering the entire team. The only drawback was that while using this special ability, the surveillance angels could not move. Experience slots 362, 396/630, 000. Tang Zheng summoned the attribute panel and scanned the experience information. The previous summon had used experience casting and consumed 200,000 experience points. He needed to lower his sword master level as quickly as possible. While it was a shame he couldn't kill these undead to gain experience, this was the only way. Otherwise, the higher the level, the higher the cost of demotion. Chapter 310. Captain Negan frowned upon seeing Tang Zheng summon two 4-tier angels at this moment. It's unwise to waste so much mana when the situation is unclear, Captain Negan thought to himself. But it's good, this will allow the paladins to hold out longer. The shaky zombie beasts leaped and pounced on the paladins, their hatred for the living evident. With every swing of their swords, the paladins could easily kill an undead. With their coordinated efforts, the entire defense was remarkably solid. But this time, the hordes of undead showed no sign of stopping, instead accumulating in ever-increasing numbers, surrounding the entire elite force. 1 minute. 3 minutes. 10 minutes. The undead remains piled up, their numbers incalculable. All the paladins were protected by magic and armor, and though none were injured, they were already gasping for breath. Hiss. Wow! The animal zombies grew even more frantic, their rotting vocal cords emitting a terrifying roar. Captain! We can't go on like this. Deputy Captain Gustavo quickly approached Remedios and spoke. I know, wait a moment. Remedios replied coldly. Deputy Captain Gustavo immediately understood and turned to look at Lord Quirit, Captain Negan, and Tang Zheng. They seemed to be discussing something. According to the detection magic, there are strong magical fluctuations in the northwest, about 1 kilometer away. The enemy is likely the one controlling these undead attacks. Captain Negan informed the two of his men's findings. After a brief pause, Quillet turned to Tang Zheng and asked, Captain Tang, what are your thoughts? I cooperate with you too, Tang Zheng said softly, shaking his head. Quillet thought briefly, then said seriously, the enemy has revealed their position. It could be a trap. The safest option is to continue with the original plan. Captain Negan glanced at Quillet obliquely, wanting to speak, but ultimately holding back. None of them were slow to react. They sprang into action. The 200 members of the Priestess Corps, along with the 80 members of the Sunlight Scripture, simultaneously cast summoning spells. In an instant, the sun seemed to rise above them all. 280 guardian angels reappeared, attacking the surrounding undead in scattered movements. The divine light and the flying figures of the guardian angels filled everyone's field of vision, dispelling the fear and oppression brought by the undead. All paladins retreat. The two vice-captains swiftly issued orders. The paladins' positions were completely replaced by guardian angels, bringing a sigh of relief to the paladins. The entire elite force began moving again. 1 kilometer away. Under the pale moonlight. Atop a gently undulating hill, two cold figures, shimmering in the moonlight, gazed calmly at the conspicuous force in the darkness. The radiance emitted by 280 guardian angels was exceptionally conspicuous in the hilly night, where only moonlight illuminated the sky. TSK. How terrifying. With so many guardian angels, if they were besieged, they would surely die miserably. The grey-robed mage sneered. They're moving again, the black-armored knight, clutching a rotten sword, said calmly, as expected of the elite troops of the Holy Kingdom and the Celian theocracy. These low-level undead alone can't stop them. That's even more interesting, isn't it? The grey-robed mage's withered eyes gleamed with a sharp light. Tonight's night will be long, and your stamina and magic will only be continually depleted. Do you know how weak insects hunt stronger prey? Unfortunately, while the undead are numerous, the time is too short to naturally produce stronger undead. Time passed slowly. The entire elite force finally escaped the onslaught of animal zombies. No one cheered, only a deeper silence. Everyone knew this was just the beginning. The enemy was more cunning than they had imagined. Even knowing they were constantly draining their stamina and magic, they couldn't effectively counter them. As the summoning time ended, after the 280 guardian angels dissipated into a radiant glow, the priests and the sunlight scripture began to rotate, summoning 50 guardian angels at regular intervals. March 29th, 5:51 a.m. A hint of paleness had already appeared in the eastern sky. As the night gradually faded, the elite troops emerged from the oxygen-depleted waters, breathing in the rotting air they had so long despised upon arriving in the hilly region. It had been a whole night. They had encountered countless attacks from the undead. Even the strongest paladins, under such strained nerves and constant fighting, felt an unprecedented exhaustion. Undead creatures are affected during the day and generally won't attack unless they're controlled by a magic caster, and the number of undead controlled by a magic caster is inevitably limited, giving everyone a moment of respite. Inri rolled up her sleeves and helped pass food and water between the paladins and the priests. Many people had a favorable impression of this ordinary, resilient girl. They could all tell she was trying to do something. Ugh! Suddenly, a retching sound was heard. A female priest, her face pale, looked around awkwardly, tears welling in her eyes. Unable to hold back the urge to vomit again, she quickly covered her mouth with her hand. I have a clean handkerchief here. Inri turned and walked quickly over, pulling a square, patterned handkerchief from her pocket, not disdaining the priest's vomit in front of her. Thank you. The female priest swallowed hard, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. She lowered her head, accepting the handkerchief, in a state of embarrassment and panic. I wonder if this vomiting triggered a chain reaction. Ugh! 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 The sounds of vomiting echoed from the priesthood. A night of travel, coupled with the stench of the undead, and the stench of decay mingling in the air, had already made the priests somewhat overwhelmed. An awkward atmosphere permeated the air. The strange looks from the paladins made these priests, usually high-ranking and devoted to praying to the gods and studying magic, want to hide their heads in the ground. It wasn't just people from their own country who were here. There were also people from the slain theocracy. How shameful! Heh! Captain Negan's eyes flickered with disdain upon seeing this scene. A bunch of splendid weapons that haven't truly been forged in fire and blood. As expected, these people of the Holy Kingdom, sheltered within the walls of their fortress, had no idea how weak they, humans, truly were on this continent. Kyrat's expression remained unchanged, yet a trace of embarrassment lingered within him. His eyes swept over the disciplined and well-trained sunlight scripture standing nearby, and the disparity between the two sides became even more pronounced. Looking at the numerous vomiting priests. I only have a handkerchief. Inri groped in her pocket and spoke awkwardly. It's okay, they can take care of themselves. The priestess, who had just bowed her head in shame, couldn't help but smile. If she were the only one vomiting, it would have been embarrassing, but now there were more than one, and the initial embarrassment was gone. Ha ha ha! The paladins erupted in hearty laughter. They're not children. Why do they need you to take care of them, Inri? We are paladins and priests. Protecting the country and its people is our duty and obligation. That's right. Inri, you may be an adventurer, but you're also a citizen we need to protect against the evil undead. Laughter echoed, and some even spoke loudly and solemnly. This laughter and words not only instantly dispelled the subtle estrangement among the crowd, but also eased the tense atmosphere. It also made Remedios and Quorat, who had been looking glum due to the embarrassing vomiting incident, regain their composure. Faced with the friendly smiles, Inri felt a little embarrassed, unsure how to respond. She discovered that these previously cold and aloof paladins and high priests weren't as difficult to get along with as she imagined. TSK. Clementine, standing where the Holy Codex troops were, glanced in that direction, a look of disdain on her face. She briefly scanned Remedios, Tangjung, and Good Jean with her sharp eyes. Clementine felt a little troubled. How boring. I really want to test the strength of that paladin captain. And what about the original purpose? You can't find any opportunities to strike. Why don't we just change our target? Not far away. Tangjung pulled a piece of pickled meat from the pack carried by the devil hound, cut off a piece, and placed it with several large pieces of hard bread, then tossed it into Xiaohe's mouth. Ah! The devil hound happily chewed the food. Tang Jing reached out and stroked Xiaohei's long, thick black fur. He looked at Inli, who seemed to have become acquainted with the paladins and priests, and smiled softly. Master. The green leaf witch approached from the side and whispered. What did you notice? Tang Jing said. Huh? The green leaf witch was puzzled. I'm talking about Inli. The green leaf witch turned her head to look at Inli, seemingly puzzled. She easily wins people's favor, doesn't she? Or perhaps she has a natural talent for making people approachable, Tang Jing chuckled. The green leaf witch stared at Inli, and suddenly realized this. During the time she was selling the regeneration potion, she had noticed that Inli seemed easy to get along with. Of course. Perhaps it was her constant sullen expression, or perhaps it was because of the regeneration potion. Tang Jing said nothing more. He glanced around and noticed that Black Pavel was conversing with a female paladin, seemingly unhappy. That female paladin? Is she Nia's mother? I didn't expect she'd be involved in this incident. Tang Jing's gaze fell on the female paladin, with a golden ponytail, and a seemingly tough personality, and a slight flicker crossed his eyes. Soon he noticed Go Jin, sitting in a corner, looking somewhat lonely. Tang Jing placed the remaining pickled meat back into the pack carried by the evil spirit dog, then took out another large piece of pickled meat, about the length of his arm, and walked over. He heard approaching footsteps. Go Jin looked up, his eyes piercing the sky. A large, fragrant piece of pickled meat flew into his field of vision, and he instinctively reached up to grab it. If you don't mind, try it. It's a bit too salty for humans, but it's perfect for making soup outdoors. Adding a few other ingredients would make it quite delicious. Tang Jing chuckled and spread his hands. Unfortunately, the current environment doesn't lend itself to that. Go Jin looked at the cured meat, shimmering with a delicate golden, transparent fat. It was clearly not some cheap ingredient. He then glanced at the hard bread casually provided by the Holy Kingdom. You really know how to enjoy life. Go Jin wasn't shy, tearing into the next piece of cured meat. It was too salty for humans, but to him, it was a delicious delicacy. Since leaving the Empire and entering the hilly region, he had rarely tasted delicious human food. Being an adventurer is hard work. Tang Jing walked up to Go Jin, chuckled, and shook his head. The captain of the first adventurer group I met once told me that pickled meat is a very convenient food. Besides, in the wild, a bowl of broth is quite pleasant. Go Jin swallowed the entire piece of pickled meat in a few mouthfuls, licking his exposed, sharp teeth. It's certainly not as pleasant as it was in the Empire. Regret it? Ha! Are you kidding? I'm Go Jin, King of War Go Jin. Go Jin's head shot up, his eyes fierce and serious as he responded. You don't have the same high spirits you had when we first met, Tang Jing said, half-jokingly. I'm just worried about the demi-humans. Concern crossed Go Jin's face. He suddenly wondered if allowing humans into the hilly area had been a mistake. But without human help, there was no way to eliminate the undead and the powerful magical chanting behind them. What are you two discussing? A soft voice came. Tang Jing and Go Jin looked up in the direction of the voice. Quirit and Captain Negan passed by. Just a small talk, Tang Jing replied with a smile. Go Jin glanced at them, and then looked away. No matter how hard they tried to disguise themselves, he could sense their genuine hatred for the demi-humans. This was especially evident with Tang. As you can all see, the situation is far more serious than we had anticipated. Quirit didn't dwell on the issue, trying to appear calm as he looked at Go Jin. Sir Go Jin, could you tell me how far we are from the demi-human gathering place? At our previous pace, it'd only take a day, Go Jin replied calmly. After last night's journey, the 3-day journey had been reduced to a single day. Only a day's journey? Quillet nodded, his narrow eyes narrowing ever so slightly. I'm not doubting this conclusion. Lord Go Jin has been gone for so many days. How can we be sure that so many demi-human tribes will still be there? Faced with a question of suspicion and distrust, Go Jin's eyes flashed with a hint of irritation, but he suppressed his anger. Of course, we have to thank you humans for the food we traded with. You've seen the climate in the hills these days. With a lack of water and food, and the threat of the undead. The southern mountains have sufficient food and water, and with the unique terrain of the valley, they're more than enough to protect the demi-human tribes. Hearing this, I see. Quillet's face didn't betray any sign of irritation over the food. Instead, a bright smile flickered across his lips. So, most of the subhumans should be gathered in this area. That's right, Go Jin replied dissatisfiedly. Tang Jing listened to their conversation, especially noticing Quillet's subtle provocation, and his eyes flickered. Is this the Holy Kingdom's purpose?